understanding, put the cruel man in the book back into the ring. Subsequently, he passed on his elusive magic to his clone. At the same time, some spiritual karma was also assigned to him for cultivation. Not long after, Zhang Xian heard the sound of spirit beasts flying outside. I know it's Fox Demon and others coming. With a single mental movement, the clone will be collected into a billion-dollar hive. Place the purple sun beast behind the thatched cottage. I got up and walked out. The lord of the city in front of him. Forefoot has just driven the pervert away from his palace. The next second, lick your face and ask the other person not to leave. Just now, the music played by the big girl in the princess's banquet hall make people intoxicated. However, Zhang Xian was planning to compare it. This type of performance-oriented music. When is there a difference between the demon sound of the killing type? Suddenly felt a tremble in my soul. Only then did I discover the other party's music. With strong provocation and attack. Think of this. I shouted angrily in my heart. What a big courage. Since it is so, then don't blame me. So he picked up a pair of chopsticks casually, gently tapped back and forth between the wineglass and the wine pot, and the silver lion felt this sound, coincidentally appearing at the junction of the music piece. Knowing that I have encountered a strong person, raise your eyebrows. The technique of playing the qin is fierce. Qin sound accelerates, like thousands of troops rushing towards us. It seems that Zhang Xian had long predicted that he would do this. The speed at which chopsticks strike in hand. It's also gradually getting faster. Every sound of knocking is, coincidentally, it happened to fall in the middle of the opponent's musical changes. This not only involves the other party's music, even his heart. They all have to beat according to Zhang Xian's rhythm. At this point, Yin feels the other person's syllable. I couldn't help but feel my pupils turn pale. No, the strength of the young man who is currently fighting against himself. Not ordinary. Therefore, he no longer dared to have any contempt. So he played the qin with both hands. The whole person immediately stood up. The true qi in the body is fully open. Due to the slow operation of true qi, it also leads to involuntary reactions on the head. White marks appeared one after another. However, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's music was becoming increasingly intense. Pick up chopsticks with the other hand. I also knocked on the plate in front of me. Although she only added a chopstick at this moment, but the attack power of syllables has more than doubled. And silver jewelry itself is no match for her. At this moment, the power has increased so much again. Therefore, silver jewelry can no longer bear it. My face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. The whole person was immediately oppressed by the hero's power. Collided with a stone pillar in the main hall. But Zhang Xian still has no intention of letting go of the other party. Move your chopsticks. The plate in front of me immediately emit a bell-like ringing sound. This sound, like thousands of troops colliding with the opponent's chest, let him directly spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. The true qi in its body also dissipated along with it. And the pillar behind can no longer bear it. It was forcefully broken by the collision. Although the pillar is broken, but the main hall is covered with reinforced formations. It won't collapse for a while. However, the entire process of their confrontation, only happening in an instant. It takes less than half a breath. Therefore, the white lion broke the pillar from its first bloodbath. It fell off the pillar. A loud bang was emitted. Everyone woke up from the wonderful music. So they saw the silver lion in front of them suddenly suffer. Severely injured and broken pillars. Everyone is unaware of this, so, how to play music well. Suddenly, it's like this. And Yuqing insisted on seeing this scene in front of him. I was also stunned for a moment. So I saw Zhang Xian holding chopsticks at this moment, tapping the glass of wine. I just realized what's going on. Thinking to myself, is this guy still a demon sound master? However, Princess Fair, who saw all of this in her eyes. Although I don't know, why did the Silver Master get involved with Zhang Xian? But I know this must be related to my father, the Emperor. So he looked at him and said, Father, the Emperor. Zombies are my honored guests. Once there is a mistake. What is the face of the royal family? The Lord heard his daughter say so. Tell the girl not far away, Master by Xianin. Please stop. The white musician who can hear orders. Just as I was about to respond to the other party, immediately felt the sound of knocking coming again. At this moment, he could only hastily play the piano to resolve the situation. I no longer have time to answer the city lord. Faced with Zhang Xian's wave-like attack, he is unable to dissolve them one by one. One of the syllables doesn't match. Immediately be shaken back 7 or 8 steps, until his back hit the wall of the main hall. Just stopped. However, silver is such a strong hit. I just realized, the wall behind seems to have a layer of strength protecting it. At the same time, it also resolved the opponent's attack. At this moment, he knew there was a way behind him to pick himself up and rely on. So he pressed tightly against the wall. A smile appeared on his face. Red lips lifted lightly and began to sing. However, Zhang Xian, listening to this enchanting lovesick song, with a raised eyebrow, he suddenly stood up. At this moment, he also knew, my own magic voice attack, solved by the formation behind him, and the other party is currently singing a song of lovesickness. If you can't resist, I'm afraid it will immediately cause intestinal perforation and stomach rot, die an untimely on. So I slapped the table. The cup filled with wine immediately flew up, simultaneously possessing demons. The power of sound. I shouted, good brother, I offer a toast to Master Bain. Then he waved his big hand. The wine glass was straight towards the wall next to Master Bai, flying over, accompanied by a crisp sound. The wine glass shattered into pieces immediately after hitting the wall. It's just strange that these fragments did not fall to the ground. Instead, it suspended in mid-air and stopped. However, at this moment, all the formations in the banquet hall suddenly shook. They all stopped running. At this moment, the wall behind the silver ornament has lost its defensive formation. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood again. And the pillar that was just broken by the collision, the roof above and the wall behind, collapse at the moment of losing formation. Seeing this scene, I went crazy when I met the city lord, Liang Guangpu. You really go wherever you go and dismantle wherever you go. I asked the political and legal master to reinforce the banquet hall with all his meows. The result is still like this. Are you here to attend the Phil banquet? I'm still here to demolish the house. But the lord of the city also knows at this moment, no matter how much you curse now, it's useless. So the leader suddenly grabbed him. A thick and powerful aura permeates out, supported a portion of the houses that had not yet collapsed. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian used a magic sound to knock the opponent away. I just breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he said a concession. After speaking, he turned around and looked at the lord of the city. Speak with righteous words, your majesty. Below is a renowned teacher personally recognized by the teacher hall. This silver master attacked me as soon as they met, clearly plotting against evil intentions. I suspect he may be related to the alien race. Please capture and interrogate him, your majesty. Don't make any mistakes. Upon hearing this, the city lord immediately lost his card. I just let him test it out. He meows me. Why is this related to the alien race again? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the constipated expression on the lord's face, neither speaking nor sending anyone to arrest him. Just keep saying if your majesty doesn't believe this. I will inform the master of Mingshi Hall now. Bring him over for interrogation. Perhaps we can get corresponding rewards. However, the opposing party actually used the Mingshi Hall to threaten the scholars in the city. My face turned black with anger. So he waved his big hand. I coldly snorted and said, today is my daughter's birthday party. As soon as you arrived, it was like this. Now I don't care if the silver lion attacks you or not. You are no longer welcome here. Teacher Zhang, please go back. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I asked the other person with a puzzled expression, are you asking me to leave? Thinking that I was ambushed here. The other party not only refused to interrogate but also asked themselves to leave. What song did he pressure me to sing? At this moment, the city lord responded coldly, saying, you understand correctly. Please go back. My Hongyuan palace starts today. Zhang Xian is no longer allowed to enter. You will no longer be a guest of my royal family. After speaking, the lord saw his daughter speak up and plead for mercy for her. Just wave your hand and say, you don't need to say anything. I have made up my mind. However, this guy Xin Junjian, surprisingly, he has provoked your majesty. I was so happy in my heart that I almost couldn't laugh out loud. Then he got up, shouted loudly at the other party. Are you deaf or something? Did you not hear what your majesty said? Please leave me right away. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt helpless. He really didn't expect to come to a banquet. Surprisingly, he was even kicked away by someone else. But what can we do about it? So he shook his head and sighed. Just turn around and walk towards the door. And Luo Qiqi saw the teacher leave, following closely behind. Princess Fair saw the two of them leave not far away. His face also became extremely unpleasant. I gritted my teeth and chased after him. However, the banquet at the scene of the city's daughter's care. I also chased after him. The anger in my heart is even higher. Just when he was about to say something, I saw the eunuch beside me, looking at the communication jade talisman in my hand. With a face full of fear, he said through telepathy, Your Majesty, the new dean of the renowned teacher college has been found out. Upon hearing this, the lord of the city quickly turned around and asked who the other person is. At this moment, the eunuch responded with a slightly trembling voice, saying that it was. It's Zhang Xian. Listen here. The lord only felt his eyes turn black. Then I couldn't help but ask what you said about Zhang Xian. Is this Zhang Xian who just walked out? After receiving a positive response from the other party, the lord can no longer sit still. We rushed out of the banquet hall together and shouted, Master Zhang, don't rush to leave. I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Everyone fell silent upon seeing this. However, we haven't waited for everyone to feel confused about this yet. The front foot of the city lord walked away. The banquet hall is without his triumphant support. In an instant, the entire roof collapsed. Everyone immediately rushed out upon seeing the situation. After coming out, upon seeing the beautiful banquet hall, it turned into ruins. Everyone is stupid. At this moment, Lu Quan swallowed his saliva, murmured to himself, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with him?" Then he looked at Shinjun beside him. "Do we still need to teach this guy a lesson?" Shinjun heard the other party ask such a question. After hesitating for a moment, he said that he must teach a lesson. Just looking for a few strangers. Just don't let anyone know who did it. However, while the two of them were discussing how to teach Zhang Xian a lesson, the lord of this city chased after him. I only saw my own daughter and Luo Qiqi standing not far away. I quickly stepped forward and asked Zhang what happened to the others. After all, the city lord knows. If Hanyuan Imperial City loses the protection of the renowned teacher academy, they won't need more than half a month. It will be annexed by other imperial cities. At this moment, Luo Qiqi only responded that the teacher said he had something to deal with. Just leave first. And Princess Fair beside her couldn't help but feel helpless at this moment. I can no longer care about the etiquette of kings and ministers. Women's seniority. Just spoke up and said, "Father Emperor Zhangshi. He is my lifesaver. I really don't know. Where did he offend you? Ask you to send the silver corpse to attack him. Listen here." The city lord was momentarily stunned. After a while, only then did someone break into the palace and absorb all the spiritual energy in the soul refining hall, and suspect that this is something done by zombies. I told them to listen. However, Luo's wife Qi Wenhua quickly shook her head in response and said, "How is this possible? Since arriving at the palace, the teacher has been with me all along. How could you go to the soul refining hall you mentioned and cause damage?" At this moment, the city lord explained that he had destroyed the soul refining hall. "I suspect it's a witch soul. Zhang didn't daydream for half an hour. Did you not move? So I suspect that he is a detached witch soul." Princess Kefi heard her father say so. Eyes turned red. "I couldn't help but say that he was daydreaming there. I know it's my birthday today. Prepare a gift for me. He even specially created a set of soul refining techniques for me." After speaking with his wrist, he took out the pen, ink, and paper. "Not long ago. Just pass on the martial arts that Zhang Xian taught him." I silently wrote everything down. After watching it, the city lord's whole body softened. He couldn't have imagined that there would be a set of magic formulas can perfectly fit their growing physique, so he was very ashamed of this matter. The other party focused on creating techniques for Fair, but he suspected that he deliberately probed without saying anything. He even kicked them away. The more I think about it, the more I feel excessively heavy. As soon as I turned my head, I ordered Luo Fu. "Isn't Zhang Shi's mansion his? Invite the best craftsman in the city immediately to repair it, before dawn, to build a mansion more magnificent than the imperial palace." The eunuch was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. "When I feel like saying something," the city lord continued to say, "no matter what the cost is, it must be repaired before dawn. Listen here." The eunuch nodded and immediately retreated. However, Zhang Xian was unaware of what had happened here. Now he has arrived in Lei. The wooden house at the top of Yuanfeng Mountain is here, asking about clones. What's going on with the disguise of Yang Shi ahead? Why did the Wind Master Hall collapse? At this moment, the clone explained that the aura ahead was greatly released. It was a ruthless person who took advantage of Master Kong's handwriting. Only then did we achieve such an effect. Upon hearing this, my lord just took the ruthless man in Kong's handwriting out. However, after the ruthless person came out, seeing Zhang Xian's eyes shining brightly, excitedly, he said, "How about it? Did I perform okay? I've already told you before. As long as you eat the words for me, I'm sure I can help you play a big game." Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Just when I was about to scold him and overthink it, I saw that the handwriting on the book in front of me had decreased by half. Just exclaimed in surprise, "Lost card? What's going on here? What about the handwriting?" The two of them were startled when they saw each other. Just explained that they all swallowed it. Where else would we go to create such a strong momentum? However, upon hearing the other party's admission, Zhang Xian was about to cry but had no tears left. Just thinking about, if they hadn't done this at the time. I can't explain it myself, so I no longer dwell on this matter. Then he lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. I just realized that I'm missing about 1/3. In other words, if you still want Yang Xian to have the same effect as before, this book can be used twice more. After understanding, put the cruel man in the book back into the ring. Subsequently, he passed on his elusive magic to his clone. At the same time, some spiritual karma was also assigned to him for cultivation. Not long after, Zhang Xian heard the sound of spirit beasts flying outside. "I know it's Fox Demon and others coming. With a single mental movement, the clone will be collected into the 1000 hive. Place the purple sun beast behind the thatched cottage. I got up and walked out. The perverted pair of fingers in front of me took over the opponent's white resentment, and mocked them for being a playboy. This can cause the other party to explode directly. Just now, after Zhang Xian came out of the palace, just go straight to Leiyuan Peak Mountain. Not long after, I saw fox demons and monsters coming up from the top. I walked out of the wooden house. I had a brief conversation with 4 people. Tell Xiang Beast to come out and take everyone to a place. The purple sun beast nodded and showed goodwill upon hearing the words. As the body writhed, a gurgling sound was heard. Immediately after, I saw his body size skyrocket tenfold. However, apart from Dongxing, the 3 others, I was stunned when I saw the purple sun beast in front of me. Isn't this the old dean's pet beast? Why did it become Zhang Xian's mount? At this moment, Shui Zhenyang only thought of something after calming down, so he shouted with a terrified expression on his face. I heard from the teacher that, as long as someone finds Senior Xiang, who is the dean, is it difficult, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly upon hearing the words, just let out a sigh and was forced to do it. This is not what I wanted either. After Hu Yaoyao and a few others exchanged a glance, they all became foolish. What does it mean to be forced to do it? Not as you wish. You became the dean as a student, since you can still say such sarcastic words. However, Zhang Xian ignored the calmness of the few people. Just make a few people leave quickly. Not long after, everyone boarded the purple sun beast and flew towards their destination. At this moment, Zhang Xian quieted down. Just remembered. I promised Wu Yangzi to take care of her younger generation, so he asked Hu Yaoyao to punch and take a look. After looking at it for a while, I realized his flaws. Just start giving him guidance. However, with guidance, Hu Yaoyao immediately started practicing according to the other party's method. The people next to him saw that he had made significant progress, so they couldn't resist and went forward to inquire about their own situation, and Zhang Xian didn't refuse either. Give them guidance one by one. Several people also received great inspiration. Soon everyone arrived above the destination. The original plan was to become a fox demon spirit beast. It will take at least 3 days to fly, but now the purple sun beast only took a few hours. Just bring a few people here. The speed was so fast that everyone was shocked. However, they landed at a location not far from their destination. At this moment, Zhang Xian instructed Xiang Beast to stay here first. Just wait for them to enter. After the explanation, everyone will move forward. Zhang Xian took advantage of the situation when a few people were not paying attention. With one hand, he brought the purple sun beast into the beehive. Then he followed behind them and continued to move forward. Not long, a few people also arrived near the valley where the red firefly fruit was grown. At this moment, Dong Xian said to everyone, the place where red firefly fruit trees are planted, there are 2 long revered ends. The peak saber-toothed spirit leopard is guarding, and they are also very cunning. No matter what happens outside, there must be one guarding in front of the red fly fruit. Once there is a change, the one guarding could potentially destroy the fruit tree. So in order to get them out, specially prepared 4 bottles of the other party's favorite 1 yuan heavy water, to attract them. Upon learning about these, Zhang Xian asked him how to lure 2 spirit beasts out at the same time. At this point, Dong Xian explained that the saber-toothed spirit leopard is highly sensitive to the taste of 1 yuan heavy water. After arriving at the destination, I will open the jade bottle, attract the other party to snatch it. Just lead one end away. Others put out another bottle. This should also be able to attract the second head. The only prerequisite for doing so is, we need to confirm that the red fruit is ripe first. If you're not familiar with it, even if you attract it, it's useless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake her head. The response said that this method is difficult to operate, and once the red fly fruit matures, 2 saber-toothed spirit tigers, even if not swallowed, it will also inevitably be picked. At that time, it will be the fruit that can help them break through half of their lives. Its attractiveness is definitely better than that of 1 yuan heavy water. If the fruit is not yet ripe, you guys are doing this. The wisdom of the other party is not weaker than that of humans. I don't think I'll easily fall for it either. Everyone was stunned at the words. They have always believed that operation would be the best method. As a result, the other party said so. It is indeed full of loopholes. Just when a few people didn't know what to do, Dong Xian couldn't help but ask, what should we do now? At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at everyone and responded, let's do this. Please give me 1 yuan of pet water first. I'll help you find a way to lure these 2 guys out. A few people heard that the other party had a way to lure them out. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. After all, everyone knows that he has a lot of means. As long as he nods, this matter is confirmed. So each person took out a jade vase and handed it over to the other. However, after Zhang Xian took it over, just continued walking towards the valley with them. Soon a few people came up to them. Make Zhang Xian see the traces on the ground. I couldn't help but say that someone came before us. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. At this moment, Zhang Xian observed the situation with a rational eye, analyzed it once. After understanding the situation, everyone dare not hesitate. I continued walking towards the direction of the valley. Soon, a few people arrived in the jungle near the cave. Looked towards the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, I found two figures standing over there. Everyone's expression immediately became solemn upon seeing this. If the other party takes the lead, if you hold this thing in your hand, that would be troublesome. But Hu Yaoyao was anxious and flustered about it. When I wanted to ask Zhang Xian what to do, I saw two people walking back and forth in front of the cave. I also said a strange sentence. What are they trying to do? However, upon hearing this, a few people also looked ahead. At this moment, I saw one of the figures take out something that looks like a long fragrance, secretly ignite. Subsequently, I used my true chi to send the smoke into the cave. Seeing this, Dong Xin said that if she guessed correctly, they should be using horror fragrance. After speaking, I saw several people looking at me with puzzled faces, so I continued to solve it. Sure Shua, this is a drug that can make the soul fall into a trance. Once inhaled into the body, they will fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. They probably want to use this to hallucinate the saber-toothed wand, then take the opportunity to snatch the red fly fruit. It's just that this thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, whether human or animal. Once smelled, it will cause hallucinations. They just lit it up like this. Aren't you afraid that you might get caught? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded by saying that drugs are mutually reinforcing and restraining. As long as it's medicine, there's a solution. They probably have taken the antidote, so I'm not worried about any problems. After explaining, just look at a few people. Tell them to wait quietly here. If there is any situation encountered, just find a way to leave this place. Just protect your own safety. I'll go around and take a look myself. Find an opportunity to infiltrate the cave. After explaining, he turned around and ran out. Not long after, he left the sight of everyone. I quickly found a place to stop. Take out a bottle of 1 yuan heavy water. After taking it, Panchi sat down and the black soul departed. At this moment, Zhang Xian placed his body into the beehive for him to cultivate on his own. The soul body sneaks into the cave. I only found it spacious and deep inside the cave when I arrived. There's no end in sight. The entire space, also covered with a thin layer of horror box. If it weren't for his soul blending with Wei Ruoyan, obtained the ability of innate toxins, I'm afraid I collapsed as soon as I came in. However, Zhang Xian, who had been walking inside the cave for a while, at this time, the red-silver fruit tree was also discovered. Just seeing the color of the fruit, I also know that there is still some time before maturity. You can take a closer look. I just discovered two huge sword-toothed bells, already lying in front of the tree. Occasionally turn your head to look at the entrance of the cave. It seems like they know someone else is coming in. At the same time, I also looked at the fruits on the tree. At this moment, their eyes were full of intersection. It seems to be hesitating. Should we destroy the red firefly fruit? Then escape. See here. Zhang Xian also began to feel anxious in her heart. I'm afraid those two might make some noise. The red firefly fruit will be destroyed immediately. So my heart moved. Soul power turns. Just manipulate the floating horror cigarette mist. Surrounded the two spirit beasts. Less than 2 breaths. The spirit beast's body flickered. He collapsed as if drunk. Seeing their appearance, Zhang Xian immediately took out the demyling liquid. At the same time, it also injects the true chi of the heavenly Tao into it. Less than 5 minutes, the red-silver fruit on the tree has matured. Then he waved his big hand. Put all the fruits into the ring. I hurriedly walked out. However, just arrived at the entrance of the cave. I just saw the two famous teachers who lit the horror box walk slowly towards the inside. At this moment, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party. Just flew straight out. Quickly arrived at a deserted place. Only then did I release my physical body. After the witch soul returns to its body, I also noticed that my body just took 1 yuan of heavy water. I have cultivated the 5 medicine essence body to the 3rd level. Although his current cultivation level is only in the early stage of the 8 realms. If the 3 internal forces can be combined, it has also reached 53 million points. Distance, more powerful than the 52 million dingli at the peak of the half-saints. Think of this. Zhang Xian was full of excitement. He rushed towards the direction of the figure. But we haven't arrived yet. I feel energy fluctuations ahead, continuously shooting out. Seeing this situation, he immediately flew over. Just walking through the jungle, seeing the scene in front of me, Zhang Xian's pupils involuntarily contracted. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The person in front of me, Hu Yaoyao and the other 4 are all cultivators of the 9 mirrors. But he can defeat 4 with 1. and a few people seem to be being pressed and beaten by the other party. This guy's strength is too terrifying. While shocked, Zhang Xian, only then did I see that the person standing behind had reached half of their strength. Young people born. He watched his companions die together. Not only did they not lend a helping hand, on the contrary, it seems like they are not worried about their companions losing, so he continued to look at a few people. Just shout angrily and stop it for me. However, Hu Yaoyao and others saw that Zhang Xian had returned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just when they stopped and wanted to withdraw, the famous teacher across the street snorted coldly and wanted to stop. The door hasn't even finished speaking. The long sword in his hand immediately struck several people, but they haven't had a chance to react yet. Each person's arm was slashed with a long sword, leaving blood dripping profusely. But Zhang Xian saw that the other party refused to stop. I just looked over coldly. Speaking of this friend, everyone is a renowned teacher. What can't be said properly? We must engage in a life and death duel. This is 9 famous teachers from Chongqing. A smile at the corner of the mouth. Just laugh and say hello. If you could save them, I'll just stop. If it can't be saved, then I'm sorry. They must lie down today. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian doesn't talk nonsense either. Charged straight towards the other party, and said that since that's the case, then I offended you. But this famous teacher, seeing that Zhang Xian only has the strength of an 8-fold mirror, but they rush here to make outrageous remarks. I couldn't help but laugh. With a cold response. I thought you were so powerful. Turns out it was just a false alarm from him. Then I'm sorry. Just lie down for me first. After speaking, he wielded his long sword and plunged it towards the opponent. But Zhang Xian didn't dodge this. Instead, he continued to greet them. Pinch the opponent's sword blade tightly with both fingers. However, the semi-holy powerhouse standing nearby witnessed this scene. I couldn't help but be shocked. He really didn't expect it. This little one who stepped in recklessly. How dare you use your fingers? The long sword of the ultimate strongman of the hardcore wind forbidden. I can see that my companion doesn't need to exert force all the time, but he couldn't pull out his sword. I feel very incredible. How is this possible? Among peers, he is an invincible existence. We are now being approached by someone. If one has 2 levels of oneself, pinch with both fingers, unable to pull out the sword. And here, there's no need to be even more terrified. This is simply impossible for him. Leaving aside the fact that my swordsmanship is extremely fast. Power. Even if a semi-saint wants to pick it up with bare hands, he cannot do it. He has a small 8-fold mirror. Why can this be achieved? So I shouted angrily in my heart. The whole body's breath gushed out like a fierce dragon. You let go of me. Zhang Xianwen loosened his finger. Just respond with 1 sentence for you. However, the reaction is extremely fast and does not require the other party to suddenly let go. As soon as the body sinks, immediately stabilize it. Raise your eyebrows. The long sword in hand swings again. Immediately chopped towards the other party. At this moment, the semi-holy powerhouse standing nearby, watching my companion perform this move with a graceful sword, just nodded secretly. Not bad, not bad. I already have 3 minutes of heat. Now don't even think about grabbing it with your hand. Even if you try to avoid it, it's probably too late. If an ordinary mid-saint encounters this move, I'm afraid there's only one way to go, which is to drink hatred in the northwest. It's just that Zhang Xianjian let the other party go by himself. I didn't expect him to use such a ruthless swordsmanship. If he can't react to meowing, must be seriously injured. Even if he doesn't die, I must have been lying down for several months now. So a displeased expression appeared on his face, looking at each other with eyes like torches, let out a furious shout. I really don't know how to live or die. Just went straight up to greet him, bend the middle finger, gently flick, accompanied by a crisp sound. The opponent's long sword in the blink of an eye, like broken glass, instantly shattered several sections. It fell from the other person's hand. Zhang Xian did not stop at this moment. As soon as he raised his eyebrows, he threw a punch of the heavenly Tao at the opponent. However, before Wusu could react to the broken sword, I just feel a tightness in my chest. It's like being crushed by a mountain. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. All 5 organs and 6 viscera in the body, feeling distorted in general. Immediately after, the body softened, collapsed directly to the ground. He was twisted in the face by this punch. After several dozen breaths, he just regained consciousness. Together, they looked at Zhang Xian with a fierce expression on their faces. He shouted angrily and rushed up again. The middle-aged man in front of me. Surprisingly, pretending to be intimidating in front of perverts. Little did they know that the pervert in front of them was actually the pioneer of pretending to be a bully. Just now, Zhang Xian punched the opponent until they collapsed to the ground. After more than 10 breaths, together, he looked at Zhang Xian with a fierce expression on his face. With a roar, he rushed up again. At this moment, The semi-holy powerhouse on the side only spoke up enough. Do you still feel embarrassed enough? No need for classical Chinese. Suppress the anger in your heart. Just nodded in response. Then he took out the pill and took it. A mental movement. The circulation of body breath has made me feel much more relaxed. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Zhang Xian a fierce glance. Zhang Xian ignored the two of them about this. Take out the wine gourd and pour in the true qi on your own, healing the injuries of Hu Yaoyao and others. Then he turned around and looked at the two of them with a smile, but not a smile, saying that everyone is a female master. He started fighting right away and was so ruthless. It's too inappropriate to follow the rules of Mingshi Hall. Put it in your eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Su, his face darkened. Just shout angrily at the other party. If you don't hand over the red camp fruit today, you guys, don't even think about leaving. I heard the other person say that. Shui Xinyang roared angrily and indignantly. Your second uncles. We didn't even enter the cave behind you. Now you're coming to us for the red camp fruit. I see you don't even want a dog face. However, Wu Su was so angry with Shuizhen that his face turned red. The cold response said that during our previous investigation, the Chiaying fruit is still there. But when I went in again, it was gone. Moreover, the fruit trees are clearly being ripened by humans. If it weren't for you, who else would it be? Hu Yaoyao heard the other party say so. Just angrily retorted, idiot. If we had obtained the crimson silver fruit, we would have left long ago. I will still stay here and talk nonsense to you. I think you guys picked it. He deliberately slandered us. What an shameless thing. No need for this. When you want to say something else. The semi-holy powerhouse intercepted it with one strike, and looked at Zhang Xian with an indifferent expression. I just spoke up and said that since everyone is a famous teacher, we have also reached the key to breakthrough. How about exchanging with a renowned teacher? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I asked with a bewildered expression. What is the method of being a renowned teacher? Half-Holy saw the other party's face full of doubts. I just explained that I will challenge you. As long as one of you can take my 3 moves, we will leave. No longer entangled. If I can't take it, then you have to give us 5 red silver fruits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful expression on her face. What you said is true. If you can take 3 moves, you can leave. We can't take it anymore. We still need to take out 5 red silver fruits. I think you're trying to trap a white wolf with nothing. Think too much, right? This method can also be called the exchange of famous teachers. However, the half-saint who was exposed. At this moment, I felt a little embarrassed and said, of course, it's not that you lost 5 red silver fruits. I am willing to purchase at the price of 50 high-quality snacks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shake your head and respond, saying, if you take out 5,000 high-quality snacks, I can sell it to you now. After all, for this red silver fruit, Wu Yaoyao and the others prepared 1 yuan of heavy water, and many array discs. It has already exceeded this price. You want to buy 5 out of 50. I advise you not to think about it anymore. However, Half-Holy saw Zhang Xian so arrogant. He snorted coldly with a displeased expression, young man, speak with caution. Although your talent is good, the strength is also very good. But in my eyes, nothing counts as a fart. Although killing is not allowed among famous teachers, I have to teach you a lesson. With your cultivation, I can still achieve it. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian smiled slightly and looked at the other person. What's wrong with the response? You don't have any money. Do you want to threaten me? Half-Saint shouted angrily upon hearing this. It's not a threat, but it's a fact. Immediately after, I saw the aura emanating from him burst out like a sharp sword. This powerful momentum make it difficult for those present to even breathe. However, Zhang Xian saw the situation, just chuckled playfully. What do you mean? Whose fist is bigger? Who has reason, right? After speaking, seeing the other person nod indicates that this is exactly what they meant. Zhang Xian shouted as he loudly. You come out and directly depose him for me. We haven't waited for everyone to react yet. I saw the purple sun beast in the valley behind me fly straight to the semi-holy powerhouse. However, the semi-holy powerhouse witnessed the scene before his eyes. I was instantly scared and turned pale with fear. He meows me. This is the Holy Land. Dual beast. After realizing it, I dare not hesitate. As soon as I turned around, I felt like flying away. But we haven't waited for him to take off yet. I saw a fierce palm from the purple sun beast. I just took a picture towards the other party, accompanied by a loud bang. The semi-holy powerhouse was slapped by this palm at this moment. Hit the nearby mountain wall. Just stopped. At this moment, I saw him spewing blood from his mouth. Although his combat power is astonishing, but facing this in front of us, a holy hand that can challenge beyond its own level, and the purple yang beast with a level that exceeds him by too much, I am no match at all. His face darkened. I casually pulled out a long sword. Immediately after, the body swayed, transformed into a sword aura and approached the purple sun beast. However, Zhang Xian on the side, seeing the other party's flowing movements, I couldn't help but nod and exclaim in admiration. No wonder he's so proud. With this sword alone, don't say it's half holy. Even ordinary winners may find it difficult to resist. Even if one estimates it themselves, they will still suffer losses. Just your opponent is Xiang. However, just when Zhang Xian felt sorry for the other party, I saw Xiang Beast sneer coldly. Pick up a big tree casually. He drew his backhand towards the opponent, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the other party being dragged to a rock wall dozens of meters away. I hit a big hole directly into the rock wall before falling down. Not long after, he struggled to reach out and retrieve a piece of ammunition from his suit. Just relieved the injury a bit. Then he gritted his teeth and drank from Akajima. Everyone has a background as a renowned teacher, but you let Senior Holy Beast take action. Is it a loss of identity? After all, in his eyes, Xiang Beast is a powerful creature. It must be to protect their elders who obtained the red fly fruit. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I shook my head and responded, this is my favor. How did you become an elder? The battle of the animal trainer never said that being favored and not getting involved, right? I heard the other person say that. Half alive suddenly looks dull and lifeless. Thinking of you, he meows. This is your favor. After all, even if a normal animal trainer reaches 7 stars, at most, it can only be tamed. A spirit beast that is 1 or 2 levels higher than oneself. And the pervert in front of us is just an 8-fold one. He falsely warned but tamed a holy beast in the divine food realm. So he couldn't believe what the other person was saying at all. This is a whole 5 levels off. How could such a thing happen? However, Zhang Xian saw that the other person looked confused. I waved to the purple yang beast. And the purple sun beast also fits well with its owner's image. Leaning on Zhang Xian's feet when approaching, grinded back and forth, appearing unusually intimate. At this moment, Ban Shang also looked embarrassed when he saw this wood. Thinking to me, he meows. If I had known earlier that the other party had such a powerful beast pet, I dare not pretend to be 13 in front of him no matter what I say. I lost it. Zhang Xian saw the other person's constipated expression on their face. I couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Don't you want to compete in the way of a famous teacher? Now it's as you wish. I am also an animal trainer, so being favored naturally, and it also represents a part of my strength. Come on, you can come up with your own moves. I will also make Azzy come up with 3 moves later. You don't have to be polite. Half holy hearing words. My body couldn't help but shake. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out directly. Immediately, his face turned red. Just looked at Zhang Xian and said, do you dare to compete with me? As long as the senior Xiang is not allowed to take action, other options available. If you win, we'll turn around and leave. Stop talking nonsense. However, Zhang Xian heard him say so. Just looked seriously at the nearby half-saint. What do you mean? As long as Xiang is not allowed to participate, choose any other means, right? So, after receiving recognition from the other party, a hint of trickery surged in my heart. If you lose, take out 100 mid-range silver jewelry as compensation. In that case, it's okay to compare with you again. Just, if you still have the idea of using empty hands to trap a white wolf, even if it's more than, we definitely need to take bets. Half-holy witness. When my eyes light up, I also quickly promised you that I would lose. Take out 5 red silver fruits. Regarding this, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded with an apology. I haven't lost yet. I heard the other person say that. The young man snorted coldly. Do you lose? It's not based on what you say with your mouth. Speak to me with your strength. After speaking, I saw him take a deep breath. The long sword in my hand trembled. Immediately make a crisp sound. And then the whole person and the long sword seemed to merge together. At this moment, he already reached the realm of human sword unity. And a few people on the side saw the situation. All of them showed concern on their faces. This kind of strength and the ability to fight from the holy city. Zhang Shi only has the strength of an 8-fold mirror. What should we do now? However, Zhang Xian saw the expressions on the faces of several people, just playfully comforted and said, don't worry. He said as long as Azzy doesn't take action, other means are available. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Just order to top it up. It's your turn to go over. Give this guy a beating. Just finished speaking. A huge cauldron suddenly appeared in front of everyone. However, when Hu Yaoyao and a few others recognized it, this is when the Academy's guardian artifact, the golden cauldron, was used. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Weakness in both legs. I'm about to faint. No wonder the elders made him the dean. The guardian artifacts have been tamed. If this makes Zhang Xian run away, isn't it true that our family's fortune has been emptied? The semi-saint who can see the scene. I just feel like there are 10,000 divine beasts boiling in my heart. You're meowing. If you say you tame a holy beast, then forget about it. This may be because of your good luck. Be kind to him when encountering an injured holy beast. Can tame a sacred artifact, still such a powerful artifact. How did you do it, you pervert? However, as soon as the golden cauldron came out, I heard that they can hit people. Excitedly let out a loud sound. Don't worry, master. I promised to complete the task. See how I turned him into coal slag. As soon as the words fell, I saw him get up and shake. There is only a residual shadow left in place. I haven't waited for the other party to react yet. Accompanied by a loud bang, he just felt a blackout in front of him. I feel like I'm being pushed down by a mountain. Then a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Immediately after, the whole person was like a shell. Directly smashed a large hole into the rock wall. Just fell down. However, there is no need to see the situation on the side. I don't care about the shock in my heart either. I hurriedly rushed over, lifted up, and feed him ammunition. I don't know how long it has been. After calming down, he looked at the other person. Blame me angrily, I'll give you a lung. Your third uncle, I want to compete with you in martial arts. Why did you come up with an artifact? How can I fight this? Is it impossible to fight well? What I mean by meow is, without relying on any treasures or sacred beasts, relying solely on personal strength. Do you dare to compete with me? Zhang Xianwen responded with a smile on his face, saying, Are you sure you want to compete with me? At this moment, Lu Shikai gritted his teeth and said, That's right. Do you dare to agree? After all, he has always been proud. Today, I have suffered such great humiliation. If we don't vent it out, it is estimated that future achievements will also stop here. Although he is a semi-holy powerhouse, now we have to challenge the 8th level. He's a bit of a big bully for his false alarm, but the other party has various means. Emerge in an endless stream. Even he may not have full confidence. Regarding this, Zhang Xian just gave the other person a faint glance, just spoke up and said it's okay, but the bet will be doubled. Seeing the other person nod in agreement, just reminded again to remember. You already owe me 100 high-quality items just now. Don't try to default on my debt. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu, with a serious expression, he replied, Don't worry, as long as I lose. Temporary natural dress. Of course, if you lose, I also hope you fulfill your gambling agreement. At this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the other person before saying, Let's do this. I won't bully you either. Now I'll give you an hour to flirt. Wait until the injuries are almost healed before fighting with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might lose. At that time, they will not admit it. As soon as these words are spoken, Lu was so angry that he spewed out a mouthful of 88-year-old blood. I've been thinking for a long time. I took a deep breath and silently agreed to the other party. Although his strength is formidable, but at critical moments, one should not act impulsively. Although this hour cannot keep his injuries intact, but it can also restore its strength to over 95%. However, Jin Yuanding heard the conversation between the two sides. He spoke with worry, My lord, this guy won't even die if I hit him. Actually, power is not simple anymore. You still need to give him an hour of teasing. It's probably difficult to win over the other party. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shou also nodded in agreement. And I hope the master won't fight him. Zhang Xian is also well aware of the opponent's strength in this regard. True combat and strong power are the same thing. Being adaptable and judgmental is another matter. But for the sake of safety, he still needs to prepare. That's precisely why. This only allowed the other party to recover for an hour. Give yourself some buffer time as well. Then he looked at a few people. May I ask if there is any cultivation technique he has gained through virtual advancement? The more quantity, the better. A few people were stunned when they heard the words. Without hesitation, they searched out all the techniques one after another. Among them, there are also many techniques for the 9 Heavens Wind Mirror. After receiving all the techniques, a mental movement immediately formed a book on the way of heaven. Then he looked at a few people again. Say you guys protect me first. I need to cultivate now. Everyone was dumbfounded at the words. What do you mean? You need to cultivate for an hour now. You can make flowers. The young man in front of me is like a toilet light. The shameless shouting of seeking death. Do perverts dare to fight against me? Just now, Zhang Xian accepted Lu Shi's challenge. Give him an hour to recover from his injuries, which is a fancy name. In fact, it is giving oneself a buffering opportunity. Regarding this, Hu Yaoyao and others all think it's impossible. Unexpectedly, at this hour, they were so scared that they froze in place for half a day. Until Zhang Xian woke up from her cultivation, everyone's stiff bodies finally relaxed. If it weren't for what they saw with their own eyes. He's so meowing, I can't believe it. It takes an hour to break through a major level. You wouldn't even believe ghosts if you said it out loud. After all, they broke through from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. Some of them took 3 years. Some took 8 years. So when a few people saw this breakthrough like drinking water, there's no way to keep the 4 of them calm. However, At this point, Zhang Xian had already reached the point of leaving the country in a state of disrepair. The true chi power has 200.9 million units. Just based on this, it's already comparable to the late-stage powerhouse of the Wind Mirror. In addition, the soul power and physical body have exceeded 65,000 top powers. It's easy to control even the strongest from the mid-holy period. Think of this. Zhang Xian looked at it with a smile on her face, discovering to the other party. This road is sitting cross-legged at this moment. It seems that some kind of secret technique was used. Restore your body to its peak again. Therefore, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel that the guy in front of her was difficult to deal with. After all, knowing that the opponent is weaker than oneself, without any trace of contempt, this is already much stronger than many cultivators. Shortly after, Lucia exhaled a breath, just suddenly stood up. Say I've recovered. You're ready, my friend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian stood up and responded, saying that she could do it any time. At this point, Lucia no longer hesitated. Wrist flip. Take out a long sword and look at the opponent directly. And Zhang Xian politely took out her long sword upon seeing the situation. But he just pulled out the sword blade. A chill instantly spread out, immediately enveloping everything around. However, Lucia saw the scene in front of him. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Thinking of your second uncle and third uncle. How can you just take it casually? It's another sword artifact. My cat's holy sword is all owned by your family, right? Then I couldn't help but speak up. Your sword is too sharp. Can you see if it's possible to replace it? Zhang Xian was also very depressed when she heard this. Why do you have so many problems with Miao? Yang Shou won't let it go. Even Jin Yuanding is not allowed. Now a half-holy weapon doesn't work. Can we still fight? But on second thought, the other party has just been injured. If you win with your own half-holy weapon, this guy must also be dissatisfied. So I nodded and agreed that I didn't need this one. Then he looked around. Then he grabbed it casually. Just continued with a gentle smile. I'll fight you with this. However, when Hu Yaoyao and the others saw the object in Zhang Xian's hand, can't help but stumble. Just exclaim, I threw dogtail grass. What do you mean? But Zhang Xian ignored the expressions of several people. Instead, he calmly smiled. Immediately, he infused his true chi into the dog's tail in his hand. The originally curved weeds of Ba Chao immediately turned into snot. Like a long sword. Wave it casually. The rock not far away instantly splits into two. However, seeing this scene, Lucia couldn't help but contract his pupils. After calming down, I couldn't help but exclaim how pure and pure my true chi is. The other party is holding dogtail grass. If we use a sword, how precise and pure should a true sword be? Think of this. Heart and mind are straight. Look at each other with fiery eyes. Shout out, then let's start. Immediately after, the body swayed. Holding a long sword, he rushed towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian watched as powerful sword moves attacked her. Still no intention of dodging. Instead, he smiled faintly. Gather true chi into the weeds in your hands. Just thrust straight into the other person's armpit. And this one. The target was the empty door where the opponent raised their sword. You should know that anyone who practices swordsmanship, as long as the sword is drawn, his armpits must be empty. That's precisely why. This empty door. It has become the most rigorous defense for swordsmen. And the Lu Shur in front of us is no exception. However, seeing the opponents move like this, Lu Shur, although I don't understand, why did he use such a basic swordsmanship? But I dare not have the slightest intention of underestimating the enemy. Sealed the opponent's sword move with just one flick. Then he stomped his calf. One by one, wielding a long sword. Immediately thrust towards the other person's forehead. Zhang Xian is quite satisfied with this. Raise your eyebrows. Just came a sentence. Well done. It's just that it's a bit off the beaten track. After finishing speaking, move casually. Make the straight weeds look like ropes, bending at a 90-degree angle. See this target. Recording cannot be controlled by the contraction of the pupil. His eyes immediately turned pale. The sword, which was originally straightforward, instantly bent. Make all its obstacles useless. What's more, Kusanagi pointed straight at a large hole on his chest. If you don't dodge, once scanned, very likely to be severely injured on the spot. After all, the power displayed by the other party was quite astonishing. Therefore, he dare not hesitate at all now. The long sword trembled. Take a few rapid steps back with your body. However, the idea of Lu Shur retreating, it was already within Zhang Xian's expectations. So when he stepped back, Zhang Xian just smiled faintly. Take a step forward. The weeds in my hand are shaking again. Make the grass sword that was originally bent left and right. Immediately swing up and down to stab Master Lu. And this move seems to have no change at all. It seems like it's just a seamless process. In the eyes of Master Lu, just like the Yama King who urges his life. If we don't retreat, I will definitely be pierced in the throat on the spot. See here. He dare not hesitate at this moment. Shaking body. I took a few more steps back. However, Zhang Xian did not stop moving forward because of this. The weeds in my hands are dancing again. This time it's no longer the throat, but it's aimed at the mountain hole on the other person's chest. Lu Shi saw the situation. The pupils involuntarily contract. The figure flickered in a flash. I took a few steps back again. However, Hu Yaoyao and others saw this too. I couldn't help but feel my throat dry, because from the beginning until now, the opponent's long sword in Zhang Shi's weeds. Surprisingly, not a single collision occurred. They originally thought, the road lion in front of us is very powerful. After seeing Zhang Xian's actions, only then did I understand what true strength is. He not only dares to use dogtail grass, compete with the opponent's exquisite spirit weapon. Until now, it has not been severed, and forced the other party to retreat repeatedly. See here. Shui Zhenyang's eyebrows tightened beside her, murmured to himself. It seems that this semi-holy Lu Shi is going to lose. However, just as a few people were shocked by this, Lu Shi, who was repeatedly hit and retreated, finally forced to the edge of the rock wall. At this point, he has reached a point where there is no way out. And Zhang Xian, who saw this tomb, took another step forward. The weeds in my hand, suddenly stopping above the other person's heart. Here. As long as you make a move, you can pierce the other person's chest at any time. At this point, Lu Shi no longer had the initial aura, although he really doesn't want to admit it. But at this moment, he was very clear that he had already lost. And it still failed miserably. So I gritted my teeth and said 3 words, I lost. Zhang Xian smiled slightly upon hearing this. The response is that I have given up. However, Wu Su, who witnessed the entire battle, I have been scared so much that my whole body is trembling and powerless. After all, he clearly saw it. The two of them used a total of 132 moves. As a result, I didn't even come across it once, and Lu was forced to take 77 steps back. In the end, it led him to abandon his sword and give up. He meows me. Is this guy still human? You should know that he has been with this Lu family for many years. I also deeply understand the power of his swordsmanship. Now this guy is using a weed. Forced to retreat, there is no way back. Thus it can be seen. How abnormal is the other person to do this? Think of this. Look up. I just realized that Lu Shi, who was not far away, had already turned pale all over his face. My body still feels shaky. He suddenly rushed forward and helped it steady. Shortly after, Lu Shi finished his flirting skills. Just looked at Wu Su, the board player. Tell me to take out 300 high-quality snacks. Send it to the friend across the street. Wu Su was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. After a moment, she gritted her teeth. He reluctantly took out a pile of snacks with a face full of unwillingness. Handed it over to Zhang Xian. However, seeing this pile of snacks, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. Subsequently, just excitedly put the things into the storage ring. If I respond with one sentence at a time, then I won't be polite. I thought it was just a casual remark. But unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a super tycoon. And their strength is not bad either. A movement in my heart. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. However, at this moment, Lu Shi just recovered from the emotions of failure. Who would have thought that as soon as they clasped their fists, they would say they were going down the road? I've been bothering this friend a lot today. If you don't mind, my friend, could you please leave your name? See you again in the future. Zhang Xian saw the other party so generous. Politely self-report your home as well. Under Zhang Xian. Excuse me, it doesn't count. It's just a competition and exchange. You guys think so about red cause and effect. If I'm not mistaken, is it to make this wizard breakthrough? Lu Chen heard the other party say so. I also nodded and admitted that it was indeed the case. After all, the greatest effect of red causality is, it is to make the person with the ninefold mirror break through to half their life. And he himself has already reached it. So the purpose of this trip is naturally for companions. That's why it took so much trouble. After hearing the other party's affirmation, Zhang Xian, he also said with a heavy expression to the two of them. Actually, during the battle with this wizard just now, I also carefully observed it. His true energy has accumulated deeply. Very strong in strength. The reason why we have been unable to break through. It's not that my cultivation is insufficient. But at this point, Zhang Xian suddenly stopped. However, upon hearing half of it, there was no need to ask anxiously. But what do you still hope for? Zhang Shi frankly stated. After all, he has been trapped in the afterlife for many years. Many of the people who practice together have already broken through to the valley. But they find it difficult to move forward on their own. So my heart has long been anxious. I finally found out that the red firefly fruit is helpful for breakthroughs. This is a loss of propriety. Engage in a fierce battle with a few people. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai responded seriously and said, if I'm not mistaken, you lack genuine energy, caused by insufficient qi in blood. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately furrowed her brow. he repeated with a puzzled expression on his face. Lack of true qi. Insufficient qi in blood. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Xian saw that the two of them looked puzzled on their faces, just spoke lightly and said, that's right. The true qi you have accumulated may be richer than that of an ordinary person, but the barrier is also much stronger than that of normal people. This is like, others only need to gather a bucket of true qi. We can break through, and you need to gather a pond to do it. When the two of them heard each other's faces, when the color fades, it turns iron green. After all, what Zhang Xian said, it's their mastery of this technique. Then Lu Chengkai shook his head inside. I don't know if Zhang Shi has a solution. After hearing this, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. I just spoke up and said that although there is a solution, it's just a bit troublesome. You don't need to hear the other person say they have a solution. With a face full of excitement, he quickly clasped his fists and said, as long as Master Zhang has a way to help me break through, Wu is willing to pay any price. At this moment, Zhang Xian explained to the two of them. Although the spiritual energy of the spirit stone is abundant, it's just that the absorption is too slow. If it were to be replaced with spiritual liquid, its absorption effect will be different. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian looked reluctant and pulled out a large pot. It contains 6 or 7 liters of spiritual liquid inside. I handed it over to the other party. At the same time, I said you should use this. Just take it down. You can break through to half your life. However, there is no need. After taking it, he nodded repeatedly with shock on his face. After all, as renowned teachers, they, knowing Lin Ye's preciousness. Therefore, she blushed and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Xian. Then he took out all his belongings. More than 600 shangpin snacks were given to the other party as gifts, and Zhang Xian watched as the other person took out so many snacks, but he remained unmoved on his face. I was already happy in my heart, so he spoke slowly and said, since you are so sincere, I'll take it, but you can't absorb the breakthrough yet. Make sure to recover from the injury. After finishing speaking, a few people simply said goodbye. However, after Hu Yaoyao and the others left, I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he looked at Zhang Xian with admiration on his face. It was only after several conversations that I learned. These two are what people call war. At this point, Zhang Xian didn't think much about their identities either. I casually flipped through the red silver fruit and divided it among a few people, and gave each person a pot of earthly vein spirit liquid. With the blessing of these two sacred objects, less than an hour's time, they all broke through successfully one by one. However, a few excited people looked at each other. Thank you repeatedly. A few hours later, Zhang Xian rode Xiangshu to escort them back to the academy. I just want to go back and see the mansion that has turned into ruins. Have you cleaned it up? But unexpectedly, what I saw before me was a scene. Suddenly scared and dumbfounded. The lord of the city in front of us, His Majesty, is trying to argue and inquire about pleasure. Unexpectedly allowing this pervert to set fire to his own home. And they also burned down their ancestral treasures. Just now, Zhang Xian used dogtail grass to defeat the half-holy strongman. Upon entering, I learned. Why did they stop foxes, demons, and monsters? Also because, no need to use the crimson silver fruit to break through to the half-holy well. However, Zhang Xian not only did not care about it. Instead, he took out the earth meridian spirit liquid to assist the other party. Let it break through as soon as possible. But what he didn't expect was, the other party actually took out 600 high-quality snacks, as a token of gratitude for the guidance. Shortly after, both sides bid farewell. Zhang Xian saw the other party leave. Also distribute the freshly obtained red silver fruit to Hu Yaoyao and others. Soon after, I saw that all of them had successfully broken through. Save White Xiang, sent several people back to the academy. However, he only arrived at the mansion that had turned into ruins. I only realized it when I came up to it. The house has been rebuilt, and it's much more luxurious than before. Now it looks like even compared to the palace, Ducey is not bad at all. And there are also many 6-level formations arranged among them. This not only gathers spiritual energy, even the defense has been reinforced significantly. Seeing this, Zhang Xian just felt confused. What's the situation with his meow? Can people from the renowned teacher academy repair houses so quickly? This is less than a day's time. And why bother repairing such luxury? If others don't know, they might think this is the palace. I am very curious when I think of this. So I took a few steps and walked into the yard. But before I even got up to him, I saw Sun Chang welcoming me over. So I couldn't help but ask what was going on. At this moment, Sun Chang saw the young master come back. Just respond with a look of grievance, young master. The royal family of Hong Yuan insists on repairing our house. I can't stop it no matter how hard I try. So this day has turned into what you see. I heard the butler say that. Zhang Xian is even more dizzy. So he murmured to himself. Why does the royal family build their own house? Didn't the royal family still drive them away the night before last? Why did you come over and fix the house as soon as you turned around? Sun Chang also responded at this moment, saying that the young master, the royal family not only repaired the house, but also, even the city lord has visited 3 times, and I have to see you. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian is even more confused that he still wants to see me. The joys and sorrows of this city lord. It's really baffling. However, just as Zhang Xian and the butler, while chatting about the royal family, a family member greeted him. Report that the young master, the lord of the castle, has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved her hand in response and said she knew, so he asked Sun Chang to bring him in. As soon, although I don't know what medicine the other party is selling in the gourd, but I happen to want to borrow his sacred Bodhi tree as well. Since you're here, it's okay to ask by the way. Soon after, Sun Chang brought the city lord to the living room, but as soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Xian. I hurriedly clasped my fists and met Master Zhang, and Zhang Xian saw a sudden change in the other party. I also feel very puzzled, so I couldn't help but feel curious in my heart. Just ask. I don't know if the Lord personally sent someone to help me build my mansion. What is the matter? At this moment, the city lord quickly spoke up. There may have been some misunderstandings before. Afterwards, I saw your mansion turned into ruins. Coincidentally, some craftsmen were sent over. Let me fix it for you. I don't know if Zhang is satisfied. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian seems to understand the reason behind it. I shook my head and replied that there was no misunderstanding. That's not a big deal. I thought to myself that I didn't take that day's events to heart either. Not only did it absorb their spiritual energy, they even demolished their banquet hall. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian felt a little embarrassed. However, the lord of the city at this time, seeing no displeasure on the other person's face, I also breathed a sigh of relief about this. After all, this new dean, it's not something he, the lord of the city, can afford to offend. On the contrary, seeing the other party so magnanimous, I have a little more admiration for him in my heart. After chatting with the city lord for a while, Zhang Xian, I also asked directly, I heard that your royal family has a sacred Bodhi tree. May I borrow it from you? The lord heard the other party mention this thing. His face immediately turned pale. Immediately after, he responded with a troubled expression, saying, the Bodhi tree you mentioned. This one. However, Zhang Xian saw the other person speaking hesitantly, furrowed his brow. I couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Is this inconvenient, Lord? I thought I borrowed it to save Wei Ruoyan. There is a precedent for the 10-leaf flower. Nature will not let it die. If the other party really doesn't want to borrow it, there's nothing we can do about it. At this moment, the city lord shook his head and let out a sigh. Zhang Shi. To be honest, I don't know what happened to the sacred Bodhi tree. It has withered for 2 years now. I have tried various methods. Many people were also sent to provide treatment for it, but it's still in vain. Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. Then I thought of something and asked the city lord, can you take me to take a look? Zhang Xian watched as she finished speaking. The lord doesn't seem to have any reaction. So once again, I mentioned that I also have some knowledge about nourishing medicine. Perhaps it can help you find chastity. However, the lord heard the other party say so. Suddenly feeling refreshed and energized, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. After all, he inquired about many of Zhang Xian's deeds. If only this god could act, perhaps there is really hope. Don't hesitate anymore when you think of this. After nodding in response, just fly directly with Zhang Xian on the flying holy beast towards the royal family. After the two arrived, the city lord should lead the way ahead. Quickly arrived at the courtyard gate where the Bodhi tree was located. Come to a stop. However, Zhang Xian is also very puzzled about this. Why is the precious Bodhi tree species here? But there is no formation protection. However, the nearby city lord also seemed to see his doubts, so he spoke up. This Bodhi tree only serves to nourish the soul. So in the underground city, besides our royal family, it's useless for others to ask for it. In addition, the Bodhi tree also has its own spirituality. I also don't like being enveloped by formations. I heard the other person say that. At this point, Zhang Xian also understood the reasons behind it, so I nodded and gestured. But just when Zhang Xian was about to ask something, the gate of the courtyard slowly opened. Then I saw a few elders come out. He greeted her with a respectful expression. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked up and saw. I just discovered a big tree standing in the courtyard. Just take a serious look. I just realized that this Bodhi tree is indeed about to dry up. So my eyebrows furrowed. I just looked at the city lord beside me. May I come in and take a look? After obtaining the other party's consent, he walked into the courtyard. I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to take 2 steps yet. The old man in front of me. Just as I was about to stop the other party, the nearby city lord immediately scolded several people upon seeing the situation. After all, several elderly people are drug breeders. Use various methods to deal with this tree. It has no effect at all. And the young man in front of us, As soon as he comes, he talks about saving the Bodhi tree. Several old men also disdain this, subconsciously thinking that the other party is a swindler. Ku is here to deceive the Lord of the Jade City. So he used various words to mock Zhang Xian. Just Zhang Xian didn't pay much attention. After using the rational eye to examine the situation, just take a few old men. The methods used for the Bodhi tree. Point them out one by one. Also tell them the current situation of Bodhi tree. It's because of being poisoned by the light god venom. However, when the old men heard each other say so, suddenly, his face turned pale with iron. They really can't understand. This 20-year-old kid in front of me. Surprisingly so powerful. But just when a few people were shocked by this, Zhang Xian suddenly set fire to the Bodhi tree and burned it down. This behavior makes several old men who were originally shocked suddenly stunned. Then a few people roared at you, "Damn it. What's your problem?" However, the city lord witnessed this scene. "I just feel a blackout in front of me. Limb weakness. I almost fainted." At this moment, Zhang Xian still ignored everyone. It's almost like the fire is raging. So I took 2 steps forward. As soon as he raised his hand, he patted the tree trunk. The flames also dissipated immediately. Then he took a few steps back, arriving in front of the lord of the castle and others. "Wave your big hand." A strong wind suddenly hit the tree, accompanied by waves of violent sounds. The burnt black bark in front of me trembled. Then it appeared in front of everyone. A tree trunk only the thickness of an arm. Verdant. Like a withered tree sprouting tender buds. At this moment, Zhang Xian's wrist twitched. "Take out a bottle of demyling liquid and pour it into it." Quickly, the entire Bodhi tree regained its vitality. See this tomb. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. One by one, their eyes widened in fear. However, this old man. Also, I thought the other party was a swindler before, and feel ashamed all over their faces. I also understand. A person's ability cannot be measured by their appearance. Not long after, Zhang Xian learned from her chat with the city lord that, "Why does the Bodhi tree look like this? It's because Yu Su used to be the former dean of the renowned teacher college. I came to pick up a branch once." Subsequently, the Bodhi tree began to lose its vitality. Zhang Xian didn't think much about it. Seeing the problem with the Bodhi tree solved, just look at the city lord and ask if he can borrow this tree for his own use. After hearing this, the city lord nodded in agreement. It's a kind of person leaving the yard with themselves. Soon after, Zhang Xian saw no one around. With a sudden surge of energy, falling the delicate Wei Ruyan out of the beehive. After the witch soul left the body, also summoned the soul of Wei Ruyan, and injected into the Bodhi tree. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, the Qingshan venom invaded the Bodhi tree for 2 years. Instead, it became Wei Ruyan's opportunity. With the nourishment of Qingshan venom and the spiritual energy of Bodhi tree, this has greatly accelerated his recovery speed. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but get excited. If we continue at the current pace, it won't take a day. I can make him sober up now. Think of this. Zhang Xian's witch soul returned to his physical body. Just put Wei Ruyan's body into the beehive. But at this moment, a master's voice came from inside the beehive. "Could you please come in?" Zhang Xian asked in confusion when he heard the words, "Is there anything wrong?" "This is Qianni." After Feng Mu came out, just spoke awkwardly, "Master, I thought it was too simple before. I think we can fix this place in 2 or 3 months. I only realized now that my cultivation level is too low. Maybe I can't control such a large space anymore." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian asked with a serious expression. "There is a solution to that." Immediately after, I heard the other party say there was a solution. Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. So let him speak and listen. At this moment, Feng Mu explained. "As long as I can quickly improve my strength, it's fine. As long as victory can be achieved. Not only does the speed of expanding space accelerate, but control over space will also be more powerful. And there won't be any problems." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a slight smile, he responded by saying, "Just a quick increase in strength. This is simple." Just spoke. After speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it down on the other person. A pure and pure heavenly Dao Qi immediately flood into the other person's body. Immediately after, I saw Feng Mu tremble all over her body. My cultivation level was instantly elevated to the 8th level. In the early stage of stepping into the virtual realm, after consolidating her cultivation, Feng Mu suddenly thought of something. Just looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Master, I heard that Xiaodang has a renowned Qianni Feng mother blood treasure. If possible, I can completely evolve in the short term." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Then he responded with a positive response. "I'm going to assess a 6-star animal trainer now. By the way, I'll help you exchange some back." So I glanced at Wei Ruyan in the surgery. I found that he recovered very quickly. The Bodhi tree has not been poisoned either. I just breathed a sigh of relief. With a shake of his body, he left the palace.
I will soon arrive at the Animal Training Academy. After seeing Elder Me, I welcomed him up. Just say that I'm coming over this time. I want to become a 6-star animal trainer.
Upon hearing these words, Elder Me was momentarily stunned. Then he gave a bitter smile and said, Dean, don't joke around. You can even tame Senior Zhang. I have already reached the 5-star qualification. I have also applied to the headquarters for a 7-star rating. I also received a response. It's just that the badge hasn't arrived yet. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment.
What the hell? 7-star animal trainer. I just wanted to get a 6-star rating.
I didn't expect the other party to apply for 7 stars for me already.
That's good. Eliminated a lot of trouble. Afterwards, I thanked Mr. Me. Ask him, how can I exchange some remaining Chinny Fingmu blood? Ni Lao Classical frowned. I just responded by saying about the blood of other holy beasts. The price is not high either. Great commercial performance.
But this traction wind mother.
I'm afraid it won't be so easy to exchange. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian's face was full of confusion. Both are holy beasts. Why is it not so easy to pull the wind mother?
At this point, Elder Mystery explained that he was pulling bees. Mothers are already rare.
Being able to break through to the remaining is even less. The most crucial thing is, this type of bee mother has the ability to create space. Cherish too much. Even if the headquarters has. It also requires a great cost to be paid. Even if you are a 7-star beast trainer, Dean. If you want to purchase, I'm afraid it will cost thousands of high-quality snacks. Even more so than Zhang Xian. The corners of classical Chinese's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He meows, it's not easy. I just dug up hundreds of high-quality snacks from scratch. I thought I was already a wealthy person. I didn't expect him to remain a poor person, so I asked the other party if there was any other way. At this moment, Elder Mi Chen Si paused for a moment. I just spoke up, but there is a way. To contribute enough rare spirit beast blood to Shaodong. Furthermore, it is to complete the designated tasks. It can also be considered as a contribution to Shaodong. However, Shaodong rarely issues tasks. Say it again. Even if it is promulgated, it basically won't fall into our hands. Elder Kemi hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside. Immediately after, I saw Director Zhao hurriedly running in. Shout loudly, Lao Mi. It's not good anymore. I can hardly hold on anymore. Please think of a solution quickly. Accompanied by a loud bang. I saw a beam of light descending from the sky, enveloping him. Today's pervert is no longer a pervert. He has become a big pervert. Just now, Zhang Xian helped Shini Fingmu advance, arriving at the Animal Training Academy. I just learned from the chief of the People's Court that he has already applied for a 7-star animal trainer for himself, and he needs the Holy Realm Thousand Seal Mother's blood. It's not that simple. However, while the two were discussing how to exchange blood from headquarters, I saw Director Zhao running over in a hurry and panic. Shout out that something has happened. I only saw Zhang Xian here when I came in, so quickly proceed. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked Elder Zhao, you're in such a hurry. Did something happen? Lao Zhao heard the other party ask like this. I quickly explained that there was nothing wrong. The dean will patiently wait for tomorrow's succession ceremony. These are just some trivial matters. We will handle it in advance. However, Elder Me beside him also nodded repeatedly. Agree, yes. Dean, nothing's wrong. We just need to handle it. Can Zhang Xian see what's wrong with the two directions? Concealing something from oneself. So my eyebrows furrowed. He sternly scolded and said, what's going on? After seeing the situation, the two of them exchanged a glance. Elder Me just shook his head and sighed. Okay, actually, it was the spirit beasts of Yunwu Mountain that caused the dampness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned by the dampness in Yunwu Mountain. What's the meaning of this? However, Elder Me saw his puzzled expression on his face. Just explain the spirit beasts and holy beasts of Yunwu Mountain. We never interfere with each other in Hanyuan City. But I don't know what happened a while ago. Suddenly going crazy. Encirclement everywhere. Hunters and practitioners who enter the mountains for hunting. Therefore, our college received a request. I sent someone to warn this spirit beast. Who knew that they not only didn't know how to repent. Instead, they are now pouring out in full force. We launched a civil attack on the academy, which was besieged and attacked by the enemy. Therefore, we have no choice but to recruit all the students from the Animal Training Academy. They've all been sent out. Carry out resistance and defense. The two sides are currently engaged in a confrontation at the Hanyuan mountain range. We've been fighting for a whole day now. Our students are almost unable to hold on anymore. However, Zhang Xian, who was aware of these, my face immediately darkened. So he looked at the two of them and said, take me there first. I heard Zhang Xian say that. Dean Zhao immediately shook his head and responded, Dean, you can't go there. Once the other party finds out your identity, may be besieged. Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows when she heard the words. Just say it to me with a serious expression on your face. Where are you? Otherwise, I'll find by myself. Surprisingly, this product was created by him himself. We cannot let the students of the academy die because of this. At this moment, the two deans saw Zhang Xian's resolute attitude. He also shook his head and sighed. Okay, we just need to bring the dean over. I just hope the dean won't be in a hurry. Do not disclose your identity at that time. And this is not the first time enrolling has been launched. If it gets damp, there must be a way to suppress it. Zhang Xian didn't say much when she heard this. After nodding in agreement, 3 people stepped onto the spirit beast. He flew straight towards the Hongyuan mountains. Not long after, Zhang Xian looked at Ding Zhao. How is the current situation? At this moment, Lao Zhao responded that the current situation is not optimistic. This animal tide is more severe than ever before. All spirit beasts are like soldiers, regularly besiege our students. This makes them very passive. If you guessed correctly, it should be the holy beasts from Yunwu Ridge that have also been mobilized, only under their command, to maintain such combat effectiveness and formation. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian fell silent. Then I couldn't help but ask how the casualties are now. Immediately after, I learned from Lao Zhao's mouth. There are over 20,000 students attending the class, except for those who go out for trials. Almost everyone participated in the battle. Nearly half of the injured are now injured. There are also dozens of deaths. After understanding these, Zhang Xian, his face immediately became solemn. My body also began to involuntarily tremble. However, just when he was angry about it, a few people have also arrived above the battlefield of the Hongyuan mountains. At this moment, Zhang Xian hurriedly looked down. Only then did I realize that countless spirit beasts had descended from the mountain. Many renowned teachers and students also welcomed it head-on. This battle between humans and beasts appears exceptionally intense. You can see these students being severely injured, still showing no sign of backing down. On the contrary, the more we fight, the braver we become. Not afraid of life and death either. See here. Zhang Xian's whole body trembled uncontrollably. However, in the crowd, he saw 2 familiar figures. These 2 people. It's exactly the one who had a conflict at Lei Yuanfeng before. Senior brother Foam and Fisherman. At this moment, their entire bodies were covered in blood. And this fisherman even broke one arm. But there are still no hind legs. Instead, he rushed forward desperately. He is now completely different from the previous selfish and self-centered situation. However, Elder Me on the side saw the shock on Zhang Xian's face. With a solemn expression, he said that this is his mission and responsibility. There may be conflicts between them. You can also fight. You can even do some unethical things. But as long as we face the danger of the human race, we'll immediately unite without hesitation. Charge over without hesitation. Even at the cost of life and death. Because they are all famous scholars. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly stiff body. Since birth, he has seen many famous scholars of different levels, having the same joys and sorrows as ordinary people. There are also personal desires and emotions, although he himself is also a famous scholar. But all along, I don't even feel how heavy this profession is. I didn't realize it until this moment. For the sake of the human race, you don't need your life, you can also sacrifice. Even anything can be abandoned, because he knows he is a renowned teacher. At this moment, Ding Zhao on the side said that famous teachers can be selfish. You can consider your friends and family for the sake of yourself. You can also fight for treasures. Just when it comes to issues related to race, we need to eliminate all prejudices. Even if you die, you must bravely move forward. This is what this profession should do. This is also the original intention of Confucius to establish a renowned teacher. Listen to these. Zhang Xian also had some insights in her heart. So this is the famous teacher. Then slowly close your eyes. At this moment, his soul seems to have been baptized. Immediately after, a special and vast aura emanated from the sky, and it fell on him. The light released, like a deity descending upon us. However, the 2 elders on the side saw this scene. Sudden constriction of pupils. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Dean, he is the heart of a teacher. You should know that in legends, only those who have reached the level of an 8-star renowned teacher, only then can one possess such ability. They really didn't expect it. Zhang Xian had already realized it with confidence, and a renowned teacher with the heart of a teacher. It is no longer limited to the human race, even if it's a spirit beast. You can use Shuryan Tianqiu to bewitch them. Make it a student, truly achieving the goal of education without discrimination. Think of this. The 2 deans exclaimed excitedly, Dean, now I understand the heart of a teacher. It seems that our Hongyuan famous teacher's college. We really have to go further and further. However, at this moment, Elder Me suddenly thought of something, so he quickly reached out and grabbed it. Place a prohibition around it. Then he spoke seriously about Ding Zhao. The giver's heart is too important. Never leak any information. Otherwise, once Zhangshi is spied upon by the alien race, we will inevitably become eternal sinners. After all, they all know. A renowned teacher who can comprehend the heart of the deceased. The progress in the future will become increasingly rapid. It will definitely become the pinnacle of existence. If this news leaks, if known by the alien race, I will definitely be surrounded and killed. Dean Zhao speaks classical Chinese without hesitation. Immediately swear, I swear as a renowned teacher. This matter will never be disclosed. Immediately after, Elder Mi also swore to heaven. However, when they both swore, the special force in the air suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xian also slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, his gaze was firm. It's different from the confusion before. Understand the heart of a master. He has already understood what a renowned teacher should do, what should not be done. At this moment, Zhang Xian took a deep breath. He slowly spoke up and said, Elder Mi, make them stop fighting. Do. Just say the new dean of the renowned teacher college wants to negotiate with them. Two elders were stunned by classical Chinese at the same time. At this moment, Elder Mi quickly refused and said no. Why didn't the dean tell you about this? I'm just afraid you'll do this. Once the identity is leaked, the changes brought about, none of us can afford it. Dean Zhao on the side also echoed, yes. It's not easy for the renowned teacher academy to have one. All 10 deans agree. Even the pastor affirmed it, Dean. We don't want to lose again. However, Zhang Xian heard the two of them say so. Just shake your head and sigh. At tomorrow's ceremony, isn't my identity also going to be leaked? Elder Kemi. Classical Chinese quickly explained that it was different. After the succession ceremony tomorrow, you are qualified to control the dean's order. And the dean's order can protect your safety. So now there is no protection from the dean's order. You absolutely cannot do this. Just Zhang Xian heard the other person say that. Just furrow your brow. With a displeased expression, he replied by saying, Old Dean, there's also a dean's order, right? Has he also gone missing? Until now, I still don't know. I don't know whether it's life or death. So there's no difference between having and not actually having it. Danger has always existed. Below now. So many students are not afraid. What fear do I have? Upon hearing these words, the two of them were immediately speechless. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Mi just spoke up and said, okay, I'll say it now. I'll just say it first. Dean Zhao and I are willing to negotiate with them. Please forgive me, Dean. At this point, Zhang Xian also knew that this was the other party's bottom line. I just nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Elder Mi, with just a wave, the surrounding restrictions can be lifted. Immediately after, his body shook and he flew down. Shout out that all the kings of Yunwu Ridge can join my fan tribe, willing to negotiate with you on behalf of the renowned teacher college. As soon as these words are spoken, the many famous teachers below immediately exploded. Immediately after, I heard them shouting loudly, why? To negotiate, these spirit beasts are violating the dignity of the human race. Never let it go. That's right. Once we negotiate, how to live up to the many famous teachers who have been injured. After all, for these renowned teachers who are desperately fighting now, the prestigious teacher academy has been attacked by spirit beasts. At this moment, instead of killing back, on the contrary, we still need to negotiate with the other party. This is simply a loss of human dignity and face. But at a time when many famous teachers were feeling relieved about this, there was a loud noise coming from deep in the valley. You can also negotiate if you want. You come to Yunwu Ridge. I'll give you a chance to negotiate. Upon hearing this, everyone is getting more anxious. The other party made such a request. I can tell from the sound that I have ill intentions, and Yunwuling is their stronghold. If it goes like this, then it is highly likely to be surrounded by countless spirit beasts. If you want to escape, you won't have a chance. Once caught by them, our renowned teacher academy has lost all dignity. However, Zhang Xian ignored everyone's comments. Just look at Elder Mi who was hovering in mid-air. Say yes to him. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhao immediately clasped his fists. This matter cannot be reckless. Please think twice. Zhang Xian waved her hand. Just respond by saying there's nothing to worry about. If we don't make a trip to our lair, how can we see their king again? Two people saw the situation, knowing that continuing to dissuade is useless. So Lao and I and Lao Zhao exchanged a glance and then make a decision secretly in your heart. This trip is considered a death. We also need to protect the dean. Immediately after, he shouted good. We promised to go into the clouds and mist. As soon as these words are spoken, the numerous renowned teachers below once again caused a stir. They can't believe it. I knew it was a case of sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Why do you still have to agree? However, Elder Mi did not provide an explanation for this. With a wave of his hand, he said to everyone, okay. This is a decision made by the renowned teacher academy. All renowned teachers immediately retreat. Gather at Lei Yuan Feng. Everyone heard this. although full of unwillingness and frustration. Do you know that this is done by the college? The decision made. Everyone shook their heads helplessly and withdrew from the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Xian saw everyone retreat. Looking at the two of them, instruct Dean Zhao. You stay here. Arrange all students well. Don't conflict with spirit beasts for now. Elder Me and I will go to Yunwu Ridge.
But Jiang Xian just finished speaking.
I just heard the other person say no.
I have to accompany myself no matter what.
So as soon as he raised his eyebrows, he angrily scolded, what's wrong? Now my dean's orders are useless, right? If that's the case, neither of you should go. I went alone. However, Elder Me waved his hand and said, Old Zhao,
these students do indeed need to be arranged.
Listen to the dean. Let's go back and arrange it first.
After finishing speaking, immediately use phonetics to say Lao Zhao to him.
You go back now. Get ready immediately. At the same time, go find the priest and others. The time is 2 hours. If we don't come out within these 2 hours, you guys attack directly. During this period, I will be by the dean's side. Give up your life. We will also ensure his safety for these 2 hours. This old man and this young man. Today, I have to deal with a group of inhumane beasts. Conduct negotiations. Okay now.
We haven't started talking yet, but we're already surrounded. The other party also threatened the two of them to take out 50,000 silver coins. Otherwise, they have to do things like humans and beasts on the spot.
Just now,
Jiang Xian asked Elder Me to agree to the Beast King and Wuling.
Agree to negotiate on the other party's territory. Later, Elder Me asked Lao Zhao to stay.
Arrange matters for students.
Immediately after, quietly using phonetic techniques to instruct him to move reinforcements. Therefore, Jiang Xian and Elder Me rode their spirit beasts into the clouds and mist, and Lao Zhao also flew back to the academy. Not long after,
the two of them soon arrived at the mountain range where each other was located.
At this moment, Elder Me shouted loudly about the renowned teacher academy. Mi Zhu came as scheduled. I don't know why the king still expect a sword. However, Lao and I gang. Finish speaking.
I heard a sound coming from within the mountain range.
Please sit on the back of this eagle beast. He will bring you over to find me. As for your holy beast, let's stay outside the mountain.
I'm afraid we can't make a good deal. To prevent him from being involved in difficult situations. It seems that the wisdom of the Beast King speaking is quite high.
He can actually consider the feelings of being of the same kind. After all, Elder Me's fire dragon holy beast is also a beast. If there are any problems in negotiations between humans and animals now, he's going to help the master. It's like betraying the beast tribe. If you help the beast tribe, equivalent to betraying the master. No matter what you do, it's all a dilemma. And hearing the other person say that, Lao and I,
after turning around and confessing to the holy beast,
sees in the air. True chi envelopes Jiang Xian. With that, my body swayed.
The two of them landed on the back of a nearby beast.
After standing firm,
Elder Me used phonetic techniques to say to Jiang Xian, Dean,
we'll be there soon. Don't reveal your identity yet. Just say it's one of my students.
Once they make a challenge,
I will find a way to send you out.
But Jiang Xian heard him say that.
Just shake your head and respond, don't bother like this. How can we talk without revealing our identity? It's okay.
We'll see the situation later. But the old fans are still worried. So he explained that these holy beasts have always been at odds with our renowned teacher academy.
Even if these 2 days don't happen, the college also wants to level it.
Unfortunately, these guys have been hiding in their nest and unable to leave.
For so many years, I sent in an unknown number of people. Even the royal family has sent many people. Until now, there has been no news. Probably suffered a fatal blow. Listen here.
Jiang Xian suddenly remembered when she went to crack down on the sale of spiritual liquid earlier.
Many seas I have seen before.
At this point, the old man Ni Chang continued to explain. The climate of Yunwu Ridge is characterized by clouds and mist throughout the year.
Its terrain is extremely complex, belonging to a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack.
And these holy beasts stay here, like a thorn inserted into the human throat.
For so many years, I have always wanted to eradicate it. Unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something. So he said with a serious expression, and
this group of holy beasts doesn't seem to be as simple as occupying the mountains as kings.
The old dean knows some about this. Just disappeared before I could go into detail. According to historical records, the disappearance of senior Wu Yangzi back then, it seems to be related to Yunwu Forest as well.
Jiang Xian frowned at the words.
After all, he knows a lot about Wu Yangzi, even obtained the treasure left by the other party. If it is really related to this cloud forest, I'm afraid there are also members of the alien tribe involved behind it. Just one heart-wrenching person left. Many of his memories have disappeared.
Except for the matter of the underground palace.
I don't know anything else. Otherwise, they said they could ask him.
After Elder Me explained the reason,
Let's continue using phonetics, so we'll talk about it later. Dean, please try not to praise your identity. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that there might be some changes. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also nodded in response. When it comes to adapting to changing circumstances. However, during the conversation between the two, the eagle beast under its body, we have arrived at a valley shrouded in thick fog. Zhang Xian saw the scene in front of her. A sudden surge in my heart. Isn't this the place where we obtained the Earth Meridian Spirit Liquid earlier? Just didn't wait for him to think more about it. The cry of a golden beast just flew straight down. Two people saw the situation. He leaped and stopped in front of the cave. At this moment, Elder Mi's entire body was filled with breath. Just take a step forward and say, Master Teacher Academy, Fan Master. Collaborate with students. Please understand, the kings of Yunwu Ridge. Not long after, there was a sound from the cave that fascinated the dean. Let's talk first. Immediately after, I saw two semi-holy level black leopards. I walked out from inside. Look at the two of them. It's like inviting them in. Lao and I took a deep breath upon seeing this and lifted his leg to walk forward. Upon entering, Zhang Xian immediately followed closely behind. I also looked at both sides at the same time. I found that there are still many saints around. Spirit beasts at the level of companion saints, guarding it. However, the quantity has increased significantly compared to the last time we came. At this moment, a tiger beast from the Holy Land watched as the two walked in. Just speak up and say, Master Mi. You're not timid, are you? I brought a disabled student here. However, Lami did not want to explain much about this. So as soon as I waved my hand, I responded by saying that I had already arrived. Let's discuss it further. The battle between famous Teacher Academy and Yunwu Ridge. How to deal with the aftermath. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we'll both lose. The holy domain forbidden Crimson Flame Master nearby. I heard the other person say that. Just let out a roar and both sides will suffer losses. So what? You humans have stolen our Earth's veins and supernatural powers. Cut off our foundation. If it's a big deal, the fish will die and the net will break. Kill it to your heart's content. Listen here. Elder Mi is very puzzled. So I learned from the mouths of several holy beasts. The reason why they launched attacks on humans. It's because the Earth Meridian Spirit Liquid was stolen by someone. Now the college wants to reconcile. But we need to compensate them with 50,000 high-quality items, and help them in Yunwu Ridge. Build 500 level 6 giant spirit formations. They will only withdraw the spirit beasts. When a few holy beasts came to this point, Elder Ni's face immediately darkened. Refuting what you mentioned is simply impossible to achieve. I think you should change the conditions. The tiger beast heard the opponent refuse. Just coldly snorted and said, change the conditions. Impossible. If you want to agree to what we have proposed, then agree. If you don't agree, keep fighting. I'll tell you the truth. Up to now, I haven't sent out the flying spirit beast yet. Once dispatched, just relying on you students who can't fly. I'm afraid it's not as simple as dozens of casualties. We'll see what you guys do then. Explain to headquarters how to explain to ordinary people. I heard the other person say that. Elder Mi was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect a prestigious academy of renowned teachers. Now they are actually threatened by a group of holy beasts. This is simply the wonder of the wilderness. But just when he wanted to get angry about it, Zhang Xian used phonetics to say to him, Elder, can you find a way? Find the answer by asking, where is their team of flying spirit beasts? By the way, let me go over. Upon hearing these words, Lao Mi was initially taken aback. So as soon as he frowned, he looked at the tiger beast, refuting that even if there are flying spirit beasts in Yunwu Ridge, the quantity is also limited, right? Hundreds of renowned teachers, academies, and saints. Stopping these is nothing at all. As soon as he speaks, he threatens with flying spirit beasts. Then we also need to come up with some practical abilities. Don't think that just saying it casually makes me scared. The tiger beast sneered at the words. You said the number of flying beasts in Yunwu Ridge is limited. Who are you looking down upon? To be honest with you, there are as many as 3,000 flying spirit beasts here. And each end has an extremely fast short distance sprint. Even if your renowned teacher academy is renowned, there are still many strong individuals. It's not that easy to stop. If I don't concentrate on attacking the map, disperse attacks on some small cities in the surrounding area, I don't believe you can have so many saints sitting in town. Upon hearing these words, Elder Mi couldn't help but laugh out loud for a moment. I said, the Beast King. Don't tell me about 3,000 heads, okay? Who are you scaring? Are they all little guys who have gone through a series of ups and downs? Even if more come, what are the fears of my renowned teacher academy? Therefore, Elder Mi has always claimed that the other party does not have this strength. Using a mocking tone, after several rounds of conversation, the tiger beast can no longer bear it. So let out a roar, okay? Since you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. That's great, Black Spirit Leopard.
You bring Elder Me, this student, over. Take a look at our flying spirit beast legion.
However, upon hearing the command, the two black spirit leopards, with a nod, he walked in.
At this moment, Zhang Xian used audio tape to say to Elder Me,
just try to delay as much as possible. Do not conflict with it. You must protect yourself.
After finishing speaking, he followed the black spirit leopard and walked out.
After seeing the dean leave, Elder Me,
I turned around and looked at the holy beast, saying, my student, go take a look now.
If it's really as you said, I will report the truth to the college. Then make a decision.
If there were really so many spirit beast legions,
the conditions we are talking about are not impossible to agree to.
However, Zhang Xian here.
I walked behind two black spirit leopards for a while. I saw dozens of semi-holy spirit beasts wandering around.
With a face full of fear, he said to the black spirit leopard, two of you. You see, my strength is weak. These holy beasts are always wandering around.
I'm afraid they might harm me.
I wonder if it's possible to let them retire first. Coming here was not my personal wish. I don't know why my teacher brought me here.
Now I see so many powerful spirit beasts. I'm really scared.
Can you two see if it works? As long as they don't look at me with that kind of gaze around me, I'll give you these 2 high-quality snacks as a gift. After speaking, he took out 2 high-quality snacks and threw them to the other person. At the same time, he looked around nervously.
However, after the 2 black spirit leopards took the snacks,
seeing how timid the renowned teacher, who was once banned, can be,
I couldn't help but sneer. Who knew that after each person put away their snacks, I just shouted around,
and the spirit beasts who heard the command retreated one after another. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked around, found no trace of the spirit beast. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Immediately after, with a flick of the wrist, the clone fell out.
2 people looking at each other. My eyes immediately flashed in front of 2 black spirit leopards. Give a punch at that moment. The movements of clouds and water flow in one go. I haven't waited for the 2 black spirit leopards to react yet. Accompanied by the sound of fists entering the flesh, they were beaten up and flew out directly. At this moment, Zhang Xian strode up to the other party. Just shout angrily or submit to me, either die. The black spirit leopard was suddenly hit and fell to the ground. I heard the other person say that again. I was immediately stunned. After they exchanged a glance, I seemed to understand something.
So there was a decision.
Immediately afterwards, a drop of fresh blood flew out of each person's brow. Come to Zhang Xian's side.
However, upon seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately completed the ceremony of recognizing the master.
Immediately ordered to say,
you will take care of those semi-saints who were around before,
and holy-level spirit beasts. Call over one by one.
Just say the tiger beast summoned them here.
After speaking, just release the purple yang beast and the Holy Covenant golden cauldron. Tell them in a moment. Give me these spirit beasts. Fight until they submit. So that's it. Zhang Xian spent over 10 minutes. Just gather the many holy and semi-holy spirit beasts around you, all tamed, and make them identify it. Immediately after, these dozens of spirit beasts were sent in.
Continue to wander around as if nothing had happened.
After arranging these, just put the clone and the purple sun beast artifact into the beehive. Let the black spirit leopard lead the way.
Continue to the location of the flying spirit beast.
Quickly arrived at a valley.
At this moment, Zhang Xian looked forward. Only then did I realize that there were numerous figures in the valley. So he opened his eyes to reason and looked over.
This quantity is just as the tiger beast said. There are 3,000 heavy ones,
and their strength is above the 7th level of Huafan.
See here, Zhang Xuanhuan and Guizhou.
I think the criminal justice formation here is very good.
Just flip through it and take out a pile of positive energy. Immediately after, the body swayed and flew into the sky.
However, many spirit beasts saw someone suddenly approaching.
Everyone let out a terrifying roar. I was planning to fly up and attack. At that moment, 2 black spirit leopards darted out.
He Shidao, this is Zhang Shi who came to negotiate with the king.
I want to see the camp of our flying spirit beasts. By the way, arrange a formation. Don't panic, everyone. Just stay at ease.
At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the restless spirit beast being suppressed.
I just breathed a sigh of relief.
So the true chi in the body immediately began to circulate.
Immediately after,
just shoot the positive energy in your hand towards the surroundings.
Accompanied by a roar, the sheep suddenly took shape after changing formation. A cloud of mist
immediately wrapped many flying spirit beasts inside.
However, it was known in advance that he would deploy many spirit beasts. I didn't panic either. Everyone is quiet and lying in place without moving.
At this moment, Zhang Xian casually released her clone. After exchanging a glance, he smiled and said, let's start. The old man in front of us has lived for over 1,000 years.
He couldn't believe it. Today, surprisingly selling to a pervert under the age of 20. Just now, after Zhang Xian subdued 2 black spirit leopards, with their assistance. It's easy. right here at the location of 3,000 flying beasts. Set up a formation change, so I no longer hesitated. Directly transferred the clone out. After exchanging a glance, the two of them immediately rush into the mist. Immediately after, I heard a series of roars. And the old man in the cave on this side. Zhang Xian has been away for almost an hour and still hasn't returned. I was so nervous that I broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, the impatient tiger beast couldn't sit still anymore. His face darkened. Looking at Lami, he coldly snorted and asked, "How long have you been here? Why haven't you come back yet? What are you doing as a student?" However, Elder Me heard the other party start asking questions. My heart is filled with anxiety, but I dare not have any expression on my face. Conversely, with a slight smile, he responded that the student was somewhat attentive. Probably a careful observation. The strength and quantity of many spirit beasts, right? I'm all here. Are you still worried? He can't run away. The tiger beast laughed immediately upon hearing this. Even if a student runs for him, did he run away? Besides, all of you elders are here. Even if he really runs away. So what? After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Master Qian beside him. I instructed you to go and take a look. What the hell is this guy up to? Humans have always been cunning and deceitful. Don't fall for the other party's tricks. Elder Me heard this. I quickly got up and said, "Wait a minute. Just a student. Why is the majestic cloud leader king so timid?" The tiger beast is not stupid either. Knowing that the other party said this was a deliberate attempt to delay time. Huge search for 100. Let Master Qian ignore him. Hurry up and go check on that kid's situation. However, at this moment, Elder Me's sword could not deceive the opponent. I feel anxious in my heart. I can't care about so much anymore. So I took a step forward. With a slight smile, he spoke up. I heard that you, the Golden Tiger King, have strong strength. I don't know if you dare to compete with me. Let me also appreciate the powerful strength of the beast race. The tiger beast couldn't help but furrow its brow upon hearing this. He couldn't believe it. The other party will make such a request at this time. Just the old fan didn't respond when he hesitated. Just give me a long laugh. So it's a paper tiger. Are you even afraid of gesturing with me, this old man? The tiger beast became angry upon hearing these words. Look at the other person with eyes like torches, then close them. I'm afraid you're joking with me. However, Lami saw that the other party had taken the bait. He turned his head with a proud expression on his face. Look at Akane, who is about to leave the cave entrance. That's good, then. Why don't this Red Rock King also stay and watch the battle? After I defeated the Golden Tiger King, you might as well challenge yourself. At this moment, the Red Rock Lion stopped. I nodded and agreed to the other party's invitation. After all, this person is a beast. In the entire territory of Hongyuan Imperial City, it can be considered the pinnacle of existence. Now both. Confrontation. Of course, it's better than finding a little guy in the ruins of the Wind Realm. It's much more interesting. Lami no longer hesitated when he saw the Red Rock Lion turn around, afraid that the tiger beast will react and procrastinate. So let's start with a furious shout. Immediately after, he shook his body and suddenly raised his hand to rush over. The tiger beast looked in the right direction and attacked on its own. I don't care. Instead, gently press your palm against the ground. The entire cave, instantly enveloped by a powerful aura of true energy. He lifted it casually and suddenly chopped it over. Resolved the opponent's attack instantly. Then the tiger swung its body. The tiger's tail swung towards Elder Me like a steel whip. At this moment, Lami dared not confront him head-on. Instantly dodged this move with a body shake. The tiger beast watched as the old man jumped up. A movement in my heart. Jumping over with one leap, he suddenly waved his palm and slapped the other person. Elder Me's face darkened upon seeing this. Knowing that people are in mid-air now and can no longer avoid it, I quickly threw a punch and greeted him, accompanied by the collision of two powerful individuals. A loud bang sounded like an explosion, resounded throughout the entire cave. Immediately after, I saw Elder Me fly out completely, forcefully pushed the rock wall behind, smashed a big hole. At this moment, the tiger beast saw the other person lying on the ground convulsing. How about just laughing uncontrollably? My strength is pretty good, isn't it? Then he turned his head to look at Akane sure beside him. Ordered that this old man is vulnerable to a single blow. There's nothing good looking. You go check what that kid is up to first. I haven't come back yet. If he dares to do something unfavorable to the property, kill on the spot. The Red Rock Lion, who received the command, shook its body. Immediately burst out of the cave. However, on the side, a mud elder who was beaten like a pool of mud by a tiger beast's move, vaguely hearing the other person's conversation. But the body cannot move. I can only watch helplessly as Qian Lion goes to find Zhang Xian. Not long after, the Red Rock Lion also flew to the valley. What puzzled him was, why is there a formation here? So he quickly walked forward. I just saw two black spirit leopards guarding outside the formation. He looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on his face. Ask what's going on here. The black spirit leopard only realized it was him after hearing the sound. I quickly explained that the Red Flame King is like this. The student just now turned out to be a master of formations. He set up a formation here as soon as he arrived, and then it disappeared. We haven't found anyone yet. Upon learning about these, Cheyenne's face darkened. Just shout angrily at the other party, you two fools. Since we know the opponent's formation, why not stop it? Then he turned his head and looked inside the formation. Only then did I realize that the spirit beast inside was still there. There was no death. But this made him even more puzzled. Since it's not about dealing with spirit beasts, I don't know what the formation wants to do when it comes out. However, just when he found it strange about it, I saw the formation in front of me slowly descending. Immediately after, I saw the student from earlier. He walked out with a pale face, so he shouted angrily at the other party, "Kid, you have a lot of courage, don't you?" Surprisingly, they didn't get our permission. I'm good at decorating here. What is its purpose? Zhang Xinjian, the other party appears here. I wasn't surprised or shocked. Instead, take out a recovery bullet. After taking it, he said it didn't have any purpose. Then he turned his head to look at Xiangshu and Jinyuanding. Say you guys beat this guy up first. I'll recover my energy before we talk. As soon as these words are spoken, the Oathmaker hasn't reacted yet. What does the other person mean by what they say? I just feel a blackout in front of me. The whole body flies backwards directly, accompanied by a loud bang. I just saw him fall off the rock wall. Kuziang Beast and Jin Yuanding. At this point, the other party was no longer a concern. Lying on the ground spitting blood. It's rare to have a holy beast that can beat them up. Just rushed up, suddenly smash onto the other person. Not long after, he was beaten and had a bruised nose and swollen face. He came to Zhang Xian with tears streaming down his face. Obediently sacrifice one's soul. Proactively acknowledge the owner. However, Zhang Xian, who was flirting, only opened her eyes at this moment. Look at each other. Stretching lazily. I slowly spoke up and said that since I have acknowledged my identity, I won't mistreat you in the future either. How about this? You go back now and trick the two kings out. Sure, Wenhua also looked at his master with a puzzled expression on his face. So I confirmed this matter with him again. After receiving a positive response from the other party, I just looked at myself awkwardly. Just spoke up, Master, look at my current appearance. Even if I want to deceive, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it either. Zhang Xian stood up in classical Chinese. Take out a gourd filled with spiritual liquid. After inputting the true qi, I handed it over. Let him drink it. However, although the Red Rock Lion doesn't know what's inside, but the young man in front of him is already his master. The other party's words are commands. So at this moment, he dared not hesitate at all. After taking the gourd, pull out the plug. But he just took a sniff. This familiar scent make him exclaim involuntarily. Confirmed but effective. Immediately afterwards, I felt weak in all four limbs. Blackout. I almost fainted. I can be considered as the one who found the thief with his meow. Just his second uncles. This guy is now his own master again. Can I get a little more dog blood if I lose this? Although he is currently feeling depressed in his heart. But after all, I have acknowledged my lord. I had no choice but to obediently drink the spiritual liquid. After the spiritual liquid carrying spiritual energy enters the body, his body suddenly shook. Truly felt the serious injury I suffered before surprisingly recovered quickly. I haven't had 3 breaths yet. The physical condition remains intact as before. At this moment, he widened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. Ask the master, why does this spiritual liquid have such efficacy? Zhang Xianwen and Yan Kai explained that. I added some special medicinal herbs inside. Can quickly recover from injuries. You just need to be loyal to me. It's not difficult to help you ascend to the divine mirror. After understanding the situation, the Red Flame Lion nodded repeatedly in response. Then he ran out. Not long after, the tiger beast saw him come back. I just asked what happened. Where are the black spirits and that kid? At this moment, the Red Flame Lion coldly snorted and bid farewell. That kid is incredibly clever. We were scared away by our flying beast directly. Black Spirit and the others went after them. I never caught up, so I also investigated it. I'm not sure which direction he's running towards now. I think so. Iron-backed bear and green bamboo earthworm. You two come with me now to take a look. Let's look for him in different directions. Upon hearing this, the tiger beast and a few holy beasts, I couldn't help but laugh. They really can't think of it. There are also such embarrassing guys among the underworld masters. At this moment, the tiger beast looked at the old man with a happy expression on its face. Laughing, let me explain to the dean. This is your student. It seems that your ability to recognize people needs improvement. This kind of danger can throw the teacher here. People who only care about running on their own. We need to collect less in the future. At this moment, Elder Me also had a dull expression on his face. Although he doesn't believe in the dean, if it weren't for running away. There's no need for the oath maker to say that, right? However, just as he was puzzled by this, the nearby bear beast and dragon beast stood up and laughed, saying it was interesting. Interesting, such a fun kid. I would like to go and take a look. What would it look like if we were caught back? After speaking, he followed the red flame corpse out. At this moment, the tiger beast looked at Elder Me, who was on the verge of collapse. I just sneered and said, Elder Me, do you have anything else to say now? Take a look at your own student's moral character. What face do you have here to reason with me? What are we talking about? Benevolence, righteousness, and morality. I advise you to go home early and farm for retirement. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Other holy beasts also began to mock each other upon hearing this. Not long after, Elder Me was said to be ashamed by a group of holy beasts. Just as I was about to find a place to crawl in, I just saw Ironback Xiongji, who went out 10 minutes ago, hurriedly running back. That kid is too mischievous. I don't know where to find some experts. I can't fight the head beast with Master Chien. Iron-toothed wolf, you two come over too. Let's go kill him together, damn it. The beasts heard the words. I asked with a puzzled expression what the situation was. However, the Ironback bear ignored its companion's questions. Instead, he anxiously urged for faster action. Otherwise, I'm afraid Master Chien and his team won't be able to withstand it. The tiger beast frowned when it saw the situation and asked them to go over and take a look. Resolve the matter as soon as possible. Time flies. 10 minutes have passed. Just as the tiger beast threatens the rice-long old demon, hurry up and decide on the compensation ceremony. The iron-toothed wolf ran back with a worried expression on his face, shouting that the situation is not good. They seem to have a lot of people. Kiss your nose like you and a fiery person. There are also an Italin and Bai Ersho. Don't wander around here, the four of you. Hurry up and come with me. I heard the holy beast say that. Elder Me is almost fainting. Dean, who did he find to come over here? Why is there such a big commotion? And the tiger beast beside watched as they left the cave. He's also full of confusion. Then I looked around. I just realized he's meowing. What the hell is going on here? Why are you leaving alone? So his face darkened. Suddenly, the whole body's breath exploded. Just look at the old man beside me. Let out a loud shout of maize bamboo in anger. Your old thing. I advise you before I get angry. Speak out your purpose. Otherwise, I will let you die. However, allow me. I am not aware of this either. Seeing the other person tearing oneself apart every minute, I also cried out in a hurry. Thinking to me, he meows. I'm just a soy sauce maker today, cooperating with acting. I also want to know what the dean is going to do. So he looked at the other person with a face full of grievances. Reply saying this. You also saw it. I have always been. What exactly is he doing now? I really don't know. At this moment, the tiger beast saw the other person's expression. I am indeed unaware of this matter. Then he spoke sternly and said, I advise you. It's best not to play tricks in front of me. I can attend the renowned teacher academy at Yunwaling. It has stood under my nose for so many years, but it still hasn't arrived. It's not as simple as you see on the surface. But we haven't received a response from Elder and I yet. I heard footsteps coming from behind me. Turn your head and take a look. I just realized. The 9 holy beasts that just went out sandwiched Zhang Xian in the middle. Just walked inside and came back. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked very disheveled. Full of nervous expressions, reluctantly pushed into the cave. However, the Red Rock Master who was walking ahead shouted loudly, Boss! This guy has been brought back by us. How powerful is this tiger? He only used his momentum. Just a peak figure. Stunted to the point where I couldn't catch my breath. Just now, Zhang Xian was helplessly taken back to the cave by 9 holy beasts. And the red flame lion walking ahead. Just shout loudly, Boss! This guy has been caught by us. However, at this moment, the tiger beast also looked at him with a puzzled expression on its face. Ask what exactly happened just now. Can make you all go out. I took a few steps forward to vow to interpret classical Chinese. Come to the tiger beast. As soon as he turned his head, he pointed towards Zhang Xian. Cold Drink said, I don't know what method this guy used. We have brought in several talented teachers. Fight with us outside. These people all look very familiar. It doesn't look like a college either. The long tiger beast heard the words. I asked with a puzzled expression if it wasn't an elder. Are there any other great teachers? I heard the other person say that. Iron-backed bear responds by saying, you guys, didn't you just put away the other party's body? Hurry up, all of you come over here. Take out the body and show it to the boss. Upon hearing this, a few holy beasts quickly walked up. This is the Ironback bear. It looks like the distance is about the same. I turned my head and glanced at a few companions. He suddenly swung a paw at the other party at the same time. However, the tiger beast that has not yet reacted. directly flew dozens of meters away. I fell off after hitting a rock. At this moment, he couldn't understand. These holy beasts, they are all companions who have been with me for over 1,000 years. Now suddenly, it's so ruthless. So I roared, "You guys, what exactly do you want to do?" But at this moment, they ignored the roar of the tiger beast. As soon as he turned his head, he looked at Zhang Xian not far away. Shout in unison, "Master!" At this moment, Zhang Xian put her hands behind her back. He walked out surrounded by numerous holy beasts. Nodding in response, "Tell the tiger beast about the top 10 kings of Yunwu Ridge. Now 9 have submitted to me. You only have one way to go now. Either become my animal pet, either it's death." The tiger beast heard the words. The pupils involuntarily contract. How could this be possible? They are all holy beasts. How could one submit to a human? And still submit to this insignificant figure who is only banned and disabled? However, it was not just him who was shocked. Elder Me on the side has also gone crazy. He's been meowing for only an hour now. "Dean, how did you actually do it? If you continue to tame me like this, holy and spiritual beasts on the entire continent, do we all have to take the surname Zhang?" But just when he was in a mess about it, it was Yenshir who looked at the tiger beast. "Speak of submission. Our master is a highly capable person. You submit to him absolutely. Better than being unable to get out of Yunwu Ridge." Other holy beasts also echoed, saying yes. "We have been trapped in Yunwu Ridge for so many years. Although this has become our territory, no one dares to come in. Even renowned teacher colleges fear 3 points. It looks very imposing. But what's the difference between a coffin in a cage and a coffin? Anyway, I've had enough." However, the tiger beast saw that all its subordinates had already defected. Suddenly, I was so angry that I let out a fierce roar on my face. "Want me to submit? Dream it, you guys haven't been wondering all along. Why is it possible to gather so much spiritual power from the earth veins here, for us to use so many spirit beasts and holy beasts, and without exhaustion? I'll tell you today." After speaking, he struggled to stand up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly jumped into the nearby pool. "Shout loudly, respected emperor. Please give me strength. Let me eradicate these traitors of the beast race." Elder Mi Wenhua's face immediately darkened. As a 6-star peak animal trainer, I can tell that the other party is shouting in the language of ancient beasts, although he cannot fully understand. But I know this is a special summoning. So he looked anxiously at the dean beside him. Zhang Xian saw his expression. "I just responded that don't worry for now. This may involve what you mentioned before, the secret of the missing senior without adopted children." But I haven't waited for Zhang Xian to finish speaking yet. A strong spiritual energy rolled in from the depths of the cave, like the collapse of heaven and earth. Immediately after, a powerful pressure pierced through the soul. "Bring the elder and other holy beasts present. It's almost compressed. Everyone has to lie down on the ground." However, Zhang Xian remained standing straight in place regarding this matter, staring coldly at the tiger beast with cold eyes. At this moment, the spiritual energy inside the cave suddenly condensed into stone, accompanied by a roar. The condensed spiritual energy transformed into a tilted dragon beast, suspended above. At this moment, the attracted dragon beast slowly spoke up and asked, "My descendants summoned me out. What holy objects are there?" The tiger beast heard the words. The response of immediately kneeling to the ground was that the empress, "I request you again, give me strength. Kill these traitors." Upon hearing this, the dragon beast, not immediately agreed. Instead, asked the other party what they can offer as a sacrifice. At this moment, the tiger beast continued to respond, saying, "I offer sacrifices to this renowned teacher, the 6-star peak teacher from the prestigious academy, the dean of the Animal Training Academy, offering you with his blood." However, Suing is not satisfied with this. The beast saw the situation. Immediately point to Zhang Xian and mention his student. "Besides, as long as you grant me strength, Emperor, I will immediately launch a large army, hunt for more famous teachers." Hearing the other party's promise, at this moment, Suing responded with a promise to remember you. "If there is any violation, you should know what the consequences will be." After speaking, I saw a strong force inject straight down to the golden tiger beast, accompanied by a sound. His body, which was originally severely injured, immediately returned to its original state. The aura on his body is also becoming stronger and stronger. Promoted to the triple realm of the Holy Land all the way through cultivation. At this moment, Suing looked at the tiger beast again. "Just said one sentence. Remember the promise you made." As the words faded away, the phantom has also disappeared. However, the holy beast that witnessed this scene, everyone couldn't help shivering uncontrollably. Elder Me on the side. He looked at Zhang Xian with a pale expression on his face, exclaimed in surprise, "Dean, hurry up, or else it will be dangerous." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. The tiger beast slashed its paw in midair. The entrance was immediately sealed off. Immediately after, there was a roar of traitors. Today, your fate is only one. I heard the other person say that. Red Flame Master and other holy beasts were all trembling with fear. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian with pale faces. Shouted Lord. At this moment, the tiger beast ignored these traitors. He looked at the old man beside him with a fierce expression on his face. Roar angrily and let out a confused bamboo. Previously, I asked you to agree to something different. It's not just about you dying now. I will also send flying spirit beasts to the group. Conduct a large-scale attack on Hongyuan City. I will make your renowned academy pay a painful price. Speaking of which, the ferocious aura spewed out from the tiger beast's body. Shaking body. Immediately took a photo of Elder Me. However, not far away, Lami saw the situation. Don't hesitate. Take out the sword blade and use the strongest sword move to meet it. Accompanied by a loud bang, two powerful forces collide together. The long sword was immediately shattered by the shock. At the same time, Elder Me cannot withstand this violent force. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. The whole person crashed directly into the rock wall. At this moment, he endured the pain caused by multiple fractures all over his body. Just shout loudly, Zhangshi, leave, hurry up, tiger beast. Immediately turned his head and looked at Zhang Shuan not far away. With a single mocking sound, it bewitched my subordinates. I want to leave now. Do you think we can still leave? As soon as the words fell, I saw the tiger beast shake its body and suddenly charge towards Zhang Xian. At the same time, he sneered and said, none of you can escape today. Elder Me was filled with anxiety upon seeing the situation, so I couldn't care about the serious injuries on my body anymore. Immediately welcomed it up. He just jumped out. I felt a violent pressure rushing towards me. Just bounce him out directly. However, Elder Me, who fell down again, was completely panicked at this moment. He really didn't expect the other party to rely solely on the breath they released. It can make oneself unable to resist, but just when he wanted to stand up again to protect the dean, I just heard the dean say that he couldn't escape. Who said I was running away? Immediately afterwards, I felt a strong sense of evil energy rushing out of the dean's body. However, the tiger beast that had not yet landed in front of Zhang Xian. At this moment, I was struck by this malevolent aura. Directly take the remaining breath from him. Impact until smoke and clouds dissipate. And then he shook his body and fell from the air. Seeing this scene, Elder Me was instantly stunned. But he hasn't reacted yet. What happened when? Once again, I heard the dean sternly reprimand Dao Dingding. Beat him to death. However, upon hearing the command, Jin Yuanding immediately rushed out. Compared to the king, the tiger beast collided with it. This directly knocked the tiger beast unconscious for 8 nights. The overnight meal was knocked out. He thought he had the power of the yellow croaker. It will surely wash everyone's blood. Make the entire location of Hongyun Imperial City tremble. Who knows? He's just starting to lose his momentum. 3 seconds. I was knocked down from the air by a powerful aura. And this aura. What the hell is he meowing? How can we fight against his invincible defense? However, just as the tiger beast fainted from this, the golden dome is once again attacked from mid-air. This blow hit his head directly. The entire ground was also smashed into a big hole. The red flame attendant and other holy beasts besides saw this scene. Just stupid. The tiger beast in front of us has broken through to the 3rd level of the holy realm. I can't even resist his meowing at once. It seems that when this gold coin hit us just now, I have already shown mercy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died long ago just because of this one move. Think of this. The holy beast that I regretted just now. Everyone trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, I recognized my master. Otherwise, he meows. The person lying in front now is myself, and the golden dome here hit the opponent twice in a row. I also let out an excited roar and said, I'm lost. He's so meowing. It's so refreshing. I haven't used power for a long time. Little beast, wait for me. Look at you seducing me. How did I train you to be flawless today? However, Zhang Xian became increasingly excited as she watched this guy fight. Quickly make him stop for now. Upon hearing this, could Jin Yuan Ding? Still unsatisfied, he responded that the master. He just wanted to kill you. Let me just beat him to death. After all, he finally met a guy who resisted being beaten up. I also want to have a good fight. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to say, let's keep him alive for now. I have something else to ask. If he persists in his obsession, I'll leave it to you to handle. After speaking, ignore the other person for a few steps. Come to the tiger beast. Just spoke up and said, now I'll give you another chance. Either submit to me, either die. However, the incident was not handled like a tiger by him. Just spoke up with difficulty and insisted that I submit. Indulge in wishful thinking. My life is yellow. As long as you dare to kill me, Huang will definitely avenge me. Take away your lives. Can you hear the other party mention this so-called yellow again? Actually, when he appeared earlier, Zhang Xian has already used her discerning eye. I checked the other party. discovered to be a living witch soul, and it can instantly elevate the tiger beast by 2 major levels. I'm sure this emperor's strength has also reached the 5th level of the holy domain. There is only such a means, so even if the other party is just a remnant soul, with such strength, if we can catch it, for Zhang Xian, it also has great benefits. So he looked disdainfully at the tiger beast at this moment. Speaking of the emperor you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, he's just a living, incomplete witch soul, right? Do you still expect him to avenge you? Roar a witch soul without being bound by classical Chinese. Are you kidding? The emperor is a deity. It is the holy hand that has survived from ancient times. If you dare to do anything unfavorable to Yunwu Ridge, the emperor will definitely dismember you into countless pieces. Listen here. Zhang Xian sneered with a strange expression on her face. Oh my. I'm so scared. It's just you, the emperor. It's really as powerful as you said. He saw you like this now. It must have already come out, right? But has he come out yet? Upon hearing this, the martial beast, I was suddenly stunned. After all, he knows that he has a vested interest in this royal family, responsible for sacrificing items oneself. The other party bestows power or earth vein efficacy. If I really get beaten to death, the other party can choose another spokesperson at will. It's impossible to come to the rescue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to watch myself helplessly. Let the other party take their big cake. Even if it's played like this, it won't come out. Think of this. The tiger beast's face clearly showed a look of panic, but he still roared that the emperor would not give up on me. You treat me like this, he will definitely come out and kill you. Zhang Xian could see his hesitation and panic, knowing that one's own alienation has played a role. So my spirit stirred up. Activate the teacher's heart. Just use Shi Yen Tian Shou. Speak to him. I just heard that you're planning to trap me and the elder maze. Over the years, you should have used the life of a renowned teacher. We are conducting a ritual. Right, but influenced by the heart of the teacher. The martial beast originally shook its head incessantly. I want to respond that there is no such thing as that, but I haven't spoken yet. I saw the young man in front of me like a deity. I want to deny it but feel like I can't say it no matter what. I couldn't help but respond that it was good. The emperor will devour the flesh and blood of the Dark Master. Then it will bestow spiritual karma, and grant the opportunity for spiritual beasts to break through. Then he followed up with famous teachers who have come to explore the mountains over the years. Tell the number of people killed each year one by one. Upon learning of these, Zhang Xian's heart was filled with anger. The FA turned his head and looked at Jin Yuanding. Shout loudly, this guy is at your disposal from now on. At this point, it was already too late for the tiger beast to recognize its master. Zhang Xian no longer pays attention to the other party's plea for mercy. I turned my head and looked at the mysterious elder beside me. Let him and the red flame corpse, a few kings, go and call back all the spirit beast powers on the battlefield. Opportunity for material possessions. And notify the college side. The negotiations here have been completed. Arrange for all students participating in the battle to rest and recuperate. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian casually took a look. I took out 200 high-quality snacks and handed them over to the other party. Let him investigate the number of casualties this time. Compile statistics into a book. Take these snacks as supplements. After speaking, I saw Elder Mi's face full of disagreement. Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows. Wave your big hand. Just said one thing about this. No matter how the college arranges it in the end, I personally provided these snacks. Just follow the instructions. However, during the conversation between Zhang Xian and Lao Mi, Jin Yuanding also beat the tiger beast to death. Shito holy beast sees here. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, after Zhang Xian confessed the truth, opened the eye of reason, found the trajectory of this yellow movement. So let it be. Elder Mi, go ahead and handle the matter first. Also instruct all holy beasts to withdraw. Soon after, they followed the trick. Strode deep into the cave. This pervert in front of me. Since I argued so much with 2 books that I was dead and alive. After one of the books was cursed with a spiritual light. He was so happy that he looked like a fool. Just now, Zhang Xian uses the heart of the lost to cooperate with Master Yen Tianshou, learned from the tiger beast's mouth, for so many years, all with the flesh and blood of renowned teachers, to offer sacrifices to the so-called emperor. So in a fit of anger, I handed over the other party to Jin Yuanding for disposal. At this moment, Zhang Xian, after explaining the matter to Elder Mi more, also instruct all holy beasts to withdraw, open the eye of reason, following the action trajectory left by this emperor. Strode deep into the cave. Soon after, following the action trajectory, we arrived at an execution alley. I looked around. I just realized that there are no more tricks. So my heart moved. Summoned the Wind Mother worth billions. After his inspection, sure enough, a folding space was discovered here. Immediately after, let him tell himself the way in and out. After understanding the situation, I took out the ruthless man and the air axe. Let Feng Mu wait outside. Wave it casually. A crack appeared in the air.
Zhang Xian immediately activated the air axe upon seeing the situation, and he placed the ruthless person on his chest and rushed in. But as soon as I came in, I only found that this space was not large. There's nothing inside except for a circular cone. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow tightly. So I circled around the space. Still haven't found the other person's figure. When I was wondering where the other person was hiding, suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the eardrum, like something breaking through an air raid.
Zhang Xian hasn't reacted yet. I felt a tremendous force suddenly surge, rushing in the rear direction on its own, accompanied by a sound.
The light film of the symbol of emptiness was instantly shattered by the collision. At the same time, Zhang Xian's entire body was directly thrown out by the collision,
forcefully smashed a big hole in the wall ahead.
Suddenly attacked, he dared not hesitate at this moment.
The true Qi immediately operates. Restore the injuries on the body. Immediately turned around.
I didn't find the soulless green-horned dragon beast.
Instead, I saw a finger suspended in mid-air. See here. Zhang Xian's pupils couldn't help but wonder. What the hell is going on with his meow?
One finger not only shatters the hatchet, but also breaks it.
Can still injure me.
With that, his face straightened up.
Just look at the fingers ahead. You are the emperor in the mouth of the golden tiger beast. This is. Fingers suspended in mid-air used their thoughts in Zhang Xian's mind. Tell him. Kid, do it well.
Surprisingly, they were able to find this place.
It seems that you have considerable skills.
Zhang Xian heard this sound.
It's the sound of the blue-footed dragon beast from before.
So he just sneered. I didn't expect the majestic spirit of the green-footed dragon beast,
surprisingly hiding on a finger to survive.
However, the witch soul hiding in the fingers. When I saw the other person, I immediately revealed my background.
Just snort lightly. Is your eyesight good?
The kid has this kind of insight at such a young age. It seems that you are not an ordinary student.
Not a student of the elder outside either.
Otherwise, you can't tame all 9 kings of Yunwu Ridge either. I just don't care who you are either.
Genius teachers like you. Just swallow it for me. You can replenish the flesh and blood of your fingers.
It can also extend my life by another 50 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately responded with a sentence. So you devoured the flesh and blood of the famous teacher. I think this finger can help you avoid fading light. Can your fingers hear the other person say that their soul power is one of the 5 decays?
I suddenly asked in confusion, do you still know? Flowing light fades and comes to mind here. Fingers immediately sneered. Just keep talking. It depends on your age, but I have a lot of knowledge. But the more you do this, the more I can't keep you here. My folding space is just a reflection. Since you came in, don't leave today. Fingers have just finished speaking. I saw a powerful force spread out in an instant.
Immediately after, I saw the phantom. With a strong murderous intent, the pupils appeared. However, Zhang Xian did not panic upon seeing this scene. Instead, he sneered and said, I'll talk to you properly.
Why do you insist on eating me? Are you sure you can succeed? But he hasn't finished speaking yet.
I heard a cruel voice coming from my ear.
Speaking of the master, leave this guy to me.
I heard the cruel man say that. Zhang Xian is very puzzled. This person who never takes the initiative.
Why are you suddenly about to take action today? Just Zhang Xian hasn't asked yet.
The ruthless person continued saying, that finger is mine.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was immediately stunned. Subsequently, just asked with a puzzled expression, saying that your finger belongs to you. At this point, the ruthless person although I don't know what happened, many memories are also gone, but I can confirm, this is my finger before I died. In other words, this guy is currently occupying my belongings.
A ruthless person who explains the situation clearly.
After obtaining Zhang Xian's consent, the heart suddenly moves, a strong killing aura.
Immediately, the fingers flying in the air rushed over. However, the green-horned dragon beast that just ran out of its fingers has no soul.
Feel the killing spirit.
I was so scared that I trembled for a moment. He suddenly crawled back into his finger.
My colleague exclaimed with a cruel cry. Help me quickly, come on. A powerful killing aura also emanated from the fingers. 2 breaths collide. The entire folding space couldn't help but shake. It seems like I can't bear it at any time. It usually needs to explode on the spot.
And Zhang Xuanjian's fingers beside him.
A huge idea came out. Give people a feeling of crushing. I couldn't help but retreat to the edge of space.
Then I heard the thoughts of my fingers.
Who exactly are you? Let out a furious shout.
The book suspended in mid-air at this moment.
Only ruthless people can refute who I am.
Your uncle, I am a ruthless person.
Fingers can hear it. Immediately trembled.
And then he continued to angrily say goodbye, talking nonsense to me here.
I am the ruthless one. Listen here. Zhang Xian is stupid. What's going on? The two ruthless people then froze in place, listening to books and fingers arguing. I am the ruthless consciousness. Not long after,
upon hearing Zhang Xian's dizziness, she couldn't help but ask the ruthless person,
what the hell is going on here?
The ruthless person only responded at this moment, saying,
I think I was too strong before my death. Any drop of flesh and blood, a section of finger, they can all transform into a single entity. Before my death,
these ideas can be managed uniformly,
even converging into one entity.
But the consciousness born after the death of this deity,
everyone thinks they are the ruthless ones. Everyone wants to recover again. We must devour the other party.
Otherwise, it will only be swallowed up by the backlash.
Thoughts will also disappear along with it. Listen here. Zhang Xian finally understood. Come here. However, after explaining the cruel matter, continue speaking. This guy has devoured countless famous teachers, absorbing the power from it. He is much stronger than me now.
If I don't lift the pressure of books on me,
I can't resist the current situation at all.
Zhang Xian immediately frowned upon hearing these words.
If the suppression is lifted,
how can this guy do things at his own command?
But he hasn't figured it out yet. When it comes to what to do, the opponent's finger just used a move to repel the ruthless person.
With a sneer of increased confidence,
I thought you were so amazing. Dare to come out and argue with me. Go die for me. As soon as the words fell,
I saw my fingers emitting a strong killing aura, like a sharp sword stabbing at a ruthless person. However, the ruthless person felt the power of the other party. He anxiously asked Zhang Xian to help him relieve him.
Otherwise, I will be devoured by the other party.
But Zhang Xian heard him say that.
Just respond by saying it's okay. No need to lift it.
I can also directly seal this guy off. Then he waved his big hand. A heavenly scripture soared out of the sky from the side. He ran straight towards his fingers. However, the ruthless person inside the finger has not yet reacted.
I felt a force enveloping it. Immediately afterwards, it was sucked into the book.
At this moment, he realized for himself.
It's like being pressed down by a giant rock. No matter how hard you try, you won't move at all.
The ruthless person beside saw Zimo,
instantly burst out laughing. Okay. You weren't mocking me just now.
Do you submit to a small renowned teacher?
Now I want to see if you can escape and defend. I only heard the other party's mockery. My heart is filled with anxiety.
At this moment, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. However, the ruthless person saw that the other party was still alive. Just continue to sneer and stop struggling in vain. Just obediently let me devour it, and I can finish it all in one go.
So two ruthless people. We started arguing again without giving in.
Soon after, Zhang Xian came up to her.
Take 2 books into your hands. Just angrily scold me and shut up. I casually flicked my fingers in the book a few times. Fingers at this moment. It's exactly the same as before when the heart just came in. I am completely dissatisfied with this. He shouted arrogantly and angrily, do you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?
Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Zhang Xian played several more times in a row. However, the finger that was almost out of breath was bounced. Only then did I realize my situation. So I dare not be arrogant anymore. I dare not speak recklessly anymore. Otherwise, he would really be found dead in the book. At this moment, Zhang Xuanjian's arrogant temper was evident. It has already been smoothed out. Just looked at him and asked who you were. What's wrong with the green-horned dragon beast? Why does one finger have 2 consciousnesses?
Tell me carefully. Otherwise, you ruthless person, I will make you never be ruthless again. Fingers in the book. At this moment, there is no more arrogance from before. So he helplessly spoke up in response, saying,
I am a ruthless hand drum, sleeping for thousands of years before gaining consciousness.
The green-horned dragon beast is the emperor of Yunwu Ridge. I want to wake up as soon as possible. Just arrest his soul, when he acts according to my requirements. After understanding these, Zhang Xian, just when I was about to say something, the heartless person beside spoke up. The master asked me to swallow this guy.
Then my strength can definitely recover even more. The cruel man still looked puzzled when he saw his master.
Just keep explaining that if I'm not wrong.
Although the ruthless person was killed in the beginning,
but it must have also left behind a lot of tricks. There must be many people like us who have independent consciousness. If you want to restore the peak again,
just absorbing spiritual energy alone cannot achieve it in another 100,000 years.
The only way now is, it's about finding these scattered consciousnesses. Let me devour them one by one. As long as it devours enough. Even if we can't restore all our strength, it's definitely not too bad either. Listen here.
Zhang Xian only responded at this point, saying that it was possible.
As long as you are loyal to me, not just this one in front of me, I will also help you find other ruthless people. Make you stronger and stronger. After all, for Zhang Xian, it doesn't matter who the ruthless person is, as long as one can be loyal to oneself. Just help yourself with the task. So this ruthless heart, I followed him for so long. I have also experienced many things. It would be best if we could completely tame nature. As for this finger, killed so many famous teachers. Even if one can truly submit, Zhang Xian would never use him either. That's why I said such things to a ruthless person. However, the ruthless heart heard the other person say so. I also pondered for a long time. Since these times, he also witnessed it with his own eyes. This guy has many means and abilities, more stunning than the legendary 9-star masters. So in the eyes of ruthless people, perhaps this guy can really take himself further, even surpassing the suffering corpse. Think of this. I agreed as soon as I gritted my teeth, completely loyal to the other party. After obtaining the consent of the ruthless person, Zhang Xian directly asked him to sacrifice his soul. Soon after completing the sacrificial ceremony, the two of them, Zhang Xian just asked if you want to devour it. How can I help you? The ruthless person responded by saying to report it to the young master. My current strength is not as good as his. If you could lend me that Kong's handwritten book for use, we can ensure that it is completely swallowed. After all, this finger has swallowed so much. Famous teacher. Both in terms of ideas and strength, he is stronger than me. If we don't rely on Kong's handwriting, I'm definitely not a match. Maybe he'll even eat it up. Listen here. Zhang Xian also agreed. Only 2/3 of my handwriting remains. So he asked him how much he needed. There is no exact quantity for this, but ruthless people do not have it. After all, I don't know how strong the other party is. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Just enter the true chi of the heavenly Tao. I severely injured the fingers inside the book. In that case, it can also save someone oneself. However, the ruthless heart witnessed this scene. My heart involuntarily twitched. So I didn't think much anymore. A surge in my heart. A huge killing force gushed out, rushing straight into the book on the opposite side. Lasted for an hour. At this moment, the ruthless heart spoke up. The young master just devoured this guy. Now two conflicting thoughts. I may need to sleep for a while. There are remnants of the greenhorn dragon beast in the fingers. I have erased it for you. Consciousness can be easily refined, used to nourish witch souls. Immediately following the book, a pure soul power emanated from the fingers in the middle. Seeing the scene in front of me, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. It's just not the time for refining yet, so I covered the book and put it away. I glanced at the hole and saw that the pencil was missing 1/3. He also shook his head helplessly. After putting everything away, he left the folding space. After coming out, let the waiting wind mother come over, devouring the space. About half an hour has passed. Zhang Xian watched as Feng Mu devoured the space completely. Just put it in the beehive and return to the cave. At this moment, Jin Yuanding, who remained in place, watched as his master came out. He came up excitedly and said, Master, there are many good things left behind by this tiger beast. The pervert in front of us is not giving lectures properly. Instead, he went to give a lecture to the spirit beasts. Okay now. Buried in the blood of nearly 100,000 spirit beasts. Just now, Zhang Xian's ruthless fingers. After devouring the heart of a ruthless person, I left the folding space. When I first walked back to the mountain cave, Jin Jinding greeted him with excitement on his face. Speaking of the master, I found many good things from the tiger beast. After speaking, he immediately passed the storage ring over. Zhang Xian saw the ring thrown over. Take a piece casually. As soon as one's spirit moves, they enter it. But only after entering did I realize that the treasures inside were piled up like mountains. There are tens of millions of mid-range snacks on a single order. There are also hundreds of Shangpin snacks available. Other medicinal herbs and pills. Rare and unparalleled, countless in number. There are hundreds of top-notch weapons that have reached level 0 in a row. There are also 3 semi-holy level items among them. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Then he looked at the golden cauldron beside him. Ask if you have obtained so many good things. Your contribution is significant. How can I reward you? At this moment, Jin Yuanding responded with a smirk, saying that as long as the owner, don't forget to help me improve my skills. That's good. There's nothing else I want. Listen here. Zhang Xian also nodded to reassure the other party. Even if we don't mention this matter, I would do the same thing myself. After speaking, he walked out of the cave with Jin Yuanding. But as soon as I came out, I saw the crimson lion and the tiger-headed beast. Wait for the king to win and come up. Just stepped forward and said to report to the master. All the fighting spirit beasts have gathered. Everyone is waiting for their master at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Shuwen also nodded. Just go to the foot of the mountain with a few holy beasts. Not long after, thousands of spirit beasts saw a young man approaching them. Their eyes widened one by one. He looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled expression on his face. And Zhang Xian standing on the small slope. I didn't pay attention to their discussion. Looking around a week later, A loud voice suddenly sounded, and the spirit beast wanted to enhance its strength. Not only the essence and aura of the sun and the moon, we still need to learn from humans for cultivation. However, Zhang Xian's side activated the heart of the giver. Send guests to tens of thousands of spirit beasts. And Elder Mi finally returned to Lei Yuanfeng. Since the two of them went to Yunwuling for negotiations until now. It's been almost 2 hours now. Lao Zhao also sent all the students. Everyone is gathered not far away waiting. And the priest, and several other elders brought them over. But the only person who came back was him. But I didn't see the dean. Everyone's faces suddenly became heavy. However, Lao Zhao eagerly welcomed him up. Why did you come back alone? What about the dean? What's wrong with him? Where is the other person? And Wei Runxue on the side saw that the other party did not respond. I also jumped up in a hurry. I wish I could eat the old fan in front of me. He glared at him angrily and shouted maize bamboo at him. I said, you old thing. How could you let the dean take this risk? If anything happens, how to live up to all teachers and students? How is the dean doing now? You actually said it. Listen here. Lao Ni's face was filled with a bitter smile. I don't know how to answer. After all, what does the dean want to do? You need to be able to stop it yourself. However, the pastor beside interrupted everyone's questioning about this matter. Just speak up and say it. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Anai Chang, could you please tell me? How did you come back? Where is my senior uncle now? How is the situation at Yunwu Ridge? Then the referee let out a sigh of relief. The top 10 kings of Yunwu Ridge, filled with hatred towards humanity. You rashly went to negotiate like this. It's already fortunate that you're out. Tell me about the situation. At this moment, Elder Mi hesitated for a long time. I don't know how to say it to everyone. So I readjusted my thinking, organized the language, just spoke slowly and said, the situation is roughly like this. The top 10 kings made an appointment with discuss how to handle the aftermath. During this period, the dean went out once, and then, out of the top 10 kings, 9 have become their beast owners. 3,000 flying spirit beasts also recognize him as their master. In other words, now, apart from these spirit beasts that are currently fighting, all the holy beasts of Yunwu Ridge, all of them are the private property of the dean. Just that Elder Mi said it here. Seeing no response from everyone, I looked up in confusion. I just realized that everyone's eyes widened. Everyone looks like they're stupid, stuck and motionless. After seeing the expressions of everyone, the old fan also said again with a helpless expression on his face. What I said is true. At this moment, Lao Zhao, who couldn't even lift his leg, was powerless. She slowly spoke up and asked Nana, what about the dean and others? Later, the pastor saw the old fans and said that the dean was still in the clouds and mist. His face darkened. Immediately instruct Zhong Dingchun. You go ahead and gather the students gathered at the foot of the mountain first. Bring back to the medical college for treatment. Changqing, please let the students of the martial arts academy know. Be ready for battle at any time. The other elders are now coming with me to the clouds and mist. After explaining, a few people, the elder and the pastor quickly headed to the mist and clouds, but we haven't arrived yet. Everyone saw countless spirit beasts, densely piled up at the foot of the mountain, lying on the ground in ecstasy. At this moment, Lao Zhao exclaimed in surprise, take a look, it's the dean. He's teaching these spirit beasts a lesson. Everyone heard this. I couldn't help but look at the figure at the forefront. At this moment, I saw him with great spiritual energy. The person who spits lotus flowers is teaching a lesson. Seeing this scene, all the elders are stupid. The dean can now give lectures to spirit beasts. However, just as everyone was shocked by this, I just heard Zhang Xian say one last word to Zhong Shou. That's all for today's class. Have you all dispersed? Zhang Xian has finished teaching here. Many spirit beasts have not dispersed. Instead, they all raised their heads, accompanied by tens of thousands of spirit beasts, let out a neat roar. The sound echoed throughout the entire valley, soaring straight into the sky. We haven't waited for several elders in the air to react yet. When something happens, I saw them all climb up from the ground one by one. A drop of blood appeared on each person's forehead, flew straight towards Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian watched as the sky was filled with fresh blood rushing towards her. Shaking body, almost scared to death on the spot. I lost it. I was just giving lectures casually. I hope you can let go of your murderous intentions. I didn't let you recognize me. Besides, even if you acknowledge your identity, you wouldn't rush to come, would you? These are nearly 100,000 spirit beasts, 1 drop of blood per person. He meows enough to make a swimming pool. Several elders and pastors saw this. They're all crazy. Does this dean want to open a zoo? Collect the top 10 kings. Collecting 3,000 flying beasts is not enough. We need to collect nearly 100,000 spirit beasts. Dean, are you trying to dominate the mainland? A first-class imperial city like Hongyuan Imperial City. as long as you cough. I'm afraid they could all fall in an instant. However, at this moment, Elder Me was scared and his face turned pale. Fortunately, I applied for the 7th. If he were to assess the Beast Master, isn't the college going to be abolished? Then I thought of something. Just murmured to himself, that's right, that's right. Let so many spirit beasts recognize it now. Addressing such a significant hidden danger. This credit is immeasurable. I need to report to Xiaodang. As a result, last time, the dean said that the blood he wanted could also be exchanged. At this moment, the pastor suppressed. I greeted a few people. He flew towards Zhang Sun. Go to the other person's place. I have reported that I have met the dean with the full punishment ceremony. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw them coming. Just now, with a look of grievance on his face, he shouted that it would be great if you came. Have all these spirit beasts gone crazy? You insist on recognizing me as the Ni Chang Lao, you are the dean of the Animal Training Academy. See if there's any way to interrupt Lao Mi. Classical Chinese is very speechless. I thought to myself that it would be difficult. You've tamed everything all at once. Surprisingly, he still has this expression. Dean, you will be killed by other animal trainers if you do this. Then he shook his head and replied, there is no such method. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, a face full of constipation, then he couldn't help but collapse and sit on the ground, burst into tears. What have I done wrong? So that's it. Zhang Xian was forced to do nothing. It took 5 or 6 hours, forcefully sacrificing the souls of these tens of thousands of spirit beasts, all recovered completely. After all, he really doesn't want to say that much. With 3,000 flying beasts and 9 holy beasts, my strength has improved significantly. Just didn't agree to their words. These are all persistent and unyielding. It is bound to make even greater noise. So Zhang Xian's face was also full of helplessness at this moment. Finish everything here. Although Zhang Xian is exhausted, but I also know that now is not the time to rest. After all, Wei Ruyan's soul cultivates in the sacred Bodhi tree. It's already been over a day. So he left the room and hurriedly headed towards the palace. Flies away. Quickly arrived at the palace and greeted the city lord. Go to the yard of the Bodhi tree by yourself. Looking around a week later, found no one. A mental movement. The witch soul looked at the Bodhi tree in 3 dimensions. At this moment, it was discovered that the other party's soul is nourished by the Bodhi tree, has become exceptionally powerful. So he released his physical body, slowly controlling the other person's soul, leading from the Bodhi tree into the gas. After half an hour of fusion, at this moment, like smoke, the soul and body perfectly blend together. After finishing these, my finger lightly tapped her forehead, accompanied by a spiritual light entering the body. Suddenly, a beam of light emanated from the entire body. Immediately after, I saw her slowly opening her eyes. However, at this moment, Wei Ruyan saw the young man in front of her. I am very curious in my heart. How did this person respond? So he asked softly, may I ask who you are? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other person speak up. I am very happy in my heart. Nodding casually in response, he said to Zhang Xian, he is a renowned teacher. I have completely cured your illness. But Wei Ruyan heard these words spoken by the young man in front of her. I can't believe it. After all, he has been plagued by illness since childhood. I have sought countless doctors and renowned teachers, but to no avail. From the depths of his heart, he has already given up. However, Zhang Xian did not explain too much at this time. Just give him a slight smile and say, get up and give it a try first. I knew it. Upon hearing this, Wei Ruyan, I looked at the other person with confusion. So I gently caressed my palm. I want to push myself up. But this push, the whole person suddenly soared to a height of 7 or 8 meters, almost collided with a branch. At this moment, Wei Ruyan was scared by herself. Screamed loudly, quickly waving to block it. But this time, the ground was swept up in a whirlwind. Gently lifted up. Then it slowly fell down. Seeing this scene, he's completely foolish. Zhang Xian, who was standing beside him, saw his puzzled expression and, with a slight smile, he explained that you have been seriously ill since childhood. Took a large amount of treasures and rare medicinal herbs. Although it didn't work before. But now my body has fully recovered. Integrating medicinal effects. You have already acquired the peak strength of the residual wind. After understanding the situation, Wei Ruyan, I know I can recover. All thanks to the young man in front of us. So as soon as he clasped his fists, he knelt down on the ground. Thank him for saving his life. Zhang Xian helped him up when she saw the situation. However, Wei Ruyan stood behind her. After looking left and right, I couldn't help but ask Zhang Shi, where is my father? Does he know the news that I am sober? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the smile and anticipation on the other person's face. I want to say something but don't know how to speak. After a moment of contemplation, I just learned about the death of Wei Chanfeng. I told him one by one. After learning about the situation, he couldn't help it anymore. I feel extremely cramping in my heart, tears streaming down my face, recalling every little detail of my father. Not long after, Wei Ruyan looked at the sky filled with stars. I took a deep breath. It's like making some kind of decision. So his face straightened up. Looking at Zhang Xian again, kneeling directly to the ground, he said, "Please accept me as your disciple, Master Zhang." However, Zhang Xian also promised earlier. Wei Changfeng needs to take care of his daughter. Now he's awake. It is reasonable to accept him as a disciple. Just nod and say apprentice when you think of this. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Wei Ruyan said together, "Teacher, I don't know who killed my father, Yuko. Where is it now?" And when Zhang Xian heard this, he responded by saying, "I know you definitely want to seek revenge with your own hands. I have already prepared this person for you. Come with me." After speaking, I used phonetic techniques to explain to the distant lord of the castle. "Summon the purple yang beast. Fly to your mansion with 2 people. I will return to the mansion soon. Let Sun Chang bring the detained Yusu over." However, at this time, Yoshu was banned from editing, to never have the same prestige as before again. In just half a month, he has become thin and emaciated. I don't even know how old I look. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Wei Ruyan beside him. "Speaking of the old man in front of me, he is the murderer who killed your father. How to handle it is up to you." After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and turned around to walk outward. After all, avenging his father must be done by himself. If you can't do this thing well, still have to rely on others. Zhang Xuanjun is considering whether to accept him as a disciple or not. This pervert in front of us is about to end. I haven't started taking office yet. I'm about to be strangled in the cradle by everyone. Just now, after Zhang Xian woke Wei Ruyan up, just take him as a disciple directly. Immediately after, he recounted the incident of his father being harmed by Yusu. I told him everything. Finally, bring the other person to him. Let him handle it. Turn around and leave on your own. But Zhang Xian just returned to her room for a while. Wei Ruyan hurriedly walked over. "Speaking of teacher, when I was about to kill Yusu just now, he mentioned some things related to the renowned teacher academy. The cause of death of the old dean. Therefore, I dare not make decisions. I am here to report to you. I hope the teacher can come over and personally inquire." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately went with him to interrogate the matter. After taking a few steps, I finally thought of something. So he summoned the purple sun beast. After all, he is the animal pet of the old dean, loyal to him. This involves the cause of death of the old dean, so Zhang Xian also hopes that he can hear it firsthand. Soon, the two of them arrived at the courtyard where the game was played as soon as they reached their first birthday. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived, she saw that the other person's face was pale, blackened lips. My whole body trembled incessantly. So he turned around and asked Ruyan if she had poisoned him. After receiving a response from the other party, Zhang Xian also nodded in satisfaction. "Wow, you did a great job. Know your strengths, can also make good use of it. Is this the right way to be your own student?" Then he looked at the other person. Spiritual movement. Yen Tianshou immediately activated it. Just spoke up and said, "Vice Dean, we meet again. What's going on with the old dean? Speak up quickly." However, due to the influence of the oath beast at this time, his eyes gradually blurred, unconsciously responding that it was all my momentary confusion. 2 years ago, the old dean summoned all the elders in the college. They said they discovered in ancient ruins. This relic may involve a huge secret. We need to go and investigate. At that time, more than 20 elders and I received orders. Let's go together. Who knew that they had just entered the ruins not long ago? We encountered a space storm, blow everyone away. But I found myself trapped in a folding space, caught by a spirit clan. Then they gave me a bottle of medicine, forcing me to use it for the old dean and others. At that time, I really had no intention of harming anyone, but they cursed me severely. I was also forced. Listen here. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Ask the other person. That poison, is it the one you used to compete with yourself? After receiving a positive response from the other party, just give him a cold look. Continuing to ask, as a renowned teacher, not only did it fail to protect its own, but it belongs to the Lingzhu people of Shuani. Help a tyrant to victimize his subjects, killing companions. What face do you have left to survive? And the sacred Bodhi tree of the royal Did you also poison me? Then I heard the other party say, the matter of the Bodhi tree was indeed his responsibility, but he also runs errands for others. I don't know the specific reason for doing this. However, on the side, Ziang was. I can no longer hold back the anger in my heart, so he came up to her. I gritted my teeth before asking my master, can I kill the scum of the human race? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved. But this matter involves too many things. We can't die at our hands yet. I will have the pastor take it back to headquarters. Take it easy. The punishment of such traitors by the master teacher hall. It's very strict. He will accept an experience even more painful than death. Jiang Shou heard that he was going to be sent to headquarters. Nodding should also be good. After all, he also knows. Killing him like this is too cheap for him. Zhang Xian saw that he agreed. I turned my head and looked at Ruyan beside me. At this moment, Wei Ruyan also nodded in response and said, everything follows the teacher's arrangement. After seeing that they all agreed, Zhang Xian called Sun Chang over. I confessed. Not long ago, Zhang Xian saw the priest fly over. Pointing to the side, he said that this Yoshu betrayed the human race. Murder of the former dean of the renowned teacher college. I hope you can bring it back to headquarters for interrogation. The pastor couldn't help but contract his pupils in classical Chinese. After receiving the affirmation of this senior uncle on this matter again, don't hesitate anymore. Capture it casually and trap the swim fluff with true chi. Later, he said to Zhang Xian, senior uncle, I'll take him back to headquarters now. Your succession ceremony tomorrow. I may not be able to participate. After receiving a response from my senior uncle, the pastor didn't say two more words. As soon as he turned around, he flew out with Yu Su. However, at this moment, on the side of Han Yuan Palace, the city lord also learned from the old eunuch Luo's father that, today, the mysterious elder of the renowned teacher academy, proactively negotiate with the king of Yunwu Ridge. Although the outcome of the negotiations is still unknown, but both sides have ceased hostilities. The spirit beasts have also retreated. The city lord who learned about these speculated. The academy may be preparing for tomorrow's succession ceremony. Can progress smoothly. Only then did they bow down and give up to a group of retailers, or made some kind of compromise. Only then can they stop attacking. At this point, eunuch Luo Fu also responded by saying, the person sent out to investigate. It should be before the succession ceremony. We can bring back the content and information of the negotiations between both parties. However, during their conversation, a eunuch hurriedly walked in. Then I listened from his mouth. The lord of the fourth great emperor's city has arrived. The lord of Yuqing, who was aware of the situation, also set off to meet with him. I will meet a few people soon. I just made a polite gesture of asking for warmth and concern. Several city lords began to speculate. Who will this new dean be? When the elder succeeded to the throne, the lord of Yuqing shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. The response says none of them are. Subsequently, under various pressure from several people, the lord of Yuqing knows he won't say anything. It will make several people suspicious. Maybe it will make several great cities unhappy. So he grabbed it with a big hand. Activate all prohibitions within the palace. Then he used phonetics to say to everyone, according to the information I have received, this new dean is Zhang Xian in Jiangshi. Everyone was filled with confusion upon hearing these words. Then a city lord couldn't help but ask, is this Zhang Xian parachuted from headquarters? However, the several city lords of Yuqing had puzzled expressions on their faces. He also explained that he didn't come from headquarters, but it's a new student who just entered the college this year. Listen here. All four city lords are foolish. One by one, they were scared like they had seen a ghost. The college actually appointed a new student as the dean. Did you hear correctly? Famous teacher colleges are the backbone of humanity. Cannot be insulted in everyone's heart. Now it's surprising that a new student who has just entered the college has come and be the dean. This joke is not just an ordinary joke. At this moment, Yuqing decided on everyone's expression. I also gave a helpless bitter smile. Later, it was explained that, I know this news is difficult for everyone to accept, but that's the truth. Listen here. Several city lords froze in place, lost in thought. After a while, only then did a city lord come out and say, if that's the case, then, this Zhang Xian must have a considerable background, right? Upon hearing this, the lord of the city, he's just a 20-year-old 4-star teacher. And there are several matters related to minor occupations. Everyone said it once. Several city lords heard this. Suddenly, one by one, their faces turned pale with iron. Everyone stood up in anger. Tell them about their imperial achievements. Never acknowledge such a dean, because they were on their way here. I also heard about Yunwu Ridge, and learned that the college is for tomorrow's ceremony. And compromise for perfection. Compromise with the retail of Yunwuling. So in their eyes, the atmosphere of the entire renowned teacher academy has changed. Nowadays, even a 4-star renowned teacher can easily become a dean, although these emperors have no authority to manage them. Appointment of dean. You can indeed vote for or against it. Therefore, they want to attend tomorrow's succession ceremony. Raise doubts. If it's really as they know, then, we will report it to a higher teacher hall to handle this matter. After all, such a large college. The operation requires a huge cost. Many funds. All of them are provided free of charge by subordinate first-class cities. In other words, these cities allocate a large sum of money every year. provided for use by the college. If the dean is an incompetent guy, it's easy to cause the college to collapse. This is naturally not what they want to see. The same scene. It also happened at the Master Teacher Hall in Hanyuan Imperial City. Today, except for the 4 lords of the Great Emperor City who came to the palace, these 4 famous teachers from the Great Emperor City are renowned masters, also involved in it. So at this moment, Mo Gaoyuan, looking at the many lords in front of me who were full of doubts, I couldn't help but rub my forehead. I don't know how to explain it. However, one of the hall leaders stood up and gave a scolding. No matter what abilities this new dean has. Anyway, I'm the first one who disagrees. At tomorrow's Q&A session, just see how I embarrass him. Another hall master also echoed in agreement. A small 4-star renowned teacher wants to become a dean. I don't take all the famous teachers seriously either. If the dean is so easy to handle, this spot, it won't be empty for 2 whole years to paint. Go back to the renowned teacher academy. Many injured students who participated in the war piled up together. One by one, their faces were ashen. They are condemning today's ceremony one after another. One of the 4th grade students, even more angrily slammed the table, roaring loudly, the prestigious Academy of Renowned Teachers, surprisingly surrendering to retail. It's simply a shame for the human race. And the students next to him explained, I heard it's because the new dean has succeeded to the throne. There can be no riots. Otherwise, the face above will not look good. Listen here. This 4th grade student is even more angry. This is simply the fate of the wilderness. Surprisingly, for the sake of the new dean's face, disregarding the face and temperament of our human race, it's like losing the dignity of a famous teacher. I would rather die on the battlefield with the other side. I don't want to participate in any sacrificial ceremony here either. However, many students are concerned about this matter, one by one, filled with grief and anger. After all, what happened in Yunwu Forest? Zhang Xian also instructed many elders not to disclose it to outsiders. So these students and others, I don't even know its true situation. Perhaps, the people sent by the palace to infiltrate Yunwu Ridge will know about this matter. But even if you know, I can only come back tomorrow to report. So tonight, everyone is angry about surrendering to the spirit beast. However, among the injured students, someone suddenly asked, do you know who the new dean is? Upon hearing these words, everyone quickly shook their heads and said they didn't know. But at this moment, one of them stood up with a face full of anger. The response said that no matter who the new dean is, surrender from negotiations with spirit beasts. Nothing has happened since the establishment of the school. This kind of person is not worthy of our respect at all. I think it's better this way. When the ceremony starts tomorrow, why don't we have a parade? We must have the new dean personally confess. What did he promise to Yunwuling? The conditions for the realization of the right to mourn. Everyone heard this. We'll do it tomorrow, said in unison. We also want to hear from him. What did they promise to this group of spirit beasts? What benefits did it provide? Only then can we make these spirit beasts obediently retreat to Yunwu Ridge. However, after Zhang Xian sent away the pastor, I started busy teaching Wei Ruyan the cultivation method scroll. Wait until everything is done. It's almost dawn. Just as he was about to take a break, Elder Mi came to pay his respects to Zhang Xian. After letting the other party in, just look at him. I handed over a flowchart for the ceremony of offering sacrifices. When you can see the dense handwriting, Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. He thought that simply accepting the sacrificial tablet would complete it. I didn't expect to not only accept questions from all the teachers and students in the school, we also need to publicly worship the many immortal bodies of the academy. Only with recognition can one accept it. Encouragement from the thoughts of teachers and students. Condensing the dean's order. Becoming a true dean. Finally, there is a public class to attend. However, Elder Mi on the side saw that Zhang Xian remained silent. I'm afraid he won't understand. I quickly explained. The Q&A session is an assessment of the new dean by the faculty and students of the college. As long as you perform well, it can increase recognition. The usual situation is student representatives and teacher representatives, and other famous teachers' classroom questions or challenges. The reply given by the dean. Most of them are cultivation or minor professions. Dean, your understanding of various professions, and understanding of cultivation. It should be easy about this. As for worshipping ancestors, Dean, you have such a strong talent. Although not yet a 6-star renowned teacher, but there are already 6 types of minor professions available. Passing the assessment is just a matter of time. It shouldn't be difficult to gain the recognition of ancestors. Last, the most difficult thing is to have the opposite intention of the dean's order. Even the most powerful teacher. It's also impossible to make everyone agree. After all, some people admire it. Naturally, there are people who resist. The old dean had such high prestige back then. It just condensed gold. Dean, please hear this. Zhang Xiankai looked puzzled. asked the other person.
What does this golden dean's order mean?
Only then did Elder Me explain.
As the dean of the renowned teacher college,
the more recognized teachers and students there are, the more condensed thoughts there are,
the greater the power of the dean's order formed.
The higher the level, the better. Usually divided into platinum and gold,
bronze and steel in 4 grades, can reach the bronze grade level.
About half of the faculty and students in the college
just acknowledge and admire from the depths of your heart. And for gold level, it's around 60%.
Platinum is 70%.
The renowned teacher college has been established for nearly 10,000 years.
There are only 2 that can condense the platinum dean's order.
One of them is Pastor Mukai, the founder of the college. The battle broke out that year.
He leads by example.
More than 130 scars on the body without retreating.
Even scattered their family assets to treat the students.
That's why we received such recognition.
As for the second one, he is the last true dean 4,000 years ago. Speaking of Dean Mo, it's truly amazing and brilliant. Illuminated the entire era. The miracle created back then. Tell me in detail. I'm afraid you're no weaker than the dean.
Zhang Xian heard something strange here. Could it be that Dean Mo is also causing such trouble with himself?
These guys in front of us. Surprisingly, he went to someone else's territory to teach the boss here a lesson.
As a result, more than 10,000 people were tragically affected.
Teach them how to be a good person on the spot. Just now, Zhang Xian learned from Elder Me that the dean is divided into 4 levels in total.
And since the establishment of the institute 10,000 years ago,
only 2 deans converged into the platinum dean. Just Zhang Xian heard Elder Me say, the second dean Mo Liuxian. The miracle created back then, compared to when I was not weak at all.
He looked at the other person with a strange expression on his face.
Ask the way.
Could it be that Dean Mo is also causing such trouble with himself?
Upon hearing this, Elder Me, he replied with an embarrassed expression on his face. He doesn't have the dean.
You're causing so much trouble. It's just that he's in college.
Record the records broken by deletion. For 4,000 years in the future. No one can surpass him. Listen here.
Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. He has been at the academy for so long.
I've never heard anyone mention deleting this record before. At this moment, Elder Me smiled. It's normal to explain that the dean doesn't know. Record deletion is an assessment of a 6-star renowned teacher. Since your enrollment,
no one has yet scored 6 stars.
So I haven't opened it recently. When I opened it last time, it was 6 months ago. Wu Yaoyao and the others have entered before. Zhang Xian looked at the other person with confusion upon hearing these words. Ask 511 about them.
At this point, Elder Me continued to explain and said yes. According to the rules of the Master Teacher Hall,
the cultivation level can only reach about half holy,
only qualified to assess 6-star famous teachers. Otherwise, it would only be half a step and 6 stars at most. They all received 6-star badges. It's precisely because we reached the 3rd level on Record Mountain.
Record Mountain is a place to test cultivation and combat effectiveness. Can break through to the 3rd level, indicating infinite combat power close to half a life. In addition, many previous assessments have been passed.
Naturally, he also received the badge. Knowing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, if I have to assess a 6-star famous teacher, then, except for the 6 auxiliary stars that reach 6 stars,
do you need anything else? Elder Me looked at the dean in front of him in classical Chinese.
Later on, he responded that the assessment requires 3 basic skills:
miner's mindset and strength.
Dean, both of the previous 2 are sufficient for you. The main focus now is on strength. After all, the lowest assessment standard is the peak of the 9 realms. And Dean, you are still in the early stages.
Of course. If we can pass the 3rd level on Record Mountain, also eligible for assessment. If these 3 foundations are enough, the rest is a test of the quality of famous teachers. However, there are many types of such tests. There are thousands of different types, and the most common one is for students, teaching and guidance. But if the dean wants to assess a 6-star famous teacher, it should be much more difficult. After all, your current identity is displayed here. There must be many people watching. Choose simple ones that are not easy to convince the public. If you guessed correctly, the test of your teacher's competence, it is highly likely to be the most difficult one. Promotion to the Imperial City. Listen here.
Zhang Xuemei's heart was heavy. He looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on his face. What does promotion to the Imperial City mean? Elder Me saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face.
I just smiled. I asked the dean a question. Walking all the way from Wancheng, do you know the biggest difference between cities? Zhang Xianwen was initially taken aback. Then I recalled it. Just responded that the biggest difference between cities is, it should be the level of the famous teacher hall, right? Hearing the other party's response, Elder and I nodded and said, that's right.
It is the level of the Master Teacher Hall. The higher the level of Mingshi Hall,
The stronger the royal city, the stronger it becomes. This is already an unwritten rule in mainland China. Many royal and imperial cities were built around the Mingshi Hall as the center. Chengdu is like Hongyuan City. Why can it stand firm and not fall? Mainly because there is a renowned teacher academy here. So if ordinary famous teachers need to be assessed, it's about a person's every word in action. Just verify every move you make. It's just that you're different. You are now the dean of the college. It's not just a personal issue anymore. This involves the entire college. So the promotion to the imperial city mentioned earlier, it's actually asking you to choose a titled dynasty. Through personal efforts, rebuild a renowned teacher's hall. Make it smoothly promoted to the imperial city. This assessment is not just about your personal abilities. It is more about grasping and controlling the overall situation. Extremely difficult. Zhang Xian, who understood, couldn't help but twitch her lips at this moment. Then he hurriedly asked, "Look at this. Is it still possible for me not to be the dean now?" After speaking, I'll see Michio. The old constipated expression did not respond to himself. Immediately, he said with a resentful expression on his face, "If I had known it would be so troublesome to be a dean, I shouldn't have agreed. What should I do if you call me that now?" After all, he thought being the dean would mean not having to worry about anything. You can also go to the library to read books freely. That's why I agreed. Who knew it was not just the succession ceremony that was so troublesome now? Even the difficulty of assessing a 6-star renowned teacher needs to be increased. Had I but known, he wouldn't bring this kind of broken dean to life or death. Of course, Elder Me heard his full mouth of complaints. He also looked speechless. If someone else could become the dean, I'm sure I'll be happy until I can't find my direction in the southeast, northwest, or northwest. He actually looked regretful all over his face. So he awkwardly explained that, although the difficulty of assessing 6-star famous teachers has increased, but once the assessment is passed, the foundation will also be more solid. Assessing higher-level renowned teachers will also be much easier. That's precisely why there are many talented teachers. Everyone is willing to apply for more difficult assessments. Come and sharpen yourself. After speaking, I saw that the other person's expression had eased a lot. Just keep explaining. If the dean can pass the test of promotion to the imperial city, when assessing 7-star famous teachers in the future, only 3 basic requirements are needed to apply directly. No need to continue teaching and educating people. Guidance and cultivation assessment. In other words, as long as you can complete this test, it's like having a pass to 7-star masters. Continue to accumulate cultivation skills in the future. Sharpen one's mind. Completing minor courses is sufficient. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian's mood suddenly became incredibly relaxed. So he responded excitedly, saying, "Okay, then I'll make a decision. Use promotion to the imperial city to assess 6-star famous teachers." Your elder is once again speechless in classical Chinese. I wonder why this dean seems to be playing around. This is the most difficult assessment among 6-star famous teachers. Many people avoid it. You really want to refuse. Just refuse, say yes, say yes. I can't think about it for a little longer, even if I really agree. Also frown. There was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Just a little bit is fine. Just nod and agree now. Still looking the same, right? I didn't explain clearly how terrifying the difficulty of this assessment is. Thinking of this, I want to remind the other party again. After some thought, it's better to forget about it. Anyway, this guy, they have all done so many incredible things, and also created so many incredible miracles. I can't say for sure if this assessment is suitable for him. It's not really difficult. So I didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Just looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Dean, it's almost time. Let's go to the academy first. Elder Zhao and the Heavenly Palace Court. I have customized a piece of clothing specifically for you. It's better to go over now and try to see if it fits." Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. After thinking about it, I also. Such a grand succession ceremony. Wearing an ordinary teacher uniform is naturally not acceptable. I don't think much about it anymore. After leaving the mansion with the elder, fly to the exclusive courtyard of the elders in the academy. However, at this time, the famous teacher's academy was crowded with people like a cave. There are figures everywhere. And the young Master Ruawan in the crowd. I am also discussing with Bai Zhanghai and others. Who exactly will this new dean be? After all, what they fear the most is, namely, Elder Lufeng, who had conflicts with the chairman, became the dean. If that's the case, their Xianxian society is highly likely to be disbanded. But just when the two of them were worried about it, suddenly, a third-grade senior ran over and asked Ruawan, "Do you know where the president is now?" The two of them saw each other in such a hurry. He also furrowed his brow and asked what had happened. Is there anything urgent to find him for? Subsequently, through the senior's narration, I just found out that there is a group of people dressed strangely. Inquire everywhere about President Zhang Xian's, Ruawan's whereabouts. After understanding the situation, Let the senior go and call the attentive people over. They came over in a moment. At this moment, if you're happy, let that senior lead the way to find these people. We soon discovered this group of people in one place. A few people approached gently upon seeing the situation. I just heard one of them say that Lu Da Xiao. Let's teach this Zhang Shui a lesson. I can't even find anyone now. What should we do about this? This guy couldn't have known the news in advance. Are you scared and hiding? Listen here. After a few people looked into their field of vision, they realized that the other party was an enemy, and I understand deeply that I want them to see and experience it. The power of Xian Hui. So if Prince Huan uses phonetic techniques to explain, you guys go back to headquarters first and prepare. I'll find a way to bring them over. Upon hearing this, Bi Zhanghai took a few people away. At this moment, if you are pleased to see them walking away, I just adjusted my facial expression a bit. Then she greeted him with a smile on her face. Tell a few people, my friends. I heard you're looking for Zhang Xian. However, a few young people who were struggling heard these words. Everyone excitedly turned to look at the other person and asked, Yes, do you know where he is? At this moment, young Master Ruohuan smiled with sincerity on his face. He also looks very enthusiastic and friendly. I replied that of course I know. He and I are best friends. It's just that the college is relatively large. How about this? I happen to have some free time. I can take you to find him. A few people immediately became happy upon hearing this. So the leading young man walked up. If that's the case, please trouble this little brother. Just like this, if Prince Huan leads a few people, come to the square of Xian Hui headquarters here. But they see that there are nearly 10,000 students here. Immediately felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. At this moment, the leading young man couldn't help but speak up. Why are there so many people here? Where is Zhang Shen? However, if you enjoy listening to their doubts, with a smile on her face, she explained that Zhang Xian was a new student. Naturally, I live here in the new student district. You also know that there are quite a few new students this year. This kind of scene is normal. Don't worry, everyone is a renowned teacher. Know what to say and what not. It won't mess around. After speaking, he led them towards the center of the crowd. Soon after, Ruohuan suddenly stopped. Then he distanced himself from a few people. Just shout loudly. These are the people who want to teach our president a lesson. Come and fight me to the death. Fight until you reveal who the mastermind behind it is. How many people heard this? I was momentarily stunned. But we haven't waited for them to react yet. What happened when? Just see the overwhelming attacks. He smashed it all over his face. I played for about 10 minutes. At this moment, Ruohuan made everyone stop. Then he walked up and began to question carefully. By asking the leading youth. Only by thoroughly describing the four major families, Lu Quan and Sergeant Shun, the mastermind behind it confessed. And he explained that he had made an appointment with them. Meet at the small pavilion by the college lake. Understanding these big moves of Ruohuan, let everyone follow themselves and take a look. So nearly 10,000 members. Wu Yahe walked towards the lake in the center of the college. Not long after, Ruohuan found two young people in the pavilion. I'm not wearing a school uniform. Let everyone wait here for now. I and Bai Zhanghai went forward first to understand the situation. Everyone is taking advantage of the situation and acting accordingly. Then he came up to her. I saw them chatting. Excuse me, are you Shinjun and Shindashao? Is it possible to have a spring and a young willow? Upon hearing this, the two of them responded by saying that it was indeed the case. Do we have anything to do? But Shinjun hasn't finished speaking yet. I feel like my eyes are darkened. I feel like someone has wrapped it in a burlap bag. Immediately afterwards, they were surrounded by a crowd. A manic episode. I don't know how long it has been. They just woke up slowly. After pulling off the sack, the two of them. I just realized that neither side is complete at this moment. They felt the physical pain and were completely angry at this moment. After a moment of silence, Shinjun just realized that this must be the work of Zhang Xian. Otherwise, they just arrived here. I have no grudges with anyone. No one could be so cruel to them. So he smiled and walked with Lu Quanpao beside him. Let's go back to the mansion and report to the clan leader first. We must give this kid a severe lesson. Let him know that our four major families are not easy to deal with. However, the scene arrived at the Academy's martial arts arena. This place is densely packed with people. The quantity is probably over 100,000. At this moment, the crowd in the audience was discussing one after another. Someone is discussing that the new dean will be Elder Lu. Still Elder Zhao. There are also voices calling for a ceremony of compromise with Yunwu Forest. Make sure the new dean gives an explanation. But just as everyone was talking about it, several elders flew onto the high platform. However, Elder Zhao looked around for a week and then just take a step forward and say, everyone, please be quiet. The old dean disappeared 2 years ago. The renowned teacher academy is in a scattered state, although there haven't been any major mistakes. But there are also dangers and obstacles. So, 3 days ago, led by a pastor, 10 elders' choice, finally elected a new dean.
Today marks the official succession ceremony of the new dean. I hope he can lead our college further and further
towards glory again.
So now let's move on to the first part of the grand ceremony. Please take the stage, Dean.
The pervert in front of us is too perverted today, pretending to be 13 in front of 100,000 people. Who can tolerate this? Just now, the highly anticipated inauguration ceremony of the new dean finally started. However, there were 100,000 people in the audience discussing it.
When the new dean was appointed, Elder Zhao announced that the dean would be invited to take the stage.
After everyone saw Elder Zhao's announcement,
a figure slowly walked towards the center of the stage.
After everyone sees this person clearly, they're all stupid. One by one, I don't understand why. What's he doing up there to join in the fun?
And all the members of Xianxian Club have gone crazy. What is the purpose of the president going up here?
It won't be due to a conflict with Elder Lu. Even the succession ceremony will be disrupted, right?
This is about to cause big trouble.
Yes, President.
What is he trying to do?
Dismantle the Alchemist Guild.
Make a big fuss at the first normal college. It's better to make the Alchemist Academy smoke-free. After all, it's just a small fuss within the college. Now it's a grand ceremony.
So many people can't stand it anymore.
If this continues, the Xianxian conference will be over.
Hurry up, go get the president down. We can't let him act recklessly today.
However, not only did the members of Xianxian Hui go up to stop Zhang Xian, even Luo Qiqi, Wang Ying, and others were completely indifferent. With a cry of surprise, "It's over. Teacher, this is going to cause a scene disturbance."
Upon hearing these words, Zheng Yang could no longer resist.
"Charge forward together. I want to stop the teacher. You can be a member of the Xianxian Club." When rushing up with Zheng Yang and others, Dean Zhao on stage spoke up and announced,
"Let me introduce it to everyone. This is the newly appointed dean of our renowned teacher college."
When Zhang Xian and Zhang Shi said this, there was a deathly silence throughout the entire venue.
Less than 3 breaths followed. The entire venue exploded directly. All the teachers and students widened their eyes one by one. This is going crazy.
However, at this moment, Elder Zhao ignored the discussions of the crowd.
With a big swing of his hand, he continued to say that although Zhang Shi is young,
but it has unparalleled talents and abilities.
After joint selection by the pastor and our top 10 elders,
the 104th dean of the School of Renowned Teachers,
now proceed to the first question and answer session. Do you have any questions?
What needs to be raised to Dean Zhang? Dean Zhao has just finished speaking.
An old man stood up in the audience and said, "I have this person.
It is Wu Weitian, the master of the Red Emperor City famous teacher hall."
Dean Zhao heard the words, furrowed his brow. Just ask. At this moment, Wu Weitian's eyebrows raised. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from him. Subsequently,
"I just spoke up and said I want to become the dean of a renowned teacher college."
To have an arrogant cultivation. Otherwise, how can we convince the public?
Below is the master of the Hongqi Emperor City famous teacher hall.
I definitely can't meet the dean in terms of status, but I also want to challenge the dean's cultivation. I hope you can give me guidance without hesitation.
As soon as these words are spoken,
on-site explosion again. Challenge cultivation. Isn't this a blatant dismantling?
Yeah, this kid is only 20 years old. Even if we start cultivating him from his mother's womb,
how high can one reach in cultivation?
Wu Wei, the Lord of Heaven, he's really good.
Without hesitation, I challenged my cultivation directly. This is simply not giving any face.
However, the old Zhao when on stage heard these words.
My face immediately darkened. Just advise martial artist Zheng Shi.
He was financially disabled in the early stages of the ban.
How can we share the same reputation as you? Peak strength competition. But he hasn't finished speaking yet.
I saw Zhang Xian waving his hand and saying, "Master of the martial arts hall.
Are you going to challenge my cultivation?" At this moment, Wu Weitian also looked at Zhang Xian.
A cold smile responded that it was correct. "I hope the dean can fulfill my request."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian,
then he said, "I can agree to challenge my cultivation level.
But I want to ask in advance, what is cultivation?"
After speaking, I heard the other person say that cultivation is strength.
It's just combat capability, so I responded by saying that's good. If that's what you're saying, I am an animal trainer. Let your pet fight. Does it count as my strength? Upon hearing this, Wu Weitian, it's a bit unclear, so,
animal trainers and pets have always fought together. Like dancers using weapons.
It definitely counts.
Why is the other party so stable? Although I am very puzzled in my heart, but still nodded in response.
It is said that animal pets are tamed by animal trainers. It can be considered as his ability. Of course it does.
And Zhang Xian heard the other party say it herself. With a gentle smile, he said, "Just admit that pets are my strength." After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Kid,
I'll leave the sky to you. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone hasn't reacted yet. What does he mean by what he said? Accompanied by a good sound. Master. I saw a huge holy beast descending from the sky, suddenly flying towards a certain place. Give a palm. These 15 Wei-tian haven't reacted yet. What is the other party up to? But was suddenly hit by a big bus. Directly shoot into the ground. Her whole body trembled incessantly. However, Zhang Xian on stage, seeing the purple sun beast beating the opponent to the brink of death, unknown. I'm too lazy to bother with him. After looking around for a week, I finally said it. Let me introduce myself to everyone. As you can see, Xiang Beast is the animal pet I have tamed. Upon hearing this, everyone is stupid. Isn't this Xiang Beast the pet of the old dean? Also, look at Senior Xiang. Is his strength stronger than before? But just as everyone was discussing and debating, another person stood up. He said he could tame Xiang. There is indeed a certain level of strength. Just having strength alone is only a reckless man. I want to be the dean of a college. We also need a transcendent mindset scale. I want to compare my mood scale with the dean. I wonder if the dean can approve it. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao searched for reputation, discovering the speaker. It is precisely Liao Zong, the head of the Mingshi Hall in the original Xinjiang region. This Master Liao's strength is comparable to that of Wu Weitian, slightly worse, but he is calm and composed, especially skilled in mood calibration. It is said to have reached the peak of 20.9 on the 6 stars. I can break through and reach the 7-star master at any time. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and looked at the other person. Are you saying you want to compete with me on the mental state scale? After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian smiled slightly and asked, okay? I don't know how you want to despise it. Liao Tang's opinion is that he agrees. Just give a cold laugh. It's simple. You and I can each use our own abilities. Sure, Yen Tianshou. Who can bewitch the other party? Whoever wins. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. The response said they want to compete with me for seduction. How about changing the conditions? I don't want to bully you. He thought to himself that he dared to compete with me in seduction. 10,000 spirit beasts in Lian Yun Wuling. I can seduce them to submit on the spot. You are a 6-star renowned teacher. Where did the confidence come from? I can expect to hear the tone of the other party from the hall master. I almost died of anger. I am a renowned 6-star peak teacher. A super strong presence with a mood scale of 20.9. I want to challenge you. You are a 4-star renowned teacher. You actually said you don't want to bully me. It's simply a great fallacy in the wilderness. With a straight gaze, just look at the other person and say what? Don't you dare. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. A movement in my heart. Twinkle eyes. There is a special charm in the tone. Since you are so persistent, it's okay to compare. How about this? The martial arts master just now was already injured. You save him first. Master Liao Zong heard these words. First, I was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, he nodded in response. Unexpectedly, he strode up to the warrior's side. The circulation of true qi in the body just took out the warrior who was inserted into the ground with one hand. Just after finishing these, suddenly stunned. Immediately, with a pale face, he turned his head and stared fiercely at the other person. Just as I was about to say something, I just heard the other party say that you have some problems with your cultivation. Have you been feeling dry in your throat lately? Feign pain at Woyang Acupoint. You can crack it by slapping yourself twice now. However, when everyone heard this, everyone was stunned. Self-slapping. You can't curse. Lord Liao Zong shouldn't be foolish enough to listen to him. Yeah, this is clearly intentional teasing. But just because everyone thinks, when he wouldn't do that, the hall master is suddenly giving himself. I slapped twice in a row, and one palm is harder than another. Suddenly, he punched himself until his mouth was full of blood. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was dumbfounded when they fell silent. But Zhang Xian ignored everyone's shock. Just keep talking and say now invert. Let the true qi in the body flow downwards. At this moment, the hall master did not hesitate at all. Do it immediately. After a few breaths, my face became incredibly swollen. Everyone was dumbfounded again when they saw this. What's going on here? Is it a breach of promise? No, even if it's a breach of promise, it's a matter of longevity. It's impossible to make a famous teacher a master. Just say you want to smoke. If you say inverted, just invert. After all, everyone present is a renowned teacher. Everyone has the ability to break their promises and live a long life. But one sentence can make him self-harm. Make incredible poses. Even if it's a breach of promise, Tianshou, it's also impossible to achieve this. At this moment, a 6-star renowned teacher stood in the crowd. I couldn't help but speak up. Unless Zhang is not playing with him. But it means there is no mistake at all.
make it impossible for the material hall master to refute. The body involuntarily obeys.
However, as everyone was discussing and wondering about this, when what happened?
Master Liao, who was standing upside down, spewed out a mouthful of blood.
He fell directly to the ground.
Immediately, they looked at the platform again and quickly clasped their fists together. There was no more doubt in his eyes. Instead, it carries a strong sense of admiration. Speaking of Zhang Shi's life-saving grace,
Liao Tsong is extremely grateful. Everyone was confused when they heard this.
This just made him embarrass himself in public. Not only has there been no registration now, instead, we should thank him for saving our lives. At this moment, Liao Tang made his own decision and everyone looked at him with confusion. So he shook his head.
Take a step forward and say that I am in a hurry to succeed. Misunderstandings occurred during cultivation.
This leads to poor circulation of true qi in the body.
Huyang acupoint has a dull pain. Renal failure. I thought it wasn't a big deal. Just pay a little attention in the future.
It can be solved with the guidance of teacher Zhang. Only then did I realize that this had already harmed the very essence of my body.
Give yourself 2 slaps. It's to open the Longqi and Qiyang acupoints on the neck. After opening the acupoint, the previous tibia immediately became unobstructed. Then perform an inversion. Let the true qi flow smoothly in the body. This is the only way to solve the hidden danger in one fell swoop. After explaining these, the head of the restaurant has a straight face. Looking at Zhang Xian again. Raise your palm. Inspire me to question Dean Zhang. Challenge him. The dean doesn't argue with me. Instead, it helped me heal my wounds. This is the true civil spirit. Start from today. I originally planned to go to Mingshi Hall. Support him as the dean. Swear to die and never change. However, several city lords sitting on the chairman's seat. After watching the confrontation between the other party and the 2 hall leaders, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. After all, they used to.
He is just like these 2 hall leaders.
Filled with doubts. I think the person in front of me is too young. Becoming a dean must have other reasons.
Seeing the continuous resolution of doubts from 2 hall masters.
Quick and efficient. Not dragging the water at all. It seems to have everyone's demeanor.
There were inevitably some changes in my heart.
However, one of the city lords is still shaking his head at this moment. Let's continue looking down.
I still think he's too young.
However, amidst the words of this city lord, another old man stood up over here. Speaking of Zhang's mood scale,
even Lord Liao cannot compare to him.
I really admire you. I just want to become the dean.
You must also have the ability to teach and educate people.
Is it okay?
I have guided several students,
and it's all here today.
I don't know where Zhang's students are.
Can they exchange ideas with each other?
It also proves the superiority and inferiority of Professor Zhang's teaching. As soon as these words are spoken,
everyone was once again in an uproar. Let students exchange ideas.
This proposal is undoubtedly the most ruthless.
If Wu Weitian and Liao Tsung's challenge is just to manage, this guy's approach is equivalent to forcing people.
After all, in the eyes of everyone, going to the brink of death.
Zhang Xian is only 20 years old, even if he has strong personal abilities.
How strong are his students? It's not worth mentioning. At this moment, the old Zhaokai standing beside him,
quickly using phonetics to say to Zhang Xian, Dean,
the one just now was the master of the Bai Tuo Chang Shitang.
If Shui Changming is not mistaken,
the person next to him should be his biological student, Hongling. This guy has been studying with him for over 100 years. 35 years ago, it reached the late stage of Holy Land Level 1.
Listen here.
Zhang Xian immediately responded with a speechless expression on his face, saying,
What the hell is this? It's been over 100 years now.
I thought to myself, this old thing is really tough. Since we want a student from the later stage of Holy Land first heavy.
Come suppress me. How can we compare this?
But just as Zhang Xian was thinking about what to do, the middle-aged man named Hongling stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Battle with the dean's students in the House of Commons.
I don't know where they are.
Just haven't waited for the other person to finish speaking yet.
Wang Ying, Zhang Yang, and others stepped forward. Say we're here.
This pervert in front of me. Someone actually wanted to publicly hit his student.
After seeing his students, all the teachers and students in the room were dumbfounded. Just now, Zhang Xian at the succession ceremony received consecutive provocations from 2 hall masters, but he hasn't recovered yet.
Another hall master spoke directly. Challenge him to the students' competition.
Upon hearing this challenge, Zhang Xian is stupid. My own student is only 16 or 17 years old, and the cultivation level is so low. Know how to compare. However, before he could figure out what to do, I saw a middle-aged man several hundred years old. I solemnly declare my willingness to fight for my teacher, saying that I am willing to die together, to compete with one's own students. Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. Wang Ying and Zhang Yang walked out.
They are also willing to fight for their teacher. At this moment, Su Changqing on stage sighed when he saw the situation.
This one seems. The dean is going to lose. However, Hong Ling in the audience saw a few people walking out. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are students of the dean. Ha, not bad, not bad. I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. Fight with you. Wang Ying saw the situation. His face darkened. Not a bad word either. Shaking body. Jump directly onto the high platform. Just look at the other person and say, then come on. A smile appeared on Hong Lingwen's face. I also jumped up. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the two were on high alert. We're about to fight. Just as I was about to explain a few words to Wang Ying, I heard a voice from not far away, senior sister Wang Ying. As a teacher, personally pass on. Personally taking action would lose one's identity. This competition. Let me, as the teaching student, do it on my behalf. As soon as the words fell, I saw a figure approaching Zhang Xian. Students who salute with both hands telling the time. I have met the teacher before. However, Zhang Xian saw that it was him. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I wonder how I forgot about him. Everyone in the audience can see the person bowing in front of them. I couldn't help but explode. This person is not Dean Zhang. He is one of the top 10 elders, Dean Zhang. How could he be a student of teacher Zhang? Are you kidding? Shuizhe, how is this possible? Famous teachers who don't know how to teach pay the most attention to the inheritance of teaching ethics. Dean Zhang is a 6-star peak. How could a famous teacher be mistaken? Since the teacher has spoken up about this matter, it can never be a joke. That's right. Although I know it's true. But why do I find it hard to believe that this is true? Am I dreaming? Don't say you seem to be dreaming. I feel like I haven't woken up yet. This one not only tamed the old dean's favor. Even Dean Zhang is now his student. How can I believe that I'm not in a dream? Participate in the grand ceremony. Come on, you can hit me and take a look. However, there are not only 100,000 crazy people. Even Lord Xuetzangyun, who initiated the challenge. Seeing this scene, everyone feels like their eyes are completely blackened. I couldn't help but tremble a little. I thought the opponent's strength was so low. A few of Xiao Tianjin's students are very good. This is the result. A top 10 elder with stronger strength than him emerged. How can we fight like this now? But just when his face was full of depression, Zhangqing on stage gave a gentle smile. The voice breaks through the air, and you are a student of Master Xuetzangyun. Ha ha. I can also suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. Fight with you. Upon hearing this, Hong Lin's face twitched involuntarily. His meow words. That's exactly what I said to that little girl just now. Now he actually sent it back intact. At this moment, he knew he couldn't avoid it. So his face darkened. I gritted my teeth and replied, then come on. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. A long sword appeared in the hand. He suddenly chopped towards the other party. In an instant, a sword blade was born from this. This power is extremely powerful. Already reached the realm of human sword unity. Just the sword energy hasn't arrived in front of Zhangqing yet. Just shattered by one of his piano notes. Immediately after, I saw. Hong Ling was shaken by this powerful sound wave and flew out. Its power is immense. Let him instantly turn into a bright light. Disappear in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Xuetzangyun suddenly stood up, exclaimed in surprise, 7-star magic soundmaster. At this moment, his face was pale. He couldn't understand the Zhangqing in front of the academy. A while ago, it was still a 6-star rating. It's only been a few months since we last saw each other. Why are there only 7 stars? This kind of strength, not to mention one's own students. Even if I encounter it myself, escape as far as you can. Never dare to confront it head-on. He just can't figure it out. Why would Zhang Cheng, with such strength, recognize Zhang Xian as a defender? However, just when he was puzzled about it, I can hear it not far away. Wei Ranxue, also one of the top 10 elders, full of depressed complaints. Damn it, it made this guy one step faster. Give him the limelight. Zhang has a half-master's intention towards me. I am also considered a half-student. Dealing with this kind of guy, teaching students is a waste. I only need someone with the intention of being a half-master to go up. Listen here. Shui Tang's eyes darkened. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Dean Lei. Nini is also his student. However, all the teachers and students present heard these words. One by one, it's like a gust of wind. Looking at Zhang Xian on stage again. At this moment, Zhang Qing ignored everyone's shock. Put away the Yaoqin in your hand. Looking coldly at everyone. Do you still question my teacher's teaching? I am willing to compete with them. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the old man not far away. Continue speaking, Lord Shui. Do you still have any students? I can choose all of them. Xuetzangyun heard this. Just clasped his fists and said, I, by Tuwadi, have been recognized by the Master Hall. Dean Zhang Shuwei has no further objections. However, Lao Zhao only breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Later, Lang Lang spoke up and asked, the 5 famous teacher halls present. Now there are 3 who have admitted. The White Hall Master of Qi Yao Emperor City. Also, Lord Mogao Yuan. Where are you two? Upon hearing this, Lord Bai, get up immediately. The response said that we have no objections to Qi Yao Emperor City, and Mo Gao Yuan, not to mention.
He witnessed Zhang Xian coming to Hongyuan City with his own eyes, rising step by step, one of the first candidates to agree. At this moment, naturally there will be no rebuttal. Therefore, he spoke up together and said, our Hongyuan famous teacher hall always supported Dean Zhang Shiwei. At this moment, Lao Zhao's biggest obstacle is the several renowned teacher halls. It's all acknowledged. I nodded with satisfaction. Announced that it's good. If there are no objections from everyone, let's move on to the next item. But just as Lao Zhao finished speaking, hundreds of students in the audience stood up spontaneously. Speaking of Elder Zhao, we have a question to ask Dean Zhang. Lao Zhao noticed that these students have problems. I can't help it either. Frowned. Later, he also agreed to their questioning. At this moment, one representative among the many students was Zhu Chenqing. Just asked, I want to ask. Director Zhang Mingshitang, when will we engage in battle with the spirit beasts of Yunwu Ridge? After hearing these words, the several city lords gave each other a try. Everyone nodded their heads. Finally got to the point. It seems that it's not just us city lords care about the matter of Yunwu Ridge. These students also want to know the answer. Let's see how this young dean responds. Zhang Xian and Lao Zhao on stage heard this question. After glancing at each other, I couldn't help but laugh. Lao Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. The response is that there is no need to fight anymore. The hidden dangers of Yunwu Ridge have been completely resolved. You no longer have to worry about getting damp in the future. May endanger human safety. Upon hearing this, after Zhu Chengqing exchanged a glance with many students, I couldn't help but furrow my brow tightly. What do they mean? Don't worry anymore in the future. Is this what the kings of Yunwu Ridge promised? But the promise of the spirit beast can really be taken seriously. Think of this. Zhu Chengqing gritted his teeth. Just ask directly. Since it's as the elder said, it's certain. We want to know what conditions the college has agreed to. The spirit beast that has been unsolvable for so many years. Why don't you have to worry about getting damp now? Lao Zhao classical glanced at Zhang Xian. He said with a smile on his face, Dean, let me handle this matter. But Lao Zhao hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw an elder flying over from outside. The other party shouted loudly, Dean, before they even arrived. Dear elders. Not good, not good. Lao Zhao saw the situation. Raise your eyebrows. He shouted sternly, what exactly happened? Make you so anxious? At this moment, the old man who had rushed back in front of him had a pale face. Trembling all over, he exclaimed and reported to Elder Zhao. Outside, covered in clouds and mist. Ling is surrounded by many spirit beasts and holy beasts. Although I heard the other party say so, Zhang Xian and Lao Zhao think it's nothing. Many elders, teachers, and students in the audience heard this. My face suddenly turned pale. You should know that the prestigious teacher academy is surrounded by spirit beasts. What is this concept? This is equivalent to 100,000 people being trapped in a cage. Even if you want to escape, it's difficult. However, just as everyone stood up one after another, when I want to go out and see the situation, I heard intense roars coming from the sky, stirring in the sky. Immediately after, I saw 3 huge holy beasts flying over. But we haven't waited for everyone to be shocked by this yet. I saw them behind me. There are more than 10 holy spirit beasts left. Just that everyone saw it from behind the spirit beast. When there were still thousands of flying spirit beasts, everyone became nervous. At this moment, an elder from the Animal Training Academy in the crowd turned pale. I couldn't help but shout out all the famous teachers. Prepare for battle. Many teachers and students heard this. Immediately display the weapon, staring closely at the many spirit beasts in the sky. However, several city lords on the city council witnessed this scene. I couldn't help but turn pale. At this moment, one of the city lords exclaimed with a solemn expression on his face. Suffering from a non-human species. His heart must be different. I just said that these spirit beasts cannot be allowed to indulge in treachery. We must negotiate. Okay now. The other lord also echoed the agreement. I hope the spirit beast can abide by the agreement. This is just a joke. So many spirit beasts flew over at the same time, without any prior warning. Ben obviously came prepared. Even if the renowned teacher academy can withstand this disaster, it is also bound to cause significant damage to one's vitality. It seems that this year's succession ceremony, this Dean Zhang can definitely go down in history. However, just a few city lords shook their heads and fed bullets. When many teachers and students on the other side were preparing for a battle, I felt a wave of shaking on the ground. Immediately after, we saw a dense influx of people outside the square. Countless spirit beasts.
When the public sees dampness strike again, everyone panicked. At this moment, only someone in the crowd shouted hoarsely and loudly, "Didn't you say to negotiate with the other party? Didn't it say that dampness will never occur again? Why is this still happening now? Now it's really over." I'm afraid this is the beginning of the establishment of the renowned teacher college. The biggest crisis is now, compared to 4,000 years ago when Dean Emolyosian was in power. The crises encountered are always big. However, several city lords witnessed this scene. The beast looked sympathetically at Zhang Xian on stage. From the performance just now, it can be seen that this teacher Zhang does have some skills, but when faced with such a situation, no one can turn the tide. If we blame him, we can only blame him for his own misfortune. Yeah, no matter how we deal with it, no matter how well done, it's useless to minimize casualties as much as possible. Succession ceremony. Being surrounded and suppressed by so many retail outlets. No matter what you do now, they will become the most unsuccessful deans of renowned teacher colleges. Not one of them. Just as several city lords were discussing this, I saw the lord of the castle looking up at the sky beside me, standing still with a pale face. So he quickly looked in the direction he was looking at. Seeing this scene, several city lords are all foolish. The pupils involuntarily contract. His body also stiffened and froze in place. Not only a few of them are like this, all the teachers and students in the entire martial arts arena, seeing the scene in front of me, they're all stupid. At this moment, the vast square fell into a deathly silence. It's like seeing a ghost. At this moment, Lao Zhao on stage also looked up at the situation, discovered numerous flying beasts in the sky. A line of big characters was displayed. However, only then did someone in the crowd recover from the shock. Therefore, I couldn't help but look at the handwriting presented by the sky. Read it out. Congratulations to the host for becoming the dean of the renowned teacher college. Meritorious achievements in the world. Celebrities for eternity. After reading it, this person only felt like they were all ink-stained. After all, in the eyes of everyone, there are so many spirit beasts and holy beasts surrounding them in the middle. It is inevitable that they will launch a fierce attack, or take the opportunity to demand some benefits. But how could I have thought of it? They not only did not do these things, instead, it is arranged in a font to achieve harmony. Just when everyone was amazed by this, I saw three kings of Yunwu Ridge in the sky, facing Zhang Xian on the high platform. Suddenly, my colleague clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations to the host for becoming the dean of the renowned teacher college. We have prepared 103,200 pounds of special cloud and mist flower tea as a gift." A few holy beasts have just finished speaking. There are immediately 30 semi-holy flying beasts in the air. Everyone is holding onto a huge box. Slowly place it on the high platform, then gently open it. However, seeing the cloud and mist flowers in the box, the Jade City Lord, my eyes are about to fall out. With trembling lips, he exclaimed and confirmed the diagnosis. This is the ultimate level of cloud flower tea. 100,000 retail troops. Go forward with great strength and vigor, breaking into 100,000 teachers and students. At the Dean's worship ceremony that I am currently attending, just to give their master a perverted face. He's a pervert, but he can't be happy. Just now, when everyone thought there would be another beast tide, suddenly discovered thousands of spirit beasts in the air. Arrange a line of congratulations. But we haven't waited for all the lion sound formations yet. I'll see 3 holy beasts soon tonight. Give a fist and bow politely. I'll come over later. Congratulations to the host for becoming the dean of the renowned teacher college. Specially prepared 103,200 pounds of cloud and mist flower tea as a gift. Subsequently, I saw 30 spirit beasts holding a huge box. Put it on the high platform. Gently open it. The Jade Emperor who witnessed the scene can't help but turn pale. A trembling scream from all over the body. These over 100,000 pounds are all top-notch cloud flower tea. However, the nearby lord turned his head to look at him upon hearing this. Ask about Yunwu flower tea. Is that the kind you gave us? After all, as several imperial princes in Linchang, I have also enjoyed cloud and mist flower tea. However, the quantity is extremely rare, even if one's status is so respected. I haven't drunk it many times either. But even so, that taste, that texture, still unforgettable for a lifetime. I can't help but think of it. Tongue bottom produces saliva. It's just that the Lord of Jade City heard the Lord of Chu's question. I couldn't help but shake my head and respond that you were overthinking. The levels given to you are the lowest. If we were to compete with this, it's not even as good as garbage. The Lord of Yuching has just finished speaking. I saw the 4 city lords beside me. My face turned pale instantly. Just explained quickly, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to give you tea, but this level of cloud and mist flower tea, even our palace doesn't have it. After speaking, I saw several people with puzzled faces, and with a bitter smile, he explained that you didn't know anything. Mist flower tea like this. Each plant has been planted for at least 200 years. Then it is refined through the leaves of my forest. It takes 3 whole years to complete the burning, and the tea leaves of our royal family, not exceeding 3 years. It belongs to the worst kind. Several city lords have learned about these. After eye contact, I feel like my throat is flattened. At this moment, Lord Han spoke with a puzzled expression on his face. Rare tea leaves that even your royal family cannot produce. These holy beasts actually gave 100,000 pounds as a gift. Just a few people haven't finished being shocked yet. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. I came to congratulate the Lord on becoming a renowned teacher, the dean of the college. Specially prepared spiritual medicine for holy use. There are a total of 30 boxes. As a congratulatory gift. As soon as these words are spoken, make the entire square emit intense echoes, accompanied by the sound dissipating. I saw a group of spirit beasts carrying a 2-meter wide box. Place it on the high platform. After gently opening it, immediately flush the medicine box. Spread 10 miles. However, upon seeing the medicinal herbs in the box, all the teachers and students in the audience, dear city lords, even the dean and elders of the medical school have gone crazy. These medicinal herbs. Don't say it's a mess. I can't find a single plant in the city of Hongyuan, even in some surrounding cities. It's extremely difficult to find these holy medicines. These holy beasts are really good. I delivered dozens of boxes at once, but just when everyone at the scene was shocked by this, 3 more holy beasts flew into the air. I came to congratulate the Lord on becoming the dean of the school of famous teachers. Specially prepare 30 boxes of various ores as gifts. Then I saw a group of spirit beasts again, carrying boxes one by one and placing them on the high platform. Open it mouth by mouth. In an instant, the spiritual energy on the stage surged, resplendent with variegated coloration, dazzling and dazzling. Many students, seeing the various rare ores displayed on the stage, they're all stupid. These are minerals they have never seen before. And the students, deans, and elders of the alchemists, seeing these ores, everyone is in a state of madness. Several city lords are all foolish at this moment. These ores are priceless, not to mention its scarcity level. Even dozens of cities are difficult to gather a few pieces. These holy beasts come in dozens of boxes as a gift. However, many students who just stood up, they all looked at Zhu Chenxing coincidentally. Didn't you say you signed some unequal agreement? Our renowned teacher college provides a lot of compensation. Should we still let the spirit beasts of Yunwu Mountain withdraw their troops? What are these now? These things can turn the renowned teacher academy upside down. I can't bring it out either. The key is that it was sent over by someone else. Xu Chenxing, who can be questioned by everyone. At this moment, my body couldn't help but tremble. I was so depressed that I almost cried. Just as everyone was shocked by this incident, there are only moments of surprise throughout the entire venue. Suddenly someone shouted, "Isn't that right? Have you noticed what they just said?" I'm not congratulating Zhang Shi on becoming the dean, but to congratulate the master. The few people on the side only realized after hearing this. In truth. So after they said this, like once 1,000 waves are stirred up, the teachers and students in the entire square were all in an uproar. No one could imagine the dean in front of them. People who are only 20 years old. This not only subdued senior Ziyang Shou, all the kings of Lianyun Wuling have been tamed, especially the many students of the Animal Trainer Academy. After realizing it, everyone went crazy. They were trying to tame a spirit beast. It will take at least several years to complete. Prepare various treasures and delicacies in advance, not to mention, we also need to cater to their preferences. Put down your dignity and flatter yourself, like asking grandpa to tell grandma. However, just when many animal trainers were amazed, I heard all the spirit beasts in the sky and on the ground, at the same time, bowing to the ground. Look at Zhang Xian on stage, let out roars in unison. With the roar, it came to an end. Among animal trainers, an old man exclaimed with a terrified expression on his face, "This is the ancient beast language." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly turned their heads to look at the old man. Can he understand? What do they mean? At this moment, the old man's face turned pale. With trembling lips, I understood something. They seemed to be saying something. Congratulations to the host for becoming the dean, etc. Everyone panicked when they heard this. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian on stage with a frightened expression, like seeing a ghost. However, the students who participated in the moisture resistance on that day, at this moment, one by one, they suddenly realized, the so-called negotiation. It's not the kind we imagined at all. It will come at a great cost. We still have to swallow our pride and endure it, and disrespect the dignity of the human race and the academy. But it's the dean. He went alone to face the king of the entire Yunwu Ridge. They even took over their lair. And at this moment, Zhang Xian in the audience, seeing so many congratulatory gifts, it's also full of helplessness. After all, he himself doesn't know. This group of favored individuals will produce so many things. If I knew, I would definitely advise. Although their actions have made Zhang Xian look embarrassed. But now everyone in the whole college knows. I want to keep quiet. It's impossible to make a fortune. Rub your eyebrows at this thought. I said a good word to the many favored ones. Let's all retreat. After the oath maker heard the command, I just nodded in response. He slowly retreated with many spirit beasts and holy beasts. Not long after, the entire ceremony venue returned to calm. At this moment, Lao Zhao saw the questioning attitude of everyone before turn into an expression of admiration. I also smiled satisfactorily and said, okay. If everyone has no other questions, let's move on to the next item. Worship ancestors. Everyone heard this. In unison, we acknowledge Zhang as the dean. No more questions. However, after seeing everyone's response, Lao Zhao, just Lang said, that's good. Please, ancestors. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw the sky and earth immediately become dull and lifeless, accompanied by a loud bang. A matrix slowly rotates, cover the entire high platform. Soon after, I saw a phantom image of an old man. Eggs appeared on the high platform. However, before everyone could be shocked by this, following that, dozens of people appeared again. At this moment, all the teachers and students in the audience, I saw one phantom after another slowly appearing. I can't help but feel the palpitations in my heart. After all, these people have been deans throughout history. There are many teachers and students. Take them as the goal of life's struggle. So the figures on stage were shocked when everyone was shocked. Continuously appearing. A year of 102 successive deans. However, after seeing the number of people, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Why is there only an old dean from the previous generation of 102? At this moment, Lao Zhao next to him explained. The achievements of the old dean are not enough. He hasn't had a chance to go yet. Dean Ling has gone missing. Of course, there was not a single thought left. After speaking, I saw that the other person still had a puzzled expression on their face. Just keep explaining. Every renowned teacher according to the records of the renowned teacher hall. They can all make contributions. Only when a certain amount is reached can the dean's mausoleum be opened. However, doing things that are beneficial to the human race. The more achievements, the greater the merit. Teaching can help more students make progress. It can also be considered a merit. Killing 10 members of the tribe to eliminate hidden dangers is also considered a merit. Create new techniques and martial arts to impart to others. Strengthening the human race is a merit. After explaining, Lao Zhao noticed that the other party still didn't quite understand. I smiled and responded, saying to the dean, you recaptured many spirit beasts and holy beasts from Yunwu Ridge, avoiding major disasters. Actually, it's a great achievement. Not to mention anything else. This alone is enough to activate the dean. Listen here. Zhang Xian suddenly looked indifferent. My achievements are enough. Lao Zhao was also speechless when he saw the other person's expression. You should know that other deans strive to earn merit, bear hardship without complaint, diligent and conscientious. Do various beneficial things for people to do. The results didn't earn much, and this guy in front of us is probably one of the deans in history. The only one who doesn't know what their achievements are. Just enough people to get him at once. If this matter were known to those deans throughout history, I don't know if I will vomit blood directly. He meows. The gap between people is really too big. So he nodded in response with a wry smile on his face. Tell me about your achievements. That's enough already. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to ask what the dean's spirit was. Later, I heard the other party say that the dean's spirit is the dean's tomb. Can't help but ask Lao Zhao, is there anything special about these cemeteries? I haven't waited for old Zhao to respond yet. In the sequel, the founder of the academy, Mu Kai, looks at Zhang Xian. Just say that you are the dean of this class. Seeing the other person nod in response. Just keep talking about how young you are. It has gained recognition from many students and elders. It seems that there must be some outstanding qualities. Next, let me be brief. Although there is a formation to maintain, but the time we can be here, it's also limited. So now you introduce yourself in 3 sentences. Show off your strengths and abilities. After 3 sentences, we will evaluate whether to approve or not based on what you have said. Listen here. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. He thought it would be like the rheumatology hall. As long as you kneel and gain recognition, it's okay. It doesn't seem that simple to me now. However, just when Zhang Xian was considering what to say about it, the old Zhao beside him said to him through voice transmission, Dean, you must consider how to say it carefully. The more people who receive recognition from their ancestors' ideas, the greater the authority one has after becoming the dean. After speaking, the other person still doesn't understand. Just explain again. Some places, even the dean cannot enter or control it, so it is necessary to have sufficient permissions. Only then can it be unobstructed. At this moment, Lao Zhao saw that the other party understood. Come over. Just keep going. If you can gain recognition from 20% of our ancestors, only qualify to succeed as the dean.
If the initial permission to obtain the college can reach 40%,
get ultimate permission. With 60, you have advanced permission. If it exceeds 80%, you can obtain the highest authority, can mobilize all the formations of the college, view the most secretive books. Even without merit, one can freely enter and exit the dean. Having learned about these, Zhang Xian. At this moment, I couldn't help but see my eyes glowing. I thought I would agree to become this dean, just for reading. Now listen to the other person's tone.
If the corresponding permissions are not reached, I'm afraid there are still many books that I can't read.
Since it is so, why not strive for the highest authority? I just want to get this permission. It must be within 3 sentences.
Make all deans acknowledge themselves.
How difficult is this? So I couldn't help but ask using phonetics. The former dean, what percentage of recognition has it received? Lao Zhao responded only after hearing the words.
When the old dean succeeded to the throne, it was the peak of 6-star famous teachers.
Just met the standard.
He only received 20% approval, barely passing through the successive deans.
Most of them are. It's difficult to obtain initial rights and ultimate goals. Throughout history, more than 100 deans. Obtaining this permission should not exceed 10 digits.
No more than 5 individuals are granted advanced permissions.
However, those who have obtained the highest authority, perhaps only the founder of the original sect is left. Listen here. Zhang Xian immediately fainted. There is only one person among these over 100.
It seems that this is much more complex than imagined,
so I didn't dare to hesitate either. As soon as my eyes closed, I entered contemplation. However, everyone in the audience saw the situation.
They also began to bear the burden of their wishes one after another.
Soon, all teachers and students were thinking, when will the dean say something?
Zhang Xian just opened her eyes, looking at the successive deans in front of me.
My name is Zhang Xian. The pervert in front of us is too perverted today. Past presidents.
Just let him evaluate himself in 3 sentences.
Unexpectedly, the perverts didn't agree at all.
Just beat up the ideas of over 100 deans.
Seeing this scene, all the teachers and students on site went crazy. Just now,
Zhang Xian learned from Lao Zhao that received recognition from more and more deans throughout history. The greater its authority, the greater. The founding dean only said 3 words to Zhang Xian.
Let them pacify.
At this moment, Zhang Xian dared not act recklessly.
I entered into contemplation. However, just when everyone was worried about it, he finally opened his eyes,
looking at the successive deans in front of me.
My name is Zhang Xian. I heard the other person say that.
The thoughts of the successive deans also nodded at the same time. Although it was a waste of a sentence, but it shows respect for them.
It also indicates that one's identity is average. There is no trace of youthful arrogance.
This also proves that he has unparalleled confidence in himself. So in the eyes of successive deans,
this young dean is not simple. However, in many ideas.
When I was very satisfied with his performance in the first sentence, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Looking at them with an embarrassed expression, he said, since you are all renowned teachers, the successive deans of the college should have broad-mindedness,
be tolerant and magnanimous. So I want to discuss with you guys. Let me beat you up, okay?
As soon as these words are spoken,
many famous teachers in the audience were all dumbfounded when they heard this. What is the dean doing? Why beat them up?
Big brother, we are all famous teachers.
You don't have to play rogue like this. And Lao Zhao, Lao and I, and others on stage heard this.
Everyone was almost scared to death on the spot.
He meows. Even if you don't want to be the dean, you're not the one.
You wouldn't have thrown the broken jar like this, would you?
However, it's not just them who went crazy.
At this moment, the ancestors' thoughts also looked at each other in confusion.
I already have the desire to die.
At this moment, the creator Mukai's eyebrows furrowed. His face darkened. I only had a chance to say 3 sentences before speaking.
You need to consider what you want to say. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian,
suddenly, his face was filled with helplessness. But in the end, he shook his head and replied, I've thought it over.
Just let me beat you up.
After speaking, do not wait for the other party to respond.
Shaking body. Come to the front of Ancestor Mukai first. Flip your palm over. I directly pressed past, accompanied by a stirring sound of true qi.
I saw Zhang Xian's whole body breathing heavily.
This palm immediately made everyone realize its extraordinary power. Even if it's a semi-holy powerhouse standing in front of you,
I'm afraid they could all be killed on the spot.
But everyone on and off stage didn't expect it. This dean actually dares to take action. Lao Zhao, Lao and I, and others. At this moment, my heart is almost bursting. There is a possibility of being scared to death at any time. After all, they all know. Hands on ancestors. This is a great disrespect. This is no longer simple. The question of whether one wants to become a dean or not. But can we continue to stay in the renowned teacher academy? Even the profession of a renowned teacher may not be guaranteed. However,
the ancestors of all generations on stage saw each other really take action.
Everyone, let out loud and drink well, you kid. How dare you be so rude? And Mukaizu is at this moment.
Seeing this guy in front of me, he really slapped me.
Quickly take a few steps back. Raise your palm. I also took a picture of the other party.
Zhang Xian saw the situation.
Shaking body. Immediately dodged the attack. He looked at the other person and retreated.
At this moment, Ancestor Mukai was about to continue pursuing. Suddenly, my expression changed.
It seems like I've discovered something. As a result, the pupils couldn't help but contract. My whole body trembled involuntarily.
However, Zhang Xuanjian's opponent understood. He stopped with a slight smile,
looking at Master Mukai.
Although they both stopped, but other deans did not stop. They all angrily surrounded Zhang Xian.
Thick and powerful, one after another. Wrap him like steel bars.
But just when everyone is ready to put in another effort,
when wrapping it up,
the founder of the sect, Mukai, shouted loudly and told me to stop. Upon hearing this, all the deans
hesitated for a moment, just let go of the other party, and returned to its original position.
But they still responded with righteous indignation, saying that the pastor,
this new dean is Bush. I don't understand the rules, but rashly attacking you. It has already violated etiquette. Please let us handle him.
Another dean saw the situation. I also agree that famous teachers have always attached great importance to etiquette.
How to make people convinced if not dealt with.
At this moment, Patriarch Mukai saw everyone talking and gossiping.
His face darkened. Just let out a furious shout of recklessness. We are just a remnant of the past.
Now we have to teach the contemporary dean a lesson.
What kind of system is this?
All the deans were stunned at the words.
I thought to myself, didn't you have a good time moving just now?
It's just that they hide quickly.
Otherwise, you would have hit them all. Why isn't it unified now?
At this moment, a dean couldn't resist it.
Ask if it's like this now. What should we do? However, upon hearing this, Patriarch Mukai, staring wide-eyed,
looking at everyone with a majestic and righteous expression all over his body.
What else can we do? Stand still and let him fight.
As soon as these words are spoken,
many teachers and students in the audience felt weak in their legs. All collapsed into one piece.
They seemed to have heard Archie say,
it's like updating 10 episodes a day.
Looking at the phantom on stage with disbelief on his face.
Are you sure this is not a joke? And the successive deans also looked terrified after hearing this. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost.
I can't understand why he said that. At this moment, Patriarch Kamakai paid no attention to the precision of the crowd.
With a wave of his hand, he looked at the crowd and said again, okay, everyone, hurry up and stand up. We can't stay outside for long. Don't waste any time. Upon hearing these words, many deans gritted their teeth. Take the initiative to step forward one by one.
He looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of determination to face death.
Speak up, come on. Please beat me up to your heart's content.
Zhang Xian saw the situation,
nodding at the other person. I said I offended you. Just take a step forward and step out. The true chi in the body is like a dragon, instantly enveloping all deans.
After a moment, Zhang Xian's true energy dissipated from all over her body. Only now have we retreated to the edge of the high platform,
standing quietly in place, as if nothing had ever happened.
Immediately after, I saw the deans. One by one, their faces turned pale and they froze in place.
Later, he was filled with admiration, looking at Zhang Xian not far away again.
At this point, everyone understood the Mukaizu incident.
I just looked at you and said everything. Time is running out.
I have decided to recognize him now. After speaking, he turned around and looked at all the teachers and students in the audience.
Announced that I am the first to express my agreement.
I recognize Zhang as the dean of the renowned teacher college. With him in the future, the college will surely thrive.
Going farther and farther.
Immediately after, I heard the second and third ones coming from behind.
Until the 102nd dean.
All agree and recognize Zhang Xian as the dean of the college.
This sound is like a bell ringing loudly, resound throughout the college square. Without hesitation, everyone recognized Zhang Xian.
This scene left all 100,000 people on site dumbfounded.
They didn't even understand what happened here. Wasn't he beaten up? How did you just approve? Isn't this a great disrespect? Why did they all agree? Still full of admiration. What's the meaning of this? Are the consciousness of these deans all despicable? I don't like things that sound good. Not selecting talents based on their abilities. On the contrary, everyone likes to be beaten up. However, the Mukaizu incident on stage. After everyone finished speaking, they nodded, meaningfully looking at Zhang Xian not far away. I hope that teacher Zhang will achieve even greater success in the future. Don't forget about it. Formerly the dean of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. After finishing speaking, he clasped his fists and bowed, saying goodbye to me. With the sound fading away, the figures of numerous deans are becoming increasingly faint, quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. The magic array on the high platform also disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw them leave, and it has also been recognized by all deans. At this moment, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, he understands. When you have permission to see more books, I couldn't help but generate it. The idea of obtaining the highest authority. It's 3 sentences. Want to gain recognition from 80% of people. This is simply impossible to achieve. So Zhang Xian can only use the technique of the Heavenly Blade Master. Just in such a public setting. If you want to showcase it, must inevitably face countless killings and threats. So he came up with this last resort. Borrowing and fighting with the opponent, covered with true chi. And then he alone unleashed the power of the Heavenly Blade Master. Show them one by one to the deans. That's why the scene just now happened. Zhang Xian has also become a member since the establishment of the institute. The only renowned teacher recognized by all deans. At this point, there were still doubts. Many students and elders. At this moment, there is nothing to say. However, at this moment, Lao Zhao also realized from the shock. Then I looked around and said to everyone, okay, since the zombies have gained recognition from all the deans, so let's move on to the next item. Famous drama director's order. After finishing speaking, Lao Zhao thought for a moment. So I just said one sentence. Just before that, please ask Dean Zhang to give a public lecture for everyone. After all, the director of a famous drama has issued a decree. It is the idea of gathering all the teachers and students of the renowned teacher college. If the entire school's faculty and students have not yet been allowed to test his teaching ability, how is it possible to gather everyone's thoughts, obtain a dean's order that matches his abilities? However, I heard Elder Zhao say that the dean is going to give a lecture. Everyone showed hopeful expressions as they looked at Zhang Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xian also knew that there was nothing to refuse upon seeing the situation. After all, Elder Mi had already announced the succession ceremony before coming, so he also knows in his heart, this open class is definitely going to be attended. So he took a step forward and arrived at the edge of the high platform. I looked at everyone and said, since there is such a requirement, then I'll give everyone a basic lesson. After speaking, Lang Lang said that cultivation is like building a tower. The more firmly the foundation is laid, the more solid it becomes. The higher the building, the higher it will be constructed. On the contrary, it is a castle in the air. Flower moon in the mirror. I will explain it to everyone now. How to break through from Yilingjing to Chao Tianjing. Although Zhang Xian did not deliberately exert effort during the lecture, but his steady voice spread around, make everyone present clearly audible. Accompanied by his resounding voice, clusters of spiritual energy descended from the sky, forming pure white lotus flowers in the air. At this moment, all the teachers and students in the audience heard it. They were all immersed in the sound, lost in ecstasy. However, at the same time, a restaurant on the street outside the renowned teacher college. At this moment, I saw a swordsman lazily holding a fine wine. Looking at the nearby shopkeeper, he said, I'm talking about Lao Li. Making money by opening a store near a renowned teacher's college is secondary. The most important thing is to have more opportunities to interact with renowned teachers. Once given guidance, one's strength can greatly improve. How come I've known you for over 20 years? I feel like your strength hasn't changed at all. In fact, this shopkeeper used to be a swordsman as well. He, who was seriously injured alone, can no longer cultivate. My entire body's cultivation was also destroyed in an instant. The reason why he came to open a restaurant outside the renowned teacher college. I hope to receive guidance from renowned teachers. Return to the pinnacle. But for over 20 years, the famous teachers who have dined with him do not have 10,000. There are also 8,000. There are at least 2,000 to 3,000 famous teachers who have helped him with guidance. Unfortunately, he still cannot be imprisoned to this day. I came here with great confidence to open a shop. Over time, this hope gradually turned into disappointment. It's common to not use a kitchen knife anymore. However, after understanding the situation, the swordsman, I was about to say something to comfort my old friend. Suddenly feeling the spiritual energy around me, all rushing towards the renowned teacher academy. So he quickly got up and asked his old friend what was going on. I only found out through Lao Li's narration. So today is the grand succession ceremony of the college. I'm probably in an open class now. Even swordsmen who have learned about these things are not convinced. I picked up the wine in my cup and started drinking. But at this moment, suddenly heard, the sound of Lang Lang teaching in the distance came into my ears. The swordsman, listen, listen. The true chi in its body is also accompanied by the sound of teaching. I couldn't help but jump. It seems like one can break through the realm at any moment. However, he felt the changes inside his body. Quickly asked Lao Li next to you to listen. But the shopkeeper doesn't take it seriously. After all, the elders of the academy have specifically guided him. It has no effect at all. This is just a public lecture. Listening to more classes is futile.
So at this moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to this old friend. Just keep busy with his affairs. Just a moment he turned his head, seeing this guy's terrified expression on his face. I couldn't help but look in the direction the other person was looking at. I looked over. Only then did I realize. A donkey that has relied on itself for many years. Standing tall, ears upright. Stick it on the walls of the college. Listening intently. Play the flute occasionally. Still nodding incessantly. There was also a look of respect on his face. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Mau Mau. The donkey is listening to the lecture." However, just as he was wondering, what is the new dean talking about? I can make even a donkey lie down and listen to the lecture. I saw the aura on his body suddenly rise. The energy is also increasing, accompanied by a sound. I saw the donkey let out a long hiss. In an instant, he turned into a savage beast. At this moment, the swordsman turned his head to look at Lao Li. Even donkeys can break through. Can't you? You're not even inferior to a donkey, are you? Seeing this situation, the shopkeeper no longer hesitated. I thought maybe I should listen to it. Can really resolve the childhood bones trapped in the body for many years. So he strode towards the courtyard wall. I just walked out and realized. The attack of the cage on the fish in the bucket. All the pigs that are still waiting to be slaughtered have turned into beasts. They rushed out one after another. Seeing this scene, Lao Li was completely foolish. Who exactly is this new dean? Unexpectedly able to achieve education without discrimination. What exactly did it say? Surprisingly, these guys who are about to become dishes, all completely transformed, became a savage beast. Can you believe it? This palm-sized diamond, since it weighs 65 million tons. Just now, Zhang Xian is in the college square, gave an open class to 100,000 teachers and students, but the content of his lectures reaches the truth. Inside a restaurant on the street outside the college, poultry that is about to become a dish. They all broke through and turned into savage beasts. And this person in front of us has been here for over 20 years. Despite guidance from thousands of renowned teachers, I am unable to make progress. The shopkeeper only listened to the content for a while. It also caused him to stagnate his cultivation for decades. Finally running again, accompanied by a roar, I saw the true chi surging out of his body. Successfully broke free from the shackles. However, the same scene. It also happened on all the streets adjacent to the college. More often than not, ordinary animals have broken through to become savage beasts. This public class, I talked for a whole hour. At this moment, Zhang Xian was on the high platform. All teachers and students have benefited from it. Just stopped. All the teachers and students in the audience heard Zhang Xian say, "That's all for today's class. Everyone has just recovered from the special artistic conception." Immediately after, I just saw one by one extremely excited cheering. Some people think it's just a brief explanation. It's over now. He is still unsatisfied. Some say, I used to hold my nose while listening to other teachers' classes. I wish class would end soon. Just listening to the dean's class now, I just feel like it's already over from the beginning. Some people even think that, if I could often listen to the dean's lectures, breaking through reputation can become a trivial matter. However, just when everyone was still unsatisfied, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hurry up and take a look. What are these flying creatures?" All teachers and students saw a group of chickens, ducks, and geese flying all over the sky. I couldn't help but tremble for a moment. Confirmed, this is Hyaki Asahi. It's not that. Can only an 8-star renowned teacher achieve this? Dean, he's just a 4-star renowned teacher. How can we make so many poultry so excited? The key is, can they fly so high? Can it still fly for that long? And at this moment, the mysterious elder on stage saw the situation. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. It seems that the dean's 6-star assessment. If you really have to choose to be promoted to the imperial city, it's also very easy. Not to mention anything else. Just for this kind of class, as long as you go to the Forbidden City. Speaking of airports, there's no need to hide. Once every 10 days. I estimate that I will be eligible for promotion in 2 months. This kind of customer not only makes everyone feel like a dragon. Even chickens, ducks, and geese can be like dragons after listening to it too much. It's really scary. So at the same time, on the side of Hongyuan Imperial City, a historian also recorded today's events in the annals of history. Emperor Hong Yuan's personal experience of becoming a god. In the spring of 1933, Zhang succeeded to the throne, becoming the dean of a famous teacher college. Attend an open class. Spiritual energy falls. Smallpox dispersion. All official members of Xianshan Club have simultaneously broken through. Other students have made countless breakthroughs in order to attend the class. All savage beasts and spirit beasts, all posted on the walls of the renowned teachers' college. At once, there were thousands of beasts in the empty alley. Donkey, Xiao, dog roar. Congratulations to 100 birds. However, on the high platform, old Zhao. At this moment, everyone was immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves.
I just shook my head inside. With that, his face straightened up. Just announced that we agreed. Everyone, the open class has been completed.
Now we need to start consolidating the dean's order.
After speaking, he explained to everyone. Condensing the dean's order is very simple. I will activate Dejun in a moment. Willing to acknowledge Dean Zhang Shuwei,
and sincerely admire him.
Just drop a drop of blood.
These blood will come into contact with the formation.
The consciousness that will automatically keep you in it. Gather together. Form a token to control the academy. Here is a brief science popularization. Condensing the dean's order is actually similar to identifying the owner of a treasure. Everyone's blood contains a year. Just gather them together. It can have unexpected effects. For example, through the dean's order, can command all students simultaneously.
It can also enable all students
fight according to a special formation. The dean's decree was formed by the convergence of ideas from countless renowned teachers. It is indestructible if used for defense. Even if it's a powerhouse with 4 or 5 levels of Holy Land, it's hard to even break through. It can also be said that this thing is extremely precious. It represents a dean's view on the whole control of a college. After Lao Zhao finished explaining, seeing everyone looking over with bright eyes, no more talking nonsense. Wave your big hand. The ground of the entire square suddenly shook. Immediately after, I saw a huge formation cover the entire square. However, upon seeing the formation emerge, all the teachers and students in the audience are busy biting their fingertips. Dedicate blood. Less than a few breaths.
The formation began to shine with a special radiance.
At this point, Lao Zhao saw that everyone had completed it. Just let out a big shout and respectfully request the dean's order. As soon as these words are spoken, accompanied by a roar, the magic array enveloping the square suddenly began to shrink. All the blood gathers together. At the same time, another earth-shattering roar was emitted. Immediately after, I saw it in the middle of the formation. There is a flicker of light shining. However, in the room where the dean ordered the execution of the sentence, elder me on the high platform, I couldn't help but speak up. What do you think? What level of dean's order can the dean form? Zhang Qing on the side heard the words. After hesitating for a moment, I just responded that it's hard to be certain about this. It's just that the classroom effect was so good just now. I'm afraid the worst would be to form a golden dean's order. After all, he knows some things too. Although everyone provided blood just now. But is the consciousness inside genuine? That's hard to say. People are separated by their bellies. At this moment, Elder Me responded by saying, I think it will form a platinum dean's order. Although since its establishment, there are only 2 deans who can condense this level of hierarchy. But I think Dean Zhang can definitely do it.
It can be said that Ran Shui heard a few people say that. He shook his head and explained that the zombies had not yet arrived at the academy.
Just give away points carelessly. Make 30,000 new students completely submit. Willing to form the Xianxian Society. Out of these 100,000 students, 3 out of 10.
And he also used the method of refining Qi and body without adopted children.
Free gift method. Many students from the School of Qi Refiners. Everyone should be grateful, right? Although this matter has not been widely circulated, but many students from the Refining and Gas Institute. Most people know it was given as a gift by him.
So as the second largest courtyard, the Refining and Gas Institute.
Even without adding new students, there are also 30,000 people. This is how this system is calculated. 60,000 people have already submitted to him. The standard of the Golden Dean's order has been met. But don't forget. Later, when Professor Zhang challenged the visiting area of the medical college, such a big commotion. Although many people think he is reckless, but there will be more people who admire him. Although there aren't too many people in the medical college, can it also be ranked in the top 5? In addition, many people also serve as cultivators. Even if there is a significant overlap, but there are still 5,000 people who don't overlap, right? So that's 65,000. Later on, there was a big uproar at the Alchemist Academy. Publicly teaching,
make the whole college empty. You should know that the Alchemy Academy has the largest number of people, even if it overlaps more with before. How about 10,000 people not overlapping? This way of calculation, there are already 75,000 people. I completely admire Teacher Zhang. It already accounts for 75% of the teachers and students in the whole school. It's easy to synthesize the Platinum Dean's order, isn't it? But it's not too late to be here. Do you all remember what happened yesterday clearly? He saved so many students from the Animal Training Academy. Saved them and the people of the Martial Arts Academy from disaster. Moreover, it has tamed so many leaders in Yunwu Ridge. His outstanding achievements are remarkable. Add their words, at least 5,000, right? So according to the current analysis, the most conservative estimate, 80% of the students will truly admire it. However, after listening to the analysis, several elders, everyone was startled. After each of them exchanged a glance,
I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. This 80% means it confirmed the Supreme Dean's order. Just when they were shocked by this, I heard a roar coming from the sky. Immediately after, I saw a light in the middle of the formation dissipate with it. A token resembling a diamond, dazzling and gradually appearing in front of everyone. Elder Kemi and Zhang Cheng, among others, saw this crystal clear sight. A flawless Dean's order. My body trembled involuntarily. At the same time, with a slightly hoarse voice, he exclaimed in surprise, This is not the Supreme Dean's order, but it's the perfect Dean's order. Isn't this just a legendary thing? How could this happen? Even if the founder of the sect, Mukai, was present in the beginning, it is considered impossible to complete. After all, the more people there are, the more mixed your thoughts become. Want 100,000 people to admire at the same time. Unless he's a spirit stone. Otherwise, how could a renowned teacher achieve this? Even Confucius back then, not everyone submits to him either. Dean, how did he actually do it? He has been in the Renowned Teacher Academy for less than 2 months. The most crucial thing is that there is still over a month left. All of them are outside. However, just at a few moments of shock, the Dean's order in mid-air, he flew straight towards Zhang Xian on the high platform, and it fell into his hands. But Zhang Xian just took it over. I was also stunned for a moment. This thing looks like it's only the size of a palm, but its weight is extremely frightening. Just now, he just lightly scratched. I almost got dragged down the stage by this weight. You should know that with his current strength. If the three forces are combined, there are 65 million points. Even a big mountain can be easily lifted. On the contrary, it's a small Dean's order. He almost didn't catch it. So Zhang Xian is very puzzled about this matter. So I looked over at the Dean's order in my hand. But he just glanced at it. The pupils involuntarily contracted. Then the referee let out a sigh of relief. This is the weight of responsibility. He originally thought it wouldn't matter if he became the Dean. As long as you can read a book, it's fine. But now it doesn't seem that simple. Since I have shouldered this heavy responsibility, we need to lead everyone to fulfill their hopes and expectations. Take them further and higher. How else can we live up to the trust of so many people? Think of this. Zhang Xian seemed to have made a decision in her heart. Then he looked at the crowd, just secretly made a promise. Don't worry. As long as the Dean's order is in my hands, one day, I will definitely not let everyone down. Because he knows. This Dean's order is not something honorable. It's not a lofty position either, but rather a heavy burden on the shoulders. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did the elderly director Ming know that the breakup was very dangerous? Still need to take it. I'm afraid the things involved are very important. However, he had some insights in his heart. The weight of the Dean's order in my hand disappeared with it, immediately become as light as a feather. After understanding, Zhang Xian, after keeping the token with you, I looked up at everyone and looked over. Only then did I realize. All the teachers and students in the college are clearly visible, like old friends who have been together for countless years. Looking around a week later, Zhang Xian's loud voice suddenly rang out from today onwards. I, Zhang Xian, will definitely not disappoint everyone's expectations. Will lead everyone to the peak. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone in the audience was so excited that they kept shouting for the Dean. The sound of the Dean is like a wave, prolonged. However, upon seeing this scene, the mysterious elders and others, for a moment, tears welled up in my eyes. Since the disappearance of the old Dean, as the top 10 elders in charge of affairs, they are under a lot of pressure. Received a lot of questioning. Now there is a new Dean, and it's also so excellent. They believe he will definitely be able to lead everyone further and higher. So at the same time, on the recording platform of the Qingyuan Title City Famous Teacher Hall, a line of handwriting appeared in the year 18827 of the clear Yuan calendar. Zhang Xian succeeded as the Dean of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. The succession ceremony ends here. After the end, Zhang Xian left the high platform. I haven't reached the other courtyard specially prepared for him yet. I saw Elder Me welcoming me up. At the same time, I also handed over a storage ring. Speaking of Dean, this is the influence of many surrounding cities, and the congratulatory gifts sent by the famous teacher hall. After taking the ring, Zhang Xian swept his spirit and looked inside. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably. There are too many and too precious things inside, so I resisted the urge to put it in my pocket. Returned to Elder Me, and responded by saying, put all of these in the college's treasure trove. These are all things from the academy. It's not mine personally, because Zhang Xian knows very well, the gift given by others is not for oneself, but to give to this identity. Elder Me saw the situation. I nodded in admiration for this Dean even more in my heart. After taking the ring, take out another ring. Speaking of Dean, this is the person given to you by your Majesty Yushengqing, right? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was also full of curiosity, so I swept my mind and looked inside. After reading it, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although this is a gift compared to the previous ring, there's a big gap, but it is also very precious. Even if we haven't emptied the entire city warehouse, I guess we've already moved halfway. At this moment, Elder Me continued to say that he had encountered His Majesty the Divine Minister and said, "Dean, you not only saved the Bodhi tree for them, but also, moreover, it imparts advanced methods of soul cultivation. These things are a personal reward for you. Please don't refuse." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment. After all, he knows it himself. Saving the Bodhi tree is for Wei Ruyan. Teach soul cultivation methods. It's because he secretly learned someone else's martial arts. I really want to accept so many things from the other party. I really feel guilty about it. Although they are all good things, but once you accept it, I have to do things for the other party. This is not an easy job. Without this credit, there's no need. Take responsibility for this cause and effect. Thinking of this, I waved my hand. Reply saying that you thank your Majesty for your kindness on my behalf. No merit without reward. After saying the congratulatory gift, just looked at the other person again and said, "Take me to Record Mountain. I am preparing to assess a 6-star renowned teacher." The pervert in front of us is trying to assess a 6-star famous teacher, but they turned all the puppets inside the tower into doubts about life. Just after the succession ceremony ended, Zhang Xian presented the congratulatory gift sent by Lin Chang. Let Elder Me put it into the college's treasury. At the same time, Yu Qing gave him a personal gift. Let him also return. After finishing these things, that's when I said to the old man beside me, "Take me to Record Mountain. I am preparing to assess a 6-star renowned teacher." After Elder Me responded in classical Chinese, just casually explained to the other party. Record Mountain is a place where renowned teacher colleges test their strength. You can even break through before becoming a semi-saint. It is divided into 9 layers in total. Each layer is harder than the last, can reach the 3rd level. It indicates that the strength has reached the cultivation level of a half-saint. On the 6th level, their strength is comparable to that of a saint. And the 9th layer is equivalent to a powerful figure in the holy domain. This is not just a record-breaking challenge. It's still the standard for selecting strategists. Strength below half-holy. As long as we can reach the 6th level, you are qualified to become a warrior. Can break through to the 9th floor. You can definitely get an exceptional selection. Directly enter the warrior hall. Listen here. Zhang Xian seems to have understood something. So I confirmed with the other party again that Elder and I. What you mean is that you can win by half against people with less than half the strength. As long as we reach the 6th floor. It's equivalent to half defeating the strong. Does it mean being able to defeat the strong? Lao Mi saw that the other party understood. Just keep explaining that it's correct. That's what it means. Famous teachers themselves have the ability to challenge beyond their level. Defeat with half the winning strength. It can be said that both the foundation and combat effectiveness, they are all very scary. Upon hearing these words, at this moment, Zhang Xian remembered the disorder and road she had encountered before. Chang should be a warrior now. Otherwise, it would not be easy to challenge beyond the level. The 4 talented students of the famous teacher academy. Fight until the flowers fall and the water flows. Then he looked at the other person. Ask the renowned teacher academy for so many years. How many people are under half-holy in total, passing through the 6th level? At this moment, Elder Me thought for a moment before responding. Since the establishment of the college nearly 10,000 years ago, a total of 327 people became combatants, and less than half a saint can pass the record. It seems that there are less than 100 people on the 6th floor of the mountain, and among them, the last true dean, when he was still a student back then, just broke through the remnants of the wind mirror and came over to attack the road god. At that time, he rushed to the 7th floor in one breath. This move also amazed everyone. Up to now, his records have been recorded for over 4,000 years. No one can surpass it yet. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but be startled. Just reached the residual wind state and rushed to the 7th level. This strength is truly terrifying. You know what? Zhang Xian's current strength is also a remnant of the early Jin dynasty. The strength of the opponent is basically the same as when they first cleared the level. The 9th layer is equivalent to the early powerhouse of the Holy Domain level 1. That means the 7th layer is not good anymore. It's almost necessary to have access to the later stages of the Holy Middle Period. Such combat effectiveness, only then can it pass. It seems that, the last true dean back then, in a situation where one's cultivation is similar to that of Zhang Xian at this time. Surprisingly, his combat effectiveness is almost the same as his, even stronger than that. This is quite terrifying. After all, Zhang Xian now has cheat support. Only then does this terrifying power exist. The other party is someone who doesn't have any cheats. We can also achieve this. Think of this. Zhang Xian hides his own fart in his heart. It seems that we cannot underestimate any cultivator.
However, speaking of this, the mysterious elder.
I am also looking forward to it at this moment. I want to see this genius dean. What other amazing achievements will they create? Then he spoke up and asked if the dean wanted to give it a try. After receiving a positive response from the other party, with a happy expression on his face, he strode forward with great strides. Soon, the two of them also arrived at Record Mountain. Only then did Elder Me explain.
Our renowned teacher college's Record Mountain. It was originally built by Dean Mukai according to the Warrior Tower.
Each level has a dedicated puppet garrison. They are in the same level,
capable of exerting the strongest combat power.
It's not easy to pass through these levels.
The combat effectiveness and awareness of challengers
has high requirements,
and it has great danger.
Dean, you must be careful.
After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of oil.
He continued to explain with a serious expression.
The ones guarding the checkpoints are all puppets.
They don't know the importance.
So, a little carelessness during the battle.
It is easy to encounter danger.
Therefore, passing the level every year. There are also many famous teachers who have suffered serious injuries or died. So after the dean's daughter goes in,
once encountering danger, one cannot cope. Just shout give up. The puppet will automatically retreat and no longer take action. After understanding these, Zhang Xian nodded to indicate. I lifted my leg and walked into the tower. But he just stepped into the room on the first floor. I just saw a disabled and banned head. The puppet in the later stage welcomed us. Zhang Xian dodged and approached the other party upon seeing the situation. The other party just fell to the ground and couldn't get up. This level ended before it even started. So he lifted his leg and walked towards the second floor. The puppets on this level are at the peak of the residual wind strength. But the battle ended before it even started. That's how Zhang Xian walked up layer by layer. However, upon hearing that the dean was about to break the record mountain, several deans came to the tower one by one,
waiting for results with old fans.
At this moment, Wei Ranxue joked and smiled. Say, guess what? Dean, how many levels can you reach in one breath?
At this moment, Su Changqing smoothed his beard. The response states that there is no need to doubt the strength of the dean.
But understanding of Wu Ji and
the mastery of gun fists and legs far exceeds that of strong players of the same level.
If you want me to guess,
the dean can rush to the 8th floor. Several deans also believe that they should be able to reach the 8th floor upon hearing this. However, Zhang Qing believed that it would reach the 9th floor. Although others may not know the strength of the dean,
but he understands very well. Don't say anything else. Just relying on the magic sound alone,
it is entirely possible to achieve superior killing of enemies. At this moment, Lao Zhao smiled and said to the former Dean Mo Liuzhen,
break through to the 7th floor. It took a total of 1 hour. I think our dean, we can finish the 8th floor in half an hour.
But the dean beside him heard him say the time.
Can't help but give a bitter smile for half an hour. I don't think it's necessary. According to the dean's consistent style,
you can finish the 8th floor in 10 minutes.
Maybe it will destroy the entire record mountain. Upon hearing this, only then did everyone react.
Then they exchanged a difficult look on each other's faces.
Yeah, why do we have to let the dean pass the level? This is really going to ruin.
However, after the old Zhao on the side recovered,
I just spoke up and said it probably won't happen this time, right? I made a mess before, because he is still a student. Now everyone has become the dean. I guess it will converge a bit. Everyone heard this. I still can't quite believe it. Dean, this pervert, will converge after becoming the dean. So he quietly looked towards Record Mountain. But half an hour has passed. I haven't seen any signs of the door opening yet. Everyone just keep waiting. 1 hour, 2 hours. I waited for a whole day. Still haven't seen the dean come out. At this moment, Wei Ranxue couldn't help but. I just looked at Lao and I beside me.
I'm questioning if you're sure the dean really went in. Subsequently, I heard a positive response from the other party. Everyone's faces immediately became solemn. Although some deans have never seen Zhang Xian personally take action, but considering his talents in various professions, just breaking a record mountain, it should be easy and enjoyable. Why has a day passed now? I didn't even see a human shadow. At this moment, Lao Zhao's face was full of anxiety and he said something. It seems that something has happened to the dean.
How many people heard this? Everyone looked at Lao Zhao with a difficult expression on their face. If that's the case, then, what now?
Old Zhao's heart stirred.
I dare not wait like this anymore. The dean has just completed the succession ceremony.
And make such a big noise. If something happens because of breaking a record mountain, that's okay.
So I told a few people that my opinion is, go in and take a look. If the dean really has an accident, he will come to the rescue. If it's okay, you can also find out what exactly happened.
All the elders agree with this practice in classical Chinese.
Don't hesitate anymore.
Everyone took out their elder tokens and pushed open the door to enter. Quickly arrived at the first room. I saw the puppet leaning against the ground.
sitting with a dull expression on his face. At this moment, Lao Zhao saw his expression. I couldn't help but take a step forward and ask what happened. The puppet who heard the question stared straight at the other person. I failed to respond. Everyone saw the situation. I couldn't help but shake my head, comforting that victory or defeat is a common occurrence among soldiers. It's just the first layer. It's normal to lose. Although they are all puppets, but they are responsible for guarding every floor here. They are all spiritually rich, so everyone has a sense of autonomy, just in the eyes of a few deans. As the first level puppet, its strength is also the weakest. Anyone who comes to pass the level can defeat him. Why are you so disappointed? However, after being comforted, Elder Me seemed to have discovered something. I couldn't help but ask a question. You don't have any injuries on your body. How were you defeated? The puppet's mouth couldn't help but stink upon hearing these words. He showed a very aggrieved expression. The response said he glanced at me. A few people stopped when they saw him say this. I was also puzzled and asked what was wrong. What about after reading it? I started hitting you, right? At this moment, the puppet had a crying expression on its face. He just continued to respond, saying that what I was saying was that he glanced at me. I lost. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing, a movement in my heart. It seems like I understand something, so I couldn't help but ask if you mean to say, the person who came to pass the level yesterday didn't hit you. I just glanced at you. Just let you give up voluntarily. After speaking, the puppet nodded repeatedly. Just keep asking. Can you provide information about yesterday's battle? Please describe it carefully. At this moment, the puppet did not hesitate. I just recounted the scene of yesterday's battle again. After listening, everyone was dumbfounded. The dean just glanced at the other person. Just take this puppet from the heavenly palace. The structural defects have been identified, and his gaze, still located at the biggest flaw in its construction. So his glance was a warning and a reminder. If you still don't understand, just a gentle movement can instantly shatter the other person's body into pieces. Even if you want to fix it afterwards, you can't do it. After understanding the situation, several deans feel their scalp tingling at this moment. They all can't understand how the dean did it. These puppets, it has been studied by countless predecessors for countless years. It also incorporates the combat experience of many famous teachers, only formed by convergence. He just looked like this at a glance. Think of this. Old Zhao suppressed the shock in his heart. Just told a few people to go to the second floor. Quickly, a few people arrived at the second floor. Discovered the puppet responsible for guarding the pass. Same as the first floor. After learning that he had been looked at twice, everyone's lips twitched. Just walked towards the third floor. After arriving, I also learned that this layer was looked at 3 times. At this moment, everyone no longer hesitated. Continue walking towards the 4th floor. However, just a few people believe that the puppet on this level was looked at 4 times. When it just became like this puppet struggled to get up from the corner, responding that I haven't seen so much. Just skim me. Then he said to me, lie down. And then I became like this. Listen here. Everyone fainted. I glanced and said lie down before lying down. When did you become so obedient? You're a puppet in the later stages of your life. However, just when a few people were confused. What did Zhang Qin just think of? So I asked if he was talking to you when the voice still carries a magical sound. At this moment, the puppet's response was full of disappointment, saying that it was right. His voice does indeed carry a magical sound, and it goes straight to my vital point. I really can't resist it. I heard the other person say that. Su Changqing beside him was full of confusion. Point straight to the key point. The strongest ability of a magic voice master is to attack souls. You are a puppet, although it has spirituality, but there's no soul at all. How did he attack? Other elders present. Even Zhang Qing has this doubt. The reason why demonic musicians are feared, it's because they ignore material defenses, directly pointing to the soul. And although puppets have spirituality, but it's a collection of things like spiritual medicine and beasts, there is no separate soul. Even if Zhang Cheng cast a 7-star level magic sound to the puppet, it's also like playing the qin to a cow. How could he say a word? You can make the other person lie directly on the ground. At this moment, the puppet's eyes were filled with awe and fear of talent. Shaking his head in response, he said that his magic voice is not attacking the soul, but it makes my body resonate. As long as I dare to continue attacking, the body will crack open directly, turn into powder. I heard the other person say that. Many elders couldn't help but twitch their lips. Regarding this, they all know that this kind of attack is real, very effective in dealing with puppets. But the premise is, it is necessary to deal with various materials for refining puppets, deeply understood, and the new substances formed after quenching. You need to know extremely detailed information. Otherwise, no matter how much preparation is needed, the magic sound is loud.
Not being able to prescribe the right medicine is also futile. Dean, he arrived at the 4th floor.
Just taking a glance at Kuei. I know what this guy's material is, and can use corresponding magic sounds to deal with it. Is this too exaggerated? However, at this moment,
everyone knows that guessing here is useless.
Just continue walking towards the 5th floor. Can you come up first?
The scene is still the same as the 4th layer.
Only after communication did I understand.
When the dean called out to lie down for the first time, he didn't hear it.
When I heard the other person shout out a second sound, that's how it turned out. After understanding the situation, a few people no longer hesitated.
Just go straight to the 6th floor.
But it's just that everyone thinks,
when this layer is the same as the previous layers, the scene before us made all the deans dumbfounded.
Isn't this puppet from the winning period? How did it become like this now?
The pervert in front of us is trying to clear the level.
Surprisingly, the NPC was taken in.
This pervert saw his behavior. Everyone called him the real change.
Just now,
Zhang Xian enters record mountain to overcome challenges.
But I've been trying all day and still haven't come out.
Lao Zhao, Jiang Qing, and the elders saw this.
Full of anxiety, after some discussion, immediately enter the tower to check the situation.
But after entering, I learned from the puppets on floors 1 to 5 that the store manager just glanced at them or said a sentence.
Let them automatically give up. So several people immediately arrived at the 6th floor. I just realized, this layer of puppets from the early Holy Age is not only fine.
On the contrary, it looks much stronger. Seeing this scene, everyone panicked.
Isn't the strength of this puppet fixed? Isn't it impossible to cultivate? How did it become stronger? Even if he has spirituality, it's just a bunch of tools. It is impossible to cultivate oneself.
But how come our strength has increased now? Thinking of this, everyone became confused. At this moment, I don't know which elder suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible that this guy killed the dean? As soon as these words are spoken, all the other elders trembled involuntarily.
Didn't you have a very easy time in the first few levels? Even puppets can be easily defeated.
The puppet's strength suddenly increased in this level.
And now the dean is gone and never coming back. Is it difficult to be killed?
At this moment, Lao Zhao couldn't help but have doubts in his heart.
Just take out the elder token and look at the other party. Ask the person who came to pass the level yesterday. However, the puppet only stood up upon hearing the questioning.
Smiling, he responded by saying that the person who came to pass the level yesterday.
Are you referring to zombies? I have become his teacher. He became a puppet under his seat. I don't know what you're looking for from my teacher. Everyone heard this. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Limb weakness.
Immediately collapsed to the ground. Not long after, a few people regained their senses before getting up.
Ask the other person with a face full of fear. What does the term puppet under the seat mean just now? After receiving a positive response from the puppet, everyone is stupid. The dean sent someone to apprentice.
Let the spirit beasts and the Holy Covenant recognize their lord, and then endure it.
After all, there are precedents here. But now let the puppet apprentice. What the hell does this mean? Although this thing can speak human language, there is also spirituality. But after all, it's just mechanical. Not bad, although they possess skills and knowledge. But it also needs to be instilled by people. What can I learn from apprenticeship now? However, the puppet saw that everyone was puzzled. I quickly explained that it was. I was supposed to stop the teacher from passing the level. But just when I was about to fight him, the teacher discovered I made a clear mistake during the refining process, and helped to correct it. Although it's a simple change, but it increased my strength by 1 level. He's so amazing. I will naturally become a disciple. Listen here. The dean of Tiangong Academy, who was never born. At this moment, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. When did the dean become proficient in the Heavenly Palace art? Thinking of so many famous teachers throughout history, I haven't even noticed any problems with Quan. The dean came with good intentions. Not only does it cause problems, I also helped to correct it. His understanding of the Heavenly Palace profession is better than his own. How many times stronger is this? Is there any profession in this world that a dean wouldn't know? At this moment, the puppet looked at a few people. The teacher went to the 7th floor a day ago. If you want to find him, just go up there. Listen here. A few people no longer stay. Just walk up to the 7th floor. Just on the way. Lao Zhao said with a serious expression. I have read the notes left by Dean Emoliosian before. According to records, these 7 layers, it was very dangerous to pass the level at that time. He could die at any moment. If it weren't for his last-minute breakthrough, it is also impossible to overcome this level. I didn't hear Lao Zhao say that. Everyone hasn't done anything yet. After listening, I saw that the dean had been missing for a day. I started to get nervous. After all, the 7th level challenges puppets from the late Holy Age. This spans nearly 3 levels. Even if a warrior wants to jump 3 levels, they cannot achieve it. Besides, Dean, He's not a strategist yet. Think of this. Everyone quickened their pace with worry. Go to the 7th floor. As soon as you come in, everyone, look around for a week. My face immediately darkened. Why can't you even see puppets on this level? Not long after, Elder Me only shouted towards the nearby corner of the wall. Yeah, look at that pile. Upon hearing these words, the Dean of Tiangong Temple. I couldn't help but come up to check. I was stunned when I saw this pile of things. This puppet has been dismantled. After understanding the situation, everyone knows that staying here is useless, so they each had different ideas. Go to the 8th floor. At this moment, old Zhao suddenly thought of something. Furrowed his brow. With a worried expression on his face, he said, we're in trouble now. I remember the puppet on the 8th level was a bit special. He's not quite the same as before. If I remember correctly, this layer, it was Dean Emoliosian who used his own ribs back then, made into a clone. Wei Ranchue on the side was stunned at the words. Immediately recalled this matter as well. Wealth and dower like this. I remember back then, when the last tier Jin Yuan reached the peak of the 9th tier of Huafan. Challenge again. It's just different from the first time we only reached the 7th floor. He also seemed to have made it to the 8th floor at that time. And he also defeated the puppets on this level. I think there are significant loopholes in it. So I personally took action. I took out one of my own ribs. With the help of geocentric crystals, according to one's own strength and combat skills, rebuilt the guardian of this layer. The Dean of Tiangong Academy, Classical Chinese, was also stunned for a moment. Geocentric crystal. The rare mineral that can only be born from the center of the earth. This type of crystal is an uncommon mineral. Its texture is hard. It also contains scorching energy, used to temper the body. Refining puppets will have miraculous effects. However, Lao Zhao noticed that everyone had come to this point. He also responded with a wry smile on his face. Actually, Dean Emoliosian. Back then, he still kept his own thoughts in it. That means the 8th level is no longer an ordinary puppet. It's exactly the same as the president of the late Liosian. I don't know the pain while cooperating with my clone. So this is almost an invincible defensive body. Even the former Dean Emoliosian. It's difficult to pass through this layer. Not to mention the current Dean Zhang. Listen here. Chengqing waved his hand. It's useless to say anything at this moment. Let's go up and take a look first before we talk. Everyone didn't say much when they heard this. I quickly walked up there. Quickly, a few people arrived at the 8th floor. But they saw the bumpy ground in front of them. When everything is shattered everywhere, I couldn't help but feel nervous, so I looked around. After looking around, there are no figures or broken cocoons. My heart is full of strangeness, but not at this moment. After the distant snow stopped, I just shouted anxiously, there's blood here. Seeing this scene, all the elders couldn't help but twitch in their hearts. After all, everyone knows that clones don't bleed. So the blood in this place naturally belongs to the Dean. However, Lao Zhao noticed that everyone was worried all over their faces. Just explained that although he was injured. But don't worry too much, everyone. The puppets on this level possess the intentions of Dean Emoliosian. He shouldn't have killed the Dean in pain. Everyone's faces softened slightly upon hearing these words. But everyone is still puzzled in their hearts. What exactly happened on this level? At this moment, Zhang Qing exclaimed in surprise, look at the roof. Several elders quickly looked up upon hearing this. At this moment, I saw a figure, trapped tightly onto the walls of the roof. Upon closer inspection, Lao Zhao realized that it was not the Dean. Just hurriedly said, this person is a puppet crafted by director Emoliosian. So he asked everyone to help him dig it out. Quickly rescued the other party, and place it steadily on the ground. At this moment, the middle dean of the medical school just came up to treat him. He woke up soon after. Seeing everyone, my face turned red with anger. Swearing at you, you bastard. Who is the shameless guy who came to pass the level before? Stand up for me. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. I took a moment to respond and said that Dean Emoliosian. What's wrong with the person you're talking about? At this moment, Mo Lu, who is really a clone, roared angrily with a face full of anger. This guy is competing with me. It's not even my opponent at all. But I played a few moves. I know if we keep fighting, then he definitely won't win. If you let him recognize it, leave this place quickly. But who knows? But this guy is very enthusiastic and says he admires me a lot. Asked me to teach him martial arts hand in hand. He was even more shamelessly holding onto my hand. Various words of praise kept pouring in at that time. I heard him say that, as a renowned teacher, I naturally take it upon myself. Just casually gave him a few pointers. Who knew this guy wouldn't let go of my hand, holding it alive and dead? I insist on having more contact with idols. I thought he really admired me. Who knew that the clone would stop at this point? At this moment, the more he thinks, the angrier he gets. The more I say, the angrier I get. The whole person was emitting green smoke. Everyone looked embarrassed when they saw the situation. What did the store manager do? Can make the other person angry like this?
At this moment, Wei Runxue beside him saw him halfway through speaking.
I couldn't help but ask Senior. Who knows what happened? At this moment, the clone still roared angrily, saying,
who knew this shameless guy?
It's not worship at all. I don't even want to teach him, but I need to rely on the geocentric crystals in my body. Practice cultivation. You should be able to see it. I am refined from geocentric crystals. If this guy crazily absorbs, I will definitely be able to perceive it.
But shamelessly, he is gradually absorbing strength.
During this period, he kept saying some nice things to me. I didn't even notice the change. Finally, I realized.
Most of the energy from the crystals inside the body is consumed. However, without the crystal, it would be difficult for me.
At most, the defense is a bit weak. Coco, I don't know what's going on with this guy.
The physical strength instantly increased.
When I resist, I will fight him again.
As a result, he punched me and sent me flying away.
I am without defense. The opponent's strength has increased.
So I was stunned on the spot,
embedded into the walls of the roof. However, after understanding what was going on, the elders,
each one's face was like a gust of wind, and they looked at each other's eyes.
I can't understand the dean in this situation. Why could you come up with such a bad idea?
And at this moment, the clone,
after expressing the frustration in your heart, my mood has improved a lot.
Then he waved his hand and said, calculate.
The battle itself is about you dying and me living. No room for any humility. He can do this.
It also shows that he is not a rigid and stubborn person.
This kind of person is usually not bound by any particular style. It will also go further. However, upon hearing the other party say so, several deans finally breathed a sigh of relief. So he responded, Senior, it's good if you can figure it out.
At this moment, the clone nodded in agreement.
I just looked at a few people and said that guy defeated me. It must have entered the 9th level. The 9th floor is a forbidden area. Even if you hold a seasoned Zhang, you won't be able to enter. So it's better to stay here.
The literati also nodded to indicate that they knew about this matter. After all, as the top 10 deans, these rules are still known. They just thought they could find the dean at this level.
Now it seems, the dean has gone even further than they imagined. However, just as everyone was lamenting about it, the dean of Tiangong Academy on the side, suddenly exclaimed, isn't that right? Senior, your strength doesn't seem to have reached its peak from the holy peak. I heard the other person say that. The clone couldn't help but look down and see.
At this moment, I realized that the power inside my body was instantly ignited,
accompanied by a roar. A powerful aura is stirring everywhere, forcing everyone to take a few steps back involuntarily.
At this moment, the clone saw its own changes.
I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this is Holy Land heavy. How did I break through?
Lao Zhao quickly said upon seeing the situation that if he guessed correctly, it should be the dean who swallowed the core crystal in your body. By the way, I helped you break through your strength. When the clone heard this, it immediately became foolish.
This guy actually helped me break through. After all,
although the geocentric crystal is indeed very heavy for him,
but it's not a must-have either. Now we have abandoned a part of it.
But it made his strength skyrocket to victory.
This is definitely a great way to make money.
It's just that his strength has improved.
If a person wants to pass another level, they may be afraid.
Afraid of greater difficulty.
It's a dead end here. I can never reach the 9th level again.
For clones, it may be a good thing.
But for future generations, it's a sin. This is equivalent to completely blocking the way. No one can successfully pass the level anymore. However, just as the clone was lamenting about this, I heard Wei Runxue asking what the 9th floor is exactly. At this moment, the clone explained that I actually don't know about the 9th level.
I only know that since the establishment of the renowned teacher college,
no one has ever entered before.
Perhaps only the founder of the school, the wooden armor ancestor, knows. After speaking, I saw everyone looking worried.
Just a comforting sentence, no matter what it is. There shouldn't be any danger. The purpose of establishing Record Mountain is to select talents. Nature cannot let them die in it. So don't worry too much, everyone. Upon hearing these words, everyone just nodded and gestured. Although there is an explanation from the other party. They're not worried now. But I also really want to know. What exactly did this dean go through on the 9th floor?
However, the screen returned to a day ago. After Zhang Xian successfully passed the 8th level, just continued walking up to the 9th floor. But as soon as I came in, I saw the scene in front of me.
Zhang Xian is completely foolish. This pervert in front of me.
I suddenly had to change clothes during a fight. This scared the old man beside him and made him sweat profusely.
I thought to myself, this guy knows he can't beat me. Are you going to dress like this to seduce me? Just now,
when Zhang Xian arrived at the 9th floor of Record Mountain,
look up, an old man appeared before my eyes. When I see the other person's appearance clearly, Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened instantly. How could he be here? After taking a look, I just realized that the other party is not a real pastor, but it's based on his own image, a puppet of Holy Realm level refined. However, the puppet priest saw Zhang Xian walking over. Looking at him with a smile in his eyes, he said, "No. That's wrong. I broke through the first level before reaching a half win. It demonstrates your talent and strength." At this moment, Zhang Xian knew that although the other party was a puppet, but it also contains the pastor's ideas. So I dare not be rude. So he clasped his fists and took a step forward. "I have seen the pastor before." The puppet priest nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the situation. Then he spoke up and said, "I am now Holy Land heavy. Initial strength. As long as you can surpass me, even if we break through the record mountain, you can get the benefits I left behind." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, "It seems very difficult at this moment. If we rely solely on our strength, there is almost no possibility of surpassing the other party. But if we rely on his ability to dismantle things, make the other person disabled, and then turn into fragments, it should still be quite simple. Just using this method to deal with the founder of the sect, I really feel a little guilty. I'm also very sorry. Besides, if someone finds out, I will also be extremely shy." The puppet priest on the opposite side, I seem to have noticed Zhang Xian's doubts, so he smiled. "Tell me the truth. I possess the strength of the Holy Land. Take action against someone like you who hasn't even reached the halfway mark. It doesn't pay attention to rules in itself, so you don't have to worry either. As long as it can surpass me, any means can be used. No need to pay attention to rules." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately looked at the other person with a strange expression. "Are you sure you don't need to pay attention to rules?" After receiving another positive response from the other party, the burden in my heart suddenly eased. With that, I felt a surge of energy. Summoned the golden cauldron. Then he waved his hand and said, "In that case, then I won't be polite. Go ahead and beat this guy unconscious." Shang-Chi heard the words. "Jump up to the front immediately." I gradually said, "Don't worry. It's just a puppet of Lao Mu. I will train it into scum for the master now." As soon as the words fell, I saw Jin Yuending's aura shake and he was about to rush over. However, the puppet Mu sure saw the situation. The corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably, immediately scared the other party. Zhang Xian was very puzzled by the situation, so I gestured for Shang-Chi to wait for a moment. "Is there anything else the other party needs to explain?" At this moment, the puppet priest's face turned red. Just awkwardly responded that I didn't need to follow the rules when I said it. Any means can be used. It means you can use your strength tactics, and various corrupt professions, instead of relying on containers. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of containers, even if someone only has 1 or 2 layers of complexity, you can also rush through the first level. Recording the mountain would lose its meaning. "Listen here." Zhang Xian thought for a moment and thought it made sense, so he awkwardly scratched his head. "Retrieve the golden cauldron and the ring again." I replied with embarrassment, saying, "Senior, I'm misunderstood." After speaking, I just dug out an ordinary exquisite, pointing straight towards the other person. "May I ask if this is enough now?" The puppet priest nodded at the sight. "A satisfactory response is acceptable." At this moment, he hadn't finished speaking yet. I saw a sword-pointed pen pierce straight out, dazzling like a shooting star. Just give a good compliment. Good swordsmanship. After speaking, immediately welcomed it up. In an instant, one person and one, accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds, 2 large streams of true chi converge together. The pressure generated by this extremely fast speed shines brightly. Look from afar. Only 2 white lights are colliding with each other. In a moment, the 2 of them used over 80 moves. At this moment, Zhang Xian knew that relying solely on her current strength, it's difficult to win against the opponent. So my heart moved. Immediately withdrew. My mind entered the library. I opened the other person's book. I couldn't help but furrow my brow after this investigation. The one in front of me is actually a 7-star chain puppet. When dismantling the 7th layer puppet before, I have a slight understanding of the level of this thing. Some of them are rated 6 stars. It's not easy to dismantle it. This has reached 7 stars. With his current strength, it's hard to say whether it can be opened or not. Moreover, the other party is a puppet with ideas. It's not an ordinary artificial item. Will stand still in place. Let him crack the defects one by one. Think of this. So he kept in mind all the flaws of the other party. Then I couldn't help but ask. Since Record Mountain has established a 9th floor, I definitely hope someone can pass the level successfully, right? Insufficient strength. Half-saint, there really is someone who can surpass you. The puppet priest nodded in response and said, "Of course there is. You don't have to believe it. It's true that many warriors can do it. Even when Kong Shi was not yet half holy back then, I have already killed the powerful members of the holy domain. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel her pupils twitching. What kind of talent is needed to achieve this? At this moment, the puppet priest said expressionlessly, if it weren't for being able to do things that ordinary people can't do, how are you qualified to be a warrior and fight against the alien race? Speaking of which, the puppet priest knows that the other party is trying to delay time, restore true chi. So he waved his hand and said, You can't beat me. Even if we procrastinate, it's useless. When you reach the peak of the residual wind realm, can we do it again? Perhaps they can defeat me. Zhang Xian shook her head and responded by saying there was no need to wait. I can defeat you now. After speaking, the other person furrowed their brows tightly, with a face full of disbelief. Just smiled slightly. Keep talking, you don't have to believe it either. I can prove it to you. Just wait for me for a moment. I'll come over to fight you after changing into a new outfit. The puppet priest is very puzzled by classical Chinese. Can beat or can't beat. What does this have to do with changing clothes? At this moment, Zhang Xian explained. The clothes on my body were specially prepared for me by the college. Very precious. Wearing it on the body feels a bit awkward. Only by wearing one's own famous teacher uniform. Only then can we unleash our strongest combat power. I heard the other person say that. The pastor couldn't help but ask a question. Are your clothes not good enough? After all, as someone with thoughts, he is no different from a real pastor. So he could tell at a glance that this outfit was not simple. Even a pig wearing it can greatly increase its combat power. This guy said it's not suitable. What else should I wear? Is it difficult to dress up as a powerful level? If that's the case, then, how else can we fight? Zhang Xian smiled at the words. The response is that this garment is simply too good. That's why I'm afraid of damaging it. So I still want to change back into my own clothes. After speaking, there will be no further explanation. As soon as he waved his hand, he said he might have to trouble the pastor again. Turn around. I don't like to let others watch me when I change clothes. Listen here. The priest shook his head. Sighing, I haven't seen anyone change clothes and fight before the battle. So he responded with a sound and turned around. I wonder if the other party is still a skilled master. Only people in this profession. We only pay attention to clothing when fighting, and then cooperate with his graceful dance. Can make people intoxicated, make people addicted, but even if it were, it wouldn't be useful. I'm just a puppet. There is no soul. How does he attack? Besides, Jinghansher is usually a beautiful woman. He's a man posing and teasing. I'm afraid it's not about aesthetics. Is it disgusting? Think of this. The priest couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Not long after, I heard the other party say they had already replaced it. So I turned my body back. I took a look. I feel very depressed in my heart. The clothing in front has defensive properties. Be unwilling. Now they have to change into an ordinary piece of clothing. Then he asked with a puzzled expression on his face. You're just an ordinary teacher uniform. Are you sure changing this outfit can outperform me at this moment? Zhang Xian carried her hands behind her back. Nodding with pride in his eyes, he responded with a yes. Just put on the appropriate clothes again. Even the most ordinary can defeat you. However, the puppet tomb saw the other party change into a new outfit. It's just an arrogant and indescribable thing. There is no more humility than before. As soon as his face darkened, he said, since you are so confident, let's get started then. After finishing speaking, his body swayed. The sonic boom produced by fists carrying strong pressure, as if to shatter the surrounding air. All of this is to make the other party retreat when faced with difficulties. I released all my strength with just one more powerful than during the previous battle. More threatening feeling. At this moment, Zhang Xian did not dodge when he saw the situation. With the same punch, he received it. At the same time, he coldly shouted that it was just right. However, seeing the other side not flash and counterattack, tighten your eyebrows visually. Is this guy looking for death? He doesn't know how to forcefully take over his punch like this. Will it explode on the spot? See here. He hesitated slightly in his heart. Just when I was about to regain some of the power of my fist, I saw the opponent's fist already approaching me. At this moment, the moment when two fists collided, the priest's pupils couldn't help but contract. He had thought that the opponent's strength would still be the same as before. Even if we take back half of our strength, it will be difficult for the other party to catch it. Who knew that the power had not been regained yet? The moment when two fists collided, he immediately felt something was wrong, accompanied by a loud bang. Two forces collide together. The whole room was shaken by a tremor. Immediately after, I saw the puppet tomb chamber flying backwards and out. He hit his back hard against the wall before falling down. At this moment, he was panting heavily. Then he looked up with disbelief on his face, looking at the young man not far away. He couldn't understand. Why did the other party change clothes? But the power can be so amazing. One punch can knock oneself away. This is different from when I used the sword just now. It's like a different person. Is it difficult? This guy was just testing me just now. However, just as he was shocked by this, not far away, Zhang Xian still had her hands behind her back, with a rebellious expression on his face. I said you've already lost. The pastor shook his head with a bitter smile on his face when he heard this. Congratulations on passing the 9th level, since its creation as a record mountain, the first successful teacher to pass. After finishing speaking, there were no surprises when I saw the other person. On the contrary, it feels as if knowing would have one earlier. A face full of stinky farts. Seeing the other person staring like this, very speechless. Then he shook his head. With a gentle smile, he took out a book. I approached the other party and handed it over. At the same time, he said that you have passed the 9th level. He is the most powerful genius in the history of the renowned teacher academy for thousands of years. This rich book that I have treasured for a lifetime. I'll leave it to you now. Then I saw the other person's face full of confusion. I haven't even picked up the book yet. This explains that as a renowned teacher, I must have heard of it too. How did Master Kong break through to the Holy Land? At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded and responded, saying that he had heard of it. He is the Heavenly Blade Saint. After all, he and Luo Chichi have been to Fengxing Terrace before. I also know when Master Kong broke through. Get God's approval. Becoming a Heavenly Blade Sage. However, the other party is aware of the incident. Just keep explaining that you're right. Indeed, he is the Sage of the Heavenly Blade. This Wind Holy Festival. It was back then. I obtained it by chance. It provides a detailed description inside the cultivation process before Kong's Fengsheng. I have also conducted specialized research on this matter, and it was summarized as a cultivation technique, although it cannot truly turn a person into a divine blade saint, recognized by God. But as long as one strictly practices, it can definitely enhance combat effectiveness before achieving victory. Increase strength by more than twice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly, my eyes widened wide. At this moment, the pastor continued to say, but I also wanted to let you know in advance. This book, after the cultivation of the holy release, can greatly increase combat power. That's right, but he also has flaws. It's just that the accumulation is too profound. Breaking through will be more difficult than normal cultivation. Back then, I was just greedy for these things. Missed the age for the best breakthrough. Until death, he never reached a higher realm, and thus became a lifelong regret. Listen here. Zhang Xian fell silent. He knows that everything has its pros and cons. After all, it can double the combat effectiveness before achieving victory. This is enough to demonstrate the depth of accumulation. So it's naturally harder to break through. That's also why I've been practicing recently. Consuming spiritual energy, much larger than practitioners of the same level. The main reason, the foundation of cultivating heavenly Tao techniques is incredibly solid. More stable than any other martial art. The consumption is high. The progress will naturally become slow. So it's been almost 2 months now. He has only increased 4 major realms. At the thought of this, he was filled with shame. Kumu sure doesn't know what he's thinking. I saw him standing there, lost in thought. I handed the book over again. It's entirely up to you to decide. I will give you 3 days to study this book. What realm can you comprehend depends entirely on yourself. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian just recovered. I responded with 1 sentence and then took the book. After taking a glance at the book, after hesitating for a moment, he said, Pastor, I also need to change clothes to comprehend the martial arts. Could you please turn around? The pastor was speechless when he heard it. I thought to myself, where did this guy get so many things? So he shook his head helplessly and turned around. At this moment, Zhang Xian noticed that he was no longer observing. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Moving with the spirit, just dropped the body out of the hive. Immediately after the two of them exchanged eye contact. The entity also knows the process of this matter. So I put the clone back into the storage ring to take a look. There must be a lot of old iron here. Is Zhang Xian a clone of the person who won against the opponent? If Archie were to speak up until now. If you only knew it was a clone, give yourself a big arm bag. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was no longer wearing the dean's uniform. I changed into a blue outfit. I just greeted the pastor. Then, with a little finger, concentrate your mind on the book. The pervert in front of me is just a gentle movement of his finger. I scared the old man in front of me half to death. They spent hundreds of years on it. Successful cultivation techniques. Did he actually say it was that difficult? I can learn it as soon as I learn. Just now, Zhang Xian uses a clone. Defeated the priest puppet on the 9th floor of Record Mountain. After, you will receive a book of abundant solution techniques given by the other party. Still getting into it with just 1 mental movement. I quickly learned from the book. Most of Confucius' time in abundance. Similar to the experience left by Fengxing Tai. Just more detailed. Not only does he have his feelings, and his actions in reality. See here. Zhang Xuemei's heartfelt sister. He thought it was the so-called Fengxing sister. It is a simple technique. As long as you follow the steps to cultivate, it can greatly increase one's strength. Actually, it's not that easy. Can make heaven a saint. This not only requires strong true chi, but also, strength also needs to be very strong. More importantly, even the heart god needs to be cultivated together. This so-called cultivation of mind and spirit. Actually, it's about honing one's mind. This kind of practice cannot enhance one's combat effectiveness, but it can make people's hearts broader. See further. Go higher. Only the mind can tolerate all things. When accommodating heaven and earth, Dantian will naturally become lighter as well. It can also accommodate more genuine emotions. However, the puppet in the nearby tomb chamber, after seeing him change into another ordinary outfit, read the books seriously again. I no longer dwell on this matter. So I explained to him. In fact, the 9 heavens residual wind mirror, also known as hidden fetus mirror or golden pill mirror. The meaning behind it is to accumulate knowledge and cultivate oneself, condense the original fetal gold pill in the body. If successful, can merge with oneself into one, can break through intelligence, becoming a spirit and becoming holy. You have now reached this level of cultivation as well. I'm sure you have a deep understanding of this artistic conception as well. After speaking, I saw the other person nod. The pastor continued to say that under normal cultivation conditions, as long as you follow the steps and work hard to cultivate, the true chi in the body can quickly condense. That's just the worst type of round tire, also known as third-class round tire. Listen here. Zhang Xian asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Is there still a grading system for this round tire? At this moment, the pastor shook his head and responded, of course, there will be grading. It's just that few people know about it. This level. It was proposed by one of Kong's students at that time. I intended to inform all practitioners, but he was stopped by Kong Shi. Keep secret. So much so that fewer and fewer people know about it. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian was suddenly shocked. You said Kong stopped this matter. Why do we have to do this? However, the pastor beside him sighed about this matter. Kong's actions are for the benefit of humanity. As ordinary practitioners, as long as we are willing to work hard, basically, they can condense into a third-degree fetus. It's difficult to achieve a second-class tire. This not only requires a large amount of cultivation materials, more importantly, someone needs to provide guidance from behind. As long as a slight error occurs, all of them will lead to failure. In other words, want to condense binary elements. The cost it incurred, at least 10 times the size of a third-class original tire. The human race cannot afford this cost, not to mention. The most crucial thing is that not everyone can succeed, and it also requires extremely high talent and stars. As long as it fails, if it's light, the original fetus will be destroyed and the cultivation level will be graded. Serious cases may result in immediate death. Immortals are difficult to save. Speaking of which, the pastor couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Subsequently, just keep saying that I don't know this kind of information, that's all. If once known to everyone, countless renowned teachers will strive to enhance their combat effectiveness, willing to take risks and try. And the consequences of doing so, undoubtedly, it will only increase the burden on the human race. It will make countless people obsessed with it. Final death. And cannot cultivate more strong individuals. Listen here. Zhang Shen finally understood Guire at this moment. Sometimes ignorance is also a form of happiness. The story saw the other person nod until he understood. So he continued to speak, saying that the grade of the original tire was high. It just means that the combat power is stronger at the same level. And the cost to be paid. It is enough to cultivate one that is better than 2. Even a triple powerhouse. At such a cost. Only allowing people to upgrade the original fetus by a small level. If it were anyone, they should know how to make choices. Especially Master Kong. This kind of eternal teacher who considers the future of the human race. Moreover, the most important ability of a renowned teacher profession. To cultivate more humans to reach the pinnacle. Teaching is the first priority. Even if the combat power of the same level is weaker, it is not a big deal. After understanding all of this, Zhang Xian no longer hesitated, looking at the other person and asking, you said that ordinary cultivators are only third-class embryos. What kind of people are those with second-rate twins? At this moment, the pastor explained, most of the second-tier tires are fighters. They don't need to study minor subjects. Focus on battle. More energy will be devoted to martial arts cultivation. In addition, the famous teacher hall, and the unpredictable attacks of the entire human race, and their own talents. It's not difficult to condense a binary fetus. Initially, Master Kong worked as a renowned teacher, forcefully separating a combat division. In fact, it is to inherit the decomposition of the original fetus. Listen here. Zhang Shen finally understood. Such a powerful warrior is only second class. Isn't that even more terrifying? Think of this. Just hurriedly asked the other party what the situation was with the original fetus. The pastor heard this. Just explained that the first-tier primordial fetus only existed in legends. It's been a long time since anyone succeeded. Anyway, I haven't seen it in thousands of years. It is said that the Kong lion back then may have been a first-class embryo. Of course, is it specifically not recorded in the book? I dare not make hasty conclusions either. After speaking, seeing the other person's face full of fear and confusion, the pastor just gave a bitter smile and said, yes, that's precisely why. The main reason for becoming a sage of the heavenly blade is, so I have always wanted to achieve first-class pregnancy. It took no less than hundreds of years for this. The result is in the end. It only condensed a circular cone of second-class quality. I still haven't been able to break through to first class. Listen here. Zhang Xian fainted again. Why are there second-class and top-grade products? At this moment, the pastor responded with a regretful expression on his face. Roundtables are not only divided into first, second, and third classes. Each level is also divided into 4 grades, bottom, middle, and top. Back then, I was able to condense this at a great cost. I also wasted countless hours. After only 9 deaths and a lifetime of training, he has become a second-class top grade. Although successful, one can engage in leapfrog combat. It's just that my abilities and talents were not as good as my peers back then. All competitors have reached the 4th and 5th levels of Xingyu, and I am stuck in winning a heavy game. When I realized I was wrong, I have already missed the age for the best promotion. This also leads to a lifelong inability to advance to higher levels, eventually stopping at the peak of the first level. The regret in my heart can be imagined for this. Until later. Only then did I understand why Master Kong deliberately concealed this news. Not talented enough. Even if successful, it would be a waste of time. Imagine this. The 4 heavens of the holy domain have a significant impact on humanity. It is still a holy domain with a significant impact on the peak. The result can be imagined. That's why I specifically deleted this record. Assess combat effectiveness. Only less than half a life. And it can surpass me in the early stages. Only then are they qualified to know this news. Expected to successfully refine higher level Yuan Tai. Because this talent is stronger than mine. Perhaps there is a chance to successfully complete what I have not yet accomplished. After saying these, the priest looked at Zhang Xinkai with bright eyes. Continue speaking. You can only defeat me in the early stage of the Jin dynasty if you have been granted a disabled title. And all the way here. It can be seen that you have a strong understanding of combat and combat capability. This kind of strength has never appeared before in tens of thousands of years. So if you cultivate this wind holy sword, perhaps we can condense higher level elemental states. There is hope to challenge the heavenly blade saint. Zhang Xian saw the other person's expression and said such words. I was also stunned for a moment. Then I exclaimed, you said I have hope. After all, Zhang Xian didn't expect it. The other party actually has such confidence in themselves. Although being able to cultivate to a first-class original is a good thing. Just, if you cultivate like the other person for hundreds of years, I wouldn't even bother repairing it if I killed myself. Not to mention hundreds of years. I won't be able to become a 9-star famous teacher in 10 years. The congenital fetal toxicity in the body will kill oneself. What's the use of condensing a higher level round tire? Therefore, Zhang Xian suddenly lost interest in this book at this moment. However, the pastor beside nodded in affirmation in response. That's right. With your talent, there is full hope. Of course, having talent alone is not enough. To succeed, one also needs luck, coincidence, and insight. Luck is something that cannot be controlled. Insight can be detected. How about this? You learn this book of abundance first. If possible within 3 days. Gather the true chi in the body together. Not demanding much. As long as the 7 true energies gather and do not collapse, there is a great hope that the impact will surpass that of the second-class top grade. If you can't do this, don't overthink it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I just remembered the book I saw earlier about the abundant solution technique. So I pointed my finger a little. A true chi slipped out of my hand, suspended in front of my eyes. Just looked at each other. Is that what you said about the stability of the 7 true chi? Just as I was about to create the second true energy after speaking, I saw the priest puppet staring at the boss beside me. It seems like I was scared to the point of almost fainting. Then I heard his voice trembling again. Speaking of Nini, can you make the true chi leave your body? And it also maintains a controllable state. However, Zhang Xian saw his appearance as if he had never seen the world before. He also shook his head inside. What's so strange about this? I have just started practicing martial arts and will soon be able to achieve it. It's not a big deal. I thought to myself, should I lose it or open a sect? I don't even have this common sense. It's not difficult to separate true chi from the body. I haven't been practicing for long. Inject true chi into others' bodies to help them treat illnesses. Just controlling the true chi into thin lines. This warrior can do it all.
Besides, we have now reached the 9th level of Huafan.
If we can't even do this, it's better to just hit and die with one head. The pastor beside me,
seeing the other person's contemptuous gaze,
if I were here, I will definitely vomit blood and die on the spot.
However, just when he was so shocked by this that he couldn't speak, I saw the other person tapping their fingers several times in a row. One after another, true chi rises out of thin air,
suspended in the air, wandering like a scaled snake.
At this moment, the priest puppet was completely panicked.
With a hoarse throat, the finance department shouted, Mimi, you can still control 7 true chi.
And after Zhang Xian released her true energy,
just watching the priest filled with fear,
just merged the 7 true chi into a true chi sphere,
hovering in the air, just said to him, look, is it like this?
Interpolate the true chi into small balls in Dantian. Then, one by one, they were combined together. We can consolidate and bear the responsibility. The priest saw the real balloon in front of him, just suppressed the shock in my heart,
nodding in response, it's true. Thinking of him meowing, is this guy really just out of season?
Isn't he really a peak powerhouse in the Holy Land? I see. Which disciple of Master Kong are you?
Are you free to come and play in the world? It took me hundreds of years to achieve success.
Did this guy know it when he was just a dancer? However, Zhang Xian confirmed with the other party that it was this method.
I couldn't help but shake my head. I thought it was my own misunderstanding. I've been working on it for a long time and it's actually such a simple operation. I'm really speechless.
Then he looked at the other person and said, if that's the case, it won't take 3 days either.
I can do it right away.
But the pastor beside him spoke so lightly,
just showed an awkward smile.
The response said that you may have practiced the method of condensing true chi.
Your talent is different from others. Since you can do this, you don't need to put in any effort. You can try practicing the holy tribulation now. Take a look at the current strength. Can accomplish several tribulations without collapsing. We need to popularize science here.
What the pastor just said about the solution. It is during the Holy Sacrament. The most important steps and methods of cultivation. Consolidate 7 true energies together into one force. 7 forces form a group. Air mass as a solution. That means we need to gather 343 true chi. And only when there are no mistakes can a solution be formed.
The pastor back then,
when he was in seclusion,
6 solutions were fully constructed.
Later, I couldn't control myself. I was forced to break through until half my life. So at this moment, the pastor believes. The young man in front of us, although very talented. But after all, he's so young. Plus, cultivation is only residual. It's great to be able to form a cocoon during the early period of the Jin dynasty's enfeeblement. However, Zhang Xian said she heard the other party say there were several cocoons that had condensed. I also hesitated for a moment in my heart. After all, I haven't experimented with it myself.
I'm really not sure. Just give it a try, it's okay. So he responded, that senior. Let me try it out first.
After speaking, his eyes closed.
Immediately followed by a surge of true chi. The roar rang out.
The true chi emitted from the body along with it,
gradually forming linear lines, continuously rolling around him.
And at this moment, the pastor saw the scene in front of him.
I almost fainted on the spot. Then I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
You can condense so much true chi at the same time.
But he hasn't finished being shocked yet.
Zhang Xian reached out and hooked her hand.
Hundreds of true chi suddenly emit light in front of me, immediately entangled together, gathered into a true energy mass.
At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly opened her eyes.
Is this the first sister? This is a renowned teacher academy that millions of people aspire to.
Not only does it have the best teaching qualifications inside,
there are also the best cultivation resources available. Only able to enter and study within it.
Only one of the top renowned teachers in the region.
Only qualified.
However, it is such a place that makes people yearn for and admire.
A renowned teacher academy that can also protect a peaceful area. The Dean of Creation.
Today, he has become this perverted little brother.
Just now,
Zhang Xian looked at the old man in front of her.
I learned from the books provided by the other party.
So the true energy he usually releases can be used for sawing on New Year's Day.
So my eyes closed. Countless strands condensed within the body in an instant,
like the true chi of a spirit snake,
wriggling in front of me. Immediately after,
I saw Zhang Xian's palm suspended with true chi beside her.
Immediately gather in front of you, formed a true chi mass.
At this moment, Zhang Xian slowly opened her eyes.
Look at each other. Is this the first sister?
However, the pastor on the side quickly welcomed him upon seeing the situation. Upon closer inspection, I realized,
although the opponent's true aura is not large, but with a faint halo, like a rainbow,
the reflected light,
make people take a glance at it. I couldn't help but get addicted to it.
These 300 plus steam streams, entangled together according to a special structure. This layer by layer overlay. There are no errors or omissions at all.
It's impeccable. Even he couldn't find any problems. I want to achieve this step back then. It also took nearly 100 years to study, constantly pondering and experimenting. Adjust the details and distance of each steam. Only then can we succeed. This guy is really good. From receiving the book to now, it's less than 10 minutes. I haven't even seen him open the pages of the book. Just do it here. More perfect than what he painstakingly researched back then. Even more beautiful. How did this happen? See here. The pastor suddenly felt. He spent hundreds of years before. It's like feeding the dog. But just as he was shocked and moved by this, Zhang Xian's fingers continued to pop out repeatedly. Countless true qi appeared before my eyes. Instantly formed a huge flat. I can hear a constant sizzling sound in my ears. Immediately, I saw dozens of true air masses the size of rice grains, suspended not far away. Immediately after, I saw the other person's hands suddenly clashing in the air, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw dozens of true qi masses gathering together at the same time. Volume becomes larger. Seeing the true aura in front of me, the pastor just felt like he was panicking. Instantly weak limbs. I can't stand still anymore. However, after condensing dozens of solutions together, Zhang Shui, with a puzzled expression on his face, looking at the pastor before me who was about to collapse. What's wrong with you? By the way, is the method I just demonstrated correct? If that's the case, then, it doesn't seem very difficult either. It shouldn't take hundreds of years, right? The pastor was so embarrassed to hear this that he wanted to find a place to crawl in. So I responded, okay, this is not the focus. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard the other person's furrowed brow and a cry of surprise. That's not right. Although this abundant crab looks very stable, but in reality, there are still many flaws. There is still a long way to go before a perfect architecture is achieved. After finishing speaking, he lowered his head and entered into contemplation. After all, he's used to it. Practice the heavenly way technique. There are so many defects in this thing now. I really can't keep practicing. So he murmured to himself. If only I could supplement some corresponding techniques. It seems like we're going to the library of the college. Find some residual wind techniques. Take a look at the martial arts secrets of half-saints and from saints. However, the pastor heard the other party say there was a defect. He also shook his head and let out a sigh. I know this technique has flaws, but they are already countless predecessors. It took me an unknown amount of time. Only then did we design the optimal solution. After all, not everyone has the talent of Kong. If we could find the cultivation techniques he left behind from back then, it's not that bad either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was stunned for a moment. Is it enough as long as there are the formulas left by Kong? Does he have this thing? When I was at Fengxing Terrace before, encountered the remnants of Master Kong's soul, I received a handwritten book as a gift from him. There is a set of martial arts inside. At that time, that guy said as long as we study it well, perhaps we can gain insights from it. He wasn't taken seriously earlier either. Now I hear the other person say that. Just remembered. Think of this. Wrist flip. Just take out the book slips. Just opened it and took a look. I couldn't help but twitch my lips, just thinking about what Kong sure left behind. As a result, the ruthless person was forgotten. This book slip has been devoured twice by these two goods in a row. Only 1/3 of the text is left. Even if there are any techniques left, probably all turned into scrap. He knew early on that it would be useful. I wouldn't let that guy be so awkward even if I killed him. However, the pastor next to him saw the other person take out a book slip. I couldn't help but ask about the one in your hand. Is it difficult? It's Kong's handwriting. Who would have thought that the other person would nod and talk about something? I hurriedly asked him if he could lend me a look. The pastor just finished speaking. The other party threw one hand over. Seeing this scene, my face turned pale. I immediately panicked in my heart. So he hurriedly connected it with his hands and feet. I only breathed a sigh of relief after receiving it. I wonder how big this guy's heart really is. If anyone had this handwritten set, they would consider it a treasure. Carefully. He threw it over casually. After feeling speechless in my heart, I opened the book slip in my hand. Can be opened for a look. Mu's eyelids twitched. The whole person stood still like a gust of wind. Shake non-stop. Not long after, he collapsed and asked the words on it. Why are so many missing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian casually said something. Right. When I got it, it was like this. Maybe it's been stored for too long. Hearing the other party's insincere response, the pastor was also speechless. Knowing that the other party doesn't want to say, it's no use asking again. So he lowered his head and looked at the content on the book slip. However, on the pastor's side, while still marveling at the vast and profound content, Zhang Xian's spirit entered the library beside him. Share the insights left by Master Kong, to be liberated with abundance. With a low cry, two books slowly merged together. After a moment, a brand new book appeared before my eyes.
But after taking a glance, he shook his head helplessly. New books. There are all sorts of messy contents inside.
It's not a magic trick at all. It seems that the breakthrough experience left by Master Kong.
It is impossible to form the correct Heavenly Tao technique.
However, just as he was about to give up,
suddenly, there was a movement in my heart.
Suddenly came up with an idea. Since it cannot be integrated, why don't you try researching it yourself? As long as we can combine the insights left by Master Kong, study his feelings when he broke through, then, based on the correct information provided by Sister Fengsheng, combine with it, can this create a set of martial arts techniques? Think of this. No more hesitation.
Sitting cross-legged in place directly.
Mental concentration. Carefully scrutinize and study in one's mind. Therefore,
I spent a whole day and night diligently practicing in the Sea of Stones. Finally calculated a new canonization slip.
It's just a bit regrettable for him.
If it weren't for the fact that 2/3 of the book slips were devoured by ruthless people, it should be able to merge into a flawless kung fu book.
So even if we calculate the effort now, there are still 3 defects.
They are respectively the half-holy Tao Holy Land.
I want to break through these 3 levels. All require the cooperation of treasures.
Otherwise, one cannot successfully cultivate. However, at this moment, the pastor saw the other party wake up,
just took a step forward and asked how it was. Do you have any insights?
Then I saw the other person smile. The response stated that there was a slight gain.
He stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, not bad. I studied for a day. I also gained some insights. How about we discuss it together? Perhaps we can improve the Feast of Abundance. Make it more perfect. Zhang Xianwen also quickly asked. I don't know what the pastor has learned. Can you tell me? Subsequently,
I heard the other person recount what he had learned. Afterwards, Zhang Xian shook her head and sighed. I thought the other person's effort for a day was enough.
Can bring inspiration to oneself.
What about filling these 3 gaps?
It seems like I overthinked it myself.
However, the pastor who finished speaking his own understanding. At this moment, he looked confidently at Zhang Xian and said, where are you?
What have you learned? Let's talk about it and have a discussion. Although your strength is stronger than mine, my talent is also higher than mine. But when it comes to comprehension, I am confident that I am not inferior to others.
Zhang Xian heard the other party say so.
I don't know how to explain it either. After hesitating for a moment, just took out a blank book and pen. Just summarize the sumptuous festival he has prepared. Change to a simplified version that anyone can practice. After finishing it, I handed it over to the other party, and said that this is what I have comprehended. Can you take a look? The pastor saw the situation. Quickly take the book, but wait until he finishes reading the content. The whole person collapsed and sat on the ground, looking at the other person with a face full of fear. Ask if this is what you have comprehended. Thinking about the time of this day, the things I thought I understood. It's already quite remarkable.
But compared to the other parties 1 to 9 cows,
not even a penny counts.
They all wrote down the most correct techniques. I just made a beginning myself.
This is like a literary drama with tens of millions of words. Both take a day's time.
I just wrote 2 words myself.
The protagonist's name has been determined.
The other party has already completed this content.
Is this a gap?
No, this is not at all.
On the same channel. Cannot be compared to it. Is he really a person? Isn't he a pervert? Isn't he a super pervert? How do I feel like I'm drunk? Who am I? Where am I?
I don't know how long it has been.
After the pastor woke up, looking at the young man in front of me, I finally realized my identity as the founder of my sect. Put it down.
Just spoke up about Zhang Shida's talent.
I admire you below.
After Zhang Xian saw the other party unconscious,
just comforted me by saying it's okay. It doesn't matter if the intelligence is almost there. As long as you are willing to learn, there will always be progress in the future. Upon hearing this, the priest couldn't help but twitch his lips. Then he nodded in response to the other party. Assume.
This sentence was used by myself in the past to educate younger generations. I didn't expect it to fall on my own head at this moment.
After thinking for a moment, I no longer dwell on this matter.
Then he handed the book back to the other party,
and said, Zhang Shi, this canonization explanation comes from your understanding. Now return to you.
Although the technique is very good,
just now, even if I wanted to cultivate, I couldn't. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian waved his hand and responded, saying that it was not necessary. You can keep this set of techniques. Someone will come to the 9th floor again in the future. You pass it on to him.
However, the pastor heard the other party's decision,
nodded secretly.
As soon as he bowed, and said to Master Zhang, I thank you on behalf of the younger generation of the college. After exchanging pleasantries with each other, the two of them. At this moment, the pastor spoke of teacher Zhang.
Now as the dean, I should know about the hospital. You've grown up, haven't you?
After speaking, the other person nodded and said they knew.
Just then he spoke up and said, I just took a look. The book of abundance that you have comprehended. Break through the red silver fruit needed by half saints. I don't have this thing, but to break through to the thunderstone required by Tsong Shang. I did prepare one before my death. Just put it in the dean's forest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. I excitedly replied, you have thunderstone. That would be great. After all, this lavish festival has 3 flaws. Break through the red silver fruit needed by half saints. This thing has been around for a long time. And breaking through to the thunderstone of Tsong Shang. It is a very rare mineral. Being nourished by lightning all day long. A product that takes thousands of years to form. I thought it was impossible not to find this thing. Now it's convenient. At this moment, the pastor nodded. With a flick of the wrist. Take out a special token. Tell him that after you arrive at Dean Lin. First, find the place where my body is buried. Send out this token. The treasures buried within will automatically appear. It's my lifelong savings. It is also something left for future geniuses. However, after receiving the token, Zhang Xian, bow down to the other person as soon as you clench your fists. I said with respect in my heart, thank you to the pastor. And at this moment, the pastor, seeing that everything that needs to be explained has been explained, just look at the other person with satisfaction, waved your hand and said, okay, you have passed the record mountain. The 9th layer has also been inherited. Go back. Zhang Xian nodded. I won't say much anymore. After saying goodbye, walked downstairs. Just arrived on the 8th floor. I saw Elder Me and a few others with worried expressions on their faces. So I comforted everyone with a sentence. Just left with them. Quickly returned to the 1st floor. After walking out the door, looking back at this record mountain again, I couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I became the dean. First came here. Otherwise, once we break through the half-saint, we won't be eligible to pass. If you come, you won't be able to enjoy the prosperous scenery. The opportunity to gather higher-level round tires will be gone. However, everyone watched as the dean looked reluctant to part ways. Just asked the dean. Now go back to the other courtyard and rest. We will arrange the kitchen to cook something for you. And only then did Zhang Xian look at everyone, waved his hand and said, go to the library. The elders were stunned at the words. Then awkwardly asked the dean, do you want to go to the library for dinner? Zhang Xian was speechless when she heard these words. What the hell? I plan to go read a book and learn. Do you know what to eat all day long? At this moment, Elder Me came up to him with a flushed face. The dean is not angry. We're afraid you might get hungry. Don't eat. I'll take the dean over to read a book now. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Just look at the other elders. Just say that Elder Me will take me there. You guys go back and get busy first. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and followed up. Soon after, the 2 of them came up to him. At this moment, Elder Me introduced the dean to Zhang Xian. This is the library. There are a total of 5 floors inside. The first level is open to students who have made contributions to the college. Ordinary teachers from the 2nd-tier college can enter. And only elders and above can enter this on the 3rd level. On the 4th level, only the deans of past dynasties can enter. As for the 5th floor, other deans cannot enter. But you will definitely be able to enter. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. After responding to the other party, looking at this tall building in front of me, my heart is filled with excitement. I've been enduring for almost 2 months just for this moment. So, with excitement in my heart, I let out a cheer for the library. I'm finally here. Can you believe it? This pervert just casually wrote some words on paper. I just changed a set within 1 ring. Large villas covering an area of over 300 acres. Just now, after Zhang Xian just broke the record mountain. Let Elder Me bring him to the library of the college. I only realized it as soon as I came in. This library is actually so big. The books inside are packed full. Besides books on various martial arts techniques, it's also filled with knowledge about history, culture, geography, and so on. Don't hesitate anymore when you see this. So we started collecting all the content from the 1st layer. It took almost 5 hours in the end. Bring millions of books here. Full income from the library. Immediately followed by a spiritual movement within the library. They combined it into a book and nearby heavenly Tao techniques. Subsequently, books were collected on the 2nd and 3rd levels respectively. Gathered a new 9-fold Zen wind mirror. The heavenly way technique with 1.5 Bibles. I only discovered it after reaching the 4th floor. Here are all the experiences of past deans. Experience and the many secret stars within the academy. Although there are no related techniques. But Zhang Xian still collected all the books in one breath. Entering the library, we quickly arrived at the 5th floor. All the books left by the pastor are displayed here. Although there is no canonization festival, but there are plenty of remaining heavy attack methods, and a small number of double or even triple techniques. Just these are relatively few. At present, it is of no use to Zhang Xian. Besides, There are also many secrets about soul and body refining. Quickly compile this layer of martial arts books. All are included in the library. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian, seeing that all the books in the entire library have been collected, I found a seat on this floor and sat down. Immediately after, all the books were included. Gather into corresponding heavenly Dao martial arts and techniques. There are more than 10 books in total. So we took out the formation Qi. Set up a level 6 gathering array around the area. After finishing these tasks, immediately afterwards, a pile of high-quality spirit stones was dug up and placed in front of them, accompanied by the activation of the formation. Zhang Xian's true Qi instantly activated within his body. The abundant solution that has not been synthesized yet. All 7 true Qi are established. Forming a group leads to a solution. However, it took a day to document the mountain. After comprehending the new abundant solution, what he has condensed now are all 9 true energies, formed the Liha group in Daojing. Therefore, Zhang Xian began to gather higher-level Yuan Tai. His cultivation method is much slower than usual. The absorbed spiritual energy has also increased. In the end, he spent 500 high-grade spirit stones, and it took a whole day. From the early stages of the remnants of the wind mirror, it broke through to its peak. He is now. The convergence of 3 forces has reached 99 million. Distance is 1 million. That is to say, although he is currently at the peak of the 9th tier, but its strength is no less than that of a renowned powerhouse. However, after experiencing the 9th peak, Zhang Xian, who brings changes to the body, after taking a deep breath, just readjust to the optimal state. Take out 300 spirit stones again and place them in front of you. Immediately after, I saw the spiritual energy in the town suddenly rise up. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian dared not hesitate. Immediately take out a red silver fruit and swallow it. With a strong force, it immediately surged in all directions. There is a faint sense of breakthrough in the bones at any moment, but not for a while. This power quickly dissipates within the body. So he took out another piece of clothing again. The situation remains the same. So after taking 4 in a row, only then did I feel the raging power filling my entire body. It could erupt at any time. At this moment, Zhang Xian stopped. Take a big bite. Inhale all the spiritual energy around like stone moles into the abdomen. At this moment, I saw Zhang Xian with a fever all over her body. A stream of steam is emitted from the inside out, accompanied by a loud roar. I have already broken through to the semi-holy realm. At this moment, both the body and soul have made a qualitative leap. True Qi has skyrocketed from 47 million to 60 million. He is now. Relying solely on true Qi is comparable to the strength from the winning period. Besides, even the lifespan increased to 500 years old. Although the strength has increased significantly, but also brought back all the snacks he had tricked back in front of him. It's all spent. But now he wants to break through to victory. At least another 5,000 high-quality snacks are required. Think of this. Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch her lips. This cultivation is really a bottomless pit. Just when he was upset about it, I just remembered the gifts given by the spirit beasts. If it really doesn't work, then just sell all these things. Think of this. I also comforted a lot in my heart. Just before that, we still need to first recruit Lei Ming from the dean's camp. Take it back and talk about it. So he got up and strode towards the door downstairs. However, after leaving the library, just found Elder Me. I haven't spoken yet. When I want him to take me to the dean's camp, I saw him greet me with a happy expression on his face. Congratulations, Dean. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian suddenly looked at him with a confused expression. Do you have any good news in mind? At this moment, Elder Me continued with joy on his face. Dean, I didn't say it before. Do you want to purchase some essence blood of the migrating wind mother? I applied to the Shaodong headquarters for this. I didn't expect to not only get the parrot, and early this morning, the headquarters will send someone. Sent the essence and blood of Shine Yu's billion-dollar wind mother to the museum. Also, Dean, your 7-star beast trainer badge has arrived. Zhang Xian saw the situation. With a puzzled expression, he reached out and picked up 2 items from the museum. At the same time, I asked you, didn't you say? Does it require a significant cost to purchase this item? Why now? However, at this moment, Elder Me has not yet finished waiting for the other party to finish speaking. He responded with excitement on his face, saying, this blood essence indeed requires a significant cost. Just Dean, you have tamed all the spirit beasts and holy beasts in Yunwu Ridge. This is a great achievement. This bottle of Qian Yifeng Mu essence, it was directly rewarded to you by the headquarters. And the headquarters has one more thing to explain. They hope you can go. Distribution of Qingyuan Imperial City once. Teach them how to quickly tame spirit beasts. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also responded with a sentence. I will definitely pass the chance in the future. Before that, let me also thank the headquarters for myself. After speaking, I saw him pull out the jade vase in his hand. Only then did I realize. It's not just a heavy amount of blood essence left inside, but it's left behind by the $400 billion Wind Mother. This kind of blood essence is incredibly precious. Almost difficult to find. The other party gave so much at once. No wonder we said it was worth thousands last time. Premium snacks. If you really want to buy from the other party. I'm afraid I really can't afford it. After lamenting about the big room at the headquarters, my heart is filled with anticipation. Now I have this thing. It can also be foreseen. The power of Wind Mother with billions of dollars is bound to soar. Breaking through the realm of desire for victory is just around the corner. Think of this. Still unsatisfied, he collected his essence and blood into the storage ring. At this moment, my gaze fell on the badge of the animal trainer in my hand. I thought to myself that even without the identity of the dean, relying solely on this 7-star animal trainer, no one dares to underestimate themselves anywhere else. So he looked at the other person and said, "Yes, Elder Me has arrived." At this moment, Lamy quickly shook his head and responded with a sentence. "The dean is too polite. This is what subordinates should do." After speaking, he looked at the other person with a hopeful expression on his face. "I don't know, Dean. When are you planning to assess a 6-star renowned teacher? If you want to take the exam, I can prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded by saying to prepare now. "I just want to go to Dean Lin first." Kalau and I heard him say that Dean Lin. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and responded with a sentence. "I'm afraid the dean is not yet qualified to enter it." Zhang Xian's face was also puzzled when she heard this. "I have already obtained the perfect dean. Famous teacher academy. Is there any place you're not qualified to go to?" However, when Lao and I saw his expression, afraid of any mistakes, I will quickly explain. The store manager has gained recognition from everyone. Normally speaking, there is no problem entering with the dean's order in hand. But Dean Ling wants to go in. We must divide our thoughts and leave them on the spirit tablet. This idea is also one of the ways to divide the soul. Has a certain degree of damage to the soul. So I still suggest the dean. Why don't you first complete the assessment of the 6-star famous teacher? By virtue of merit. At the headquarters of Mingshi Hall, apply for a treasure that divides the soul. At that time, it can ensure the integrity of the soul, being able to enter it again. This is a win-win situation. Isn't it better? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian, who was familiar with the situation, I just waved my hand and responded, saying that's the case. Let's first assess the 6-star spirit master. Although dividing the soul is important for Zhang Xian, it's not difficult. As the dean of the renowned teacher college, the identity of a witch soul master must not be leaked. Otherwise, there will be various rules and regulations in the master teacher hall. This is quite troublesome to explain. However, Lamy saw that the other party had figured it out. Just nodded. When I was about to speak, I saw an old man hurriedly walking over. After seeing the two of them, he quickly clasped his fists and met His Majesty the Divine Minister, the head of the Taoist temple, always waiting outside. "I said I wanted to meet you once." Zhang Xian was puzzled upon hearing these words. Just looked at the other person and asked if he was looking for me. "Did you say something about it?" The old man is also unaware of this. An elder me besides saw the old man shaking his head repeatedly. I thought about it for a moment. Just spoke up and said it might be the dean. "You didn't accept his gift." "So these days he comes over whenever he has free time. I insist on meeting you in person. We can't stop it no matter how hard we try. I guess he's afraid you'll get angry." I heard the other person say that. I just remembered what happened at the princess's birthday party. I also quickly figured it out. So he nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." Soon, the two of them also arrived outside the dean's reception room. I just saw the lord of the castle before I even entered, sitting inside with a face full of anxiety. 3 middle-aged men came over with him. 2 of them are unfamiliar, standing behind him with a pale face, and the other one was given to his own mansion, Prince Huai. So I walked into the living room and greeted the 2 of them. However, the 4 people saw that the person speaking was none other than Zhang Xian. I immediately stood up, clasped my fists and bowed, saying that I had met Dean Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xian came to the main position. Just wave your hand to a few people and say you're welcome. Then he looked at Prince Huai beside him. Speaking of the prince's generous gift of blessings, I haven't gone to thank you in person yet. Instead, it made you come. I am extremely ashamed. And at this moment, Prince Huai saw the other party speaking to him first. I quickly got up and responded, saying that the dean was too narrow-minded. The first time I saw the dean, I knew you were a dragon and phoenix among people. I just didn't expect you to become the dean so quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian exchanged a few polite words with the other party. Later, he said that if the prince doesn't mind, "Can you show your hand? Let me see your strength." Prince Huai heard. The other party showed themselves for no reason. First, I was stunned for a moment. What immediately came to mind? I was overjoyed when I responded, saying that I was extremely happy. Immediately after, Zhang Xian finished watching the opponents displayed boxing techniques. I slowly spoke up about this flowing boxing technique. I have already been trained to perfection by you, Your Highness. It's indeed not weak. Just, have you been feeling stagnant qi and blood lately, Your Highness? I am somewhat powerless. After receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian directly took out the pen and blank book. After writing a set of exercises, another gourd has been dug up. At the same time, he transmitted his true qi over. Then he said, drink this pot of fine wine first. Then follow the guidance method I taught you. Practice cultivation. The stubborn illness can be relieved, as long as you work hard and diligently. Breaking through the current realm is just around the corner. However, taking the gourd. The Huai King, who is in harmony with the martial arts, only glanced at the technique. My whole body trembled involuntarily. Then he became so excited that his eyes lit up. I quickly clasped my fists and thanked the other party. I thought it was just a gift of a mansion. I just changed to a set of martial arts that can be passed down to future generations. This is definitely a great way to make money. And the lord of the castle beside him. After exchanging a glance with the two people around me, everyone shook their heads and let out a sigh, although they don't know the content of the technique. But it can make the usually calm Prince Huai so excited. This is enough to see the extraordinary in it. And Zhang Xian didn't expect it either. It's just a simple set of techniques. Just so excited. If you hear the simplified version, that's okay. So I just smiled and responded with a smile. Then he looked at the lord of the castle beside him. May I ask if your majesty came to see me today? What is the matter? Yucheng Master Classical immediately stood up and responded to Dean Zhang. I came here for two things this time. The dean's kindness towards me has become even greater. Teach the little girl the method of cultivating her soul, not to mention. Moreover, it saves the Bodhi tree. I am truly grateful. If there is no indication, it's really ungrateful. I also know the dean's carelessness. Not concerned about money and the like. This is the Bodhi tree for so many years. The only Bodhi child born. If this Bodhi seed is planted properly, can grow a Bodhi tree again? If one frequently practices under the tree, can make people calm down and concentrate, double the strength. It can also avoid the danger of being possessed by demons. Has miraculous effects on soul cultivators. So I hope the dean won't refuse anymore. Zhang Xian's classical Chinese eyes lit up. Look at the box in the other person's hand. I just asked if it's really possible to plant a Bodhi tree. Yucheng declaration. Immediately handed over the box. At the same time, they responded with yes. Just plant it well. You can grow a Bodhi tree. After seeing the other party happily accept it, I just relaxed a bit. Tone. Then he awkwardly said to Zhang Xian, Dean Zhang, the second thing is. Then he looked at the two people beside him. After saying one sentence, it's up to you guys to speak. The two of them took a step forward upon hearing the words. At the same time, he clasped his fists and said, in Xia Hongyuan City, the contemporary family of Shen Wanting belongs to the Shen family. In Xia Hongyuan City, Lu family contemporary family Lu Ziyuan. I have met Dean Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also very puzzled. Are these two not the four major families of Hongyuan City? Although I have heard of it before. There's no intersection at all. They came to find what they wanted to do. Then he looked at the two with a puzzled expression on his face. May I ask what the two of you are doing? Upon hearing this, Shen Wanting. When responding first, say that the dog is ignorant. Offended Dean Zhang. My Shen family came here today specifically to apologize to you. Lu Zion on the side also echoed that my family's Luquan has eyes. Ignorant. I also came here specifically to apologize. I, an unfilial son, will let the dean handle me as he pleases. After speaking, the two homeowners waved their hands. I saw two young people being pressed up. However, Zhang Xian saw two guys who were unrecognizable. I just remembered seeing the Shinjun in the banquet hall. Although, the other party had some unpleasantness in their words at that time, but there's no conflict either. As for beating them into pig's head cakes, then I couldn't help but ask, what's going on between them? Can you believe it? These four beautiful women in front of me. Surprisingly, he voluntarily became this perverted personal bodyguard. And the pervert actually despises them for being small. Just now, when Zhang Xian was about to assess a 6-star famous teacher, I just found out that Lord Yucheng and others came to find me. So I went to the dean's reception room, but as soon as I arrived, I realized that there was more than just the Jade City Lord. There is also Prince Huai and two strangers. So I exchanged a few pleasantries with a few people. However, Zhang Xian expressed her gratitude for the mansion gifted by Prince Huai, provide guidance to the other party on site and created a set of martial arts specifically for him, and bestow holy medicine. After finishing his work, he turned to the lord of the castle. I learned that the lord came this time to thank himself. I had no choice but to accept the Bodhi tree seeds he gifted me. What only puzzled Zhang Xian was, the person next to the Lord of Yuqing. Surprisingly, they are the two heads of the four major families. And they have been beaten up into inhuman cases one after another. Pull it up. I have to apologize to myself. Zhang Xian is very puzzled about this. Later, I asked the two homeowners, what did the two of them do? At this moment, Shen Wanting heard the words. With a sincere expression, he handed over a storage ring. And he said these two guys dared to ask the dean for it. We have no way to teach our children. Willing to be punished. This is the compensation given by our two families. Please accept it, Dean. Listen here. Zhang Xian looked at the other person with a bewildered expression. Thinking to me, he meows. When did these two guys ever cause trouble for themselves? Why don't you remember anything? Could it be that I lost my memory? However, beside him, Lu Ziyan saw the dean with a strange expression on his face. Not making a sound. Feeling anxious. I quickly said that I hope the dean won't refuse. Otherwise, our two major families. I will inevitably be so scared that I dare not bear it any longer. The more I listen, the more confused Zhang Xian becomes. At this moment, I really feel like I'm losing my memory. They said it so seriously. Yes? I had no idea that this had happened before. And beside them, the lord of the imperial castle and Prince Huai. The confusion on the dean's face doesn't seem to have any effect. The two couldn't help but glance at each other. And then it was filled with admiration. The dean is the dean. Look at his heart and demeanor. What can ordinary people compare to? Yeah, the other party wants to trouble him and beat him up. Surprisingly, I don't even remember. Not only did he not take it to heart, I actually don't remember. Actually, a day ago, after attending the sacrificial ceremony, the two heads of the household, apart from shock and excitement in my heart, more importantly, I was thinking about, if I could get along well with this young dean, in the future, the family will surely soar to great heights. So they went back to their respective homes. Everyone plans to discuss this matter with the elders of the family. Just Shen Wanting has just returned to his mansion. I just saw my son whom I admire the most on weekdays. He was carried in with severe injuries all over his body. As soon as his face darkened, he asked what was going on with you. After all, as the head of the four major families in Hongyuan City, the Shen family has an incredibly powerful deterrent power. His son, the young chieftain, was unexpectedly beaten like this. This is simply lawless. I didn't take the great Shen family seriously. However, Shen Jun saw his father just let out a cry of daddy for the four who have been crossing the river. You must make the decision for me. You can see Shen Wanting's son in such a miserable state. At this moment, there was a domineering tone in the voice, an unquestionable authoritarianism. I said one sentence, who really did move your hand? Dare to provoke the Shen family like this, even if he is a prince or nobleman, a kinsman of the emperor. I'll make decisions for you, just like your father. Let him give me an explanation. At this moment, Shen Jun gritted his teeth and responded by saying famous teacher academy. An unknown little teacher. He is despicable and shameless. Create a trap. One father-in-law with many people. Beat me and Lu Quan like this. Listen here. Shen Wanting raised his eyebrows. Just let out a furious shout from an unknown little teacher. Overwhelmed with numerical strength. This is like eating bear heart leopard gallbladder. How dare you trouble my Shen family? It seems he's tired of living. Tell me what star-renowned teacher he is. What's your name? I will immediately send someone to the renowned teacher academy to capture him. Let you vent your anger properly. Shen Jun's classical Chinese quickly responded by saying daddy. This guy is just a 4-star teacher. His name is Zhang Xian. He's a bastard who doesn't know the height of the earth. After finishing speaking, I was thinking to myself, I can torture the other person right away, when it's harder for him to live than to die. I just saw the father across from me suddenly trembling all over. His face is incredibly pale. I couldn't help but ask a question. Dad, are you okay? Is something uncomfortable? But Shen Jun hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw his father's angry eyes smoking. I'm not feeling well when I shout angrily. Your grandma, he's meowing. If you want to die on your own, hurry up and die away from me. Don't pull Shen Jia. At the same time, kick the opponent with one foot, accompanied by a mournful cry. I saw Shen Jun fly directly to the wall. Spray out a mouthful of juice. I almost received subsistence allowance on the spot. However, at this moment, apart from the pain on his body, Shen Jun, he looked even more bewildered. What's going on here? I am the one who was hit. Why don't you release the air valve for me? You're still going to hit me and scold me. Think of this. My heart is also filled with anger. So he roared at the old man, Dad, if you don't want to get involved at this moment, I'll solve it myself. As the eldest son of the Shen family, it's still possible to deal with a 4-star renowned teacher. Shen Wanting heard this girl's words. I was instantly infuriated and furious. I can see that you are meowing and still need to act on your own. Believe it or not, I'll chop you off right now. After cursing, he waved his big hand and shouted loudly for someone to come. Tie this guy up for me. Fight to the death. Not allowed to stay behind. However, upon hearing the instructions, the servant came in. The person in front of me is none other than the young team leader. Everyone is at a loss. And at this moment, Shinjun was really angry when he saw his father. I immediately panicked. I couldn't help but ask my father, "Why do you treat me like this?" Can you hear this rebel asking why? Shinwanting was so angry that his face turned red. So he roared at you, "You bastard. Now dare you ask me why? Do you know who is the successor dean of the renowned teacher college today?" Upon hearing this, Shinjun, just awkwardly responding with the new dean, "I don't know. I just arrived at school not long ago. Just got beaten up by a group of people. Not attending the sacrificial ceremony." After understanding the situation, Shinwanting, still angrily congratulating the new dean, "It's just Zhang Xian, you bastard. Do you know who you have offended now?" After cursing, wave to the person behind you. Instruct Dao to take this rebellious child to apologize at the renowned teacher academy. Don't go to the palace first. I'm going to see His Majesty Yushin Qing. However, the same scene also happened in the Lu family. So the chiefs of the two major families finally found the lord of the castle. Say a few good words for them in front of the dean. Therefore, the scene where they brought their son up just now. And at this moment, Shinjun kneeling on the hall. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he said, "One person does things, one person does them. I have to deal with Dean Zhang. Please do not blame our Shin family for this, Dean." Lu Quan, who was standing nearby, also agreed that there was something else. "I found those people myself. This has nothing to do with our Lu family. My father had no idea about it at all. I hope the dean will only punish me personally." However, at this moment, Zhang Xian listened to them for a while and then, "I just realized what's going on." So he also shook his head helplessly. "I wonder how big your worries are. How dare you come to the academy to trouble me? Isn't this pure seeking death? Even if I am not the dean, Xian didn't kill you on the spot. Even if you show mercy, it's just that I didn't know before. I didn't get hurt because of it either. So I want to refuse the other party's compensation." But suddenly my heart moved. Only then did I realize my current identity. I am no longer an ordinary student. The other party openly causes trouble for themselves, if not handled. Firstly, it has a significant impact on the reputation of the college. Secondly, these two major families will definitely have difficulty sleeping and eating. I'm afraid I can't survive in Hanyuan City either. After all, my current status also has a certain impact. This is to let others know. Who dares to confront someone who has offended them? There will be more business dealings. Think of this. I just took off the ring. With a quick movement of energy, he scanned around. It's filled with various treasures inside. Treasure, but there are as many as 500 high-quality snacks. After reading it, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I muttered to myself that these two big families are really generous. And beside him, Yuqing saw the dean with a shocked expression on his face. Just used phonetics to tell him, "Dean, Shin Family Commercial Bank is spread throughout the entire Hongyuan Imperial City. Plus, they have a lot of business. All of them were done with the title of Emperor City in Qingyuan, so the assets are quite abundant. Speaking of working capital, I'm afraid our royal family doesn't have as many as they do." Zhang Xian was immediately startled upon hearing these words. This is a country as rich as an enemy, so suddenly an idea came to my mind. Anyway, I'm short of money now. I have so many gifts from retailers on hand. Since the other party is doing business, there is also a gateway to the imperial city with the title of Qingyuan. It must be very simple to sell something. Then he spoke up and said something, and I accepted it. Coincidentally, I have something else to attend to. I may have to trouble both of you. The two of them immediately lit up when they heard the words. I quickly clasped my fists and responded, saying what the dean was saying. As long as our two families can achieve it, it must be without hesitation. At this moment, Zhang Xian presented herself with the congratulatory gift she received from the spirit beast. Something I want to sell, I told both of them. After the conversation, I handed over the storage ring filled with congratulatory gifts to the other party. Not long after, Elder Me saw a few people leave. Just walked in. Speaking of dean, I have already arranged for the assessment. If the dean were to assess a 6-star renowned teacher now, just choose a title royal city. If promoted to the imperial city within 10 years, it will be considered successful. Zhang Xian was instantly stunned when she heard this. It will take another 10 years to become a 6-star teacher. What the hell are you joking about? I don't have the time to play with you guys. So he quickly responded by saying, then choose Xianyuan as the title of the royal city. Elder Me nodded in classical Chinese. Immediately remove the communication server and notify headquarters. The dean has chosen to use Xianyuan Wanqing for assessment. After finishing these, just looked at Zhang Xian and said, Dean, I have already informed the headquarters. If they send someone to verify it, it will take about 10 days. 10 days later, You can get up and head to Xianyuan Fenghao Royal City. After understanding these, Zhang Xian returned to her residence. These days, he has been reading books in the libraries of various colleges. Soon the books of the entire college will be available. He received everything in the library. Afterwards, collect the books, all converge into various heavenly Dao techniques. At that time, he will have a deeper understanding of many martial arts skills. Although no progress has been made in cultivation, but the combat effectiveness has surged again. Until these are completed. On the 10th day, he only called a few students up to him. Start teaching them. Soon, this cultivation class was also finished for everyone. Later, they separately applied the martial arts techniques they had just learned. Teach to Jinan. After explaining the matter, just step on Xiangsha's back. Go to Zuanyuanfeng Wangcheng. However, Zhang Xian, who was in the air, became idle at this moment. Just enter the hive and check the situation inside. I only realized it after entering. After taking menstrual blood, the bee mother. In just a few short days, I advanced to the Holy Land Triple Realm. He is much stronger than the Purple Sun Beast now. And a few days ago, he also released the Cloud and Mist 09 King into the room. At this moment, several holy beasts are also busy in this folding space. Build a mansion for Zhang Xuanxiu. But Zhang Xian didn't come in just to see these things. What he cares about is the Bodhi tree in front of him. It's been planting for almost 10 days now. Only now have tender green branches and buds grown. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but try it out. See if we can make him grow faster. So, with a gentle finger, a true aura of the heavenly way, mixed with the spiritual fluids of the earth's veins, it surged over, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. Sprouts are like life, absorbing spiritual fluids and true chi with big mouths, growing at a visible rate to the naked eye. It's less than half an hour. It has already grown to a height of 3 meters. However, Zhang Xian saw such a rapid growth rate. I just smiled happily. So he withdrew his true chi. Just as the witch soul was about to depart and pass away while practicing under the tree, I heard Maple nearby shouting, "Master." Ziang said he stopped in the air. It seems that someone has blocked the way. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Immediately walked out of the beehive. At this moment, I saw a person not far away from the longevity monument. It's exactly Luo Qiqi's. I couldn't help but shout, "What are you guys doing here?" However, a few people saw him rise from the longevity monument. Just responded that Zhang Shi. We are willing to go to Xianyuan King City with you. Give you a helping hand. Hu Yaoyao also immediately said, knowing Dean, you chose to be promoted to the Imperial City. Assessing 6-star famous teachers. So we waited here in advance. So you won't be able to drive us away. Zhang Xian saw several people so persistent. I'm also sorry to refuse. Later, they were brought over to Xiangsha's back. So he was accompanied by the 4 beauties. Fly to Xianyuan Royal City. The pervert in front of him is looking at his statue. Just said something that was done so badly, but he was surrounded by everyone. Just now, Zhang Xian is riding the purple Yang beast. When flying to Xianyuan Royal City, Luo Qiqi and others are already waiting for him halfway. After several rounds of conversation, Zhang Xian had no choice but to go with 4 people. So during the more than 10 days of their flight, they, 4 beauties under Zhang Xian's guidance, everyone's strength has greatly increased. And Zhang Xian herself is in the wild these days. I have researched professions such as calligraphy, painting, and the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, his understanding of calligraphy and painting has reached a level of 7 stars. This level is extremely terrifying. Now as long as he uses his true chi, with just 1 pen, you can draw countless spirit beasts and soldiers. I want to kill someone. Title, Royal City. Extremely relaxed. However, in the air, I have been flying for 15 days now. At this moment, Luo Qiqi saw the city below. I just looked at Zhang Xian and asked if it was the Wancheng Alliance ahead. Teacher, should we go down and take a look? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, okay. Since it's on the way, then take a look. After all, it has been almost 4 months since he left here. I naturally want to go and take a look when I pass by now. Then he ordered Ziang Shou. Quickly, a few people landed on the outskirts of the square in front of the alliance. At this moment, Luo Qiqi saw the scene in front of him. Just looked at Zhang Xian curiously and asked the teacher, did you come out of here? After all, in Luo Qiqi's heart, his teacher is a person of exceptional talent. Even the younger generation of sage sects, there are very few that can be compared to it. Such a powerful figure. Surprisingly, he doesn't come from a big family background, but it came out of this small place. It's unbelievable. Although the square in front of us looks wide, just the holy mountain forest of the true sage sect, the difference is just too big. Say other things. The concentration of spiritual energy here is thin, as if it doesn't exist. If I were in a renowned teacher academy, 1 month's accumulation, I'm afraid it's better than practicing here for years.
However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xian,
I also know his thoughts. Just a gentle smile. No response was made. After all, he knows it himself. If there were no heavenly Dao library, he may still be mediocre. To spend one's entire life in Tianxian King City.
It's just that there's no such thing as if in life. Since fate has changed,
we can only move forward step by step. Cannot be refunded. Zhang Xian is walking. I just saw a sea of people ahead. There are countless cultivators standing in place. I looked in the same direction. At this moment,
I saw a huge stone statue slowly erected.
Thinking that this square is close to the head office of the City Alliance.
Mingshi Tang has always been very close to him. Why are there so many people piled up today? What are they up to? However, they haven't reached this side of the square yet. I heard the crowd discussing Zhang Shi with great enthusiasm.
Mentioning him one by one is full of admiration.
At this moment, a few people listened to them and said, "Look, that's Teacher Zhang.
Yeah, it's really handsome and charming. Extraordinary demeanor. That's natural. Zombies are my idols. My biggest goal in life.
It can reach 1/10,000 of his.
Do you think he's your idol?" Everyone present at the scene. Not everyone idolizes zombies.
Yeah, I heard that the idol zombie went to the renowned teacher academy.
I don't know when he will be able to come back. Give us another class. And at this moment, Luo Chichi.
I heard them mention the renowned teacher academy.
Can't help but go up and ask, may I ask, who is the zombie you are talking about?
However, I heard that someone didn't even know Zhang Shi's name. At this moment, the young man turned his head and was about to scold him.
Only then did I realize.
The other party has such a beautiful and captivating appearance. I was momentarily stunned. With a face full of shyness, nervous to the point of being somewhat at a loss, Zhang Zhang responded hesitantly, saying, "Zhang Shi is a thin string.
Yes. Our Wanchang Lianlian alliance, the greatest teacher in history."
Zhang Xian saw that the person being discussed by the other party was herself.
Just showed a strange expression on his face. May I ask what you just said about Xian? It's the Xian who lost her neck.
When did Zhang Xian become your idol?
Just haven't received a response from the other party yet.
A wild and unrestrained sound came from behind. He dared to call Zhang Shi's life, and say such disrespectful words.
Who gave you the courage?
However, a few people on the side heard the words. Everyone showed an expression of waiting to watch the excitement and said, "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has always been charming.
Now I see so many beautiful women. Stand with this guy. I must want to show off my authority in front of them." However you put it, Zhang Shi is in the Wanchang Alliance.
They are idols admired by countless young people, especially His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, and even more so, making it a lifelong goal to strive for.
This guy actually lost the blood on his neck. Get rid of your second uncle. Don't say anything if you can't speak anymore. He should be unlucky now.
And at this moment, around, some people are discussing what kind of drama they will create. Some people also find it strange.
I always feel like this guy is surrounded by 4 beautiful women. Like I've seen it somewhere before. But I just can't remember it no matter how much I think about it.
However, at this moment, Zhang Xian did not expect.
Come back here today and take a walk around. I just called out my name. Surprisingly, it has also become a taboo. This made him laugh and cry.
So Zhang Xian shook her head in response, saying it was disrespectful. What a big disrespect for the law.
Isn't the name Zhang Xian allowed to be called anymore? Prince Ba heard this.
With a straight look in his eyes, he scolded and said, "Of course you can't scream.
Let's switch to regular times. It's just that you're being impolite. But do you know what day it is today?"
After speaking, I saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. The 8th Prince was infuriated on the spot. So I shouted angrily, "How could this be? Today is the day when the statue of Master Zhang stands tall. As a citizen of the 10,000 Cities Alliance, you."
Surprisingly, he didn't even know about this matter. What kind of system is it? Zhang Xian was immediately dumbfounded upon hearing these words.
What the hell is the statue of Master Zhang standing tall? Then he looked over at the statue just now. At this moment, I realized that these hands were behind my back. The stone statue wearing the costume of a renowned teacher is actually myself.
See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. My face keeps shaking. It's like a gust of air. Who came up with this idea with his meow? What does this look like? It's like carving according to Master Kong's standards. However, shocked, not just Zhang Xian.
The 4 beauties besides saw the statue.
I also feel my eyelids twitching. Especially Hu Yao Yao.
Others have great respect for this teacher Zhang.
He has personally experienced it. This guy is an authentic one.
The master who killed the dead is not worth his life.
At this moment,
Zhang Xian looked helplessly at the 8th Prince in front of her.
To the best of my knowledge,
this Zhang Shi probably hasn't died yet, has he? Why did you erect his statue?
The Grand Prince heard this. Suddenly, I was so angry that my whole body trembled. Then he shouted angrily and recklessly. How dare you curse Master Zhang? Teacher Zhang teaches. Wancheng Alliance awards to millions of people simultaneously. We respectfully address him as a teacher. Handle the statue for him. Always worship. What's wrong? Listen here. Zhang Xian just remembered. Before leaving, I did give everyone a lesson. But it's not just a class. Just make yourself a statue. Is this too childish? But just when Zhang Xian was still thinking about this matter, the 8th prince beside me, seeing the other person flying towards the statue not far away, but there is no respect for it, show a conflicted expression. So with just one move, he shouted someone came. This guy is disrespectful to teacher Zhang. I suspect it's a spy sent by other forces. Press him down and interrogate him properly. But Zhang Xian knew that it couldn't be explained. Not paying attention to the guards around, I just shook my head. Take 2 steps forward and approach the young man, rubbing his head. With a smile on her face, she said, "Are you flying towards Sister Fei? Let her come out and see me." Prince Kuba was so messed up by Zhang Xian. He was so angry that he was about to explode, then let out a wicked roar. This guy dares to call out the leader's life. It's a heinous crime. Zhang Xian saw the situation, knowing to continue entangling here, I can't ask for a result either. So I looked up. He shouted in the direction of the leader's mansion, "Dancing princess. Old friends come, I hope to see it again." However, at this moment, Zhao Feifei, who was in the palace, heard this sound. Yin immediately became excited. Immediately after, he rode on the spirit beast, flew towards the square direction. I quickly arrived in the sky and spotted the other person's figure. I jumped down with a flick of my body. A few steps closer to you. As soon as they clasped their fists, they saluted until they danced. I have met teacher Zhang. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. After realizing it, everything exploded. It's teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang has returned. Immediately afterwards, the entire square kept shouting for teacher Zhang. However, the 8th prince who had previously threatened to capture Zhang Xian, at this moment, his face was dull and lifeless. Like crazy. After all, he has been here for the past few months. Always regarded him as an idol. We met but didn't recognize each other. On the contrary, being so rude to idols. The more he thinks about it, the more ashamed he feels. At this moment, I wish there was a crack in the ground to drill in. At this moment, the people who built the square for Princess Xiao went crazy. I also know that this is not a place to talk, so I just said hello. A few people stepped onto the spirit beast, flew back towards the leader's mansion. After returning to the mansion, it was only after a conversation between both parties that they learned about each other's current situation. Zhang Xian also learned about the 27 factions in the alliance. After being scared by the disguised Yang at that time, everyone began to unconditionally support the princess. Many resources for cultivation. We also strongly support the alliance leader's office, so he can only become the current leader of the alliance now. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also let Princess Xiao take him to live in Xianyuan Royal City for a period of time, and there will be a ceremony where classes will be held. Tell all the sects, as long as they are willing, they can attend the class. Understand the words clearly. Princess Xiao also responded by saying, "I will also share this message myself. Notify all members of the alliance to know." Later, he also said he wanted to follow him to Xianyuan King City. After obtaining the other party's consent, Princess Zhao has already explained the matter of the alliance. I also spread the message according to Zhang Xian's words. Just fly with Zhang Xian and the others to Xianyuan Royal City. Time flies by 2 months. It's over. At this moment, in the elders' meeting hall of the college, there is a formation. At this moment, Lao Zhao spoke up and asked Elder Ni, "What is the stage of the ceremony for the promotion of the dean to the imperial city?" Upon hearing this, Ni Chang stood up and responded, saying, "The dean chooses the title of the royal city to be promoted. It's Xianyuan Royal City. This is a subordinate of Huanyu from the second-class imperial city, a royal city under the 10,000 Cities Alliance. Extremely remote and barren. The store manager arrived within the territory of Wancheng 2 months ago. Without any promotion, I went directly to the local Mingshi Hall. And the master of this Mingshi Hall, Ruo Qianhong. He is a renowned master at the pinnacle of Samsung. I have had conflicts with the dean before. When the dean was only a 2-star renowned teacher at that time, I succeeded in breaking into the hall." Hearing about breaking into the hall, the elders were all stunned for a moment. Immediately after, Wei Ranchu asked, "The renowned teacher who was raided will unconditionally obey the instructions of successful people. I don't know what the dean will instruct them to do." Upon hearing the other party's question, Lao Mi hesitated for a moment. I just responded that the dean did not give any instructions. First, give them a lecture. 3 days later, Xianyuan Wangchang. All the famous teachers in the Master Teacher Hall have not only improved their cultivation, but also, the understanding of famous teachers has also greatly increased, especially that Luo Qianhong. Directly apply for the assessment of 4-star famous teachers. Not only did it pass, and even reached the peak of 4-star rating. After speaking, I saw everyone stunned by the fear. Just give a bitter smile. Continuing, this is nothing. Previously, this Xianyuan royal city, there are only a dozen or so Samsung renowned teachers in total. 3 days later, surprisingly, 8 of them broke through to 4-star status. Although they are only in the early stages. It's also scary enough. I heard it here. The dean just said that even if there are 8 breakthroughs, add that hall master, there are only 9 4-star famous teachers in total. I want to promote a royal city to become an imperial city in a short period of time. The foundation is still not enough. At this moment, Lamy continued to say that you were right. 9 is indeed not enough. But on the 10th day around the capital city of Xianyuan, the dean arrived. Many unpopular imperial cities, and almost identical sects and powers. Many famous teachers rushed over. There are still many cultivators. A master of transforming the strength of the mortal realm. They all demanded to join the royal city. Become one of them. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao shook his head and said that even if someone wants to join, it's nothing, right? A banned account. Wancheng has a population of at least hundreds of millions. Join several renowned teachers and practitioners. It's useless either. Upon hearing these words, Elder Mi gave a bitter smile and exclaimed to several renowned teachers. Several cultivators. It seems that you have underestimated our dean. The appeal of the Wancheng Alliance. Just 10 days. More than 3,000 4-star teachers came in total. Nearly 100,000 strong individuals with diverse abilities. Everyone heard this number. Everyone was startled. How is this possible? There aren't as many people in a typical imperial city, right? At this moment, Jiang Qing couldn't help but say something. So many strong players joining at the same time. Once the rebellion star appears in the Xianyuan dynasty, how to balance the dynasty? Hearing the other party's question, Elder Mi continued speaking. We don't need to worry about this anymore. The dean has already thought about this for a long time. He came out of the renowned teachers' hall. 7 days until these people surrender. Most of them are in the Xianyuan palace. Within a few days. Your Majesty Mou, the King of Chang. He is already a master of transforming back to the 5th level. Many other ministers close to him. Everyone has raised their cultivation level one after another. There are also 2 or 3 levels of strength in Huafan. But that's not all. The store manager also brought over 1,000 people. The spirit beast led by Yunwu has passed. Each one has the combat power to transform into 6 levels. Only obey the orders of His Majesty Mou alone. With this reliance, even some second-class imperial cities dare not easily invade. Not to mention these cultivators. Listen here. All the elders were speechless. I'm afraid the entire continent can achieve this. Only this perverted dean, using such strength to protect the royal family. This is simply, it's as solid as gold soup. The pervert in front of us has just returned to the academy. I was looked down upon by 3 old men, so he gave an order to Lao Zhao beside him. Give them 3 minutes, just now. After Zhang Xian went to Xianyuan Royal City for 2 months, what happened during this period? 1 chapter old 1 explains to everyone. At this moment, everyone was so surprised that they couldn't speak. After all, it can attract thousands of 4-star teachers within 10 days. 100,000 experts from the mortal realm have joined the royal city. This kind of thing is unheard of. Furthermore, Zhang Xian is concerned about the order of the royal city. We also dispatched over 1,000 people. Protect the spirit beasts of the 6 realms of Huafan. This way, guarding the royal family can be said to be as solid as gold soup. And at this moment, the old man Mi Chang continued to say, after so many strong people entered Xianyuan King City, the dean gave everyone a lecture. The sound covered hundreds of kilometers. The cultivators of the entire royal city have benefited greatly. Almost half of the practitioners have broken through. And it extends the gathering of spiritual energy, long-lasting and persistent. Make the entire royal city. In an instant, it became a holy land with abundant spiritual energy. Listen here. Dean Song Dan expressed a different opinion. Extend and gather spiritual energy. The dean does have this ability. Enable many people to advance quickly. He also has this ability. But promoted to the imperial city. Not only should there be more cultivators, overall strength has increased. We also need to enhance the economic strength of the royal city. And many professions need to thrive and develop. However, Elder Mi heard old Song say so. I just responded that maybe you've been too busy lately. Not following. On the same day that the dean left Hanyuan City, the Shen and Lu families of the 4 major families in Wu Yuancheng have announced to establish a commercial bank in Xianyuan Wancheng. Open trade. As soon as this news came out, motivated subordinates, countless economic entities from imperial cities have settled in one after another. At this moment, Xianyuan Royal City, on the number of newly opened merchants, compared to some second-class empires, it is not weak at all. As for other professions, the dean spent 10 days taught calligraphy, painting, and alchemy.
There are also many professions such as chi refining and magic sound.
This has also attracted the attention of many professional unions. There are currently 7 professions available. A new distribution has been opened in Xianyuan Wancheng. However, upon hearing him say so,
old Zhao beside couldn't help muttering to himself,
national strength, the economy and corruption of Wancheng. If everything is said in this way, Xianyuan Royal City is fully qualified to advance to the Imperial City. At this moment, Elder Mi nodded. The response is yes. 20 days ago, the headquarters has sent someone to investigate. The reason why we gathered everyone here today, it's about telling everyone the results of the assessment.
The store manager's assessment of the 6-star famous teacher this time. The promotion to the Imperial City has been completed.
In other words,
he is now a 6-star renowned teacher.
Listen here. Everyone is stupid. This is already done.
It's only been a short 2 months.
We have upgraded a titled royal city to an imperial city. I remember.
The lowest ranking true dean in our college's highest record.
He spent a whole 3 years back then, right? Zhang Yuan, is this a bit too fast? Seeing the shock of everyone, Elder and I nodded and responded, saying yes.
The dean is really crazy. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have already set off and returned. At this moment, Lao Jiao sighed and said that this was the best way.
Just in time for the warrior selection. Everyone heard this. All of them showed a solemn expression. The selection of this fighter.
It is conducted once every 100 years by the 4 renowned teacher colleges.
Although there is nothing on the surface.
In fact, it was a secret contest. At this point, the dean can personally come back to oversee the overall situation.
Once again became a 6-star renowned teacher. This can't be better. Then, many elders began to discuss the war, the ceremony for selecting personnel, and outside the city of Honyuan, a huge African formation also came to a halt. There are 2 elders on the deck, standing above, looking at Honyuan city in front of me. Smile faintly.
At this moment, Shen Laokai spoke up first and said, Director Wu,
thanks to your Cloud Cliff Africa.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived here so quickly. The lonely old man smiled lightly upon hearing the words.
Just responded that the 4 major colleges are interconnected. Mutual assistance is necessary.
Besides, this selection will take place at Honyuan College.
Come from our Yunshu Academy. I happen to pass by your Luoqing Academy. Connect you all.
It can also enable many students to communicate earlier, knowing the vastness of the world in advance.
Strong like a forest.
Otherwise, he would keep closing himself off and self-sealing.
I feel that I am the only hero in the world. It doesn't benefit their growth either. Upon hearing this, Shen Laokai sighed and said, yes. It's hard to argue without reasoning.
Whether to speak or not is unclear.
These students are able to stand out from the academy, participate in the selection of warriors. Most of them are extraordinary talents. Relying on talent and arrogance is inevitable.
Let them know in advance that there are mountains outside the mountain.
There is always SB that is more capable than you. It's not a fault either. On the contrary, it benefits them all greatly. However, just as they were communicating,
a young man just walked over.
Speaking of Dean Wu,
Director Shin has a bed for his family affairs. Soon, Liang followed the young man to a room. At this moment, I saw an old man sitting, slowly pour hot water into the teapot.
Elegant and comfortable movements.
You can tell at a glance that he is a master of tea ceremony. As soon as Wu Lao came in, he laughed and said, you old thing.
It came quite quickly. Call us over for tea.
I could have agreed in advance.
It's not good tea. We don't drink it either. After Wu Ran saw the 2 of them sit down,
just smiled lightly and replied, don't worry.
It must be good tea.
I had someone spend a lot of money to specifically purchase this.
I waited for the 2 of you to come over and soak. I only found out during the conversation.
The tea these 3 deans are drinking at this moment. It's the Yunwu tea sold by Zhang Xian,
and the pot of tea they are brewing is also very good. He spent 10 high-quality snacks to buy it. And this Wu Ran.
It was last time that Zhang Xian and Ruoshi went to Fengxing Terrace, encountered 7-star masters, the contemporary president of the Fengxing Society. Subsequently, Dean Wu learned that the new dean of Honyuan College is a 20-year-old.
A person named Zhang Xian. What happened at his coronation ceremony that day? And I just heard about it 2 months ago. The ceremony of promoting Wang Cheng to the imperial city.
I told 2 old friends once. Both of them were shocked upon hearing the words.
I haven't been able to let go for a long time.
At this moment, Zhang Xian and the 4 beauties, also sitting on the back of the purple sun beast, fly straight back to the academy. She has been here for the past 2 months. It has also reached the peak of semi-holy strength from the early stage of semi-holy. Although she now has a soul body power of 20 million, there are also 32 million physical bodies. And after breaking through to the peak,
The power of true chi has reached 84 million. The total proportion is 13,600 million. It's just that my cultivation hasn't reached the level of victory yet. No matter how he combines the three forces together, neither can be broken. Always hovering between 99.99 million tops. Perhaps this is the difference. The difference between immortals and mortals, right? Soon, several people also returned to Hongyuan City. And as soon as Zhang Xian returned to the mansion, ignoring Sun Chang's excitement, just let him hand over Wang Ying and a few others. Soon after, a few people came up to him. Zhang Xian looked at their cultivation level. Activate the formation to shield the surroundings, he said solemnly to a few people. Some of you have already reached the state of quarantine. Even if the distance has not been reached yet, it is not far away. There are two paths for you to choose from now. I have two sets of martial arts here. The first method can rapidly increase cultivation level. We will soon reach the state of victory. The second type of progress will be much slower. And it's also very complicated to cultivate. But as long as it succeeds, combat power will double and increase. Amazing power. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, a few people fell into contemplation. Soon everyone will choose. I chose the second option. Received repeated positive responses from the students. Zhang Xian also nodded in satisfaction. Just give the simplified version of the rich and abundant solution to a few people. I also explained it to them in detail once. After finishing these tasks, just look at Sun Chang on the side. You must be well aware of the strength of my teacher. As long as he is willing, you can find many 7-star famous teachers, even an 8-star renowned teacher serving as a butler. If you have been lazy all along, still only this kind of strength, not willing to cultivate either, I can consider reporting to the teacher. Ask him to replace you. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Quickly respond. After all, there has been a curry favor from the royal family of Hongyuan Imperial City during this period. There are also various prophets from the Shun and Lu families, continuously delivering. He got a little lost. Can you hear what the young master said? He just found out. I want to continue following along. Strength is the most important thing. Without strength, whether it's the young master or the grandfather, I won't even give him another glance. And without these two, he's just an ordinary intermediary. It doesn't count as anything. However, after Zhang Xian warned the other party, knowing this guy also realizes the problem, just asked, okay, I have been away for over 2 months now. Is there any news? At this moment, Sun Chang thought for a moment. Just go into detail about the recent business events. Then he handed over a ring. It says it's the first month's earnings inside. There are over 3,000 pieces in total. The second month's payment for the top grade 0 has not been settled yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly, both eyes lit up. I just sold some cloud flowers this month. There is such a profit. I lost it. It's like stealing money. Later, I also learned from Sun Chang's mouth. The deans of the other 3 major colleges have also arrived at the college. And found myself. We need to discuss the selection of warriors. After understanding these, I just explained a few words to Sun Chang. Go back to the elder's house. But as soon as I arrived, I saw old Zhao Man. He came over with a worried face and said, Dean, you're back at last. That's really great. So he furrowed his brow and asked the other person, what exactly happened that made you so anxious? At this moment, Lao Zhao hurriedly said to report back to the dean. Dean Wu Tianxiang of Yunqi College, Dean Shen Tingqiao from Luocheng College, and the dean of Qingzhou College, Waran, has arrived at the college. And it is said that the people from Zhanshur Hall will also come later. Elder Me and others are already waiting there. I also heard that you came back. That's why I came specifically to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Isn't it time yet? Later, I heard the other party say, this is an order from the headquarters of the Master Teacher Hall. The 4 major colleges need to complete the selection within these 3 days. After learning about the situation, he was very depressed. I originally intended to return to the college and give lectures to everyone. Okay, let's improve our strength. Who knows? I just came back. We're about to start without any preparation. So he nodded and replied, then go take a look. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the martial arts arena. But as soon as I arrived, I found that the crowd was surging. There are even more people than when they were a little bigger. At this moment, Lao Zhao saw the dean's solemn expression. Just explained that, although the warrior is just a member of the renowned teacher hall, but if it can be selected, there will be opportunities to enjoy more resources. Cultivation is also more rapid. So many people are willing to become one of them. Then I thought of something and couldn't help but ask, that's right. Dean, do you have any ideas about assessing soldiers? After receiving a positive response from the other party stating that they are not interested, I just breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, what if the dean followed the soldiers after assessing them? That college may have to restore the chaotic situation again.
At this moment, Zhang Xian asked where the three deans were. Later, I heard Lao Zhao say that they were still in Africa.
After taking a glance at Africa in the sky, with a displeased expression, he asked them why. What hasn't come down? I thought these people had all come here. But they didn't come down from Africa.
This clearly doesn't take Hongyuan Academy seriously.
However, Lao Zhao responded with a difficult expression on his face, saying, Elderly should still be negotiating with them. It's just that we've been talking about this for half a day now. It doesn't seem to have much effect. After understanding the situation,
Zhang Xian said calmly, go and tell them.
My dean invited them to come down to the audience to watch. Choose it. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao responded and immediately turned around to leave. But suddenly I thought of something. Just stopped and asked the dean, what if they don't come down? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyebrows furrowed. Just respond with a cold voice. I only gave them 3 minutes. Upon hearing these words,
old Zhao Duncher was momentarily stunned.
Immediately, the corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. He thought to himself, is the dean's tone preparing to cause trouble? After hesitating for a moment,
I quickly dissuaded Dean Dao and his team from coming from afar.
If we make a move, easy to be criticized and killed.
At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded, saying not to think too much.
We are renowned teachers.
He is a civilized person.
How can we just say do it?
Besides, the other party's 3 deans are all 7-star masters.
You also need to be able to fight, right? Just these 3 minutes. If they can't catch up,
I will use other methods to make them obediently come down.
After explaining, he waved his hand and said, okay, do as I say. Listen here. Lao Zhao's face was full of confusion. I wonder why this dean said so scary things. What other amazing actions would he make in other ways?
Then I had no choice but to respond helplessly.
He flew into the air. Can you come up first?
I heard the dean curse her beard. Smiling, he said to the elders, you guys go down first.
I won't send it later.
So I took a step forward. With a wave of punches, he spoke up about the 3 deans.
Below is Elder Zhao Bingshu from the college.
The dean hopes that all deans and students will come down and make a decision.
The dean responded by saying that since he has come, I won't make things difficult for you either. Can you help pass on a message?
Just say at the beginning of the competition,
we will send someone down to participate. It won't delay the selection for the war.
Lao Zhao saw that the other party clearly did not want to come down.
You can think of what the dean said. A doubt arose in my heart.
So he said anxiously, the 3 deans.
Let's go down. Our dean has a bad temper. It's also a bit bloody.
I'm afraid it won't be good if it causes unpleasantness.
Upon hearing this,
Shin Tingchao on the side took the lead in launching the attack. As soon as his face darkened, he snorted coldly.
Bad temper and unpleasant mood. As soon as I became the dean, I was already arrogant. Young, don't think there are some achievements. I don't care about anything.
Our Luoqing College is not your Hongyuan College.
I am not one of you elders either. I have to listen to him. I won't come down today. Can you still drive me off the ship?
15 Dean waved his hand. A cold voice with a face full of iron green echoed in agreement.
Dean Shin is right. We're not going down.
Is it possible that Hongyuan Academy still wants to take action?
Go back and tell your dean. As a young person, be cautious in words and actions. I used to appreciate his deeds even though I knew about them. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Don't delay your own future. Listen here. Lao Zhao's heart immediately panicked. I intended to dissuade with good intentions. I didn't expect to be misunderstood. And then I don't know how to explain it better.
However, Dean Wu on the side had a keen eye.
You can tell this Zhao Bingshu at a glance. I have something to say but don't know how to say it. So he slowly spoke up and asked, can you tell me? The dean asked you to come over. What exactly do you want you to tell us? And at this moment, Lao Zhao heard the other party ask such a question. He also had a conflicted expression on his face. At this moment, he knew he couldn't hide a few 7 stars. The renowned teacher then gritted his teeth. I just responded that the dean said he's a tower. He said, let you go down within 3 minutes.
Otherwise, we will use other methods to solve this problem. Elder Me and Jiang Qing heard these words. I suddenly felt a blackout in front of me.
Done, this is the rhythm to start fighting. This pervert in front of me.
Since this old man bumped into porcelain in front of everyone's eyes.
And this scene.
I scared and peed many elders behind me directly.
Just now,
Zhang Xian learned from Lao Zhao that the deans of the other 3 major colleges have all arrived.
They are still in the air in Africa, not willing to come to the scene. After understanding, let the other party go up and tell them. Limit them to come down within 3 minutes. Otherwise, I have many ways to deal with them myself. Listen here. Lao Zhao dare not hesitate either. So I followed Zhang Xian's suggestion.
Conveyed this message to the 3 deans. Just a few elders present heard this.
I was instantly dumbfounded. Dean, this is the rhythm of wanting to cause trouble.
After hearing this, the deans of the 3 major colleges
Suddenly, his face became dull and lifeless. Subsequently, Dean Wu's face darkened. Just let out a furious shout, "That arrogant guy. Well, we really won't go down today. We need to see what method he uses to solve it." At this moment, Dean Wu waved his hand. Just gave a farewell order to Lao Zhao and his companions. Elder Me and others can't say anything more when they see the situation, so he flew back to the academy. However, after the three deans saw them leave, at that moment, I couldn't help but shake my head and give a bitter smile. After all, as the three famous teachers of the 7 stars, I naturally know that doing so is extremely impolite, and intentionally doing it. Actually, it's not a provocation. I'm not looking down on Hongyuan College in Zhongxian either. They just want to take a look. What are the abilities of this new dean? How would you handle such a situation? It can also be considered a test, right? After all, the deans of the 4 major colleges belong to the same generation and level, so they also really want to see it. This 20-year-old little guy, is it qualified to be compared to it? So a few people happily discussed it. What abilities does this arrogant little guy have? Can make them go down in 3 minutes. But just as they were chatting and laughing, I heard a burst of noise coming from below. A sound like a bell suddenly sounded. A few people heard this echoing around them. A sound like a bolt from the blue. First, I was taken aback. Just haven't waited for them to react yet. What happened when I saw 16 sacred beasts lifted from Africa? Suddenly, my body sank. The whole African ship shook violently. Immediately afterwards, it plummeted rapidly downwards. Dean Wu saw the situation. The corner of his mouth twitched before he realized it. Then he exclaimed, "Oh no! This is Tianlong Bayan. This guy uses the heavenly dragon 8 tones to suppress holy beasts." I heard the other person say that. After the 2 deans realized it, several people took action together. Condense the surrounding air into a cluster. Lift up the huge cloud cliffs of Africa. Make it temporarily unable to fall down. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief about it, a beep came from below again. How many people heard this? I noticed that the sound this time is different from the one just now, but it has extremely strong penetrating power. Just thinking that Africa has been lifted up by them with air, when I'm no longer afraid of this move. However, the dozen or so holy beasts that fainted here suddenly woke up, immediately rushed straight down like crazy, and all the famous teachers in the martial arts arena at this time, seeing Africa rushing from mid-air to the side, they were all scared and their faces twitched with fear. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire African ship just smashed towards a place not far from the martial arts arena, forcefully dug a big hole in the ground. Old Zhao, who can see this scene, I couldn't help but say something to Zhang Xian beside me. "Dean, are you civilized? Just put." After finishing speaking, Lao Zhao discovered the dean who was by my side just now suddenly disappeared. Just look around. Suddenly, I just heard the sound of a fight from Africa. I quickly searched for reputation. This made Lao Zhao dizzy at first glance. What the hell? Dean, are you a real dog? I ruined their Africa, not to mention, now they have tamed all of their holy beasts. And many elders behind him were all dumbfounded when they saw Zimu. Are you a pervert sent by Aki, store manager? You're so perverted. Do the old irons know? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian paid no attention to anyone. Clapping his hands, he greeted the holy beast. Immediately after, I saw many holy beasts soaring to the sky and living long lives at the same time, stand neatly in front of Zhang Xian. At this moment, the 3 deans got up from the deck and Dean Wu and Dean Shin, who witnessed this scene, a mouthful of aged fruit juice sprayed out on the spot. But the 5 deans on the side were different from the 2. At this moment, he was filled with shock. He really didn't expect it. This dean. Surprisingly, it was 3 months ago. Pointing out the young people who are afraid of losing their experience and making mistakes on the Fengsheng platform. Since Zhang Xian disappeared in front of him last time, searching everywhere without success, I thought I would never have the chance to meet him in this lifetime. I didn't expect it. Surprisingly, we can meet here. It was only then that his mind was filled with regret. Someone even recognized by Khan's family. Isn't it easy to get the recognition of past deans? How could I not have thought of it? Think of this. Emotionally very excited. I can no longer care about the injuries on my upper body. Shaking body. Immediately flashed in front of Zhang Xian. Give a fist and bow. I happened to meet teacher Zhang at Qingzhou College. When Zhang Xian saw someone coming, he also smiled. Response is good. We meet again. The 10 elders who witnessed this scene have all gone insane. I wasn't very aggressive just now. Are you unwilling to come down from Africa? Not arrogant enough. The arrogant dean. How did my attitude turn like this after falling down? Like a student seeing a teacher. Could it be that the deans of these colleges, just like our ancestors throughout history, we need to teach a lesson before we can listen? That's what they often say, 5 elements are not worth beating up. At this time, the 2 deans. He flew awkwardly from the ruins to Zhang Xian. It turns out that this is Dean Zhang. I have long heard of famous names. Indeed, the hero is young. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I immediately bowed and said that after not studying, I was met by 2 deans. However, Dean Wu responded with a face full of bruises, saying, "Both are deans. It's just peers. There's no need to make these empty gifts. Dean Zhang, our Africa has directly entered the college. We made a mistake. Just these holy hands. Shouldn't you return it to us?" I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian said with a troubled expression on her face, "It's not impossible to give it back to you. It's just that." Zhang Xian stopped here. Then I saw the other party anxiously asking what the paper was. I just shook my head helplessly and responded, "To be honest, let me tell you all. To prepare for this battle selection, our Hongyuan College specially invite a garden master to come and decorate it. Designed many beautiful scenery. Numerous precious treasures have been arranged. Until now, I am still heavily in debt. As a result, your Africa was so devastated. All destroyed. You see, Yunshu Academy is wealthy and powerful. Let's see if we can compensate for our losses first. Let's talk about it again. The holy beast belongs to Dean Wu." Classical Chinese couldn't help but twitch its lips. He just saw this location in Africa. Just some buildings. Where did the beautiful scenery and treasures come from? We also invited a garden master. Even if it's a holy beast, it's not easy for it to attack in the opponent's hands. After all, repairing this type of building won't cost much. So he clasped his fists and said, "Since Director Zhang always says that, I don't know how many snacks are needed yet." Zhang Xian saw the other party hooked. I responded with a sincere expression on my face. "I'm not quite sure how much exactly. You also know that I have only recently become the dean. I'm not quite sure about these. How about this? Let me ask you." Then he spoke to the elder behind him, "Elder me, can you calculate it?" Dean Wu, this is the place where Africa collided. If all kinds of architectural treasures are fully restored, what is the approximate cost required? However, upon hearing the instructions, old me nodded. After flying into the sky and checking, I just responded with sound transmission and reported it to the dean. A total of 8 buildings and 3 ponds were destroyed in Africa. If fully repaired, it will take about 2 years to obtain top-grade spirit stones. It seems like Zhang Xian can't hear clearly, so he loudly said, "It's too far. I can't hear the sound clearly." "What did you just say?" 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are you sure these high-quality spirit stones can be repaired? Upon hearing this, the elderly people, I was momentarily stunned. When did I say 20,000? Didn't you say 2? However, Zhang Xianjian did not receive a response from the other party. Just keep shouting about so many magnificent buildings. Not only after the master. More importantly, it is the hard work of our predecessors. Its value cannot be measured. Please calculate carefully again. How much is needed exactly? Take it easy. Yunshu College, as the top of the 4 major colleges. He who has wealth speaks louder than others. I definitely won't default on my debt. Listen here. Lamy couldn't help but smell at the corner of his mouth. So I just responded that it would be 25,000 or 30,000, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just asked seriously with a face full of seriousness, "Is 30,000 enough?" At this moment, Lamy's eyelids twitched with the dean's manipulation. I don't know how much to say. So I hesitated and replied that 30,000 is enough. It's still not enough. How about 50,000? Listen here. Zhang Xian looked regretful all over her face. 50,000 actually requires so much. I also destroyed the property left by our ancestors in my hands. This cannot be measured by money. Then he let out a sigh, turning his head apologetically. Look at the other person and say, "Dean Wu, you heard it just now too. The damage to the college is too serious. It will cost approximately 50,000 high-quality items. It can only be fully repaired at 0 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of juice, I threw it away. You guys are actually playing a porcelain collision in front of me. This is the only broken place. 5 high-quality snacks are not usable. But this guy asked me 5,000 yuan. I just thought about it for a moment. Although the other party intends to raise the price. This is to give oneself a warning. Who told us not to prioritize everything? So he shook his head helplessly and responded, "Dean Zhang, Africa rushes in directly. It is indeed mine. I apologize to Hongyuan Academy here. How about this? There are damaged areas in the college. I allow the college to rebuild it completely. Guarantee the same as before. You see, this is great. Listen here." Zhang Xinkai smiled lightly and said, "Can you help fix it?" "Okay, it's just right. Our college still needs one more. A 7-level formation that gathers spiritual energy. If Dean Wu can help us set it up, then we can also do the repair of the yard ourselves." Not long after, I saw the other person's face full of unwillingness to agree. I just said that the witch master is still grand. I admire you below.
Then he turned around and looked at the many holy hands. My fingers flicked forward continuously for more than 10 times.
Just untie the master-servant contract, and set it to them. Now you are free. Go back to Yunshu Academy again. Many holy beasts want to drive away their newly recognized owners.
All of them let out a few soft roars with a face full of grievances. However, Dinwu saw their expressions one by one. I gritted my teeth and told them to return to Yunshu Academy.
Double the offerings I gave you before.
The holy beasts who only heard each other's promises. At this moment, he reluctantly walked towards Africa. But his expression is still very unwilling. Seeing this scene, Dinwu felt his eyes darken.
I almost couldn't catch my breath. Not long after, he finally had a hard time. I just suppressed the pent-up anger in my heart. When I was about to speak,
I heard Zhang Xian sighing not far away.
If you really want to follow me, you can send them back to the college. Come back quietly to find me again. Immediately after,
I saw more than 10 colleagues of holy beasts joyfully jumping,
roaring wildly again.
At this moment, Din Wu's body softened,
collapsed directly to the ground.
Din Shen helped him up only after seeing the situation. Then he looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Okay,
since the matter has been resolved, let's discuss the selection of warriors. Everyone knows,
warriors are the strongest combat power of the Master Teacher Hall. It is also the strongest weapon against the alien race. This concerns the safety of the human race, so we must treat it well. We must not be careless at all." At this moment, Din Wu regained consciousness. "Just put aside the unpleasantness from earlier," said with a serious expression. "This year's warrior selection quota has doubled compared to last time. 5 grades from the 4 major colleges combined in the past
only accepts 50 people. And this time I asked for 100. Although there are too many people this time.
But the selection process has also become more rigorous. I heard it involves a life and death battle."
Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow tightly.
And beside him, Din Wu.
Only then did he speak up and agree. Warriors are different from ordinary teachers. Its main purpose is for combat. Fight against the alien race. If I hadn't experienced life and death, how could it possibly play out?
What about extraordinary combat power? However, after understanding the situation, Zhang Xian finally asked, "I don't know how the warrior hall will be tested." The 3 deans have heard of the relevant news.
Subsequently,
I heard them say that selection will be conducted through a martial arts competition.
Just nodded.
After all, it is the most intuitive way for a soldier to use this method.
Shortly after a discussion among several people,
decided before the people from the warrior hall arrived,
the students from the 4th Academy will first showcase their skills. Show personal strength. You don't have to be in a hurry then. So that's it. Under the arrangement of several people. Soon, the students from the 3 courtyards showed off one by one.
However, Zhang Xian watched several students from major colleges. Take another look at the students selected by your own college. I just shook my head and sighed as I looked at the 3 deans. I just like to look at the perverts in front of me. How is it done step by step? He is considered a pervert by others.
It's the pervert of today. He's not abnormal himself, but it began to teach people how to become perverts. Just now,
Zhang Xian selected 4 colleges after reading them. After assessing the strength of the personnel preparing to participate in the warrior selection, shaking his head and sighing, he looked at the 3 deans.
Since the people from the warrior hall haven't arrived yet, can I take advantage of the current gap?
Teach these students in the college some combat skills. Upon hearing this, the 3 deans, I was momentarily stunned.
Who knew you were just asking? Are you talking now? Later, Dean Wu received a positive response from the other party. Just advised Dean Zhang.
Do you want to give guidance to the students in your own college?
Without exception. Just the selection is about to begin. If you study now,
I'm afraid it might actually shake their mentality.
Strength will not only fail to improve. Instead, it will retreat.
At this moment, Zhang Xian could hear that the other party was offering well-intentioned advice, so he also smiled.
Thank you for the reminder from the other party.
And he said he still wanted to give it a try. Then he ignored a few people.
Let the old fans on the side. Select 100 students from the college for selection. Gather up. Immediately followed by the crowd.
Soundproof mirrors were installed around the perimeter.
I just said to everyone, is there anyone who doesn't want to become a warrior?
As a result, everyone responded that they all wanted to be a warrior.
I won't say much anymore. I started teaching them.
The content mainly discusses the understanding of weapons,
hard points during battles. So that's it. During this hour, these 100 students,
there has been a significant leap in martial arts skills. Many of them are either beginners or experts. All break through to great success, even reach the realm of perfect and satisfactory human unity. However, at this hour, the person who is still outside arranged by Zhang Xian. I have no idea about everything inside. The top 10 elders are also discussing this matter.
I'm just starting my lecture now. I'm afraid it's also futile. After all, we need to enhance our strength. It's not something that can be done in a short amount of time, without years of combat experience accumulation. I don't have years of learning and understanding either, based solely on this class. Even if it's said well, no matter how much students understand, the time is so short, there won't be any changes either. However, not only do the 10 elders lack confidence in this, the 3 deans on the side shook their heads repeatedly. Dean Zhang is still too young, seeing that the students in our college are so much stronger than them. Just make him so anxious, but even so, the ultimate result is destined to be failure. And at this moment, Zhang Xian is giving a lecture. Looking at all the students in front of me, I have gained a lot from it. Their true qi also began to boil in their bodies. Just Zhang Xuanfei, but not happy about it. Instead, he furrowed his brow tightly. If I want to continue like this, lack of spiritual energy, it will also affect their understanding of weapons. Think of this, without any hesitation. Wave your big hand. The spiritual fluids of the earth veins carry the true qi of the heavenly path. Just spray it out of your palm, like raindrops falling on the learning paths of many students, accompanied by the spiritual liquid entering the body. The true energy of the students is also beginning to merge and connect. See here. When Zhang Xian was about to continue teaching, suddenly, I saw a huge pilot, cut through the air, come to the sky above the academy. At this moment, he understood in his heart. At this point, the person who comes must be from the warrior hall. So I said to everyone, that's all for today's class. The selection of strategists should be formal. It started, but Zhang Xian's side has just finished. I saw a dozen or so people, jumping off the back of the flying beast, quickly passed through the crowd as well. Just walked towards the front audience seat. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the middle-aged man leading the team. There is a parrot aura between his eyebrows, and the powerful aura that keeps rolling around him. It gives people a feeling of a sharp sword unsheathed. I marvel at the doctor's skill for this. Later, 2 old acquaintances were discovered in the team. They both look like they did 2 months ago, when we met before planting the Firefly Fruit Valley. There is clearly a significant difference. Stronger strength, more refined and pure. Especially since there is no need to have only the peak of the residual wind realm before, and now it has reached half reward. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel happy. After all, this also proves his method of giving guidance to the other party is correct. However, the team had just arrived in front of the 4 deans. Lu Chang and the 2 of them don't need to see Zhang Xian standing in front of them. Just bow to him first. At this moment, the 4 deans saw someone make a sound. That's when we finally met up. Greetings, I have met all the warriors. And the middle-aged man leading the team dare not be impolite. Take 1 step forward and embrace everything. The way of bowing is in the 100 steps of the test hall at the next station. Zhuo Qingfeng has met with all the deans. So everyone began to praise each other. After a short space, Zhuo Qingfeng just spoke up about the selection method this time. It's the people from our warrior hall who will assess you. At the same level. Your students. As long as you can catch the 3 moves of the warrior hall members. Even if it passes. After explaining the situation, Zhuo Qingfeng won't say much anymore. Let the 4 deans prepare it. Start the selection process immediately. After receiving a response from the other party, I turned around and said to the person behind me, Su Tai and Shenju, first grade assessment by both of you. The 2 young people walked out of the crowd as soon as they heard the words. At this moment, one of them and the other. I said something, I'll go first. After obtaining the consent of peers, with a flick of his body, he arrived at the arena. Then the wrist rolled over. Take out a long sword and look at the crowd. Speaking of first-year students participating in the assessment, as long as you can walk through 3 moves in my hands, you will pass. And after watching the aura emanating from him, the students in the audience, I couldn't help but exclaim how strong it was. Previously, everyone thought, the students at Yunshu Academy are already terrifying enough. I didn't expect him to be even more powerful. Only He Lingjing's cultivation level. I can actually cultivate to this extent. Truly a warrior. However, just when everyone felt terrible about it, just heard a student in the crowd call out, I'm here. Immediately jump onto the stage. This person is none other than Zhao Zhengchuan from Yunshu Academy. In the strength display of the 4 major colleges just now, ranked 15th. And Zhao Zhengchuan, who came to the stage, waved his wrist. Also take out a big knife. At this moment, he knew that his strength was not as good as the other parties. I dare not hesitate either. Shout out a request for guidance. Afterwards, I saw his body shake. Knife like wind. In an instant, a violent sword intent swept away. Su Tai can face the sky full of knife shadows. At this moment, not only was there no tension, instead, he chuckled and said, this move is good. Unfortunately, it's too slow. As soon as the words fell, I saw his body shake, immediately disappear from the original location, appear in front of the other person in the next second. The long sword lightly tapped Zhao Zhongchuan's big sword, accompanied by a meditation generated by a collision of weapons. I saw Zhao Zhongchuan flying more than 10 meters away. At this moment, seeing the opponent's ultimate move shattered with a single sword, I couldn't help but lock my pupils. But just as he was thinking about how to come up with his second move, I just feel a cold flash in front of me. A sword light has fallen on his neck. At this moment, I heard the other party say that you lost. However, everyone in the audience saw this scene. I couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat. Zhao Zhongchuan, who was so powerful. If you can't even hold on to 2 moves, you lose. If it were us, isn't it impossible to stick to any move? And Dean Wu looked at this student. People who can rank in the top 6 in their own college. They can't hold on. Isn't it harder for others? But just as everyone is preparing for this assessment, when feeling the difficulty is too great, another young man jumped onto the arena. This person is a top student in the first year of Luoqing Academy, ranked 3rd in strength among their college freshmen. He just showed off a pair of silver rings on stage. I was blocked by the opponent's sword. When Su Tai wielded his second sword, just take the other person's chest directly, I punctured a hole. At this moment, the young man's face turned pale as he surrendered to the other party. Retired. Afterwards, they went on one after another. Many students from the 3rd courtyard went up to challenge themselves, but almost all of them were defeated without exception. At this moment, Su Tai looked at the many students of Hanyuan College. With a cold smile, he asked if anyone else wanted to come up. Later, I saw them all bowing their heads and not daring to make a sound. He coldly snorted and said to Yinshu, Luochang, and Qingju, everyone came up to compete with me. It seems that no one from Hanyuan Academy has come up yet. Is anyone willing to come up and give it a try? Is it difficult? I don't even have the courage to try it out. If that's the case, what kind of warrior would you be? As soon as these words are spoken, many first-year students at Hanyuan College, suddenly, his face turned red, because they are aware of their own strength. I know very well. Especially when showcasing one's strength earlier. These defeated Zhao Zhongchuan and others. Each one is stronger than their own strength. If we really want to go up now, we will definitely lose. However, among the freshmen, this young man named Chu Jian hasn't been up yet. My heart is filled with displeasure. They were all called out to their heads by the other party's specific names. If we don't go out again, the reputation of Hanyuan Academy has been greatly enhanced. We lost everything. So he gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll do it. What's the big deal if you lose? After speaking, his body swayed and he jumped onto the stage. At this moment, someone from Su Taijian came out, just smiled lightly and said something nice to the other person. You still have some courage. Since it's out now, just show me your weapon. It's better to start early. End early. But Chu Jian shook his head and replied, no need. Just let me come empty-handed. You must be a skilled fighter in the cafeteria. Su Tai couldn't help but sigh in classical Chinese. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. After speaking, the long sword in his hand trembled. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Immediately after, he swung his sword and slashed towards the opponent. This sword is fired. A powerful sword intent immediately formed. Countless sword rays attacked the opponent and left. However, seeing the Chu sword in front of me, knowing that one cannot dodge at all, I can't resist either. Just as I was about to give up, suddenly remembered the content of Dean Zhang's lecture. Think of this. What I just heard about the understanding of weapons, and the understanding of combat. Every word immediately flowed through my heart. At this moment, he looked again at the sword move that greeted him. Only then did I realize that the opponent's sword path was clearly visible. The initial intention and the position to be left behind. I can see it all. See here. No more dodging. My body suddenly swayed. The index finger suddenly moved forward a bit. Immediately after, I heard a popping sound. My fingertips seemed to have touched something. I quickly took a step back and looked at the other person again. Only then did I realize. Su Tai, who was fighting with him, was already lying on the ground, spitting out blood in big gulps. Seeing this scene, Chu Jian was completely stunned. What the hell? This guy is not here to deceive me, is he? Wasn't he very brave just now? Why? I'll just be gentle. That's it with him. However, the people in the audience saw this scene. They all followed along foolishly. What's going on? What did you do just now? I didn't see it clearly either. Just saw the blood warrior strike a sword, and then it fell down. Isn't it said that the students at Hanyuan College have poor academic abilities? When did he take action to knock down the opponent? And Su Tai lying on the ground on the stage, after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, just slowly got up. Then he looked at the other person with a fierce expression. Roar, since you dare to cheat. Chu Jian heard the other party say so. But I don't know how to answer the other person. After all, he doesn't even know it himself. How did you defeat the opponent? But Su Tai saw that the other person remained silent. Just shout out again, since there's nothing to say. Do you dare to compete with me again? Upon hearing this, Chu Jian hesitated for a moment. I just nodded and responded, saying why I dare not. Please take action. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw Su Tai's long sword tremble in his hand, immediately transform into a giant dragon, directly attack the other party. Wherever sword chi goes, countless cracks have been dug out on the ground. However, Chu Jian watched the blow in front of him, just like before. Instantly imagine this attack in your mind. Decompose in the manner of the Dean. After understanding, gently move your body. With 2 fingers and a sword, he pointed towards the other person. True chi is like a dagger piercing directly into the body. Immediately after, I saw the other party spewing out a mouthful of blood, collapse to the ground again. Seeing this scene, the audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. One by one, they were so scared that they couldn't even speak. And people from the 3 major colleges. After each person exchanged a glance, everyone involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. After all, they were here before. I didn't even take the students from Hongyuan College seriously. I think the top 20 selected are. The other party may not even have one person. I never dreamed of it now. This guy who doesn't rank high. It's just that easy. Defeat the soldiers of the war hall. And it's only twice. However, just as everyone was shocked by this, Su Tai on stage struggled to stand up at this moment. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at the other person again, roaring. But I haven't waited for him to shout out the words yet. Captain Zhuo Qingfeng in the audience just snorted coldly. That's enough. You still feel embarrassed and haven't lost enough, do you? Get down immediately. This pervert in front of me only took half an hour. Just let a group of students count down. Punch the personnel responsible for the assessment to doubt their life. Just now, Zhang selected 100 students to participate in the selection of combat instructors. After finishing the class. Originally, this group of students. The strength is the worst among the 4 major colleges. After one round of challenge by the combat team, the top students from the other 3 colleges, all were defeated one by one. On the contrary, this person who was not ranked in Hongyuan College, but they kept defeating him, the fearsome warrior in front of us, and he won twice in a row. But this soldier still refuses to accept it, when I still want to continue playing. But he was stopped by his captain. Later, I learned from the captain that, although the other party's overall strength is not inferior to ours, but it can break through with a piece of paper. Just relying on this insight alone is enough to become a warrior. After understanding these, this Su Tai won't say much anymore. Nodding, he stepped back. Regarding this, Chu Jianrun couldn't believe he had already cleared the level. I can hear it again from Captain Zhuo's mouth. I did pass it myself. Bai nodded happily. I responded briefly before retreating. So far, the 4 major colleges have been. More than 10 students were dispatched in total. Only one was able to pass the selection process. Captain Zhuo didn't feel much unusual either. So let the assessment continue. Just after the second round of warriors took the stage. Still like this, students from the 3 major colleges rank high. Even the top-ranked student. Everyone has been defeated one by one. However, the warrior Dust Lord, who defeated 8 people in a row, just looked at everyone and asked if anyone else was willing to come up. There was no sound from the students in the audience during the ceremony. Looking at the students of Hongyuan College again, can it be difficult on your end? Is there only one genius from the previous game? Why doesn't anyone dare to come up to my place? Many students who have been openly provoked can be heard. At this moment, each one glared at the other with a difficult expression on their face, but no one dared to stand up. After a moment, a young man couldn't resist anymore. Just jumped onto the stage. After standing firm, just coldly snorted at the other party. Then let me meet you for a while. But at this moment, suddenly, someone in the crowd could see the people on stage clearly. Just exclaimed in surprise, Chu Shi, you are the last person to participate in the selection. Aren't you looking for death when you go up like this? However, at this moment, Zhu Shi ignored everyone. Although I know that my strength is not as good as others, but I'm not a coward either. I actually thought about becoming a strategist. Even if you lose, you have to lose clearly. Otherwise, if we don't even fight, we won't have a chance. We'll leave oneself with lifelong regrets. Think of this. I gritted my teeth and said, let's start. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone looked at him like a fool. You, the last person. Not strong enough. Courage is not small. Someone even covered their eyes. I really can't bear to see him brutally beaten. At this moment when everyone was covering their eyes, just heard the sound of falling to the ground. So these people opened their eyes and looked over. I thought this was too fast. It's over in less than 2 breaths. Just take a serious look. I just realized that the person who fell to the ground and couldn't get up wasn't Jushi, but that warrior. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What were they doing just now? Therefore,
The person next to him had a frightened expression on his face as he recounted the scene just now.
I explained it to them once. However, Captain Zhua, who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps others cannot see the terrifying nature of this move, but as the captain, he can see it. The shot that Zhu Shi just fired with all his might, directly hitting the upper body of soldier Chen Zhu. Then, unexpectedly, he kicked in the crotch. This looks simple, but the grasp of timing needs to reach a very high level. Only achieved this, even if it's him himself. I want to face someone for the first time. It's difficult to achieve this, but this last person did it. So he announced with a blank expression. Zhu Shi successfully passed. Immediately following the third round, just this round, 6 warriors and 2 warriors approaching cultivation level. They were all beaten to the point where they couldn't continue playing. At this moment, Captain Zhuo was also very helpless. After all, only the 2 of them in the team are suitable for approaching. So we asked the 2 7th bridges to, the warriors of the heavenly realm, lower their cultivation level, thus engaging in battle. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty for the third round participants. Just what happened in the first 2 rounds also appeared in this round. Although Hongyuan students won the battle this time, not the last one, but he is also the second to last person. After watching this scene, the students of Hongyuan College in the audience cheered loudly, and all the students from the other 3 colleges were foolish. They can't believe it. Those who have clearly demonstrated their abilities before the selection process. These people are all incredibly weak. Why are we here now? If you go up 1, you'll render 1 division useless. However, this student who just won the written test, I also couldn't believe it on my face, looking at the fallen warrior in front of me. After calming down, I exclaimed in surprise that I had one. The skills taught by Dean Zhang are really impressive. As soon as these words are spoken, Captain Zhuo in the audience, with a puzzled expression, he looked at the several deans beside him, asked them about the skills of the dean's explanation. However, after hearing the cheers of the young people, the 3 deans beside him, I was already stunned. They didn't slow down until the other person asked. After each person exchanged a glance, I just responded with a face full of disbelief, saying, just now Dean Zhang gave them these people. I taught the class for half an hour. Is it difficult for 3 people to pass the selection consecutively? It's all related to this lecture. Captain Zhuo's brow tightened upon hearing this. I strongly disagree with this statement. Powerful teachers teach, although surprised by the combat effectiveness. What effect can it have in half an hour? So he looked at the team members beside him and said, Yi Jun, you go up and challenge yourself. The College of Hongyuan University. The Night Warrior dared not signal upon hearing this. With a nod, he jumped towards the high platform, and students from Hongyuan College. The God of War on stage was once again crowned as soon as he took the stage. So one of the students jumped up together. After all, the contestants from Hongyuan Academy now understand. When the dean gave them lectures, it was extremely helpful. Now they are all full of confidence. So Hongyuan students only used 1 move. Just lay down the soldiers on the other side. At this moment, Captain Zhuo went crazy directly. Did all the people he meowed take medicine? After all, 4 consecutive warriors have lost. Give weaker opponents than them. Anyone else would go crazy about this. So at this moment, Captain Zhuo's mind was filled with thoughts. What exactly did Dean Zhang say? Surprisingly, they were able to keep these students for half an hour. Progress is so great, so I couldn't help but wonder in my heart anymore. Just looked at Zhang Xian and asked Dean Zhang, your students. At this moment, the 3 deans standing beside him spoke classical Chinese. I also looked over with bright eyes. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party's puzzled expression on their face. Just nodded. Response said, I gave them a half-hour class before. It involves some combat techniques. Maybe they have some understanding. After explaining, then he sighed helplessly and said, it's just that these guys are using it in a seemingly plausible way. It really hurts me. As soon as these words are spoken, Zhuo Qingfeng's face trembled like a gust of wind beside him. This is called understanding. It still hurts you. Thinking to himself, is this really just a realization? If we understand everything, the people from our war hall, not all of them were beaten to death by your people. I'm only taking 4 exams now. I've already laid down 4 of them. How can I take this exam? What the hell are you doing? Coco, this guy is actually heartbroken. I hurt you, third uncle. Get all my fighters down. None of your people were injured. You're hurting so badly, aren't you? However, it was not only Captain Zhuo and the 3 deans who went crazy. Even the top 10 elders of this college are foolish. After all, they have a strong understanding of their students' abilities. Under normal circumstances, these first grade assessments are highly likely to be completely wiped out. I just got 4 now. Just killed the 4 warriors. The most crucial thing is, the first few people to join are all the weakest. If everything on top is powerful, isn't that all passing? If that's the case, then, what other colleges are there? A single Hongyuan college. We will cover all the 100 people that the war hall is going to recruit. And beside him, Su Changqing became more and more excited as he thought about it. I secretly made a decision in my heart. After the assessment is completed, we must find these people no matter what. Copy the content of the dean's lecture word for word. However, after feeling depressed, Zhuo Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Just continue to instruct Dao Baiquan. Huang Tao, both of you, lower your cultivation level and continue the assessment. I thought to myself that the 7th level was actually lowered. Cultivation cannot win. Now let the strangeness of the 8th level be lowered. See how you guys are still fighting. Immediately afterwards, the two of them lowered their cultivation level. Baiquan immediately jumped onto the high platform. It's just that he hasn't called out yet in this round. I saw the students in the Hongyuan College area below the stage, amidst a chaotic argument. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red as they shouted loudly. I should have taken this one. My strength is much stronger than mine. Let me try it out first for this one. I'll switch if I lose. Do you think I'm stupid? Wait until you finish trying. This guy probably lay down. You all stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. Can you show some courtesy? Where have all the famous teachers and etiquette I have studied in recent years gone? I'm young. Poor cultivation. Of course, let me go first. However, Baiquan on stage saw a scene in front of him. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned black. I lost it. Students from other colleges see strong individuals in the conversion realm. Lower one's cultivation level to take the exam. I'm so scared that I can't wait. These guys are really good. One by one, they are competing with each other. It's like seeing some treasure. Afraid of being taken away by others. I am a warrior revered by everyone. Now you have to compete with me in martial arts. Not only are they not afraid. Instead, we should strive to come up. Am I that easy to bully? Think of this. His face darkened. Make a vow in your heart to make you arrogant. See how I beat you to death. But just when he started a rebellion over it, I saw a young man jump up. So he shouted angrily that since he had come up, just use your ultimate skill. Let me see. As soon as the words fell, I saw Baiquan's 5 fingers open wide. He suddenly slapped towards the other party's direction. But the young man on the other side, seeing the soldiers' overwhelming momentum like mountains and seas, he pressed towards himself, not afraid. On the contrary, his eyes were burning as he observed the other person. It's a body shake. I kicked it over with just one kick, and then there was no more. Baiquan lay directly on the ground. I fainted. See here. I can't bear to watch the journey on the side anymore. Then he came up and said, Captain, if we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't even be able to finish the first grade entrance exam. Just lie down, everyone. It doesn't matter if the assessment is not completed. But after we finished speaking about the face of our soldiers, seeing the captain's constipated expression on his face, just continued to explain, Captain, you see, why don't we first assess the students from the other 3 colleges? Hongyuan learning. Stay in the hospital until the end. However, after hearing the other party's suggestion, Zhuo Qingfeng just nodded and responded, saying it seems like this is the only way. So he turned his head and looked at the 4 deans, rearranged the order of going on stage. After obtaining the other party's consent, the 5th round of the battle has begun. 4 hours have passed quickly. All students in grades 1 to 5 have completed the assessment. There are only 30 accomplices in total. It also set a record for the lowest in history. At this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng turned his gaze, concentrated on many students of Hongyuan College. Then he said, many renowned teachers from Hongyuan College are currently being assessed. And at this moment, the first 4 soldiers who were knocked unconscious. Now everything has recovered. It is also possible to conduct another assessment. At the beginning of the competition, it was just the same as before. The newly appointed strategist. I was knocked unconscious by students from Hongyuan College. In a moment's time, Captain Zhuo brought 12 people, but only 4 of them have not yet taken the stage. Everyone else fell to the ground and couldn't get up. And there are still 80 people from Hongyuan College who haven't started taking the exam yet. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Xin and said, Dean Zhang, if we continue like this, I definitely won't be able to complete the assessment. I have a proposal. If you can do it, these students from your college, anyone can be recruited as a strategist, no longer subject to the quota limit of 100 people. If we can't do it, you can only engage in internal battles. I have selected the remaining spots. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian instructed the other party to continue speaking. At this moment, Captain Zhuo immediately said, warriors not only need to have combat skills, the true chi and power within its body, they all need to surpass ordinary cultivators. Only in this way can we cooperate with each other in group battles, not to become everyone's pillar of thunder. So I want to use a dedicated address to the Warrior Hall headquarters. The rare stone applied for. Test for everyone. The personnel participating in the selection only need to face the director.
You can clearly measure the level of true chi and strength. Many students at Hongyuan Academy are interested in martial arts. Their understanding has reached a terrifying level, directly pointing to the essence, return to reality with a counterattack. However, the true chi and physical strength are slightly weaker. Under normal circumstances, the number on the rare stone can reach 4. You are qualified to become a warrior. As long as you can reach 2. That is to say, half of it can be passed. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, he hasn't seen anything serious yet. I have no concept of 2 and 4 either. So I asked the other party if they could take it out and have a look. Captain Zhuo heard this. Without hesitation, he released the precious stone. However, when Ding Shen saw this object come out, seeing Dean Wu standing nearby, just showed an excited expression. I couldn't help but ask if the other person knew this thing. At this moment, Dean Wu nodded in response and said, I haven't seen this before, just in one book. I have read the relevant introduction. Allegedly, he can detect a person's true chi and strength. Just place your palm on it. Use all your strength to unleash your true energy. Numbers will appear on it. If it can exceed 2, it can be considered as some talent. If the number is 4, that means this person has amazing combat power, far beyond the average genius. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also came to the treasure room. After looking left and right, I couldn't help but look at Captain Zhuo and say, Zhuo Zhansher, can I try this thing on? As soon as these words are spoken, the faces of Elder Me and others in the audience turned pale. Then he exclaimed, Dean, don't try. The legendary warrior known as the God of War. Now there's no need for this pervert to act. These war gods are under the command of his students. They can't survive for more than 2 seconds. Just now, the students of Zhangxian Academy scared the people in Zhanshi Hall. So the captain suggested using rare individuals for testing. Otherwise, there are still 80 students who cannot complete the exam. After Zhang Xianjian released the stone tablet, I can't help but want to go up there. Try it, and the old fans and others in the audience will see it. Immediately shouted for the dean. Don't, you can't try it. However, at this moment, Captain Zhuo, I seem to understand the meaning of these elders, just smiled and said no. Could the dean personally conduct the experiment? Thank you, Chen Zhu, go over there. The young classical Chinese nodded in response. 2 steps forward. With just 1 palm extension, place it on the stone tablet. Immediately after, I saw a flash of light. A dance character on the stone tablet appeared. At this moment, Captain Zhuo looked at the numbers on the stone tablet. Explained to a few people. This indicates Chen Zhu's true chi and strength. All exceeded the standard of 4. Subsequently, the students of Luocheng Academy who have already been defeated on the side. He also walked over. I tried it. As soon as I touched my palm, the number 4.5 appeared. Although he hasn't reached 5 yet. Not as good as the previous Dust Lord, but it also exceeds the standard of 4. And Xu Jian can measure his strength when he sees this thing. Thinking that I can win against the opponent, I just came up to try it out. But just as he put his palm on it, only then did I discover that the number was only 2.1. Seeing this scene, everyone is limited by their own strength. Scared. I wonder if I just attended the dean's class, relying solely on their own strength. Want to become a warrior? That's really impossible. However, after watching the 3-person test, Captain Zhuo just smiled. Looking at Zhang Xian, he said, I'm sure Dean Zhang is now interested in this rare history. Have you also gained some understanding? Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words. Just now, he also saw the strength of Chu Jian. Among many students, it also ranks in the middle. It only has a score of 2.1. If we really want all the students in our college to go up, probably more than 2 points, not even half. Think of this. The brow tightened. Just look at the other person and say, how about this? Zhuo Zhansher, can you give me 2 hours? I will teach these students something during the time. Come back for testing in 2 hours. However, Zhuo Qingfeng heard him say so. I was also stunned for a moment. I thought to myself that I could still talk about flowers in these 2 hours. Even in terms of martial arts and combat skills, can be improved in a short period of time, but true chi and strength, it will take a long time to accumulate. So he responded by saying that Dean Zhang, you don't have to rush like this. It's getting late now. How about this? I'll give you 1 night. Come back for testing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I am very excited in my heart. I quickly thanked the other party. Then he looked at the elders behind him. Let them arrange for hospitality. The 3 deans and the warfighter, among others, and their students. After arranging these, with 100 students participating in the selection process, go to the main hall of the elders' house. Quickly, Zhang Xian asked everyone to do it. A ban and a giant spirit formation were placed inside the store. Then he took out 500 top-grade spirit stones and placed them around him.
So Zhang Xian began to teach everyone, and in the mansion on this side of the screen. At this moment, Zhang Yang has been busy all day. I have just finished digesting the content taught by Zhang Xian. Just walked out of the room. At this moment, he remembered. Today is the day when the academy officially selects soldiers. So bored, he went to the academy. I want to see how strong the legendary warrior is. Unfortunately, I came to the square of the college. I just realized that the selection has ended. But on the way, hearing the students coming and going, excitedly recounting what happened today, I have a general understanding of the situation during the day. After all, he has been walking with Zhang Xian all the way. I know this young teacher. What earth-shattering abilities do they possess? Don't just defeat the lowest level assessors in the battle hall. Even if you want to train a group of people, I don't think it's strange to pick the entire warrior hall. But at this moment, Zhang Yang is preparing to return. At the time of the mansion, I just heard the people in front of me discussing. It seems like a teacher. Listen carefully. I found out that they are all soldiers who just arrived today. The person who is discussing is also their own teacher. So his face darkened. Just took a few steps forward and stopped a few people. And mentioned a few friends. Please take a step. However, several soldiers who were stopped. At this moment, he also furrowed his brow. Look at each other. May I ask what's going on with you? At this moment, Zhang Yan calmly looked at a few people. The response is that it's not a big deal. I just heard that everyone in the war hall has strong combat capabilities. We are idle and have nothing to do. I just wanted to test your abilities. See if it's as terrifying as the legend suggests. The few people who heard this immediately exploded. Originally, they were all affected by today's selection ceremony. And I feel very annoyed. Unexpectedly. Now he still has to be taken care of by a teenager in his teens. Block in front of you. If their strength were. So a few people roared, how can this be? Since we know we are from the warrior hall. Dare to openly obstruct it. This is seeking death. At this moment, Zhang Yang didn't care about it. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile, asking if he was seeking death. Just give it a try and you'll know. After speaking, a long gun appeared in his hand. However, a few people saw the other party take out weapons. My face immediately darkened. And one of them. I can no longer resist the other party's intentional provocation. Take a step forward. Just angrily rebuked, since you want to cause trouble. Then don't blame us for not being polite. After speaking, he took out his long sword. Raise your eyebrows. Speak up again and let's take action. I can give you 3 moves. At this moment, Zhang Yang saw the other party like this. But I don't want to bully him either. I just shook my head and responded with 3 moves, so I don't need them anymore. Just that I will lower my cultivation level to the same level as you. Immediately after, I saw the aura emanating from Zhang Yang's body. From the 9th level realm to the peak of the 8th level realm. Just keep talking. Come on. After speaking, I saw the soldier swing with all his might. Strike forward with 1 strike. Kicked it over. Cause Zhang Yang is not nervous when facing such a fierce sword. Gently shake the long gun in your hand. He walked over to the other person with a smile on his face, accompanied by the sound of weapons colliding. I saw the soldier suddenly being blown away tens of meters away. Just fell to the ground. The juice in my mouth keeps flowing out. However, the few warriors who witnessed the scene, my face immediately darkened. They really can't understand the situation at the same level. Yechen actually lost to this teenage boy. After all, this one, unlike those students who fought against Hongyuan Academy during the day, the former is to find its weaknesses and counterattack. But now this young man is using his true chi to touch his true chi. Defeat Nobunaga. You should know that among peers, the true chi and body of a warrior are definitely higher than those of an ordinary person. So they are now facing this scene in front of them, completely unable to understand the principles involved. And at this moment, the wild minister who was knocked away, after standing up with difficulty, just look at the other person with a fierce expression, accompanied by a roar. I only saw the true chi inside him. It has already reached the point of madness. Playing with a long sword in hand, suddenly flashed away. He suddenly kicked out a sword in front of Zhang Yang. This sword has immense power, like tearing apart the surrounding air. Cause Zhang Yang still has no intention of dodging this. Turn the long gun in your hand, quickly thrusting forward like a dragon. However, Yi Chen looked at a huge dragon, appearing before my eyes like a divine object. My face changed. Immediately scared, my body stiffened. At this moment, he wants to avoid anger. It's too late for the sharpness. Accompanied by a mournful cry, I saw the wild minister in the air, flying blood chasing ahead. And at this moment, Zhang Yang. I didn't pay attention to the severely injured Nobunaga, holding a long gun. Raise your eyebrows. Just look at the other soldiers. This guy is too weak. Is there anything stronger? Come and try with me. Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing these words. And one of them is responsible for assessing 5th grade students this time. The warrior who has reached the 9th peak. At this moment, take a step forward. Coldly snorted, then let me practice with you. I just won't bully you either. I will lower my cultivation to the same level as you. Zhang Yang heard the other party say so. Just quickly waved your hand in response and said, lower your cultivation level? You must not suppress it. I advise you to fight me with your strongest strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. After speaking, immediately waved his long spear and headed towards the other party. However, the soldier took direct action upon seeing the opponent. I don't even have time to lower my cultivation level. As soon as his face darkened, he angrily rebuked the arrogant guy. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Immediately take out a long gun. Shake your hand. My whole body is full of true chi like a dragon. Just use one move. He approached with a strong gun intent. This gun is fired. Its radiance shines particularly brightly in the dark night. And a few soldiers beside him. The sword named Qi Zhao's child. The strongest gun technique used. I just breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they know about Qi Zhao. His marksmanship has long reached the level of human gun integration. And this shooting technique has also reached the level of victory. He is also recognized as a skilled marksman in the warrior hall. So in their eyes, this troublemaker is bound to lose. However, just as several people were discussing and exchanging ideas, I only saw the moment when the long guns of both sides touched. As the sound of collision sounded, a cold light made it impossible for several people on site to open their eyes. Immediately after, I heard a miserable cry. When the light dissipates, the scene before them made several people's faces turn pale. I thought this sound was. It was sent by the young man on the other side. I didn't expect it. The person lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, was actually his companion Qi Zhao. And the young man in front of him was holding a long gun, standing proudly not far away. I didn't see anything. How many people are here? After taking a glance, everyone feels like they're going crazy, so he quickly approached his companion and helped him up, and inquire about the extent of the injury. At this moment, Qi Shaokai looked at the few people with a frightened expression on her face. Tell the captain quickly. We are not his opponents. However, the scene arrived at a courtyard of the college. This is Elder Me and others. A separate courtyard specifically designed for the residents of the war hall to reside in. At this moment, in the spacious living room, I saw Zhuo Qingfeng and the three deans drinking tea together. Actually, after the dinner party, the three old men. I came to find the captain of this strategist only when I saw that there was nothing wrong. Discuss the principles of cultivation and techniques. As expected, only the three of them know. Originally, Captain Zhuo's understanding of it. It has reached such an astonishing level. Therefore, several people can fully imagine it. If he were to take action, strength is definitely an extremely terrifying existence. However, after discussing the cultivation ceremony, they, drinking tea at the same time, while chatting about the ceremony of Dean Zhang's lecture tonight. But how many people haven't said a few words yet? I saw a warrior named Huang Tao, hurriedly rushed in. Shout out, Captain, it's not good. Zhuo Qingfeng heard this, eyebrow furrowed. With a serious expression, he asked what had happened. At this moment, Huang Tao just compared himself to a young man outside earlier. I told you about losing to the other party. Captain Zhuo heard him say that. It's like hearing a joke. I just responded slowly. Are you saying that? A 16 or 17-year-old boy will compete with you in martial arts. You are all not opponents. Think about what kind of person you bring with you. It is the most powerful presence in the same level of combat division. Now they're telling me, being beaten to the point of being unable to fight back by a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. What are you joking about internationally? However, Huang Tao did not believe the captain in this. Just continued saying yes, Captain, what I said is absolutely true. And the other party only has disabilities. Strength during the early stages of the ban. Qi Zhao exerted all her strength and was shot and flown away by the other party. At this moment, he is still seriously injured. Upon hearing the other party's affirmative response, Captain Zhuo couldn't help but ask who the other party was at this moment. Is he a renowned teacher from the college? Huang Tao explained in classical Chinese that I am not quite sure. When we were taking a walk and chatting, this young man suddenly stopped us, saying that our soldiers have strong combat power. Want to compete with us? In Limine. The other party first lowered their cultivation level and competed against the wild city. Yecheng was defeated on the spot. And even if Qi Zhao goes up, he's no match. Listen here. Captain Zhuo's face darkened. He stood up and said he could walk freely in the college. That must be someone from the academy. Let's go over and take a look. After speaking, the few of them strode out with great strides. I haven't reached the entrance of the courtyard yet. Captain Zhuo heard a series of pitiful cries. Immediately after, I saw several team members lying on the ground, and standing in front of them. But he is a young man holding a long gun. Zhang Yang only looked up when he heard footsteps. Found several elderly and middle-aged people.
With a faint smile, he said that even if he suppressed his cultivation, even at the same level, it's so fragile.
You are the legendary warriors.
In my opinion, it's just a group of local chickens, kids, and dogs. The invincible war god in front of us. Today, he was hit by a teenager in his teens,
without the power to fight back.
At this moment, he was completely panicked. He couldn't understand what kind of background the other person had, or the teacher.
Only then can we achieve this. Just now. Zhang Yang is near the square of the college. Shoot a few soldiers too. Go straight back and find their captain to stand up for them. However, he has no intention of letting go of these few. A person who speaks honestly and gossips. So he also followed behind them.
Arriving at the courtyard where he resides.
Can a soldier named Huang Tao return to the courtyard first?
Tell the captain what just happened. After the 3-yard chiefs inside the house learned about this,
I also went with them to find Zhang Yang. They just left the room.
I haven't reached the gate of the other courtyard yet. I saw war corpses lying on the ground.
One by one, they were beaten and couldn't even stand up.
At this moment, Zhang Yang saw someone coming out. Only then did he coldly snort at them, saying that even if he suppressed his cultivation, even at the same level, it is not easily defeated. Your strength is like that of legendary war zombies. In my opinion, it's just a bunch of cheesy dogs. Upon hearing these words, Zhuo Qingfeng immediately let out a loud shout.
What are you talking about?
And the 3 deans beside heard this.
He also had a dull expression on his face. After all, in their cognition, how powerful are warriors? Now he's being beaten up in person, twisted and twisted. To be ridiculed by the other party is like being a useless dog. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
They all think this is impossible to happen.
However, shortly after coming out, Wu Su, seeing this population without obstruction, arrogant and unrestrained, just take a step forward and let out a big breath at him. Do you dare to compete with me?
Zhang Yang lifted his eyelids in classical Chinese.
He responded with a long gun and said, what are you waiting for? No need to see the situation. Take out the long sword.
Just when I was about to lower my cultivation level, Zhang Yang took a step forward with a faint smile.
Say there's no need to lower your cultivation level. It's just a half-holy beginning. Look at me shooting a piece of paper.
After speaking, don't wait for the other party to have time to lower their cultivation level. Long spear in hand like a dragon.
With a glorious aura, they face each other head-on. However, there is no need to see the other party take action.
His face darkened.
Never mind the matter of cultivation again.
The long sword in my hand trembled. The whole body is breathing heavily. The berserk sword ran straight towards him.
At the moment when weapons meet, no need to think about it right now.
The other party is bound to be unable to withstand their own profound true chi.
Will be blown away on the spot.
But it hasn't made him think too much about it yet. Suddenly felt a more powerful force.
Instantly facing oneself. Spread out. Accompanied by a roar.
I only saw the impact generated by the collision of guns and swords. Wu Shuzhen took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping. However, Zhuo Qingfeng and the 3 deans on the side,
seeing the scene in front of me, everyone was stunned for a moment.
Youth relying solely on true chi and physical strength. Surprisingly, Wu Su, who is 1 level higher than Gao 7, is even stronger. How did this guy cultivate himself?
And at this moment, after Zhang Yang repelled the opponent,
a sense of pride arises in one's heart. So with a long howl, he continued and stepped out again. At the same time, he repeatedly pointed his long spear towards the opponent.
Each strike will not require defense. Block the direction of retreat.
Seeing this scene, Zhuo Qingfeng's pupils contracted again.
I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
What a fast marksmanship. What advanced combat skills. He couldn't have imagined such a young girl. Not only can true chi and strength be cultivated to this extent, even weapons and combat skills.
You can also understand such a place. Who exactly is this guy?
However, just as the captain was daydreaming about it,
the ones we are currently facing do not need to be in danger. He couldn't bear the continuous retreat anymore.
After the long sword was knocked away,
the whole person was simultaneously thrown into the air. I flipped over a few times,
just inserted on the ground more than 10 meters away. Even though he was half dead from the fall, he still remembered when he found him. Already discovered. The tip of the gun rested on his neck, so my body trembled. I just spoke with a difficult expression and said, I lost. I thought I would break through to half my life. There are very few people in the same level who can surpass him. Something I never even dreamed of now. Surprisingly, he was only a young man in the early stages of being disabled and banned. Easily defeated. I don't even have the strength to resist myself. And on the other hand, Lu Changzi's friend lost so completely.
Anger in my heart.
I can no longer bear such shame. So he took a step forward and said, impressive. Now it's my turn to practice with you. At this moment, Zhuo Qingsong shook his head and said to Lu Chang, you're no match. After all, with his keen eye, the moves played by Zhang Yang just now, enough to understand the opponent's strength.
Although Liu Chang broke through to half his life early on, it's also among the group of people he led, the strongest one in terms of strength. If we compare ourselves to the other party, there's still a big gap. This is completely incomparable. But Liu Chang saw that the other party was already knocking at the doorstep. Sweep the faces of their soldiers clean. If we don't teach him a lesson, how to meet people in the future. So he looked anxiously at the captain and shouted. At this moment, Chua Qingfeng shook his head. I just replied, I'll do it. So he took a step forward and looked towards Zhang Yang not far away. I won't bully you either. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. After speaking, don't wait for the other person to react. The true qi in the body moves accordingly. Just receive the 8th level realm from the remaining 2nd level. Although the captain's cultivation level was initially lowered, but his understanding of weapons and combat experience and reaction speed will not change. That means even though he's in the early stages of being banned, and the true combat strength, compared to the journey in the early days of the half-saints, it is much more terrifying. At this moment, I looked up and saw the other person suppress their cultivation level. No more talking nonsense. Nodding in response, you can do it any time. After the start, the long spear in his hand was immediately raised. In that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a long spear. It has reached the highest state of human gun integration, and Captain Zhua on the other side saw the situation. His face darkened. Take out a long sword. With a flick of his body, he turned towards the other person. However, Director Wu, who was observing his body movements from behind, I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Then he exclaimed in shock, this is a formation. The combat division actually integrated steps and formations together. He is also setting up his formation as he moves forward. Dean Shen on the side heard the other person say so. Only then did I realize his eerie steps. If that's the case, don't say it's that young man. Even I can't handle this move. At this moment, Zhang Yang seemed to have noticed the other party's strangeness, then let out a cold snort, smelling the footsteps. I'm not in a hurry to dodge either. Instead, the long gun in his hand fiercely swung towards the ground. Immediately, a huge crack was drawn on the ground. It's several tens of meters long. Immediately, the tip of the gun was raised. Rolling gravel, smoke and dust drifting away. And Dean Wu, who witnessed the scene, I just feel my eyes light up. Then he exclaimed in surprise, using the method of breaking through the formation with gravel. Impressive. This move is amazing, because he was still thinking earlier how to deal with this kind of leg technique. Immediately, I saw Zhang Yang use this trick, so my heart was suddenly filled with excitement. After all, Chua Qingfeng used his legs to set up the formation. The figure is elusive, even more terrifying than illusions that cannot be detected. He never expected this young man to be so calm in the face of battle. Can handle it so cleverly? This move caused smoke and dust to rise everywhere. It's like covering the surroundings with smoke and dust. What formation and leg techniques do you care about? There is no escape from the smoke and dust. At this moment, Chua Qingfeng was shrouded in smoke and dust. I didn't expect this move to be broken by the other party so quickly. His face darkened. Just wave your long sword in your hand. Stab the other person again. At the moment when the weapons collided, the violent aura generated. Let Chua Qingfeng feel a tightness in his chest. I couldn't help but take a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, he felt very scared in his heart. He didn't expect to be below the same level. The opponent's strength and true qi. Surprisingly, he is so much taller than himself. Especially the purity of true qi. It's like mud. It can't be on the same day. What kind of teacher does this young man have? How could he be taught so strongly? How powerful should his teacher be? However, I was shocked on one side of my heart. Zhuo Qingfeng. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was waving continuously. This is the only way to remove a portion of the opponent's attack power. Zhuo Qingfeng's attack seems to have been detected by Zhang Yang. At this moment, I saw the long spear getting faster and faster. After being shot 8 times in a row, Zhuo Qingfeng's face gradually turned pale. Even breathing is starting to feel a bit sluggish. At this moment, he quickly took a step back, leaving the battle circle before looking at the opponent. Waved your hand. Stop talking for a moment. Don't keep fighting anymore. I am not your opponent. Although he doesn't want to admit it at this moment. But the fact is not true. The opponent of this young man in front of us, regardless of the understanding of weapons, still based on combat experience, even the power. He thinks the other person is more than twice as tall as himself. So in his opinion, if Zhang Yang in front of us enters the warrior hall, at the very least, he is also a centurion, even able to become a deputy commander. Think of this. Seeing the other person stop, I couldn't help but ask, are you also a student of Hongyuan College? I don't know who the teacher is. Are you interested in joining our warrior hall? At this moment, Zhang Yang put away his long spear in his hand. Just respond that I am not a student of Hongyuan College, but they often act recklessly here at the academy. You should have seen my family background before, right? He's Zhang Xian.
However, Zhang Yang had just finished speaking.
I haven't received a response from Zhuo Qingfeng yet.
Dean Wu beside screamed something.
You are Zhang Xian, Dean Zhang's student. And behind them, Dean Wu and Dean Xin. At this moment, I was also scared and my gaze froze. Whole body rigidity.
Thinking to himself, isn't Dean Zhang only a semi-holy realm of cultivation?
How to teach a disciple? They have already reached the state of quarantine. You can even challenge beyond your level. Even the centurion of Lianzhan Shirtang is no match. It's ridiculous. The three of them used to think. Dean Zhang can only teach martial arts and combat skills. Yeah, really.
Poor grasp of chi and strength. Now I realize how absurd this idea is. Being able to educate such talented students.
How can one be simple on their own?
The 15 deans muttered to themselves with a look of horror on their faces. No wonder Dean Zhang was able to solve the problem left by Master Kong. It seems that he is not only strong in his minor profession, but also somewhat terrifying.
Fighting is not easy either.
And at this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng. He also looked at the other person with a dull expression on his face. I thought to myself, I can't even compare to this disciple of Dean Zhang.
How terrifying is his strength?
So he suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, that's what you're saying?
You are a student of Dean Zhang. Isn't his strength even stronger than yours?
However, Zhang Yang heard the other party mention his teacher. With a look of admiration on his face, he responded by saying,
compared to my teacher, that's fireflies and Hayori, raindrops and the ocean. This strength is not worth mentioning at all. My whole life,
I only hope to reach 1/10,000 of the teacher's level.
Just satisfied.
At this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng heard the other party say so.
The whole person panicked.
The young people in front of us are all so powerful. Less than 1/10,000 of Dean Zhang's.
How busy is Dean Zhang? After being shocked, we started inviting Zheng Yang to join their war god hall. At first, Zheng Yang wasn't very interested in this.
I heard the other person say that their teacher is both a renowned teacher,
another dean,
as his biological student,
just a dancer. It will be spread out in the future.
The reputation of being a teacher or dean is not very good.
If I could become a warrior, it would be different. Listen here. Zheng Yang nodded and agreed to join. Also,
I will pick up senior sisters and junior brothers who are better than me.
Call everyone over. Join together.
After listening to it, Zhuo Qingfeng was immediately startled. He thought this was the most powerful among Zhang Xian's students.
The most talented talent.
I didn't expect all of his classmates to be so powerful.
So I got excited and quickly, nodding.
After all, the more teachers there are, the better this level of talent is. Later, he told the other party to wait for 3 days, because they are not yet qualified to conduct the assessment themselves.
We need the deputy commander to personally preside over the assessment.
And with their strength, after entering the war hall, become a commander or deputy commander.
Even being a leader is highly likely. So the two of them chatted for a while longer. See, there's nothing else. Say goodbye to each other as well.
However, Zhang Xian on this side of the screen.
It's still in the main hall of the elder's house.
At this moment, he also used the method of condensing true qi.
The profound cultivation techniques and formulas of martial arts medicine.
I told all these 100 students once.
After the course ends soon,
all students also woke up from the special artistic conception. Although I don't know how strong our current strength is. But hold your fist tightly. You can still feel it. The powerful and violent force within the body.
They know. These forces now. It's all bestowed upon everyone by the dean in front of us.
At this moment, the colleague who understood deeply knelt down on the ground. His eyes were filled with respect and admiration.
Call out in unison, teacher, please accept us. Become your student.
The pervert in front of us is just comforting a few people with good intentions.
But unexpectedly, when he spoke up, everyone was so angry that they fainted on the spot. Just now,
after Zhang Xian finished teaching 100 students,
everyone immediately knelt down and let out a painful cry in unison, teacher.
Zhang Xian saw the situation. Even if you know how to refuse, it's useless.
So he looked at them and said, okay, since it is so, start from today. You are all my teaching students. Everyone responded in unison upon hearing the words. At this moment, Zhang Xian wanted to help everyone relax. Just comfort me that it's dawn. The assessment at the warrior hall is also about to begin. After a while, just use all your strength. It should all pass. After speaking, Zhang Xian accompanied 100 students to the performance stage. At this moment, this place is also surrounded by a sea of people. However, at this moment, I only saw yesterday, Zheng Qingshan, who scored 4.5 points late in the rare season. He saw Chu Jian. He walked towards him with a smile on his face. Ask brother, how about practicing overnight?
Chu Jian shook his head in response to the words.
Say you're not sure yet. After all, he really doesn't know. I came here right after class. Although,
I have noticed that my true chi and strength have increased within my body.
But how much stronger has it been specifically? He himself doesn't know for sure. I heard the other person say that.
Zhang Qingshan just continued saying this.
I'll punch you. We only use our physical body in true chi.
Do not allow the use of techniques. This can also clearly detect whether you have made progress.
This suggestion. At first glance, I also found this method very effective.
So the two of them gathered their strength. Immediately after, he threw a punch at the opponent at the same time.
However,
at this moment, Zhang Qingshan's face was full of laughter and he asked the other party to be careful.
My own strength is amazing. As soon as the words fell, I saw two fists meet. Immediately after,
I saw the smile on Zhang Qingshan's face disappear instantly. Then there was a contorted scream on his face.
Just fly straight into the sky. Disappear without a trace in front of everyone. Seeing the scene in front of me, Chu Jian couldn't help but scratch his head.
I said, don't rush to fly.
I haven't put in my full effort yet.
As soon as these words are spoken,
everyone is stupid.
However, Dean Wu on the side saw the expressions of everyone. It also revealed a bitter smile on his face. Fortunately, our three major colleges are extremely far apart.
Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't take long. Students will run to his doorstep. Upon hearing this, Dean Shin on the side also had a helpless expression on his face. Right. I used to feel the rise and fall of a college. It's not a personal matter,
but rather the overall strength of the students.
With the unremitting efforts of many teachers, I only found out now.
The efforts of many teachers are nothing.
Having him alone is enough.
At this moment, Dean Wu sighed with emotion.
When the human race was ruled by the alien race, life is better than death.
And Khan's one person, one book. It laid the foundation for the current pattern of humanity.
This is probably the difference between genius and mediocre. However, just as the three deans were lamenting about this,
I heard someone in the crowd say that people from the war hall have arrived.
Just yesterday when they first arrived.
Each one exudes arrogance and soaring clouds.
I think there is no hero in the world like me. But after being severely beaten by Zhang Yang last night,
at this moment,
I no longer have the heroic spirit of yesterday.
Instead, his face was filled with shame.
A look of not daring to meet anyone. Slowly walked towards the high platform.
Soon after, he arrived at the audience seat in front of him.
Chua Qingfeng could see everyone's low mood.
Just comforted him by saying that he couldn't defeat the other party.
It can only indicate that the cultivation is not hard enough. The strength is not enough. Going back requires double the effort in training.
The soldiers who received comfort along with it. Only then did he recover from the gloom in his heart. They responded in unison. At this moment, Chua Qingfeng saw that everyone's emotions were much better. I turned around and looked at Zhang Xian not far away with peace of mind.
Speaking of Dean Zhang, if the students are ready, let's start the assessment now. After speaking,
with just one flip of the wrist, the precious stone is transported to the high platform. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response.
Then I asked the other person again what you said yesterday. My students,
as long as two can appear, it is considered passed,
right?
After finishing speaking, I received a positive response from the other party.
Just look at the students not far away. Waved his hand and said, let's all go up. Everyone heard this. Just line up in a long queue. Walk towards the precious stone on the high platform. And the first one is.
After all, he tried it once yesterday.
I'm a bit impatient today. I want to see my own changes. Quickly arrived at the treasure stone.
At this moment, he reached out and pressed against the stone tablet.
The true chi and power within the body surge out.
Immediately after, I saw a flicker of light. The handwriting on the stone tablet slowly appeared. However, seeing the numbers in front of me,
everyone was shocked and stunned. After calming down, everyone in the audience exploded. Immediately after, I heard the crowd exclaiming in surprise, how could this be possible? Wasn't it only 2.1 yesterday? It's only been one night.
The true energy power of the physical body has increased by more than 3 times.
Is this a makeup class? This is taking them to heaven. And the people in the audience, seeing that the number on the stone tablet is after 6.5, all of them showed a crying expression. Look at their captain.
Didn't you say that one pill can break through 10,000 magic?
Isn't it said that cultivation requires accumulation over time? Their class lasts for half an hour. Understanding of martial arts and combat.
More than their years of immersion and effort.
They have a one-night class. The power of steam and physical body. It surpasses their daily rigorous training.
However, Chua Qingfeng saw everyone's expressions.
I am also very depressed in my heart. Just to comfort you, this should be just an isolated case. I don't believe everyone can become so powerful.
After finishing speaking, continue looking towards the high platform. And when Chu Jian saw his own number,
filled with excitement, he left and stepped down. The students behind it.
They also started lining up for testing one by one. However, everyone saw the numbers jumping out of the stone tablet.
Everyone was shocked to the point of numbness. At this moment, the mysterious elder in the audience can't help but comfort and say to get along with our dean. We have to accept the fact that we have been hit. Nothing will be unacceptable when you get used to it. Nothing will be unacceptable when you get used to it.
At this moment, Lao Zhao also agreed, yes.
As long as you get used to it, you will feel that the dean has done something. It should be taken for granted. 3 deans and Zhuo Qingfeng,
and the entire warrior team heard this, all speechless.
His habit of meowing is good. The elders and teachers of your college. How much psychological pressure has this endured? To be able to get along with him. How did you get used to these days?
More than 10 minutes later,
Zhuo Qingfeng saw that everyone had tested it. After adjusting my shocked emotions,
just walked towards the high platform.
Look around the week.
Kai Lang announced that he had undergone assessment and testing. All 100 selected candidates from Hongyuan College have passed the assessment.
Formally become a member of the War Master Hall.
As soon as these words are spoken,
everyone in the audience was in an uproar.
Many students from Hongyuan College, one by one, their faces flushed with excitement as they cheered.
However, just as everyone was excited about it, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Dean, we also want to be strategists. Can you provide us with specialized training?" "Yeah, they're top 20. I have this opportunity. We also need to learn. Enhance combat effectiveness. By the way, let's assess a soldier and have fun. Isn't he just a strategist? As long as the dean gives us a lecture, I think everyone in our entire college, all can pass."
And Zhang Xian heard everyone say so. I was also stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head in response, saying that I was giving a lecture. It can indeed improve your combat effectiveness.
But not everyone has made such great progress. If you really want to hear me give you a lesson,
this is not a difficult task.
Can we just be assessed as warriors? Become one of them.
We also need to look at the strategist.
If he doesn't agree,
no matter how strong the strength is, it is in vain.
Zhuo Qingfeng's classical Chinese beside him. I couldn't help but twitch my lips.
Then he looked embarrassed and said, "Dean Zhang, for our war hall, the more geniuses there are, the better. Being a renowned teacher is also very important. If all the famous teachers became war masters,
isn't Hongyuan Academy on the brink of extinction?"
Zhang Xian heard the other party say so.
I also understand the Tao behind it.
If everyone only focuses on killing and fighting,
isn't the world going to be in chaos? Then he spoke again and said, "How about this?
I will teach at the Xianxian Society during the decryption session. Only formal members can listen to lectures, but after listening to the class, it is not allowed to participate in the assessment." However, the members of the Xianxian Society were involved in the war. I heard the dean say that. Everyone was so excited that they nodded repeatedly, responded with a roar. Soon after, the feudal people of Zhuoqing calmed down, just took a step forward and said it. The selection for the battle hall has ended. Just 3 days later, several non-famous practitioners want to assess their combat masters. It will still be held here at that time.
I also hope that you can come and watch.
Everyone was very strange when they heard this.
Practitioners who are not renowned teachers can still become battle masters.
Meanwhile, Zhang Xian on the side also had a curious expression on her face.
So I couldn't help but ask. I don't know what kind of genius he is.
Even if you're not a renowned teacher, you have to assess your combat skills. At this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng heard the other party ask this question.
I almost choked on saliva. Then he responded awkwardly, saying, "These people are none other than Dean Zhang, your personal transmission student."
Zhang Xian was stunned when she heard this.
After realizing it,
just keep asking if you're referring to Wang Ying and Zhang Yang.
How do you know them?
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingfeng, I just responded with an embarrassed expression, saying that it was actually yesterday.
Your student named Zhang Yang came over to challenge us,
and are soldiers of the same level.
No one is his opponent. Even I have lost. Upon hearing this,
Zhang Xian is also very speechless. Then he shook his head and sighed, saying that this guy was really messing around. No wonder the people standing in the cafeteria this morning thought to themselves,
everyone is weak and powerless. One by one, their spirits are listless.
Zhang Yang, this guy came over like this to attack people. Who can bear it? Then he comforted the soldiers. You don't need to worry about this matter either.
Zhang Yang is my direct student.
I have also been teaching for a year now. When I first came from the Jushi River, I followed you.
He has experienced a lot along the way. It's normal that you can't beat it. Hearing this comfort,
many soldiers felt their eyes turn black.
Limb weakness. Is he meowing and comforting us?
I have been teaching for less than a year, but I have already started with the giant lizard. The lizard transforms into a master of the wind mirror, crossing over a dozen major levels, not to mention. The key is that you can also engage in leapfrog combat.
How do you feel that this kind of comfort is very comforting? Besides, what does it mean to be unable to defeat? It's also normal. At this moment,
Zhuo Qingfeng on the side only felt uncomfortable in his chest.
If you know how to continue chatting with this pervert in front of you, sooner or later, they will be suffocated to death. So he got up and said, okay, Director Zhang arrived here today first. I still need to take them back to cultivate. And the 3 deans on the side saw the soldiers leave. I also found an excuse and left. Otherwise, continue chatting with the other party. I reckon they will only be more embarrassed. Zhang Xian watched as everyone left. I also returned to the headquarters of the Xianxian Society, taught a 5-hour course to numerous members. But this time he didn't make a vow of longevity. So the effect is very poor compared to those 100 students. The next day, Zhang Xian found Elder Mi. Just instruct him to take himself to the dean. Upon hearing this, Lao Mi, I just handed over a treasure that divided my soul to the other party. After all, he knew that the dean would go to him sooner or later. So when Zhang Xiangang passed the 6-star famous teacher certification, I applied for a piece from headquarters. At this moment, Lao Mi introduced himself. As long as you hold this thing in your hand, this sword will clear your soul. Will automatically nourish the soul. Let it split into an idea that can be retained. After understanding the situation, the 2 of them walked towards the headmaster's camp. Quickly arrived at the front. Lao and I just looked at Zhang Xian, laughing. Speaking of this door, as long as you hold the dean's order, Dean, you can directly enter. I am not yet qualified to enter. I can't go in with you anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded and gestured. Following the discharge order, he walked inside the door. After closing the door, the whole person suddenly shook. It fell into a lush green forest. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked up and saw. I just realized there was a huge stone monument standing in front of me, not far away, so I walked straight up to him. After looking around, only then did I feel the strong spiritual power within it. There seem to be countless thoughts lurking within it. It gives people a sense of heaviness like a mountain suppressing the earth. Confirm that the stone tablet in front of you is the Lin tablet. Zhang Xian continued to lift his leg and walk forward, searching for the mausoleum of the ancestor of wooden armor. Soon after, I saw a tomb. It says that the 103rd dean of the renowned teacher college. At this moment, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. How could there be a 103rd one here? Didn't the old dean go missing and never come here? What's going on here? The pervert in front of me who only knows how to play and smile all day long. Now they bear the heavy responsibility of saving the entire human race. Going deep into a black hole alone. Just now, after Zhang Xian was admitted to the Changling Mausoleum, he discovered a tomb. It says the tomb of the 103rd dean of the renowned teacher college. At this moment, he felt very strange in his heart. Didn't the old dean go missing and never come here? How could there still be his tomb? The more I think about it, the more confused I become. So I carefully observed it again. Soon, a mechanism was discovered on the tomb monument. So the leader gently caressed him. Immediately, I heard a sound from the agency. I am Zhang Yingxiu, the 103rd dean of the renowned teacher college. It's probably difficult to come back from this trip. So I was selfish once. I quietly came here without anyone saying anything. Repair your tomb in advance. I have my personal clothes inside. It can be considered a tomb of clothing and headwear. Also provide a place to live after death. Hearing the other party's message. At this moment, Zhang Xian also understood his helplessness. Go to one's death like a hero. Go to death calmly. It's hard to prove that knowing this trip will lead to death. Make preparations in advance without informing everyone. How desolate this must be. He had been hearing about the many deeds of the old dean before. I also learned about being framed from Yasu's mouth. I always thought he did not correctly assess the danger of the trial. Only now trapped in danger. It doesn't seem like that now. However, just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about this, rumors about the organization continue to spread. I didn't stay behind to attend the Garrison Academy. This is the regret of my life. It's not that I don't want to stay. It's just that what I need to do is more important than that. Therefore, I will not allow any loss or defect in my soul, even if it's a treasure that divides souls, can reduce damage in time, and I didn't have time to split my soul. And now you can come here and activate the mechanism. This is enough to prove that you are the new dean. Perhaps we still know each other for a long time. I hope you can treat Xiangsha kindly. Tell him I died for the human race, glorious and great, without any grievance or unwillingness. Let him not worry. Be careful of the holy beasts in Yunwu Ridge. Listen here. Zhang Xian is full of doubts. I know I'm going to die. Why insist on moving forward? So I couldn't help but ask a question. Where are you going? What is to be done? After finishing speaking, he just realized that this mechanism wouldn't respond. My heart is filled with helplessness. And at this time, there are still voices about this matter coming from the authorities. Perhaps you will receive a message. Call me just an ordinary trial. But in reality, it's not like that. This matter involves secrets from Khan's youth. It seems to be related to the profession of drug dealers. What I know is not detailed enough. Only by seeing it with one's own eyes can we confirm. Furthermore, this matter is a matter of great concern and loss. So I dare not speak recklessly. Only 3 traitors can be feared. Listen here. Zhang Xian felt a surge of emotion in his heart. What he said was the secret of Kong's youth. It's also related to the profession of drug dealers. Is it congenital fetal toxicity? If you really want to know about this matter, you can go to the poison hall in Hongyuan Imperial City. It's just that this place has always been secretive. I am particularly in awe of renowned teachers. I have been investigating for many years and still don't know the specific location. It's just speculated that it should be in Jingyuan City. Nearby, there will be a detailed map of the trial site here. Unfortunately, time doesn't allow me to scrutinize carefully, develop a comprehensive strategy, so we can only go there first. Okay, that's all we can say. How to choose is up to you. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, then he respectfully bowed. After saying thank you, I felt a lot of emotion in my heart. Then I observed it again. After discovering that there were no other mechanisms, walk forward. Quickly in the innermost position of Dean 0. I just saw the first generation of Mukai. The arrival of the Dean. Zhang Xian respectfully kowed out a few times in front of her. Later, the record mountain puppet was taken out. The special token given. With a flick of my finger, I slowly flew forward. Accompanied by the token, they arrived above the tomb. Immediately activated a certain prohibition. With a roar, I only saw a storage ring. Slowly flew up from the ground. At this moment, Zhang Xian took the ring and scanned inwardly with her spirit. Found many treasures inside. The thunderous one I needed was prominently displayed among them. Afterwards, he bowed and thanked Suzuki again. Just walked towards the forest monument at the entrance. I arrived in front of you shortly after. At this moment, Zhang Xian took out the soul clock. After he picked it up from Laomi just now. Start nourishing the soul. I haven't finished it yet. Seeing this, Zhang Xian also shook her head. I don't know how long it will take to recover. So my spirit stirred up. It shouldn't be a problem to think about using a little witch soul. I hung out the witch soul that was over 10 meters high. Quickly from a huge soul. It was separated. A soul the size of a body comes out. Just after finishing these, the soul body has shrunk back to about 10 meters. At this moment, Zhang Xian immediately felt a strong sense of fatigue. He really didn't expect it. The separation of souls causes such great damage to the origin. Only then did he turn the tilt he had obtained in Yunwu Ridge ahead. The remaining soul of the Ceratopsian beast was retrieved. Soon, this remnant soul in front of me. It also transforms into warm airflows. Slowly integrate into the source of Zhang Xian's soul. After all, the reason why he dared to use the witch soul separation. Not afraid to harm the source, just because of this reliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to separate the witch soul. However, it is at the source that residual souls are being absorbed. When recovering the damage and consuming it again, the newly separated soul also entered the green soul. After all, the soul has no place to reside. It will experience 5 declines in soul power and eventually dissipate. And the green soul is the place where thoughts are preserved. The same goes for the deans throughout history. Not long after the separation of the soul and the fusion of the clear soul, the spirit cup that slowly flew into front of me. The soul in Kaching soul has just touched the spirit cup. Immediately felt a huge suction force. Suck it over. Immediately disappeared in front of the forest monument. It will only appear in a closed space in the next second. And at this moment, the soul and thoughts within the clear soul. I felt a special thought rush into my mind. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Only then did I realize that this was the killing aura of the alien race. After being shocked, I quickly realized something was wrong. There is not only a killing atmosphere here, there is also a majestic aura. So he flew in along the space. Immediately after, I saw a huge black hole ahead, and around the black hole. It is filled with countless creatures similar to those in Soul Invasion. Treasure of soul differentiation. See here. Zhang Xian's thoughts left the clear soul. Look at the treasure and calculate. Exactly 102. It seems that this is the idea left by successive deans. But these thoughts are not like Zhang Xian's witch soul. Like a stone mole, you can come out freely. They live in treasures like death. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind suddenly realized the reason why the ideas of successive deans have been preserved. Not just for evaluating the new dean, but to suppress the killing spirit within the black hole. Think of this, a movement in my heart. Just remembered. The ritual of the connection point between the alien tribe and the continent. So after observing for a moment, I quickly confirmed my guess. The location in front of me is filled with treasures. Just formed a 7-level formation. The arrangement is very clever. The most important thing is that it is also mixed with the dean's order. These dean's orders. It is formed by the ideas of all the famous teachers in the college, carrying the toughest strength of the human race. It's most suitable for suppressing the formation, but, after the physical bodies of successive deans passed away, leave the dean's order behind. Used to maintain the formation. This is what made the entire Hongyuan Emperor town, for thousands of years, not subjected to large-scale persecution by the island people. Only then can we have the current prosperous and peaceful era. After lamenting, Zhang Xian, currently calculating, where should I place my own idea, when the power of the formation can be increased. I saw the black hole in front of me suddenly make a whistling sound, a tidal impact. This powerful force, the entire forest monument shook incessantly. It seems like it could collapse at any moment. Immediately after, I felt a strong killing aura emanating from the black hole in front of me, rushed over like a huge wave, continuously colliding with the formation in front of us. With that, the formation lit up. I suppressed the killing intent and went back. However, this killing intent is becoming increasingly fierce. The formation is like a fishing net hit by a big fish. At any moment, it may be torn apart and unable to withstand it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's thoughts furrowed his brow tightly. If I want to continue like this, I'm afraid the formation won't last long. So he activated the Eye of Reason. Just start observing the formation. Find a node soon. I kicked it over with just one kick, accompanied by a roar. The formation suddenly released intense light, instantly increase in power. Originally, GG, may be dangerous. The pain that could shatter at any moment immediately stabilized. Quickly, after the surging killing aura just now stopped, it has returned to normal. Just Zhang Xian's intention knows. His kick just increased the power of the formation in a short period of time. Even after a long time, I can't hold on. But what he couldn't understand was, how could the killing atmosphere here be so strong? So I came to the treasure where many ideas were placed. After looking around, as soon as you extend your finger, go towards one of the points. The treasure is immediately activated. Immediately after, I saw the idea of the first Dean Mu Kai appeared before my eyes. At this moment, Dean Mu looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude in his mind. Thank you, Dean Zhang, for your help just now. Otherwise, years of hard work will be ruined once. Zhang Xian didn't bother to be polite when she heard this. Just ask the other party directly how they responded to the killing intent just now. Upon hearing the other party's question, the priest looked at the black hole in front of him. He responded with a serious expression, saying that you also saw it. Our thoughts stay here. It is used to suppress the interface between the external battlefield and the mainland. It was originally peaceful. At most, it only appears once. This slowly emanating aura. As long as we're not a problem again. But for some unknown reason, 2 years ago, a torrent like the one just now began to appear. Once a day. I have been speaking out for 2 years now. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. Later asked the other party. Have you found out what caused it? At this moment, the pastor hesitated for a moment. Just explain that. Our thoughts, they have already merged with the formation, so I couldn't move during that time. I don't know what happened. If you guess correctly, it should be the seal of the battlefield outside the region and the nodes on the mainland, caused by unexpected events. This seal is deep in the underground cave. Not here. This is the reception, the final checkpoint of the node. Once it is breached, it's like the last fortress guarding humanity is gone. After explaining these, with pleading eyes, he looked at Zhang Xian and said, Dean Zhang, since you can send your thoughts over, I'm sure I'm here too. Can you please enter the underground cave and take a look for me? If anything happens, it's also good to pass on the message. Prepare the human race in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid if this torrent continues to impact like this, once you can't hold on, it will lead to a big disaster. After speaking, the pastor hesitated for a moment when he saw Zhang Xian. He continued to speak with great concern. Actually, just go inside and take a look. Knowing the reason in advance is the only way to deal with it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to withstand the explosion. The entire college will suffer as a result. Zhang Xian understands the other person's feelings at this moment. Just asked the pastor, do you know how to enter the underground cave? At this moment, the pastor hesitated for a moment. I just responded that the killing atmosphere inside the underground cave is very strong. If you only have thoughts, you probably won't be able to go much deeper. You must have a physical body to enter together. Dean Zhang, your physical body can come here holding the Dean's order. At that time, I will open up another gap in the formation. You can directly enter the underground cave. This is the closest seal to the depths of the underground cave. It can also save a lot of trouble. Zhang Xian's eyebrows tightened upon hearing this. He knows the danger of the underground cave without even thinking about it. Just enter it. It is highly likely that they will never come out again. But if you don't go in, I don't know the reason behind it. We won't be able to solve these issues of killing spirit. Once this final barrier cannot withstand it, the entire Honyuan city will immediately suffer great suffering, trapped in war. And the priest also knows the level of danger in the underground cave. But this is related to the future of the renowned teacher academy, the rise, fall, and survival of the human race. That's why he had to speak up. Zhang Xian hesitated before nodding. Response is good. Please wait a moment. I will contact you now. Let him in.
The pervert in front of us feels that he is not handsome enough.
I insist on becoming like this. I can only say that I can marry a wife. Just now.
After communicating with the acting dean in Linbei, Zhang Xian,
only then did I realize the strange noise emitted by the black hole in front of me.
It was caused by a change in the underground cave.
It's just about the survival of humanity. So even if Zhang Xian knew that this situation was very dangerous, but it can only enter the facts.
So Zhang Xian's idea came into contact with him. Soon, Zhang Xian himself relied on the dean's order.
Just arrived at this enclosed space. After exchanging a glance with the idea, I also know everything they talked about here just now. So I looked at the pastor beside me. Let him open the magic array and go inside to take a look. Subsequently,
the pastor instructed the other party to be careful.
Just reach out and grab it. A crack immediately appeared in the air.
After Zhang Xian saw the situation and said goodbye to the other party,
without any hesitation, he rushed straight towards the crack. Not long after, Zhang Xian, who fell in the darkness, stopped. Open your eyes.
I just realized that I have arrived in an underground world.
There's no light here. It looks pitch black.
At first glance, there is no end in sight.
And there is a strong smell of killing everywhere. Extremely cold, causing difficulty breathing. If he hadn't known in advance, people would think this is an 18-level hell. No wonder when it comes to underground caves, all the famous teachers are terrified to talk about it. Now it seems, this is indeed not a place for people to stay. Just these killing spirits. It can make people with low cultivation fearful. Emotional collapse. It's like assessing a 4-star renowned teacher back then. The Red Master took out a member of the alien clan, pressing everyone forward like they dare not move forward. And the killing spirit here is so strong.
If it weren't for a 5-star master teacher who hasn't received specialized training, it would be steep.
If you come in, they will also immediately be scared and tremble with fear. Difficult to move forward. I heard someone crying uncontrollably before. Zhang Xian doesn't think there's anything wrong yet. Now that I'm here, I realize the horror behind it.
Such a strong killing aura.
Those with weak cultivation can easily lose their minds. Losing oneself. Once leaked to Honyuan City.
This city contains a population of over 1 billion.
Very likely to turn into ruins in a short period of time. Desolate and uninhabited.
At this moment, Zhang Xian activated the heavenly Dao True Qi.
The pressure of killing disappears completely.
Then he lifted his eyes and looked around.
The scenery is basically the same. It's all pitch black. Even if the eye of reason is used, you can only see distances within a few hundred meters. Difficult to distinguish direction. So I stood there and felt the atmosphere around me.
If the killing aura becomes stronger, the deeper it goes into the underground palace.
I quickly found my direction. Just walk straight ahead. I don't know how long I've been walking along the way. Suddenly saw many footprints ahead.
Zhang Xian's heart trembled uncontrollably.
Take a closer look.
Only then did I discover a large number of footprints of the alien race.
The human footprints of the spirit star. It looks like it just stayed for a while. And there are also traces left by the battle. So he covered up all the breath on his body. I flew quickly along the footprints for about half an hour. But I still haven't seen anyone.
But the ground traces are becoming increasingly dense.
The battle is becoming increasingly fierce.
This also indicates that the distance between these two groups of people is already very close. Then he walked forward for a while.
Sure enough, I felt a strong breath surging ahead. It seems to be trembling.
So he continued flying over.
But just after bypassing a hill, seeing the scene in front of me,
Zhang Xian was suddenly startled.
There are 200 of these densely packed alien tribes, and there are only 30 or 40 humans surrounded by it.
Upon closer inspection, I discovered these people. They are all 6-star peak famous teachers.
And I also saw my old acquaintance Lu Feng in the crowd.
However, at this moment, Lu Feng's face was haggard.
No more.
The former dean of the Alchemist Academy was full of vigor and vitality. Several knife wounds on his body. Although the acupoint has been stopped, the ferocious blade still looks very hateful. Except for Lu Feng. These 6-star peak famous teachers who are surrounded.
Each one carries a sharp aura.
Compared to vice deans of the same level in the college.
More powerful. Just their age. They have all reached the age of nearly 2000, releasing decaying chi from the body. It seems that life is about to reach its limit. This kind of person enters the ground. I want to use my remaining life. Hunt more members of the alien tribe.
Protecting the long-term peace of humanity.
See here. Zhang Shui's face was solemn.
At this moment, all he was thinking about was how to save these people.
If it were in the past, NIMBY, it is possible that they will stand idly by and watch. But after he understood the heart of the lost, sublimation of mood, these people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the human race. Since we have met, Nature can't do anything and doesn't care anymore. But now for Zhang Xian. If you force it, it definitely won't work. After all, there are over 200 members of the alien race below. Even if all of his current methods are available, it's also impossible to forcefully snatch someone over. And if we really have to do this, once the other party kills in pain. On the contrary, it backfired. Unable to save the person. On the contrary, it harmed their lives. I hesitated for a moment in my heart. Just take out a book. Just spoke up and asked the cruel man. Is there a way to disguise myself as a member of the 10 tribes? The ruthless person responded only after hearing the words, saying it was simple. Master, you have the spirit to cultivate martial arts. Both height and weight can change freely. Just become like them. I can help you unleash your killing spirit. It's difficult to hide from the top emperor. But for these non-mainstream ones, the guy is still quite relaxed. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian, based on one of the puppets inside the storage ring. Whole body bone and flesh peristalsis. Instantly transform into an alien race. At this moment, he appears from the outside. It's no different from a true alien race. I'm afraid even renowned teachers may find it difficult to distinguish. After the cruel man saw his master change his appearance, just let him put his fingers on his body. The aura of killing will arise naturally. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian took out her finger and placed it on her hand, quickly fused with the palm. Immediately after, I felt a special force rolling inside my body. Completely different from the previous cultivation of true qi. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked in confusion, is this the killing spirit of the alien race? The ruthless person explained upon hearing the words, we call it the true energy of killing. Then, with a tone of confusion, he continued to ask the master, you operate this kind of true qi. Don't you feel any discomfort? Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian will circulate this true qi within her body. He responded that there was nothing wrong with it. I just feel very powerful. After speaking, my heart suddenly moved. One's own heavenly Tao Qi can be imitated. Can the true Qi of other attributes also imitate this? Think of this. A mental movement. The true Qi of the heavenly Tao gently vibrates. Immediately afterwards, a fierce killing aura rushed through him, soaring upwards into the sky. At this moment, Zhang Xian also felt it. This true energy. Although not as powerful as the ruthless fingers, but it seems more refined, more pure. However, the ruthless characters in the book sensed this aura. I also exclaimed that this is the one of the supreme emperors. How is this possible? Master, are you disguised as a member of the alien race? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. First, I was taken aback. Then he responded with a wry smile. Disguise of the alien clan. How is that possible? The ruthless person explained that the alien race is actually based on bloodline. Decomposing the royal bloodline is the highest, next to the royal family. Then there are the noble families and the common people, respectively. There are also detailed divisions between each race. The supreme royal family is also the most powerful within the royal family. And the true energy you displayed just now, Master, pure to the extreme. It is the unique aura of the supreme royal family. Listen here. Zhang Xian fainted herself. It's just a casual imitation, it's so impressive. So at this moment, the ruthless person looked at the master in front of him, filled with awe. At the same time, I am even more puzzled about the identity of the owner. It's clearly a renowned master of the heavenly blade. Operate the killing true qi. It's okay if there's no discomfort at all. Surprisingly, he still possesses the true energy of the supreme royal family within his body. How many unknown secrets does he have? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also looked at the ruthless person with confusion. Isn't he the top expert among the alien race? How could you be so shocked by his tone? So he asked me about the supreme royal family. What about you? A cruel person, upon hearing these words, gave a bitter smile. Just as I was about to explain, suddenly felt something strange. I quickly said, Master, we seem to have been discovered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, immediately look up and take a look. At this moment, I saw 40 or 50 heads flying over the sky at an unknown time. Alien clan. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smell. He meowed. What is this called? The person was besieged before being rescued. How can we escape now? But it's just that Zhang Xian doesn't know what to do. The alien race in the sky has already arrived. The leader of a Horcrux tribe in the Holy Land Level 2 realm. Step forward. There is a questioning tone in the tone. I asked who you are. And Zhang Xian, who was panicked, heard the other party ask such a question. That's what I thought. I have already transformed into the appearance of an alien race. The other party should consider themselves as their own people. But then I saw unfamiliar faces again. That's why I asked like this. I only breathed a sigh of relief when I thought of this. She was thinking of coming up with a name. Be fierce, the other party has so many alien races anyway. He can't possibly know everyone either. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Immediately took a deep breath. Release the true killing energy of your fingers. A powerful killing aura soared into the sky. Immediately after, I saw the leader of the alien tribe on the other side. Startled by one's own breath, my face turned white, still looking at the other person with a proud expression on his face. I said something. I don't need to say much about my identity, do I? The leading captain heard this. He just looked at the other person with a blank expression on his face. Why don't you need to say more? Thinking of him meowing. I haven't even seen it before. You won't say anything. Which onion are you? You should speak up and take a look. Although secretly cursing the other person in my heart, but the breath I just felt. I know this person is better than me for countless seconds. I also guessed that his identity was extremely noble, so I dare not speak recklessly for a moment. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party remained silent. I also know he was intimidated by himself, so he raised his eyebrows. Just let out a big shout. Why don't you even know me? Someone will pull this idiot out and chop him off for me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding alien tribes are all confused. Which mental hospital did this guy run out of? Why do you have to chop off our captain as soon as you speak? Who do you think you are? And the captain beside him was also frustrated about it. Who is the other party? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through my mind before I remembered someone, so my face changed. Just shouted in surprise, "Are you the king of seamen, your excellency?" At this moment, Zhang Xian coldly snorted and said, "You still have some vision." After hearing the other party confirm their identity, the captain quickly prostrated himself to the ground. Captain of the 214th team under Prince Qingye. I met the prince in the same month. Then he spoke with doubts. Last time, our Prince Qingye said, "You need to come over. Let's prepare in advance." That's why we caught these dark masters. I plan to use their power to offer sacrifices. Break the seal. Welcome to your arrival. Why did you come before the sacrifice of the Green Leaf King started? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, raise your eyebrows. There is a cold and murderous aura in his eyes, accompanied by supreme authority. Why just reprimand? Is it difficult? I still need to report my whereabouts to you. Something of unknown nobility or status. Believe it or not, I'm killing you now. Xingye Wang dare not say a word of nonsense either. After speaking, he immediately knelt down and said he didn't dare. I just snorted coldly and said, "Just know if you dare not." Only then did we take a step forward, pointing to the crowd. Ask these people, is that what you just said was meant for worship? At this moment, the captain looked up and responded, "Yes. Since you have already arrived, your highness. These guys are useless either. I will kill them now." After speaking, just give orders to the alien tribe behind you to go quickly. Kill all these famous teachers for me. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyebrows furrowed. Just shout in a cold voice, "Slow down. Let them stay with me first. I have something else to ask them." Captain heard this. Just looked at the king in front of me. I wonder what the prince wants to know. Immediately send someone to interrogate the subordinate. After speaking, I was afraid that the other party might misunderstand. I quickly explained, "Lord, these famous teachers are all tough guys. Self-sustained wind without resorting to any means. It's difficult to know exact information from them." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded with a word, "No need. It's not convenient for more people to know what I want to know. You just need to find me a quiet place. Just let me interrogate alone." At this moment, the captain dared not say anything more. A brief introduction was given. They have a temporary base not far away. Can be used as an interrogation monitor. Done explaining. The subordinate behind flew over with Zhang Xian. I also learned from the ruthless people on the way. His ruthless killing intent. Unable to attack people of the same clan. Zhang Xian just pursed her lips, whispering softly, "I thought you were so cruel." I didn't expect him to be a hot-headed gun. It's not very practical either. Upon hearing this, the ruthless person almost didn't cry in anger. "Master, I am not a spicy gun. I am still very resilient. This pervert in front of us cannot be a good person. It's all right now. Be kind and go save these old men." But instead, they were besieged by them. Just now, after Zhang Xianhua became a member of the alien clan, order the captain of the alien tribe as the Seaman King. Let him take these famous teachers to a quiet place. I need to interrogate them myself. Soon after, Zhang Xian flew with the other party for a while. Just arrived in front of a huge building. Seeing this palace-like building, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be startled. Such a large palace, it can accommodate 100,000 people inside. Is it difficult? Their alien tribe has already broken through the seal. I'm planning to settle down here. Then use the eye of reason to explore the past inward. Found no traces of life inside. I just breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the captain smiled and said, "Your Highness, this is the base we built in the past 2 months. Deploying tens of thousands of people is not a problem. If the Taoist army comes over,
We can fully guarantee one's residence. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian shed her eyes of fame and fortune.
He nodded and responded with a nod. Immediately after, I heard the other party say,
Prince Jiuwen is very proficient in architectural formations.
If there are any inappropriate aspects, subordinates can immediately send someone to rush. Upon hearing this,
Zhang Xian was about to respond when she said she didn't need it.
I only realized in my heart that the other person might be testing me. After all, is this Seaman King? I have no way of knowing. If I say the wrong thing, wouldn't it reveal the truth? Think of this.
Raise your eyebrows.
My face changed. Just let out a furious shout.
Do you also talk to your prince like this? After speaking, I saw the other person being shot directly by myself.
I won't dwell on this issue either. Just wave your big hand and let out a cold snort. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you.
Take those humans alone to a secret room, within 30 meters around.
Don't let anyone come over. So that's it. Dean Lufeng and others, quickly lost to the alien race, bind to a larger room. At this moment,
a group of old men also knew that they were doomed this time,
but they really don't understand.
Why don't these guys kill them? Instead, we need to bring it here for interrogation.
However you put it, they lived to this age. I've seen through everything. No matter how the alien race judges it, they won't say a word about it.
What's just strange to these old men is,
Dean Lufeng is not like them. We have all reached the end of our mission.
Why did you sacrifice yourself to come to the underground cave? And at this moment, Dean Lu saw the old man asking such a question.
I just shook my head and gave a bitter smile, which is hard to describe. This is all my own fault. I can't blame anyone either.
The old man beside heard the other say so.
I couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Is it difficult to be framed by someone else?
At this moment, Lufeng explained. I can only say that I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended.
So I volunteered to come over.
As soon as these words are spoken,
many old men are even more curious. You are a renowned teacher in acting, Dean.
Super powerhouse of the half-magic mirror. What kind of person have you offended? Only then will he be driven to this lifeless place.
Subsequently,
everyone heard the other party say they had offended a student.
I was immediately stunned.
You, as a dean, offended a student. Is it possible that he is a descendant of a saint?
Then I heard the other person say, just an ordinary student from the Phantom Empire City. Afterwards, everyone became even more confused.
At this moment, Lu Feng saw the expressions on everyone's faces. I can't help but shake my head and smile bitterly, knowing that you don't believe me.
To be honest, I have been reflecting these days. I also feel like I'm dreaming. How about this? I will tell you once about his admission to the academy. You'll know what's going on now. So Lu Feng challenged Niu Su's medical skills ahead.
There was an incident of thousands of people leaving the classroom empty during the teaching period, and also subdued the Purple Sun Beast and Holy Cavalry.
There is also a ceremony of demolishing wherever they go. I told everyone about it once. After listening, everyone was stunned. At this moment, one of the old men couldn't help but ask, such a genius, how could you have a conflict with him?
At this moment, Lu Feng explained,
just because it's too extreme.
I suspect he is a member of the alien race. The king infiltrated the academy. Otherwise, how could you have such strength at such a young age,
with so much understanding of minor subjects? Listen here.
One by one, they also began to agree with each other's viewpoints.
Otherwise, it's just a 20-year-old kid. How could it be so exaggerated?
However, at this moment, Lu Feng saw that everyone also had this idea.
Just explain that you still don't know me very well.
Now let me introduce this Zhang Xian to you in detail. Zhang Shi is just not waiting for him to finish speaking yet. I heard the sound of the door being opened.
Immediately after, I saw a huge head, stretching through the crack in the door. He gave a fierce smile and said, "Who is calling me?"
The crowd saw the alien race suddenly reaching out their heads.
Everyone was startled. At this moment, Zhang Xianjian, everyone remained silent. He came up to everyone. I reached out and untied the chains that bound them.
At the same time, he also said, I was thinking about how to explain to you earlier. I didn't expect you to recognize me so quickly.
That would be the best.
As soon as these words are spoken,
everyone is even more panicked. Then someone exclaimed, "What are you really up to? I thought I would even recognize you. Recognize your sister. We are renowned teachers."
The true master has never had contact with the alien race.
He meowed so intimately. It seems like someone knows you.
However, Zhang Xian was also very speechless at this moment. I clearly called myself earlier.
He still has a face now. A vigilant look. What do these guys really want? So he shook his head and replied, "Why? I won't untie your chains. How to get out of here?" But when everyone saw this tribe of throwing clothes and spirits,
surprisingly, he said such a thing. His face was filled with anger. As the saying goes,
no matter what, show hospitality. Either rape or theft.
Look at his shameless appearance.
I knew he wasn't a good person. This small favor is trying to bribe us people. It's too disrespectful to the profession of being a renowned teacher. So everyone coldly snorted and said, if you want to kill, kill. Don't try any tricks on us. I don't eat this. Get rid of your disgusting hands. Don't touch our chains. We came here with the determination to die. I want to use this method to bribe us. There's not even a door. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions. I just realized something was wrong, so he looked towards Lufeng not far away. Say I'm here to save you. Dean Lu and the others don't believe me. You can't possibly not believe it either, can you? After finishing speaking, his body swayed. The huge body suddenly shrank. It became its own appearance. Just continued saying that I am Zhang Xian, Dean Lu. Upon seeing this, Lufeng was immediately stunned. After all, the appearance of teacher Zhang Xian before, the explanation given is very reasonable. Make him feel like he misunderstood a genius teacher. So, in a state of despair, willingly come to this land of death. Repentance with life. He thought it was his death this time. Only then can one redeem their sins. Who knew he was about to die? I just saw Zhang Xian's true face with my own eyes. In other words, this guy deceived all the elders of the renowned teacher academy. After reacting to oneself, with a strong murderous aura all over his body, just let out a roar, Zhang Xian. You are indeed the king of the alien race. I'm going to kill you now. Zhang Xian saw the situation, quickly explained that you misunderstood. Dean Lu, I am not a member of the alien clan. I am Zhang Xian. I really came here specifically to save you. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I felt a sudden force behind me. Turn your head and take a look. I noticed an old man kicking me around. With a flick of his body, he dodged the attack. Immediately, his brow furrowed. What are you guys up to? Kind-hearted to save you all. Now we still need to launch a surprise attack from behind. You guys are just going too far. Many old men ignore what the other person is saying at this moment. After all, after listening to Lu Feng's introduction just now, everyone suspects this 20-year-old youth named Zhang Xian, having such celestial abilities. Maybe it's the alien race. And now there's no need to doubt it. The fact is right in front of us. So each one is full of killing intent. Just surround Zhang Xian. However, at this moment, Lu Feng was even more furious. Watching his teacher showcase his identity as a renowned teacher of heaven and man, I thought he couldn't have any problems. And at this moment, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. So many alien people listened to him, and also in front of oneself, transformed into a human form. This dispelled any doubts in his heart. Unfortunately, he wasn't more resolute back then. Exposed the other party's identity on the spot, and now the other party has become the dean. I don't know how many human secrets he leaked. Don't kill him now. How to live up to the title of a renowned teacher. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw everyone's fierce and imposing demeanor. Just keep explaining that you really misunderstood. I am a human, not a member of the alien race. After speaking, he released the purple Yang beast. Once again, I would like to prove to everyone that he is the animal pet of the old dean. Ziyang beast is just and upright. How is it possible to submit to the 10 tribes? Just Zhang Xian hasn't finished speaking yet. Lu Feng roared, don't listen to his nonsense, everyone. That's why I mistakenly believed him. Now the college has just fallen into a crisis. Trying to deceive me again. The door doesn't even have this. The old man next to him also agreed, saying that it was good. You can't trust him. I saw him with my own eyes just now. Give orders to those alien tribes. Yeah, look at the killing aura inside him. So pure and heavy. At the very least, he is also the king of the alien race. And, what did I just hear that guy call him? The king of seamen. Listen here. Zhang Xian is very helpless. How can we save this? They all misunderstood themselves as members of the alien race. The key is that the identity of Master Tian Blade cannot be displayed. Once this is displayed, it will definitely attract the attention of the surrounding alien tribes. Maybe he meowed and didn't save these old men. On the contrary, I have to hang up here myself. However, Zhang Xian is trying her best to explain it. Here in the main hall, I saw a strange spirit tribe member, hurriedly approaching the captain. The report says that Prince Yi Qing has arrived. The captain dared not hesitate upon hearing the words, immediately rushed out, quickly arrived outside the underground palace. I saw my own prince and a member of my clan. She greeted him with a smile and a smile. So he took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. Shout out in the same month. I have seen the prince before. At this moment, Prince Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Praise me for doing a good job. This camp can accommodate 100,000 soldiers. However, the people standing with Prince Yi Qing. I glanced at the underground palace. Just spoke slowly. The construction of this campsite is quite good, close to the sea as well. Just surrounded by mountains. Once the enemy attacks, you can completely hide in it. This will make us very passive. The captain who heard this didn't know the identity of the other party. I dare not respond randomly either.
so he cautiously glanced at his prince. At this moment, Prince Qingye also understood the meaning of his subordinates, so he nodded. I said that eagles and beasts are experts in this field. You're right to listen to him. I heard the prince say that. Captain, just now he bowed and clasped his fists. Humble to this. Can you please advise me on how to make the necessary changes, Eagle Beast? Then I heard the other party say, we need to level all the nearby mountains. Flatten the area within 100 miles. Only then can we have a better line of sight. Listen here. The captain couldn't help but twitch his lips, and the Green Leaf King beside him, seeing the terrified expression on the subordinate's face. I just smiled and said, send someone to do it. Just finish it as soon as possible. By the way, I forgot to introduce you to this hero. It has a great reputation. I'm sure you've heard of it too. He is one of the top 10 kings of Qingtian, the Aoba king. Upon hearing this, Captain Tonghua was first taken aback. Then I was scared and my face turned white. Trembling all over his body, he exclaimed in surprise, King Qingye. However, Xingye Wang saw the dull expression on his subordinates' faces. There is no basic etiquette at all. He coldly snorted and said, why are you still standing there when you see the prince? It's only been a while since it came out. I just forgot all the rules. The captain only regained his composure upon hearing these words. Quickly bowed down in the 9th place. The response was that the subordinate was too shocked at the moment. Some rudeness. Upon hearing this, Prince Yi Qing is very puzzled. After all, he knows. Although their subordinates may not have high strength, but his ability is extremely strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been entrusted with a heavy responsibility by myself. Sent here. Just being able to make him lose his composure now. Even Li Jia has forgotten. Something must have happened. So I asked him what was shocking about it. At this moment, the captain quickly explained. A powerful clan member came before, self-proclaimed as the king of seamen. I just heard this. I also didn't quite react myself. After hearing this, the two of them exchanged a glance and were stunned at the same time. Subsequently, Prince Qingye's face darkened. What does it mean to take a step forward and shout angrily? Did you just say someone impersonated me and came here? At this moment, Prince Qingye also spoke up and asked Tonghua, what exactly is this situation? Hurry up and clarify the matter. Immediately after, the captain just realized what just happened. I said it in detail once. After understanding the situation, the Golden Leaf King furrowed his brow, full of murderous intent. Let's go over with a loud shout of anger. I want to see who dares to impersonate me. This pervert in front of me. I finally managed to deceive two monsters. As a result, this old man with no eyes said one sentence. Once again plunged Zhang Xian into dire straits. Just now, Zhang Xian saved these old men, transforming oneself into the appearance of a member of the alien race, falsely claiming to be the king of seamen. Just tricked the leader of the alien clan over. There is also a chance to interrogate Lu Feng and others separately. But not only did they not loosen their grip, I couldn't help them get out. Instead, they caused misunderstandings among these old men. He is the king of the alien race. But just as he was explaining this matter to everyone, Prince Yi and the real Seaman King also came to the underground palace. Not long after, the Seaman King learned from the captain's mouth. Someone is impersonating themselves in coming here. Therefore, let the other party send someone to seal off the underground palace first. Then the captain was asked to take them with him. Go meet this fake Seaman King, and Zhang Xian on this side of the screen. At this moment, I am still using my own appearance to explain to everyone. You can refuse to believe me, but you can think about it in reverse. If I were really the king of the alien race, will I talk to you for so long? I'm afraid. I've already sent people to kill all of you, right? At this moment, an old man responded with disdain on his face. You must be trying to get some information from us. Now intentionally showing goodwill. Just wanted to numb us. Listen here. Zhang Xian just feels like playing the piano to a cow. Then he shook his head and let out a sigh. I am the dean of the renowned teacher college. I don't know any secrets. We still need to obtain it from your mouths. Do you think your identity is comparable to that of a dean? Everyone heard this, suddenly speechless. At this moment, Lu Feng beside him roared, don't, everyone, believe him, his tongue is as eloquent as a spring. Even if the dean of a renowned college holds a respected position, it's impossible to know everything. He's catching us now. I must want to know the secret of the underground cave. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian heard the group of old men start making noise. So I couldn't help feeling depressed anymore. Just give them a cold snort. You said you are a group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. The guy who can hang up any time. What exactly is there that I can picture? What? I've been talking for a long time. You guys just don't let in oil and salt. We haven't finished scolding everyone yet, Zhang Xuanchuan. I heard Ziyang's thin face darken beside me, saying that the surrounding area has been sealed off. So he quickly turned around. With the eyes of fame and fortune, I looked outside through the window. Only then did I realize that countless members of the alien race had given up this place.
I am very confused when I see this. Why did this suddenly happen? I was fine just now, so let the purple sun beast return to the hive first. Then the body wriggled again, returned to the original appearance of the alien race. Just finished transforming.
I heard the sound of the door being opened.
Immediately after,
I saw 3 people walking in secretly.
Take a closer look.
I just realized that the person leading the way was the captain.
I just saw 2 people behind him. Feel the aura emanating from them.
I was suddenly startled. Why did 2 guys with a strong desire to win suddenly come? Although I don't know where the flaw is exposed.
Make the other party see it.
But Zhang Xian can only grit her teeth at this moment.
Continue to disguise yourself. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of dying here. Think of this.
His face darkened.
A powerful murderous aura was revealed between his eyebrows. Just a glance and a red moon. Didn't I say not to let anyone disturb you? What?
Do you really think I dare not kill you? At this moment, the captain responded that he was not acting recklessly. But it's our prince and the gold industry king. I heard that you also call yourself the king of gold industry.
That's why I came over to take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I just feel like my eyes are black. I almost fainted. Why is he so unlucky with his meow?
I just disguised myself. My lord has arrived. At this moment, the seaman king behind the captain just took a step forward with a face covered in bruises.
Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating my name? Zhang Xian did not respond to the other party upon hearing this.
Instead, he directly asked who the other party was.
Can you hear him say he's the king of seamen? My face changed.
With a wave of his big hand, he unleashes a powerful killing intent.
Let's have a big shout of dog bile. Where did this guy come from? How dare you impersonate my name? Red Moon hasn't sent anyone to take this guy down for me yet. After speaking, the muscles on his face wriggled. Blink time. It's just like the opposite Seaman King, just kept looking at a few people. A cold snort below is the king of seamen. This is my true appearance.
Previously, it was just a disguise. I don't want to show my true face to others. The Green Leaf King beside me saw the other party so confident and fearless.
I can't bear to watch it anymore. Just spoke up and said, who exactly are you? I came through the seal with Prince Qingye.
His identity will never be fake. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved his hand.
Just sighing won't be fake. Qingye Wang, your idea is too simple. You don't know? This guy is really strange. I disguised myself once before. After I discovered it, I gave it a lesson.
Who knew he was too cunning and escaped by him? I didn't expect it to be installed here now.
Had I but known. We should kill them on the spot.
It won't make it difficult to distinguish the authenticity of my identity.
Tonight, Wang heard a word. Be filled with anger. I thought this guy wasn't just impersonating himself.
Surprisingly, he spoke so confidently.
Zhengyan Ci.
Where did you get the courage?
Then let out a congratulatory message. Don't talk nonsense to me here. Who exactly are you?
But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so.
I'm not in a hurry either.
On the contrary, he had a face full of hatred towards iron and steel.
Z shook his head and replied, who am I? Don't you know better than anyone else in your heart? The wicked beast will soon reveal its true form. I have raised you for so many years, treat you like a parent, hand in hand teaching you martial arts and techniques. I just want you to become stronger. And yet you learned my lifestyle habits, even martial arts ultimate moves. Disguise everywhere, try every trick to mislead the public. I am extremely ungrateful. Speaking of which, just look at the 2 people on the side. To be honest, I told you guys. Actually, he's a pet I switched to, because I have been raised for many years. I know my various habits like the back of my hand. Only then can I become my appearance.
Upon hearing him say so, King Qingye and the captain.
At the same time, I was stunned for a moment.
Then the captain couldn't help but speak up and respond.
Our spirit clan doesn't even have spirit beasts or holy beasts. Where did the animal pet come from? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's body shook. I almost fainted. I finally came up with a reason for losing it. I thought I could get away with it. Now you're actually telling me that there are no spirit beasts in the supernatural realm.
Although Zhang Xian was feeling extremely depressed at this moment, there was no change on his face. Still waving his hand with a calm expression, he said, listen carefully and focus on the key points.
What I mean by being favored.
Actually, they are the younger generation raised from childhood to adulthood.
I have always treated it like a pet. I have been raising it for so many years. Put all your heart and soul into him. I didn't expect him to keep impersonating me.
It's really dangerous to raise tigers. At this moment, the Night King couldn't help but burst out drinking again. As soon as he raised his hand, he suddenly slapped Zhang Xian. However, many old men who witnessed this scene saw it. Everyone was scared to the point where their faces turned pale.
They didn't expect it. The power of the alien race king is so terrifying.
The killing intent emanating from this palm in front of me.
It has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. It makes people lack the courage to resist this blow head-on. Can Zhang Xian face the 4th-level powerhouse of the Holy Domain? The blow that struck. Still not panicking and avoiding. Instead, the finger lifted upwards. Just point towards the other person's palm. At the same time, he shouted angrily and dared to attack the king. What a big dog's gallbladder. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingwang couldn't help but contract his pupils. As an alien race, he can clearly feel the strength of the other person's true qi. Although in terms of strength, perhaps compared to the first Seaman King to act slightly inferior, but the purity of true qi is much higher than him. That is to say, the other party's royal identity is genuine, and even taller than him. However, just as he was thinking about it, I saw the other person's fingers and the hand of the Seaman King. The moment of touch, I saw a flash of light on his fingers, formed a barrier, instantly blocked the attack of the Golden Leaf King from outside. Immediately after, I saw him lightly flick his finger. The number of Jin Yuan's moments that were shaken apart. At this moment, Zhang Xian watched as she shook the other party away. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, the power of the Dean's order blocked this blow. Otherwise, relying on our own half-wind strength, I'm afraid I'll be shot dead on the spot. Fortunately too, the ruthless fingers fused with the palm ahead of time. Otherwise, it's impossible to shake the other party away. However, our current opponent is Sanctuary 4. The important thing is to use 1 or 2 more moves. It's probably going to be revealed soon, so we decided to take action first. Raise your eyebrows, he shouted loudly. I've been thinking about old feelings all along. I don't want to kill you. Do you still want the victim to fail now? However, tonight at this moment, the king, after a move with the other party, I also understand that the other party's strength is not weaker than my own. If we do it again, I'm afraid we'll lose to the other party. Think of this. Just spoke up and said something. Can you tell me? Who exactly are you? At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Green Leaf King beside him. Let's continue arguing like this. I don't think you believe it either. So it's up to you to make the judgment. After speaking, I saw the other person stunned. Just keep talking about the real Green Leaf King. One should be aware of their own shortcomings and loopholes in cultivation. I know very well. Did you say that? Xingye Wang saw the other person nod. So he spoke up again and said that proving this matter was also very simple. I can work with this guy. At the same time, express your own shortcomings. Then you come to judge. Who says more and more accurately? Who is the true Green Leaf King? I heard the other person say that. Xingye Wang was stunned for a moment again. Subsequently, he looked at the Golden Leaf King not far away with a bewildered expression on his face. I don't know how to respond. And King Genius saw that this guy's words became more and more boundless. Just coldly snorted goodbye and listened to his nonsense. My great true moon palace has reached its limit of cultivation. There are no defects at all. Zhang Xian paid no attention to this. As soon as he waved his hand, he smiled and said, there's no defect, right? I told you a few times about the issues with cultivation. But the fundamental reason has no details. It's normal that you don't know. If you dare not compare, that means it's fake. I still need to trouble the Green Leaf King to catch him. Upon hearing this, Prince Qingye, his face darkened. Just let out a roar and let out your meow fart. I am fake. What can you provide to prove it? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful expression, saying that it was not fake. What's the harm in comparing? Do you still think someone impersonating you can know more than myself? Listen here. King Jinya hesitated. After pondering for a moment in my mind, I agreed to compare with the other party. He just made one condition. If you lose, you have to reveal your identity. Zhang Xianwen smiled at the words. Just respond by saying it's natural. Let's start now. You and I will each transmit messages to Yi Qingwang. I can start talking to you now. So King Jinya identified his own flaws. They all conveyed the message to Prince Yi Qing through voice transmission. I said it. Not long after, Zhang Xian saw the other person finish speaking. I also explained the defects in detail once. However, after listening to what the two of them said, Prince Yi Qing, I fainted at that moment. Yes? This guy's words are exactly the same as what the Golden Leaf King said, and it seems more detailed. Even some details of the cultivation were revealed. Is it difficult? He is the true Golden Leaf King. And after speaking at this moment, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was shocked. Then he smiled faintly and said, okay, that's all I'm talking about. You heard both of us, Prince Yi Qing. I'm sure you can also judge right from wrong. At this moment, the Golden Leaf King beside him heard that the other party was still full of confidence. Looking at Prince Yi Qing again, I noticed his shocked expression on his face. I quickly asked him what the other party had said. After a short space, I just learned from the mouth of Prince Yi Qing, who had regained his senses. The other party knows better than oneself. The Golden Leaf King who listened to all the content by himself. looking at each other like seeing a ghost. Who exactly are you? Let out a furious shout. Why do you know so much about me?
So the real and fake Green Leaf Kings began to argue endlessly again.
Not long after,
Zhang Xian knows that continuing to argue like this is not a solution. With a solemn expression, he looked at the Green Leaf King beside him.
It's meaningless to pursue these now. Let's continue like this. Instead, it made these celebrities laugh. How about this? You guys leave here first. If you're not at ease, you can also seal off all the surroundings. I have some things to inquire about separately. Not convenient for outsiders to know. This involves a major secret of our tribe. It's the task assigned from above. No loss allowed. After speaking, the other person still doesn't believe me. Just keep saying, don't worry. There are so many people outside. They can't escape even if they want to. After my interrogation, I will come out and confront this guy again, to prove my true identity. At first, the two were still different. Zhang Xian once again unleashed his powerful killing intent, and informed them of this. This matter is related to the entire Spirit Clan's attempt to regain control of the continent. They are also afraid of making mistakes. So I agreed to withdraw first. But the two of them haven't left the room yet. I heard someone shouting angrily. Didn't you just say that you are the dean of the renowned teacher college? Is Zhang Shui going to let us escape? How did you become the king of seamen now? And the person who just shouted was none other than Lu Feng. He always believed that Zhang Xian was a member of the alien tribe. I also know that I cannot kill it. So I want to use the other party's hand to kill him. It's okay to let their alien tribe dogs bite their dogs.
Zhang Xian, who was standing opposite him, heard these words at this moment.
I almost vomited blood and passed out. How could he think of it?
Once served as the acting dean of a prestigious college.
It's so brainless. This finally dispelled the doubts of the alien race. We're about to achieve great success. This silly guy actually came out like this. Do you think I can't die or something? However, just as Zhang Xian was about to explode from the opponent's anger, I heard something coming from behind.
Dean Zhang, you still need to save them.
What the hell is going on here? You'd better explain it to us clearly.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately panicked. So the brain raced rapidly. Then he turned around and looked at the two of them. That's right, he replied calmly. I am the dean of the renowned teacher college.
The pervert in front of Zhang Xian is trying to save people.
Not only were they bound by the two great kings, and still have to sway under their noses,
rescue over 40 elderly men in their 2000s. And I'm afraid the other party won't know that I've left. We still need to make a big noise. They destroyed their palace. Just now, Zhang Shengang pretends to play in front of two alien spirit kings.
As a result, Lu Feng turned him into the dean, and the ceremony of rescuing him from the scene has been announced. Immediately after, I heard the questioning of the two kings. Zhang Xian felt anxious when she saw the situation.
Immediately and rapidly operate in the brain.
Then suddenly he spoke up and said, that's right. I am the dean of the renowned teacher college. When Zhang Xian said this, the faces of the two kings behind him darkened. The killing intent inside exploded with it. But Zhang Xian ignored the two who were ready to take action at any time. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lu Feng, saying, yes,
I am Dean Zhang.
You see, they are also prepared to deal with it.
Now you can always believe it, right? You haven't said that yet. Do we have to bring the secret into the coffin? Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng was initially taken aback.
This guy said he wanted to save them from leaving from the moment he arrived.
Didn't say anything.
What exactly is the matter, he said. Zhang Xian ignored him when she saw his bewildered expression.
So I just smiled. Looking at the two kings, I'll introduce you to them. This is the acting dean of the renowned teacher college. Half-step 7-star master Lu Feng. But we haven't waited for the two kings to react yet.
Lu Feng stood up straight across the street, head lifted up, a righteous and resolute expression.
I just responded with a yes. I am Lu Feng. If you want to kill, kill. What do you want to know from me? It's like daydreaming.
At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a sincere expression, saying that she would kill you.
How could I kill you? I still need to save you. Didn't I tell you? I am truly your dean. Please trust me. Listen here.
The two kings were very strange just now.
Why is this happening? I finally understand this matter.
After exchanging a glance, the two of them burst into laughter.
That's right, I can testify. He is your dean. Yeah, we all suspected his identity just now.
It has also been confirmed now.
He is your dean.
After all, these two kings know very well. A renowned teacher has an unyielding character, determined to the death. And this tribe member is probably impersonating their dean.
Find a way to gain trust. Learn more secrets from it. Unfortunately, this acting dean is too immature.
Use this little trick to sow discord among their people. Leaving aside the identity of the dean, Jin Gue.
I won't come here to die, even if it really comes.
The dean still has such pure killing spirit.
Are you kidding? Besides, You are a dignified acting dean.
Such a person with integrity would rather die than obey. They will intentionally identify themselves as leaders.
Tell us. He's really treating us like idiots. And Zhang Xian here.
I also heard the meaning in the words of the two kings.
Then he laughed and said, look.
They also testified for me.
Immediately after,
a few people started arguing with each other again about this for a while.
At this moment,
after Zhang Xian gained the trust of both kings completely,
let them go first. If one's own methods fail to answer the question, let's use their methods to extract a confession.
Soon, only Zhang Xian and many old men remained in the room. However, these old men are about to interrogate Zhang Xian upon seeing him. They all used language to resist. Zhang Xian was also very helpless when she saw this situation,
knowing that doing so is understandable. But I really came to save them myself. But they see themselves as enemies. This has made Zhang Xian extremely anxious. After hesitating for a moment, I just shook my head inside. I know you don't believe me,
but staying here will only result in one outcome.
Either be killed, either be interrogated. Life is better than death. If you're willing to follow me, I will take you away from here.
As for whether I am Zhang Xian or not, is he the dean of the renowned teacher college?
Can we discuss in detail after we leave here?
However, many old men looked at each other with eyes,
with full sincerity.
Different from the ferocity of other alien races, doubts also arose in their respective hearts. At this moment, Zhang Xian noticed that everyone's mentality was a bit shaken.
Just keep saying that if I really want to kill you. In your current state, who can resist the interrogation?
You and I are both deans now. What other secrets do we have that are worth my trouble?
Upon hearing these words, everyone immediately fell silent.
Even Lu Feng dared not speak up. After all, these old guys are almost 2,000 years old.
Knowing that what the other person said is not unreasonable. If you really want to kill them, there's no need to waste so many words.
If you want to know any news, you must have directly interrogated me.
Since neither of them is.
So at this moment, for the alien race in front of us, he had the idea that he might actually come to save himself. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw in their eyes,
not as rebellious as before. I just breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he dug out the dean's order and showed it to everyone.
At the same time, it's okay if you don't believe me, but you should always believe in this thing, right?
Lu Feng couldn't help but contract his pupils when he saw the situation.
Then he exclaimed in surprise, this is a perfect level dean's order. Nini, how could you possibly get this level? Everyone also turned to Lu Feng upon hearing this. Ask, what does this perfect level dean's order mean? After listening to the other party's explanation, coincidentally,
looking again at Zhang Xian, a member of the alien tribe, in front of me. Although everyone still has great doubts about him at this moment.
But I no longer have the intention to resist the other party in my heart. However, Zhang Xianjian and everyone no longer had hostility. Just said we only have one chance. Only after surviving.
Only then can we kill more members of the alien race.
Protecting the human race.
The heroic act of saving righteousness now not only has no effect, but also has no effect.
Instead, it will become an offering for the alien race. Maybe they will camp on your blood. We can summon more members of the alien clan over.
After speaking, everyone finally understood the sword.
Zhang Xian instructed everyone not to resist in any way.
I will take them into a folding space myself.
After obtaining everyone's consent, take out the honeycomb. Put everyone in it. Arrange these.
Later, Zhang Xian once again lost her witch soul. Put the body into the storage ring.
The witch soul, wearing a ring, quietly walked towards the door. But I only realized halfway through.
The alien race has constructed such a large defensive structure.
It must be an ill-intentioned plan, since I have already discovered it myself. Just turn around and leave like this. Isn't it like losing the demeanor that a dean should have? After all, when he came, he specifically took a look at him. This building is arranged in the direction of the 7 profound spiritual light array. Just destroy the most important point. The formation will immediately reverse. Even if it cannot backfire, it can also ruin their hard work these days. Think of this. I have made a decision in my heart. He flew out towards the gate. Zhang Xian just flew away. The Seaman King beside frowned. It seems like I discovered something and flew out. Just took a look. If I feel there's nothing unusual, I won't be inside. However, Zhang Xian left the crowd's encirclement. Not long after, we arrived at a palace that could destroy formations. I looked around, discovered that there are no alien tribes guarding here, just walked inside. But when I first entered the inner hall of the palace, I just saw it. The pillars inside are carved with various strange symbols. There is also an altar in the middle. I just looked at it for a long time but couldn't see anything, so it's frustrating. So the ruthless person was brought out. Let him see what it means above. I quickly learned from the ruthless population. The rune here is a formation. Can provide the gathered spiritual energy to the alien race. Gain force. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian no longer hesitated. Immediately removed the 20+ puppets inside the storage ring. Let it go. After a ruthless operation, the formation is activated accordingly. All puppets also began to absorb the spiritual energy from it, quickly restored to the peak of Xinyu's strength. See here. Zhang Xian is very happy. It can be imagined that there are still 200 heads outside. This kind of powerful alien race. I couldn't feel happy right away. After all, if we really have to fight, these 20+ puppets are not enough to watch. But at this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly had a thought in her heart. An idea arises spontaneously. All the time, he treats these puppets as cultivators. If you treat it as a puppet, as long as the organization is changed, make it more reasonable, you can definitely improve your strength quickly. Think of this. No more hesitation. Enable multiple puppets to simultaneously display their martial arts skills. After letting out a low cry of defect in my heart, understand all their flaws in one breath. So I asked the puppets not to move. Then I took pictures one by one. After finishing these, Zhang Xian's face was already tired. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, let the ruthless continue to infuse them with energy. He himself took out the soul of the green-horned dragon beast to replenish the losses. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly, the hall where they were located shook violently. The runes carved around them kept peeling off. The color is also getting lighter and lighter. At this moment, the ruthless person said to Zhang Xian, Master, it seems that the spiritual energy here is not enough. However, on this side of the screen, I saw 2 kings looking into the palace. It's been half an hour now. How could there be no movement at all? Their faces gradually became melancholic. At this moment, the Seaman King couldn't help but just spoke up and said that waiting like this is not a solution. If it really doesn't work, then let's use the divine stone to explore. Upon hearing the other party's words, King Qingye, he also responded with a conflicted expression on his face. The other party is a king whose strength is not inferior to ours. It's impolite to directly use the divine stone to explore. Besides, what if it involves confidential information from above? Just do it recklessly like this. I'm afraid it might cause a big conflict. However, during their conversation, suddenly, a roar came from the ground. Countless spiritual energy around suddenly surged towards the center. The main hall of the room converges and flows away. The two of them quickly looked towards the palace upon seeing the situation. At this moment, the captain beside took a look. The pale-faced prince of Golden Hoop Island. It seems to be a sound coming from the Fuwan Hall. But just as a few people were about to go, when Zhang Xian was in the Fuwan Hall, I felt the ground shaking becoming increasingly intense. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw dust rising, smoke curling up. The palace in front of me collapsed and crumbled. However, just as everyone was puzzled, why did the palace collapse? Xingye Wang suddenly realized. Then he shouted loudly, this place has collapsed like this. That guy and a group of old men haven't come out yet. Don't you think it's strange? As soon as these words are spoken, only then did Ji Qingwang and the captain react. So the 2 kings immediately activated the divine stone and scanned it inward. Found no one inside. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned pale with iron. And after Yi Qingwang realized it, immediately let out a loud shout and go to the Fuwan Hall. We have all been deceived. After speaking, they ignored each other and flew straight ahead. Blink time. A few people arrived at the ruins of the Runwan Hall. I just feel a blackout in front of me. Almost fainted on the spot. Then Yi Qingwang roared at the captain behind him. Immediately send someone to find the person for me. Tell the queen. The 2 great kings. At this moment, I just feel like my whole body is about to explode. And tonight, the more Wang thinks, the angrier he gets. Suddenly remembered what they said earlier. So he spoke up and said something. If this guy is really disguised as a famous teacher, is it really what they said? The dean of the renowned teachers' college. Zhang Xian ran. Just when the 2 great kings were about to go crazy with righteousness, Zhang Xian's soul flew far away with the storage ring on it. Just stopped. Then released the physical body. The witch soul breathed a long sigh of relief after entering the body. I exclaimed with joy after finishing these 20 puppets. After all the puppet subordinates have reached the triple level of victory. Just released many old men from the beehive. Then he said to them, this is the southernmost part of the underground cave. The building that was tied up just now. There is already a distance of over 100 kilometers. After everyone understood the situation, looking at Zhang Xian in front of me again, everyone is filled with gratitude at this moment. He clasped his fists and thanked Master Zhang for saving his life. At this moment, Zhang Xian also waved her hand in response, saying that everyone doesn't need to be polite. As renowned teachers, we fight for the human race. These are all duties. After the formalities are finished, just keep talking to everyone. Now is not the time to use polite language. Let's escape quietly like this. The alien race must have gone insane. I searched everywhere. It's only a matter of time before we find this place. I think it's better this way. You guys first find a place to rest and recuperate. Never be discovered. After speaking, I saw that everyone disagreed. He also said he wanted to continue stopping the alien race, constructing defensive fortifications. I just waved my hand and said to everyone, "You don't have to worry about things here now. I can handle it alone." He just finished speaking. I saw everyone rushing forward, preventing him from acting alone. However, Zhang Xian learned of everyone's kindness, but still shook his head in response to your current situation. If you really want to come over, not only can't they help, it can only cause chaos. So what you need to do most is to recover from your injuries. It's not too late to fight when the injury is healed. But everyone is still worried about this. They all spoke in unison, full of passion and excitement. "We are all top-notch teachers with 6 stars. How can I watch you go on an adventure alone, ignoring the pervert in front of us?" Even the king trembled with fear when he became ruthless. Just now, Zhang Xian is in the palace of the alien tribe. After rescuing 46-star famous teachers, go to the Fu Wen Hall, the Great Spirit formation in the hall. Let 20 puppets gather all their spiritual energy, absorb their strength, also directly elevated to the triple level of Xingyu. Finish these. Zhang Xian watched as he left over 100 kilometers away. Just released many famous teachers. Just these famous teachers have just come out. Knowing that the other party wants to return to the basement alone, go deal with these alien races and their defensive fortifications. They all expressed their disagreement, and I want to go with him. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I just looked at everyone, saying I can rescue you from their hands. It means that the ability to save lives is definitely not a problem. So you don't have to worry too much about this. If it's a big deal, I'll just leave. I also know that none of you are afraid of death, but even if it's a renowned teacher, to be valuable, one must also die, isn't it? If you're not clear, you'll be killed by these guys. What if they break out of the underground cave? Arrived at the ground. Who else saved thousands of ancestors? Everyone also fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. The other party is right. Only those who die have value. So an old man responded and said, "Okay, then we'll listen to you. Let's step back and recuperate first. That teacher, be careful with your actions as well. If it really doesn't work, then we will report to headquarters. Bring the headquarters to handle it." At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that everyone agreed to go recuperate. I also breathed a sigh of relief. How many people say goodbye afterwards? Just as I was about to leave, I just thought of something, so I turned around and asked everyone, "Do you have any chess or board formations? The higher the level, the better." However, everyone heard that he needed these things. They all put their storage rings inside. There are formations related to it. I took them all out, handed it over to the other party. Not long after, Zhang Xian saw a bunch of level 6 peak chess and game sets. "Thank you too." Only then did they put these things into the storage ring. And beside him, Lu Feng. Seeing Zhang Xian in front of her, she put away her things. "Just turn around and leave." I couldn't help but shout. The other party only followed up on the previous incident. Apologized to him. However, I learned from the other party that he never had a plan, compared to before. I also began to secretly admire him in my heart. So the two of them had a brief chat and then Lu Feng just took out a formation disc. "Tell him, Dean Zhang. This is what I got many years ago. A 7-level maze array disc. Perhaps it will be useful to you." Seeing this array in the opponent's hand, Zhang Xian knows that it is of great use to herself, so he no longer declined. "Thank you," and put it in the ring. Then he turned around and flew forward. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Not long after, Zhang Xian flew for a period of time, just stopped at a mountain pass. Although he now has over 20 puppets with a desire to win triple. However, I really want to compete with over 200 alien races who have a strong desire to win. If the two fourfold kings face each other, they will still be easily killed. I can't compete with them at all. So at this moment, Zhang Xian was thinking, what can catch all these guys? In a way that prevents future troubles. He, who has been pondering for a long time. I haven't come up with any suitable solution for this yet. So I thought of the town faction given by Lu Feng. After all, he has never used a 7-star one before. I had the idea of wanting to know more. I just found out after taking it out. No matter how you instill true qi, it seems like there's no response at all. At this moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. Is it difficult that this set is broken? After hesitating for a moment, I used the library to investigate the reason. I only discovered it after checking. This thing is not bad, but this array is normal. We need the remaining 2 levels of true qi to activate it. So his current semi-holy and pure true qi, although its strength is almost the same as that of I Chong Jing, there is still a difference between Kuli Air Jing and others. Think of this. With a flick of his body, he entered the beehive. After returning to the folding space, we arrived under the Bodhi tree. Take out the formation and step down to the giant spirit formation in unison.
Immediately sit cross-legged. Immediately after, he took out a pile of snacks and placed them in front of him.
Immediately gather true chi.
Who knew they would hold the thunderous moment in their hands?
Start practicing with closed eyes.
I don't know how long it has been. When Zhang Xian opened her eyes again, we have already reached the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit. At this moment, his true energy had a power of 120 million.
But more importantly,
the original fetus in his body is now more rounded.
The light emitted is incredibly dazzling. I feel like I could break through at any moment.
At this moment, Zhang Xian also realized, the original tire has already reached second class. Divorce product list is only one step away. But now he knows he doesn't have time to think so much.
So I took out the 7-star keyboard again. However, after the steam input, the vibrating disc suddenly experienced a violent tremor.
Immediately after, I saw a beam of light enveloping the surroundings. Instantly formed a circle with a radius of several hundred meters. And this circle accompanied the passage of time.
It's also getting bigger and bigger. Among them, mist rises. White mist rises. Like a brand new world. Don't mention anyone else.
Even if Zhang Xian suddenly fell into it himself,
I'm afraid we'll lose our direction. Unable to distinguish between southeast, northwest, and central.
However, after understanding the formation, Zhang Xian's confidence greatly increased at this moment. I want to take down these alien tribes in one fell swoop.
The probability of success.
It has also improved significantly. Just think of this and step out of the trend. Returning to the underground cave.
Transformed into the appearance of an alien race again.
He flew back in the direction he had escaped from before. Just haven't flown far yet. I saw 2 members of the alien race.
He flew towards him, so Zhang Xian went up and asked how it was. You two have gained something.
But one of the members of the alien tribe saw the incoming person. He also frowned and asked Hua Wu a question.
Weren't you sent in another direction?
How did it appear here? Zhang Xian was taken aback by the words. I didn't expect to casually alter the appearance I had seen before.
I just met you.
So I explained that I had searched over there.
Found a clue. That's why I followed along.
After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of excitement.
I still want to see what it is, so I casually flipped through it.
I took out a jade plaque and handed it over to the 2 of them to see. Just haven't waited for them to read the words clearly yet. I saw 2 fists coming towards me,
accompanied by a loud bang.
I saw 2 members of the alien race being directly pounded to the ground, forcefully smashing 2 big holes. At this moment, Zhang Xian showed no intention of stopping,
flew straight to the ground,
immediately stomping on both feet in front of the 2 people who fell down.
However, the 2 members of the alien race have not yet reacted. What is going on?
2 big watermelons burst open directly. There was no movement in an instant.
After Zhang Xian resolved the 2 of them, also clean up their bodies. After filling the large pit on the ground, call this the appearance of Hua Wu again. Become one of the ones who was just decapitated. Just keep flying forward.
Along the way, I encountered many members of the alien race. Similarly, use the same method as before to kill it.
About half an hour. Zhang Xian has arrived near the previous palace.
At this moment, I saw the original magnificent building. It has turned into ruins. There are just a lot of alien races surrounding it. It seems like we're discussing how to rebuild it. And Zhang Xian scanned it around. I just discovered the figures of 2 great kings in the crowd. At this moment, the 2 kings furrowed their brows. His face was filled with displeasure. Listen to the reports of the tribe members who have arrived one after another.
I said I didn't find any traces.
7 or 8 members of the tribe came in a row, and they all said there was no follow-up. The 2 kings are very puzzled.
How did the other party do it? Can bring along 30 to 40 elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, escaping under the watchful eye of over 200 members of the tribe. The more they think about it, the angrier they get. Just talking about it. Is it possible that the other party could be a witch soul? I saw a member of the tribe hurriedly fly by. Speak, Your Highness.
I seem to have discovered those lost traces. The 2 of them immediately regained their spirits upon hearing these words.
So I asked where the other person was. At this moment,
the ethnic talent quickly explained that I saw some traces.
There are obvious human footprints. Just a large quantity. I didn't dare to continue tracking. Just come back and report immediately. Upon hearing these words, Xingye Wang praised his subordinates for doing well.
Then asked the other party to take them both to take a look. When the tribe members were about to lead the way, the green leaf king on the side seemed to have thought of something.
Stop shouting.
The Qingye king then saw the other person's puzzled expression.
Just explain that.
Have you forgotten the strangeness of that guy?
Upon hearing him say so, Prince Qingye, his face tightened.
I just remembered that guy's disguise ability, so my eyebrows raised.
Immediately unfold in divine time. Cover the tribe in front of you. On the other side, this alien tribe. Obviously, I didn't expect the other party to do this.
Suddenly scared, his face turned pale.
However,
the Qingye king has just finished exploring the people in front of him with the divine stone.
Just as I was about to speak, just heard a loud bang.
Immediately before my eyes, a mist suddenly rose up.
The blink of an eye. Cover a range of several hundred meters around it. Seeing this scene, Qingye Wang couldn't help but contract his pupils.
Immediately exclaimed with a confirmed diagnosis.
This is the 7-star maze.
He knows that once he falls into this level of maze, it's difficult to escape in a short period of time. So he hurriedly looked at the Green Leaf King beside him.
At this point, we can no longer see the other party.
I looked up and realized I was in chaos.
I can no longer distinguish between southeast, northwest, and central.
At this moment, he just realized.
The tribe member who just reported.
It must be that bastard Zhang Xian disguised himself. Immediately, I was so angry that my face turned ashen.
I shouted angrily at Liang Guangfu. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will let you know what Guangdong cuisine is.
I thought to myself that although this level 7 array is very powerful,
but what I am best at is formations.
If you don't believe me, I won't spare him.
Immediately after,
the huge body suddenly shook and flew out.
I flew around randomly once.
I still found that everything around me was shrouded in mist.
So it stopped.
With a solemn expression, he took out a compass. I want to carefully study where the glottis in the formation will be located.
Suddenly, I heard a miserable cry coming from not far away.
Immediately felt someone fall to the ground.
Seeing this scene,
King Jinya's heart trembled suddenly. He knows very well that this maze has no ability to kill.
Even if trapped, it's nothing. However, this type of array consumes a significant amount of steam, so we can only have such power in a short period of time. This will also lead to people activating the array disk.
Because of excessive steam loss and loss of combat effectiveness. Why are there still clan members being ambushed now?
Think of this.
Immediately walked towards the direction of the sound.
Sure enough, I just left for a while.
I saw a member of the tribe lying down and unable to get up in front of me. Even the storage ring on my hand is gone. However, just when King Jinya was angry about this, I heard another round of miserable cries coming. At this moment, he was completely panicked. Thinking of these over 200 ethnic groups, everyone ordered them to split up and go out to search. Currently, there are 50 ethnic groups building houses here. They all went out to search before.
He came back without finding any trace. Kill each other one by one according to the current situation. If things continue like this, I'm afraid it won't take long.
More than 50 ethnic groups here.
Isn't it all going to be destroyed by the other party's hands? After all, he knows. This is a huge cost that has been paid within the clan.
Just sent the first batch of people over from the seal. If this guy really intends to kill the tribe members,
this loss is unimaginable. Think of this.
His face darkened.
Immediately retrieve a jade plaque. This is the unique sensing jade plaque of their alien tribe.
He can easily sense the nearest tribe member to him.
However, at this moment,
I saw the Golden Leaf King take off the jade plaque in his hand and release it.
A jade plaque suspended in mid-air.
Just fly straight ahead. We quickly found the tribe members lying on the ground.
Kodingjin only realized at a glance. He was punched to death again.
At this moment, King Jinya felt an indescribable anger in his heart. I wish I could turn the other person into a hand driver immediately. However, the jade plaque did not stop.
Flying forward again.
At this moment, he dared not hesitate either.
Continue searching.
Soon, 7 or 8 members of the tribe were also discovered.
See here. King Jinya's face is about to explode.
The berserk energy of the whole body kept gushing out.
At this moment, I finally know.
The terrifying level of this guy named Zhang Xian. After all, he not only expended so much real energy to drive the 7-star town brand, there is still true chi to fight against the tribe. And it's all solved with one punch, then another. Being able to walk freely within the formation, unrestricted by fog.
To what extent do you understand this match method? Only then can we achieve this. Think of this. The anger in my heart was accompanied by a roar.
The killing aura of the whole body soared into the sky.
Immediately afterwards, there was a sense of battle not far away. He immediately rushed over. Only then did I realize. Qingye King.
Just like the guy who disguised himself as reporting the news just now. In the battle, there was a long hiss from the Green Leaf King.
I'll help you.
Just rushed over. But that guy saw himself coming over. As soon as he turned around, he disappeared into the maze. However, the angry Qingye King saw the situation. Immediately rushed up. But the Green Leaf King nearby quickly shouted, "Don't be too busy chasing after me." This formation was released by him.
He is the controller of the formation. He can escape at will.
If we rush over recklessly, we will only fall into a passive situation.
Upon hearing this, the Seaman King just realized.
After stopping, he turned around and looked at the Seaman King,
but only then did I realize he was already seriously injured. I quickly went up and asked why you were injured so badly. This is the response from Prince Qingye, whose face turned pale. That guy just disguised himself as you. I was unprepared. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I saw him spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he continued to explain. This guy can change his appearance at will. Even the breath of weapons and souls can be simulated. It's really hard to defend against. You also need to be careful. After speaking, Prince Qingye remained uneasy about it. So I used phonetics to say this to the other person. I'll make some adjustments here first. You go save people. But to prevent him from disguising himself as me and launching a surprise attack on you. If we meet, can deal with a dark one. If you're right, it's yourself. If it doesn't match, it proves it's my legs. Starry Night King Classical Chinese also just realized. This method is really good. Otherwise, I want to save the remaining tribe members. They can't be together forever either. Once separated, that guy is highly likely to launch a surprise attack. This way, we won't be passive anymore. So they responded with a message saying, what code is better for us to use? This is what Starry Night King said. You can decide what to use. Once we meet, just say the first sentence. I correspond to the second sentence. If they don't match, quietly come up to them. Just do it directly. Then the two of them set a secret code. Watching videos and liking them is the only motivation for perverts. This pervert in front of me. In order to kill two kings who are several levels higher than themselves. Unexpectedly using such incredible means. Just now, Zhang Xian transformed into a member of the alien clan. Fight against Prince Qingye. I saw the Golden Leaf King rushing over. Immediately disappear into the mist. However, just as the Golden Leaf King was about to chase after him, I was stopped by the Green Leaf King. Then turn around and look at the other person. Only then did I realize that he had been seriously injured. After a brief communication between the two, to prevent the possibility of being ambushed again, we also discussed using coded language to say hello. At this moment, King Jinya pondered for a moment. Just say it like this. Next time we meet, it's up to me. Kill the famous teacher and respond. Lingzhu proclaimed himself king. If it doesn't match, take action. Set the code language down. Xingye Wang breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to speak, I heard another scream of agony. So he didn't stay any longer. Tell the Green Leaf King to be extremely careful. Just rushed out. However, at this moment, the eyebrows of the Green Leaf King raised. He showed a confident expression on his face. I said something, you can go ahead with peace of mind. I was ambushed once. It's not that easy to kill me. I heard the other person say that. King Jinya nodded in response. Just disappear into the mist. Quickly arrived at the place where the sound was made. I saw my fellow tribesmen lying motionless on the ground. If I want to continue like this, sooner or later, they will be completely annihilated by the other party. We must break the formation as soon as possible. But while he was studying how to break through the maze, I heard a roar and saw where you were running. Immediately after, I saw a figure. He rushed straight towards himself. Lift your eyes and take a look. I just realized that this person is none other than the Green Leaf King. However, King Qingye saw him here. I also breathed a sigh of relief. Then asked the hero. I saw someone coming over just now. The Golden Leaf King saw the Green Leaf King in front of him. The body is intact and undamaged. It seems like I haven't been injured just now. His expression immediately became solemn. So his eyes looked at each other like electricity. Just use the voice to say to him, kill the famous teacher. And upon hearing this, Prince Qingye waved his hand. Just snort coldly. That's right. To kill the famous teacher. I have confirmed that that guy is a renowned teacher. Just now, they launched a surprise attack on me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, dodged his attack. However, King Jinya heard the other party's response. Not a secret gaze. I nodded and responded with a yes in a flash. That guy must be killed. Then he walked up to the other person. Take out a jade plaque casually. Continuing, that guy's strength is not weak. Only by working together can we defeat it. You see, I happen to have something here. Take a look at it. Perhaps it would be helpful to kill him. Xingye Wang Wenhua looked at the thing in his hand. I'm very puzzled, yes. What did it come from? However, at this moment, Prince Qingye saw that the other party had no intention of being prepared. A change in eyes. Immediately unleashing a powerful pressure. He suddenly threw a punch at the opponent. Upon seeing this, Prince Qingye, I haven't had a chance to react yet. Accompanied by a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, he was seen flying backwards in his entirety. The mist was sprinkled with blood for a moment. At this moment, I saw Prince Qingye lying on the ground, eyes pale and lifeless, like being emptied out in an instant. Although he was not punched to death at this moment, but it seems that they may not live long either. It's just that Prince Qingye couldn't think of it. Although I don't have much contact with each other on weekdays, but multiple kings have received a common mission this time. Come and work together. At present, the enemy is at the forefront. He won't go kill the famous scholars. On the contrary, he did it to himself. So he shouted with a face full of madness that you were doing this. What exactly is it for? However, at this moment, suddenly, a sound came from the mist. You don't have to ask, you already know why. He was disguised as the famous teacher. Kill him, or we'll all die here today. Immediately after, I saw another Seaman King approaching me. Extend your finger. Point directly at the Seaman King who just took action. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw a pure and intense killing aura, gently brushing down. However, the first appearance of the Seaman King. At this moment, it has been shrouded in that. Her face turned red. It seems like I want to say something, but I still can't say it. And the blue lying on the ground. Yi Wang stood up with difficulty and asked. He is a renowned teacher. Pretending to hear him ask such a question. The second appearance of the Green Leaf King. The aura of slaughter released. Under the desperate resistance of the other party. It seems like I can't hold on any longer. So he shouted loudly, yes. This guy disguised himself as me. He just wants to take action against us. Hurry up and help. I can no longer suppress it alone. After listening to the explanation, only then did Prince Qingye realize, accompanied by a roar, the blood inside the body is like a burning and cut-off vitality. Instantly activated a violent aura. Chubi's network. The trapped Qingye King takes action. This move is the blood-burning technique of the alien clan. Once activated, the user will undoubtedly die. But he was able to do it in a short period of time. Instantly double the user's power. And at this moment, the trapped Qingye King saw this move. His eyes were filled with fear and terror. I quickly shook my head. Unfortunately, I was suppressed to death by the enemy's killing intent. I can't even say a word. However, the Green Leaf King who was approaching. At this moment, a resolute look appeared in both eyes. I shouted, and now I know it's too late to be afraid. Not only do you express your fearlessness towards life and death, we Spirit Clan can also give up everything for the goal. As soon as the words fell, I saw my fist strike like a shooting star from outside the sky. Instantly attacked towards the other party. Accompanied by a loud bang, I saw the trapped Seaman King spewing blood wildly, directly flying backwards. After falling hard to the ground, the body is still convulsing incessantly. And the King of Seamen after performing the ultimate trick. At this moment, another mouthful of fresh blood is sprayed out. Shaking body. Then he collapsed to the ground. Just at this moment, a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. After all, he knows. Although this move sacrifices oneself, but he can kill the Dean of the human race. It's also worth it. Then he turned around and looked at the second Seaman King. Just when I was about to explain something to him, suddenly realized. What is it? So, with a fierce expression on his face, he shouted Nini angrily. You are the one from that human race, right? At this moment, right. The second King of Seamen. Isn't it great to just respond with a gentle smile? It seems that you are still very smart. Unfortunately, it's too late. After speaking, the body wriggled, immediately transformed back into one's own demon. After all, Zhang Xian, he has to deal with these two kings who have reached the quadruple realm. Even if he uses more than 20 puppets and a maze, it's also unbeatable. So we take advantage of this maze, plus his ability to disguise himself. So I deceived the two great kings. This plan of killing two birds with one stone, it's very complicated to say, but it's all in Zhang Xian's calculations. At this time, the Green Leaf King, after understanding the other party's trickery, I also struggled to stand up. I'll die if I just grit my teeth and shout wildly. I also want to pull you as a cushion. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw a spirit puppet rushing in from the side. With a fierce kick, he kicked the other person's head, accompanied by a loud bang. Qingye Wang was kicked and flew out directly. Immediately after, I saw over a dozen identical remaining triple puppets, surrounding the Green Leaf King. After a beating, he didn't even have a chance to use the blood-staining technique. He was beaten until he was unrecognizable. Until the gas is cut off. Seeing this scene, Prince Yi Qing has a strong sense of unwillingness. I was so angry that I was about to explode. Then he roared loudly, "You despicable thing." Zhang Xian has no sympathy for this. Instead, his face darkened. Just look coldly at the other person. You angrily rebuked me, saying that you were on the brink of death and that you were despicable. You are the Spirit Clan. Eating humans as food. This action is simply outrageous and unreasonable. How dare you still talk to me about being despicable now? After speaking, Zhang Xian ignored the other party. Wave your big hand. I shouted to many puppets, come over here, all of you. Fight this guy until he dies. However, more than 20 puppets who heard the command, nodded and immediately attacked, accompanied by a series of mournful cries. It lasted for about 3 minutes. Qingye Wang also broke off his relationship. At this moment, Zhang Xian ordered to go. Combine those alien groups in the formation. I killed everyone. After seeing the puppet leave, they approached the two great kings separately, take out their storage rings. As soon as he had a mental movement, he scanned inside and left. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the items inside the ring. I couldn't help but feel excited inside. It's like a treasure trove here. There are countless weapons and pills inside, but even top-grade spirit stones have nearly tens of thousands of poisons. Just inside, discovered a circular cone engraved with runes. After watching for half a day, I couldn't figure out what it was. No longer paying attention. Then he flipped inside the ring. I saw a bunch of soul-related books. After receiving from the library, I just realized that there are many errors in these books. There are thousands of defects. If I were to practice this technique, even if one does not become obsessed, they may collapse at any time. But after thinking about it, I just realized, it could be a cultivation technique for humans and alien races. Cannot work together. That's why this situation happened. So I no longer paid attention to it. After checking everything inside one by one, the spirit has just returned to the outside. Watching the puppet slay all the remaining alien races. Just put away the mist formation. Let them clean up over 50 salted fish. Disguise as the king of seamen again and stand in place. Let all puppets ambush around. So in less than 2 hours, it was like this. All the alien tribes who have returned to restore their lives. All of them were brutally murdered by Zhang Xian one by one. After finishing these tasks, compared to flying towards the direction of ceiling. After all, Lu Feng and others have been to this place before. So they also identified this specific location. I told Zhang Xinteng. However, at this moment, in a valley of the underground cave, these old men have just withdrawn their hidden formation. One by one, they got up and exhaled a mouthful of murky air, walking out of the valley with golden light in his eyes. After several hours of recuperation, their physical strength has almost fully recovered, although there are still some serious injuries that cannot be removed. But it's almost the same. So after discussion among everyone, decided to return to the underground warehouse center to assist Zhang Xian. But after everyone flew for a while, an old man suddenly felt very strange. Why is there so little killing atmosphere around? The old man next to him reacted to the words. If there is any abnormality, it must be a demon. It's better for everyone to be careful. So everyone continued to move forward with double caution. Soon after, everyone arrived above this pile of ruins. Everyone was startled. Isn't this the palace of the alien race? How did it become like this? The crowd, who were originally puzzled, quickly came down to investigate. What exactly happened? After searching around, one of the elders discovered bloodstains on the ground. Loosened the surface mud layer with just one flip. Immediately after, I saw that the alien race was buried here, so he called everyone over. Everyone rushed to the front upon hearing the words. Everyone, open up the surface layer of mud. Only then did I realize that it was full of suspicions from the alien race. Among them, the figures of two kings were also seen. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Then someone exclaimed in surprise that they were all dead. Isn't Zhang Shi here to cause trouble? But he killed them all. How is this possible? 200 plus is better than one insect. Winning at both ends and encountering quadruple. This kind of combat power. Even if we bring all the elders from the renowned teacher academy over, they may not necessarily be able to surpass each other. How could he possibly do this alone? At this moment, Lu Feng, who was standing beside him, spoke with a bitter smile on his face. I can confirm, 100% it was done by Zhang Xian. Perhaps only he can achieve complete perfection. Something unbelievable came out. Upon hearing this, everyone is stupid. He's a person pretending to be a Bible, to be able to engage in such an incredible behavior. Not long after, an old man recovered from shock. I couldn't help but say that I have killed so many members of the alien clan, and destroyed their conspiracy. The credit for this is immense. It can be called terrifying. We need to report the situation here. Report to headquarters one by one as soon as possible. We cannot let the achievements of zombies be buried. Everyone heard this, nodding in agreement repeatedly. After all, fighting against the alien race is not an individual's business. It's not the responsibility of any famous teacher either. But it's a matter for the entire human race. He killed so many alien races alone, and stopped the other party's conspiracy. The great credit, returning to headquarters, will inevitably receive commendation. This is an achievement that no one can erase. The reason why the famous teacher hall has been able to operate for tens of thousands of years, because the secretion of rewards and punishments is never criticized by anyone. However, Zhang Xian here doesn't know. These old men have returned to the basement. At this moment, he also flew to the end of the underground cave. Arriving at the sealed place, just in the distance, he saw a huge film of light in the valley. It's hard to see what's inside. So Zhang Xian, who came up to her, clearly felt it. There is a strong killing aura inside, occasionally erupting. It seems like they want to break through the light film and emerge, smash people into pieces. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but wonder for a moment. This seal is even more terrifying than imagined. It is also more sturdy. With his strength, don't talk about breaking open. Maybe the attack won't leave any trace. Such a powerful seal. How did these alien tribes come here? Don't hesitate at this point. A mental movement. Let out a low cry of defect in your heart. The next scene I saw in the book. Zhang Xian's body shook, collapsed directly to the ground, fainted to death. This is a group of peers who are equally capable. The invincible god of war. Therefore, across the entire continent of renowned teachers, these warriors can also obtain the best cultivation resources. So he is also the god of war in people's hearts. Just when they arrived at the academy, only then did I realize. Originally, there were 30,000 members of the Xianxian society. He is the god of war among warriors. Just now, Zhang Xuanfei arrived at the end of the underground cave. Arriving at the place where the seal is located, just looking at the huge seal in front of him, he was puzzled. Such a strong seal. How did the alien race actually get through? So my spirit stirred up, let out a low cry in my heart. The defect quickly appeared before our eyes. After studying the sealed books once, I just found out that the reason behind it is, I want to prevent the alien race from coming again. If there are any future troubles, there is currently only one solution, that is to replenish the weak areas completely. So he took a step forward and came to the seal. I gently pressed down on one of the defects with my palm. The next second, the whole body was sucked in. I only discovered it when I got inside. The structure of this space is very clever, and it also comes with a set of operating rules. Make it more stable and firm. So I couldn't help but open my eyes of reason and take a look. Only then did I realize. The operation here is the same as that of Fengxing's sister. And compared to my own way of cultivation, more tedious, complex, and meticulous. See here. Suddenly had an idea. If Sister Fengxing follows this practice, will it make its power stronger? Think of this. Zhang Xian used a rational eye, carefully observed the subtle structure of the entire space. Not long after, I sat down. Start condensing the original state. Try to use your true qi. Rearrange according to the ceiling structure. Although there hasn't been much progress around me, but the original tire has become more stable and powerful. However, at this moment, the group of elders outside the courtyard chief's forest, full of anxiety, and the old fans were so anxious that they jumped and cried out. You said it's been 3 days now. What is the dean doing inside? Why hasn't it come out yet? Upon hearing this, old Zhao, and with a worried expression on his face, he replied, yes. I'm really worried that something might have happened to him inside. We can't get in again. What should we do about this? Subsequently, the more they discussed, the more worried they became. And what they are worried about is not Zhang Xian's safety, but I'm afraid of demolishing the dean. If that's the case, these over 100 past deans, I really can't rest in peace. However, just when they were troubled by it, Lao Zhao suddenly remembered this time. The people from the warrior hall should be arriving around the time. Let's go take a look. After all, even if the dean is not here, it's okay. It's impolite that the platoon leader didn't even go to greet them. How many people heard this? After hesitating for a moment, he rushed back to the college. And outside the college, at this moment, more than 10 soldiers are striding towards the courtyard. They are not wearing teacher uniforms today. It's not a combat uniform either. Wearing ordinary clothing. It looks no different from loose repair. At this moment, I saw a soldier walking behind me. Suddenly asked the pharmacist. I heard they came to take the exam this time. Being beaten to the ground by students from Hongyuan famous teachers college. I don't know if this is true. However, the middle-aged man walking at the forefront. It's Liao Song, the commander of the war hall. At this moment, he responded by saying, the message that came was indeed like this. The new students selected by Hongyuan College this year. Too incredible. Even appeared at the same level. An existence that even Zhou warriors cannot resist. That's why we rushed over for the assessment. A group of soldiers behind Liao Song about this. They all think it's unlikely. Some people say there must be some hidden agenda behind this matter. Otherwise, Hongyuan Academy, which has always been at the bottom. How could this be unprecedented? Get this kind of result. And Liao Song heard everyone's discussion. I also agree that I don't really believe it either. Which of us in the war is not a unique talent? 100 people selected from a college. Surprisingly, all of them passed the assessment. Since the selection of the Warriors Hall. Something that has never happened before. So I came here today to confirm. Upon hearing this, everyone responded with a voice. Just continued walking into the academy. Just passing by the training ground. I just heard the students surrounding me say it right. Bijong Si. I still don't quite understand some of the tricks the dean taught me. Can you give me some guidance? And when Bijianghai heard the other party ask, just a gentle smile back. After speaking, he flipped his palm over. Suddenly slapped forward with a palm. Once this photo is taken, A series of crosstalk explosions instantly occurred in the air. A scorching airflow surged out wildly. The wind eroded the ground and caused cracks to appear one after another. However, many soldiers passing by saw this. Without the contraction of the pupil. This palm technique looks simple, but it incorporates great skills, even when they are at the same level. It is extremely difficult to achieve this. Therefore, one of the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is it difficult?" This is the guy who was going to take the assessment. And the other soldier couldn't help but look at Liao Song. Speaking of Liao, sure. I want to go up and give it a try. Is that okay? Liao Song heard this, hesitated for a moment. Later, it was explained that it was agreed upon. But remember to show mercy. If the other party is not, do not injure it. Otherwise, if you report to Mingshi Hall, it's not easy for us to handle either. After listening to Master Liao's instructions, the young soldier gave a gentle smile. I responded by saying I know. With a flick of his body, he jumped onto the nearby training ground. Tell Jianghai about this friend. I just saw you growing like the wind next day and night. Extraordinary strength. Historical records. I am currently lowering my cultivation level. Go to Chao Tianjing and the female sample. I don't know if it's possible to compare with me in the last game. Upon hearing the words, Jianghai was initially taken aback. Then he smiled. The response is that of course it is possible. However, after obtaining the other party's consent day and night, let's start with a response. Then he flipped his palm over. The body quickly rushed forward and out. And Jianghai saw a strange figure. Like slaughtering ghosts. Make it difficult to see the specific direction of attack. I just remembered what Zhang Xian once said. Don't panic when you come across this trick. Don't be influenced by the other person's rhythm either. We can only see the essence through phenomena. No matter how the other party shakes. But if you want to attack, they only have a few fixed positions. At this moment, it is even more important to remain calm and take action. So I flipped my palm over. Just took a shot straight ahead. However, day and night in rapid movement. I'll wave a palm when I see the other person's body not moving. My face was filled with excitement. After all, he used this strange gait. I just want to get the other party to act first. Once this is done, it's like having a loophole. So my body shook. Just come to the side of the opponent. As soon as I raised my hand, I pressed it hard. He thought this would only require a little bit of strength. The other party is bound to get hurt and give up. Unexpectedly, the power on the palm has not yet fallen onto the other person's body. Zhou Yi felt a force attacking him. Sudden tightness in the chest. And then he didn't have a chance to react. Accompanied by a sound. The whole person flew directly out of the training ground. Fell fiercely on the road. However, many soldiers who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded. With just one move, Zhou Yi was defeated. Is this the one who needs to be assessed? I think it's also highly likely. Otherwise, how could there be such strong combat power? And the centurion Liao Song next to him saw this scene. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. After all, the battle just now. He can easily tell. The other party's guy named Jianghai. Its true chi power and reaction speed are not as good as the Book of Changes. But during the competition, we won. This indicates his understanding of martial arts and combat. Has extremely high talent. This is probably exactly what Zhuo Qingfeng said. That cultivation genius. Otherwise, how could it be so strong? So he looked at the soldier beside him and said, Hu Chen, you also go up and practice. After hearing the command, Hu Chen nodded and responded. I jumped onto the stage. Then he looked at the other person. I said something, I'll see your tricks and skills, and Xia Hu Chen specially came up to stab the foot. After speaking, he moved his body and suppressed his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhanghai nodded in agreement. But just when he was about to take action, the nearby member just spoke up about Zhanghai. Give me the opportunity to compete with the weak. You see, I'm the worst at learning. The content explained by the dean. I haven't fully understood it yet. Why don't you let me try? Increase opportunities for learning. Bai Zhanghai saw his classmate's pitiful appearance. Just give a bitter smile. And he also agreed to give him the opportunity to practice his hands. As Su, this friend does have a good understanding of martial arts skills. It's also difficult to practice effectively compared to them. Now, compete with this weak person who has emerged from nowhere. Perhaps we can get some good inspiration. However, Hu Chen across from them listened to their conversation in his ears. I just feel a surge of true chi in my body. Almost exploded on the spot. You are the weak one. Your whole family is. I meowed him so much that he lowered his goggles to the skybridge. You two guys are blind. How dare you even say I'm weak? And in the warrior team below, one of them said to him through voice transmission, Hu Chen, do not show mercy to such people. After hearing this, Hu Chen responded with a sound. With a flash of his gaze, a fierce expression appeared. He was originally thinking that if the other party couldn't take it anymore, I will give him face. Since it's so boring now, Then don't blame yourself for not being polite. So he made an invitation gesture. Let's start talking. However, the opposite member, a little embarrassed, take a step forward. Response, Dean. Although the techniques for combat response were explained in detail, I'm just not very good at learning it. In case I hurt you later, you must not blame me. At this moment, Hu Chen heard the other party say these words. I can no longer resist jumping forward. As soon as I lifted my palm, I rushed straight towards the other person. Members who can stand still. I didn't feel any fear about it. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Then a shout came just in time. As soon as the words fell, I saw him swing a punch and greet me, accompanied by a loud bang. Wu Chen only felt his arm soften. A fierce force rapidly spread throughout the body. At the same time, the whole person flew out uncontrollably. However, many soldiers who witnessed the scene were once again foolish. We warriors are no match for head-on confrontation. At a time when everyone was amazed by this, the Blue River Sea on stage. He just looks like he hates iron but can't make steel. Looking at the young man not far away. How many times have I shouted angrily and told you? Combat is not just about brute force. We need to use skills. Skills, why are you so stupid? Members heard this. He also scratched his head with embarrassment on his face. The response was that I saw him going straight and straight. I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. That's why he punched him. After explaining, I looked at the crowd standing nearby with embarrassment. How about this? Who else among you wants to compare with me? I promise not to use force this time. You can be crushed with just skills. Upon hearing this, many soldiers were all furious. They are still in history. The first time I heard someone say to a warrior, you can crush them without using force. Therefore, one of the strategists could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Just jump onto the stage in anger. Reduced cultivation level. With a cold snort, he stretched out his palm and said, let's get the horse over here. However, this young man from the Xianxian Society, the other party is ready. When I was about to take action, the member next to him angrily rebuked with an unhappy expression on his face. I said, Zhao Qing, what do you mean by that? This is a great opportunity for practicing. You've practiced once, but it's not enough. Do we all have to be monopolized by one person? This is BG Yanghai's agreement. That's right, Zhao Qing. You see, Song Ying's strength is similar to yours. Does he also need to practice his hands? Just give it a go this time. And Zhao Qing, who was about to take action, saw Jiang Hai say so. Just nodded with reluctance on his face. Agreed with the other party's statement. Just the warrior across from him, hearing their tone, completely treating oneself as a mobile sandbag. My face turned pale instantly. Just shout angrily at the other person and stop talking nonsense to me. Bring the horse over. However, at this moment, Song Ying took a step forward. Just shake your head and respond by saying that young people are so restless. How can we compete well? I heard the other person say that. Warriors also know that they have some probing. So I took a deep breath. Forcefully suppressed the depression in one's heart. Just said calmly, let's start. As soon as these words are spoken, both of them rushed towards each other at the same time. After 3 consecutive moves, come and go. I saw the soldier strike out with one palm. Song Ying saw the situation. A side profile. Immediately kick out a kick. At this moment, the soldiers have not yet reacted. I just feel a numbness in my waist. The whole person flew out horizontally. However, many soldiers in the audience were all dumbfounded at this moment. Up 3, fly 3. They thought Zhuo Qingfeng was exaggerating. Intentionally exaggerating the horror of Hongyuan Academy. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I understand. This college is really strong. Powerful at this moment. One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask, are you going to participate in the warrior selection this time? Zhang Yang, Lu Yang, and others. Upon hearing this, BG Yanghai beside shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Are you kidding? They are the direct disciples of the dean. More than 100 times stronger than us. How can it be compared to it? Qianfu Chang Liaosong was first stunned by the classical Chinese. With a furrowed brow, he looked at the other person. Ask if that's the case. You passed the military assessment this year. 3 of those 100 people. Bai Jianhai heard the other party say so, shaking his head in frustration. How is it possible to respond? We also want to be. Unfortunately, our strength is too low. Not even qualified to participate in the selection of combat instructors. Upon hearing these words, Liao San's body trembled uncontrollably. I suddenly felt my body soften. Then he asked with a frightened expression on his face, so you are teachers? At this moment, Bai Jianhai responded with excitement on his face. We are just members of the Xianxian Society. The college still has over 30,000 members. Capture a large number of members with higher combat effectiveness than us. These young men in front of us are obsessed with teachers like fathers, in order not to be a teacher's oil bottle. Surprisingly making such a heartbreaking decision. Just now,
This is a group of warriors who carry a sense of awe from the bottom of their bones. They consider themselves invincible among their peers. As a result, I arrived at the college. I didn't even see the person to be assessed. By the road, I was defeated by a few students who were playing. Do you want to be so vicious? The most crucial thing is, this kind of strong person, what they know is not just 3 or 2. It's the 30,000 members of the Xianxian society. They all have such strong strength. Can the warrior team not panic at this moment? I'm so panicked. I want to see if my warrior card is fake. And Liao Song, the commanding officer of the prestigious War Master Hall. For the first time, there was the feeling of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Regarding one's own cognition, even life began to have doubts. However, Bi Jianghai saw these people standing still and posted. Just smiled and said, "What? Don't you believe it? If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it." Anyway, the members of our Xianxian society happened to be gathering in front of us. After speaking, he turned around and walked forward. Many soldiers saw Liao Song nod and followed suit. I walked for a while. I can see the square directly in front of me. It's densely packed with people. From time to time, there are still a few people in the crowd competing and exchanging ideas, and they are all discussing the confrontation between tactics. After hearing the skills they exchanged, all the soldiers' faces couldn't help but twitch. Although it's just a discussion, there is no comparison to a fight. But with their vision and insight, discuss and engage in simple sparring with them. It can already be seen, as long as we fight against it, the result won't be much stronger than this Blue River Sea. In other words, they have so many powerful warriors. Throw it in front of these 30,000 students. Not only does it not stand out, maybe it's still at the bottom. At this moment, Liao Song really couldn't understand. How did this college go back? So I couldn't help but look at the river and sea beside me. Why is your combat power so strong? Then I learned from them that their strength is really not strong. I just had some insights after listening to the class all afternoon. If I could listen to the dean's lectures more often, I guess we can only become a little stronger. After learning all of this, Liao Song went crazy. I dare not continue chatting with these perverts. Otherwise, they really can't accept the fact that they are warriors. So then he found an excuse and left. Soon after, accompanied by a group of warriors, we quickly found the vengeful mother who was found dead. And at this moment, Zhuo Qingsong also knew that they had arrived. He came to the yard with a happy face to greet him. You can see their listless expressions one by one. I couldn't help but ask a few people what was going on here. However, at this moment, Liao Song did not respond to the other party's question. Instead, asked the other party about this college. What's going on with the dean? Zhuo Qingfeng asked as soon as he saw the other person coming up. This guy hesitated for a moment. Only then did he realize what he had learned. I said it in detail. However, after understanding the situation, Liao Song, the whole person looks like a ghost. Stuck in place for half a day. I haven't recovered for a long time. Not long after, he spoke up and said, if it's really that powerful, I think it's better to let them break through the Dragon Gate formation. You know what? This Longmen formation is also known as the assessment of warriors. It has been almost 300 years since anyone cleared the warrior hall. And why is it called Zhanzi? If we compare the warrior hall to a family, then Zhanzi is the young master of the family. That means as long as Zhanzi grows up, it can definitely become the existence of the next hall master. So the two of them had a simple conversation. Just set this matter down. Then he went to the elder's house with many soldiers. Just entered the yard. I saw Elder Mi and Lao Zhao welcoming me over. Immediately after, I also saw the dean of the third courtyard come out. A few people just introduced each other after entering the room. I saw that the 4 people from Zhangyang also came. At this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng also introduced Zhangyang, Liao Shi, and others. Each other also planned to have the 4 of them take the Dragon Gate formation exam ceremony. I said it once. I just heard that the old fans of Longmen formation are very unfamiliar. So I asked how to break through this formation. What are the special rules? Liao Song explained in classical Chinese that this formation is divided into Dragon Tail and Dragon Back, and the 3 levels of the Dragon Head. There are 3 cultivators in each position. The 3 of Dragon Tail. There is 1 person with the same level of cultivation as the challenger. The other 2 are respectively 1 level higher than him, and 2 sub-levels. And the 3 people on the back of the dragon, 3 to 5 levels higher than the challenger respectively. The last leader is also 3 people. Above the level of the challenger, there are 6 to 8 sublevels. In other words, want to break through the Dragon Gate formation, we must defeat all 9 of them. And these people are at least at the level of centurions. Most important of all, their combined combat power will be stronger. Strength like mine. I can't even break through the dragon tail. However, after listening to the rules, everyone fell silent. To be honest, this is really too difficult. You should know the centurion of the warrior hall. Each one has the ability to engage in superior combat.
Now we still have to face 3 enemies, and each one has higher strength than the challenger. No wonder Warrior Tang has been here for 300 years. No one can pass this assessment. It's simply a perverted existence. I'm afraid even the commander of the war hall. None of them can pass this assessment. However, after explaining these, Liao Song just looked up at Zheng Yang and others. Asked them if they want to give it a try. At this point, several people did not respond. But instead, he lowered his head and entered into contemplation. After all, Zheng Yang has clashed with Zhuo Qingfeng, who is a centurion, knowing the degree of terror. Besides, we still have to challenge for a long time in one breath now. Not to mention the increasing strength. The other side is still fighting together. But while a few people were thinking, Liao Song immediately said, to be honest with you, the Longmen formation I just mentioned. Actually, it's just the most simplified Longmen formation of the headquarters. After crossing the Dragon Head, we still need to challenge the Dragon Ball. At the position of Dragon Ball, there is a stronger and more powerful person waiting for you. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang also figured it out. He knows with the teacher's talent. If we don't bring them along, it must have been famous all over the world for a long time. I wouldn't have stayed at the renowned teacher academy for so long. I also know that the teacher has put in too much effort for them. I'm also too tired. From dancer training to reverse painting, I don't know how much material has been spent. I have consumed an unknown amount of snacks. Once we reach the state of victory, every level increase. The materials used are even more massive. This heavy burden, it has always been borne by the teacher alone. As a student, it's truly a great unfilial act. So Zhang Yang pondered before and after. The best way to know is to enter the warrior hall. Soldiers gather here, having the best resources in the entire continent. As long as you become a member, it is no longer a burden to the teacher. Even in the future, it can help teachers alleviate their worries and difficulties. Even though this assessment is very dangerous and difficult, I also have to do it for the sake of the teacher. Just like a teacher for them, anything can be given up. Think of this, looking firmly at the other person. Say I want to break through the Dragon Gate formation. After Liao Song saw that he agreed, I just smiled and looked at Wang Ying and others. At this moment, they each responded with a firm gaze, saying, we're the same. To break through the Dragon Gate formation. After all, their ideas are actually the same as Zheng Yang's. I can't bear the teacher to continue working hard for them. The old man next to me saw that everyone had discussed it. Let everyone go to the performance stage of the academy. However, at this point, the stage is already overcrowded. After all, 3 days ago, everyone knows now. This assessment will be more difficult than the last one. So early in the morning, countless students have already secured their positions in advance. Even Hongyuan City has many strong players. I also came specifically to watch. At this moment, Zheng Yang and others also came up to them. Immediately caused cheers from countless people. Soon after, Liao Song took a step forward. Just looking at everyone, just said one sentence. Longmen formation starts now. As soon as the words fell, I saw 9 soldiers in the audience below. With a flick of his body, he came to the high platform. Immediately after, I saw them landing in their respective positions. At the same time, it also suppresses the corresponding cultivation. Then I saw Liao Song take out a token. Shaking of the palm. After the token is suspended in the air, just Lang Lang shouted, and the next stop is Captain Tang Qianfu. Liao Songta applies for the Longmen Formation Test Division. Please approve. As soon as the words fell, I saw the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gather. Immediately followed by a tremendous force, descending from the sky and enveloping the high platform. Divide the 9 people into 3 parts and hide them. It's like setting up a strange formation. However, the 3 deans who witnessed this scene, I can't help but have a bad face. These people are already super powerful. Now there is still magic support. How can we fight this? Don't say their strength is only limited to the remnants of the wind shaft. Even if it's going up from a strong winner, I'm afraid it's hard to resist. And at this moment, Jing Yan's eyes were right. The other party is ready. So he took a deep breath and jumped towards the high platform. Then he looked up at the sky. Shout loudly. Below is Zhang Yang, a direct disciple of Zhang Xin and Zhang Shi. Now apply to break through the Dragon Gate formation. Immediately after, I saw the same 1 or 2 big characters appear in the sky. However, after Liao Songjian's headquarters agreed, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then I gave an order and said, okay, you can start now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang took out a long spear. Then I saw his entire aura change immediately. The whole body's true chi is surging, hair fluttering, like an undefeated war god. However, many warriors who were not originally concerned, after feeling this breath at this moment, their expressions became solemn one by one. Although the other party's cultivation level is only in the early Jin dynasty with residual wind, but it gave people a feeling of extreme strength. Even half-saints are difficult to resist. At this moment, After Zhang Yang accumulated his breath to the extreme, accompanied by a shout, quickly rushed to the three people at Dragon Tail. The long spear turns into a light spot. He walked straight towards several people at the same time. However, the three warriors guarding the Dragon Tail saw his spear shining like lightning. At the same time, I shouted angrily and thought it wasn't that easy to come over. Who knew they would each take out their weapons? 3 true chi fusion combined with formation. The huge dragon suddenly twitched, spiritual energy within a radius of tens of kilometers. It's like being drained all at once. The air is getting a bit tight. Zhang Yang saw the situation. Immediately step on the ground. The sole of the foot immediately sank into the ground, more than 3 inches deep. Immediately after, the long spear jumped from bottom to top. Then I saw the moment when the gun wings collided with the dragon tail, accompanied by a loud bang. Dragon tail was forcibly picked up. And among them, there are 3 warriors. My colleague who used this move spewed out a mouthful of blood. I took a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, several people looked at the boy across from them again. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. They heard before they came that warriors are not opponents. Even Zhang Yang dares to accept this. Idle talk. I guessed that the soldiers might not be his opponents. I didn't expect the other party to attack with brute force. Touch the wall against the wall, forcefully dragging the dragon tail to the ground. The most crucial thing is, this is the first move. 3 of them were injured. However, at this moment, one of the 3 warriors from Dragon Tail suddenly let out a loud roar. The Longmen formation is personally monitored by the headquarters of the Warrior Hall. Cannot cheat. Although he destroyed the Dragon Tail, but to pass, we still need to overcome us. The companion beside me responded with a good word in classical Chinese. Just as I was about to say something, I only saw 3 of them, warriors with the same level of strength as the opponent. I don't know when I was shot in the shoulder, lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them were so scared that their pupils contracted. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you so fast?" So after exchanging a glance, the 2 of them, I understood and began to cooperate. An attack. A defense. 2 people with 4 hands. As long as Zhang Yang's attack on the other side is slightly inappropriate, will inevitably suffer unimaginable attacks. Zhang Yang is not nervous about this at all. The long gun in my hand continued to rise instead. With a flick of his feet, he rushed towards the other party. The long spear hasn't arrived yet. Just desperately devour the surrounding spiritual energy. It's like turning into a living giant dragon, accompanied by a sound of collision of true chi. I saw the tip of the gun piercing the weapon responsible for defending the soldiers. A series of tinkling sounds. At this moment, the soldier felt his palm soften. The blood on the tiger's mouth splattered everywhere. Immediately after, we saw the soldiers in charge of the attack. It has arrived in front of Zhang Yang. Wield a sword. But Zhang Yang still doesn't dodge this. The long spear in my hand is stabbing forward, suddenly changing direction. I just pulled it sideways. Who knew this soldier hadn't reacted yet? I was suddenly slapped at the waist. The whole person stands horizontally from high. It flew off the stage. At this moment, Zhang Yang ignored the guy who flew out. Step forward. The long spear trembled. The tip of the gun landed on the throat of the defending soldier. However, I felt the cold killing intent brought by the tip of the gun. The soldier said a sentence with a pale face at this moment. We lost. The giant dragon in front of us is trying to prove itself to be a worm. Without hesitation, the dragon headed towards the ground and was attacked, accompanied by a loud bang. The whole venue exploded instantly. Just now, Zhang Yang holds a long spear in his hand. My body is breathing heavily, like the arrival of a war god. Waving his long spear, he swept wildly towards the dragon's tail, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw 3 people guarding the dragon's tail, instantly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately afterwards, I saw Zhang Yang's body shake, immediately rushed towards a few people. Then he fired a shot and knocked out someone of the same level of cultivation. In an instant, the opponent lost their combat effectiveness, then attacked the 2 people in pairs again, after successfully attracting someone's firepower. Immediately changed the marksmanship from stabbing to sweeping. This move comes out. Both of them were severely injured, falling to the ground. That's it. The 3 people in the dragon tail section were seriously injured and surrendered. However, everyone witnessed this scene. Everyone was shocked. They really didn't expect it. This teenage boy. Surprisingly, they defeated Dragon Tail with just 3 moves. This shouldn't be too scary. And only one teacher in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Although he only came up with 3 moves. But did you see it? He scanned again and again. There's not even a pause in between. You should know that if you operate like this, true chi will undergo intense collisions within the body. How strong should his body be to withstand it? And it doesn't affect his speed and power at all. As the teacher just said, Zhang Yang's move just now seemed simple. In fact, it affects the true chi and meridians of the body, and the reaction requirements have reached an alarming level. Only then can we achieve this. As long as there is a slight error during the operation process, it is highly likely that he did not win, but he was seriously injured, defeated on the spot. Zhang Yang is able to grasp the timing so skillfully, with minimal consumption. Defeat the 3 people from Dragon Tail in the shortest possible time. This is not only full of medicinal power, but also understanding of combat. It has also reached an incredible level. And Liao Song, who witnessed this scene, he also said something with a pale face on his face. They didn't lose unjustly. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang on stage exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Look up at the dragon's back. Just take big strides forward. Come up to me. Zhang Yang gave a gentle smile. The long gun in the hand shakes, shaking underfoot, appeared in front of the 3 like lightning. The tip of the gun flickered straight past. Lu Yang in the audience saw his speed. I couldn't help but turn my head and shout, "Senior sister, have you passed on your body techniques to him?" Although Zhang Xian only passed on her body techniques to the prince, but siblings often communicate with each other. Zhang Yang taught him some gun skills. He also imparted all his body techniques. Even though Jin Yang's talent in body techniques is not as good as the prince's, but after cultivation, the speed also became extremely fast. Make these soldiers unable to react. It can still be easily achieved. However, at this moment, the Zhang Yang spear technique on stage was like a dragon. Quickly attack the 2 warriors ahead. All of them have been sealed off one by one. What he didn't expect was another warrior, then attack him from the rear. Zhang Yang saw the situation, knowing that the long gun cannot be retracted at this moment, so he punched backwards with one punch, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the soldiers behind turn pale. I was directly shaken back 7 or 8 steps. At this moment, Wang Ying also looked at Lu Yang with a gentle smile. I know this guy also taught him boxing techniques. So Wang Ying knows. Zhang Yang wants to defeat the 3 people guarding the dragon's back. It will be very successful. Surprisingly, he has gathered his fists and legs now, combining body and marksmanship. No more defects to speak of. And at this moment, Zhang Yang on stage. Ghostly body movements and breath. Dragon-like gun seal. Make the 3-person room in Long Bay sweat profusely. The pressure is also increasing. This is. One of the soldiers couldn't help but let out a roar. If we continue like this, we will definitely lose. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and come up with the ultimate solution. As soon as these words are spoken, the 2 people on the side knew they couldn't underestimate each other anymore. So the true chi on the 3 of them suddenly surged. At the same time, each one uses their strongest ultimate moves. At this moment, Zhang Yang was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The 3 of them teamed up. This power not only changes the color of heaven and earth. Imprisonment appeared on stage, enveloping it inside. What's even more terrifying is, one of them wielded a long sword with terrifying power. Its sharpness gives people a sense of being unable to dodge. And the audience, including Lao and I, saw this scene. My face turned pale. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no!" They all performed at various levels. The maximum power that can be exerted. Zhang Yang may not be able to hold on anymore. Everyone sees the situation. Raise your heart to your throat. However, just as everyone was worried about Zhang Yang, he not only doesn't panic himself, but also, instead, he smiled lightly and looked at all the attacks in front of him. Here, he ignored the attacks that came at him. Shaking body, jumping straight into the air. But everyone in the audience saw the scene. I just can't understand it. This one, no matter in terms of tactics, a genius with stunning combat consciousness. Why do we have to do this? People cannot move in the air. Isn't this loophole even bigger? Did you lose faster? And just as everyone was lamenting about it, the sun in the sky shifted a few meters, dodged the attacks coming from below one by one. The next second, I saw him collapse in mid-air. The whole person immediately suspended in mid-air tightly. Then the whole body's breath opened up. Like a giant dragon, 3 people rushed down from the sky towards the ground. At this moment, everyone in the audience, everyone was terrified and thought they were dreaming. They cannot understand. Why can only people in the residual wind realm fly in the sky? And this aura that falls from the sky, appearing in the sky like a dragon. How is this true chi cultivated? Only then can we achieve such concretization. However, Wang Ying in the audience witnessed the scene. She also revealed a sweet smile. Because he knows, when the teacher just entered the painting boat, flying recklessly in the air. I just practiced this trick and crossed the mortal world. Now Zhang Yang is also flying. This also indicates that he has obtained the true transmission. And Lu Yang beside him also said with a happy expression on his face. Zhang Yang is indeed smart. According to normal circumstances, these 3 people have employed their ultimate moves. He is unbeatable. So intentionally exposing flaws. Let them attack simultaneously. But he took advantage of the inertia thinking that everyone couldn't fly. Arrived in the air in one fell swoop. Not only did it resolve the crisis, Transform passivity into proactivity. Now the three of them are finished. During the conversation between the two of them, dragon wings in the sky. I have quickly arrived above the high platform. Next second, I saw the dragon head on the ground being smashed down, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw a powerful energy suddenly explode, and three divisions were also blown out at the same time. Zhang Yang standing on the stage at this moment. A sense of pride arises spontaneously. Looking around a week later, I just said a simple apology. I won this round. Then he ignored the cheers of everyone in the audience. Zhang Yang took out a recovery pill. After taking it, sit cross-legged on the ground. Supplement the depleted true qi. However, at this moment, everyone in the audience saw the other person flirting. Everyone consciously lowers their voices, afraid of disturbing his cultivation. At this moment, Liao Song, her face turned red with excitement. After all, it passed the dragon tail and dragon back just now. This already demonstrates the strength of Zhang Yang. After entering the warrior hall, as long as you train well, once the strength reaches, at least at the same age or above, this kind of strong person was discovered by oneself. The benefits are beyond doubt. It can also be said that even if it doesn't pass, Liao Song, the dragon head behind, also made a big profit. However, half an hour has passed. At this moment, I saw Zhang Yang's eyes widen on stage. The true qi inside the body instantly soared into the sky, sweeping like a storm, emit a dull thunderous sound. So we walked towards the direction of the dragon head together. He takes every step forward. The aura on the body increases by 1 point, until the 8th step is taken. Suddenly, there was a roar inside the body. Cultivate and climb all the way. Break through directly to the peak of the residual wind realm. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded when they saw this tomb. It only took a few steps from the beginning to the peak. This is faster than drinking water. At this moment, Zhang Yang ignored the uproar of the crowd. I'm not in a hurry to attack either. Only when they arrived at the dragon's head did they uncover a reddish fruit. I put it in my mouth. However, Wu Su and Lu Chang on stage recognized this object. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then he exclaimed in surprise that he had been diagnosed. This is a red-silver bone used to break through half of one's life. Just the Zhang Yang at this moment. I haven't swallowed the force I just swallowed yet. Get digested. Seeing the three warriors at the leading position, he has already raised his weapon and attacked. Seeing the situation, the eyebrows of Zhang Yang raised. The long gun in my hand trembled. Immediately welcomed it up. You should know that the crimson firefly fruit is a treasure that breaks through the half-saints. Individually refined. It may take at least 1 to 2 hours. If there is pressure from the opponent's attack, the speed will increase significantly. When we were in the alliance of 10,000 cities, Zhang Xian has used this method before. Let Huafan strengthen the 4 realms of Qingjing soar rapidly. Speed up. At this moment, Zhang Yang wants to surpass the dragon head normally. Scarcely possible. But with the help of red firefly fruit, the possibility will definitely increase several times. Sure enough, the longer it takes for Zhang Yang to confront them, the power within its body becomes increasingly powerful. It is also becoming more and more surging. It's like, he is like a tireless surge of motivation. More than this force is still transforming towards the semi-saint. After more than 100 consecutive battles, a loud roar within the body, the whole person's strength is like a carp jumping over a dragon gate. A qualitative leap has occurred, accompanied by a powerful surge of true qi within Zheng Yan's body, successfully broke through to the semi-holy realm. At this point, his cultivation has reached semi-holy. The combat effectiveness has more than doubled. Its speed is faster. Stronger strength. It was difficult for the 3 warriors of the previous dragon head to defeat him. How can we stop it at this moment? After 10 moves, the 3 of them were forcefully swept down the arena with long spears. Longmen formation successfully passed. However, Liao Song finished the final battle after watching it. I'm so excited that my whole blood is boiling with excitement. Until Zhang Yang successfully passed the level. He still can't believe that all of this is true now. And at this moment, a headquarters officer responsible for supervision in the sky, leave 2 words of agreement, then slowly retreat. In other words, this assessment has been recognized by the headquarters of the Warrior Hall. Zhang Yang will go to the headquarters again in the future. Just need to assess the position of the Dragon Ball. The previous 3 levels no longer need to be retested. Although this is not a complete Dragon Gate formation, but this simplified version has been around for 300 years. People who can pass are not outdated. In other words, at this moment, Zhang Yang, he has become one of the candidates for the battle. At this moment, Zhang Yang looked up excitedly at the sky. Tears welled up in my eyes. I know he succeeded. At first, he was just a young man who had a passion for marksmanship. It's a bit of a talent. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Zhang Xin back then, he will only stay in the Tianxian King City at most in the future. Be a marksman coach. Cultivation is not enough to master the mysteries. The lifespan will not exceed 100. Though seemingly always on the run, he accomplishes nothing. Live a mediocre life.
After 100 years, it will turn into dust.
There won't be any trace left.
And now it was the teacher who changed his fate.
Gave him a second life.
It was the teacher who led him to where he is today.
My cultivation has broken through the realm that I never dared to dream of before.
It was the teacher who gave him confidence. Gave him a life goal. Let him know why he is striving. At this moment, Zheng Yang secretly made a vow in his heart.
I will definitely go further and further. Make a name for yourself in the warrior hall. Will not disappoint the teacher's expectations of oneself. However, Liao Song on stage saw Zheng Yang walking off the arena.
Just turned to look at Wang Ying and others and said, okay.
Zheng Yang passed his assessment. Do you still need to continue taking the exam? At this moment, Wang Ying smiled.
The response said it was natural. Even if he doesn't care if he can become a warrior.
But I also want to prove my strength. To make a name for the teacher. After a moment of emotion, Wang Ying.
Just as I was about to jump onto the high platform,
I heard someone behind me say, "Senior sister.
Senior brother, why don't I try it out first? I got started the latest.
If I could pass, you can definitely do it too." How many people heard this?
I turned my head and realized that the person speaking was none other than Wei Ruyan.
At this moment, Wang Ying's eyebrows tightened.
I quickly said, Sister Ruyan,
you just saw it too. This is not a joke.
However, when I heard my senior sister say so,
Ruyan still has a firm gaze.
It seems like a decision has already been made about this. He looked at Wang Ying with a serious expression on his face. Reply saying, Senior sister, although I have only been studying medicine with my teacher for a short period of time,
but I really want to give it a try.
Wang Ying also knew that she couldn't persuade him when she saw the situation.
I had to nod and give up.
Then I gave a command that in case of danger,
just recognize it immediately. Never try to show off when you lose. Do you know that after obtaining consent? Wei Ruyan responded with a voice. Suburban mobility.
Fall straight onto the high platform. This girl who has been sick for over a decade, just been cured for less than 3 months. Now we are going to challenge the most powerful Dragon Gate formation of the warriors. This made everyone break out in a cold sweat for him.
Just after Zhang Yang passed the Longmen formation,
Wei Ruyan also wants to try to pass the level.
Obtained the consent of senior sister Wang Ying.
He moved in the suburbs, just fall straight onto the high platform.
But as soon as he stepped onto the arena, many teachers and students in the audience,
they all showed a puzzled expression on their faces. After all, Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, and others are all teaching at the college, appointed as a guest elder of the college. It's nothing for everyone to know each other.
He just never appeared in front of everyone.
And it depends on appearance and body shape.
It looks quite delicate. So everyone thinks he can really participate in the battle. I made a big question. However, in the crowd, there are people who are aware of it.
He was identified as Zhang Xian just over 2 months ago.
The matter of newly admitted students. I said it out loud. The people around have only received it for 2 months after hearing it. We are about to challenge the strategist.
They all showed an expression of disbelief. After all, these past 2 months or so, they all know that Zhang Xian has been assessing 6-star famous teachers.
I just came back a few days ago. So many teachers and students believe that, even if he has attended classes before, there's not much left. This situation, can you really pass this difficult assessment? After all, everyone saw Zheng Yang pass the level just now. Knowing about this assessment, it's hundreds of times harder to select warriors than before.
However, at this moment, Liao Song,
I also started testing Wei Ruyan's cultivation level.
Then he said to him, your strength is at the peak of the residual wind realm, corresponding to the strength of the cultivator. From the residual wind realm to the holy peak, it gradually increases along the way.
9 levels.
After speaking, the other person nodded to indicate that he understood.
Let's start with a beep. After hearing the beginning, Ruyan's eyes immediately became solemn.
My mood also became restless and unsettled. You should know that he has been tormented by illness for so many years. When it comes to maintaining a calm state of mind,
he may be more powerful than Lu Chong.
You can always calm yourself down.
I won't panic.
At this moment, I saw him gently touch the ground. The whole person rushed straight towards the tail of the dragon.
At this moment, the 3 warriors in this level are simultaneously operating their true chi. A powerful force overturned and emerged.
The pressure generated is frightening.
And everyone in the audience.
At this moment, he rushed towards the other party with bare hands.
I couldn't help but furrow my brow.
Later, someone shouted. Just now, Zheng Yang was so passive with a long spear in his hand.
He, a weak woman, went up like this. Isn't it too childish? Upon hearing this,
Wang Yingkai responded with a bitter smile. He has only been practicing for 2 months now.
I don't know how to use weapons yet, so we can only go up like this. Dean Wu on the side.
Classical Chinese was suddenly startled and let out a cry of surprise. I have only been practicing for 2 months.
At this moment, Wang Ying responded, yes. He had been sick all along before. After the teacher cured him, he withdrew to clear his breath. That's when I started practicing. Until now, it's only been a little over 2 months. Just barely calculate. It's less than 3 months. Upon hearing this, Liao Song couldn't help but twitch his lips. The Dragon Gate formation is so terrifying that it can be considered terrifying. Such a powerful formation. I have been practicing for 2 months now. The guy who doesn't even know how to use weapons rushed over. Are you here for fun? However, just as a few people were talking, Wei Ruyan on stage, already engaged in battle with 3 individuals from Dragon Tail. Liao Song saw the opponent's fighting style. My face twitched involuntarily. Then he looked at Wang Ying with a frightened expression on his face. Ask this junior sister. I don't think you have much understanding of martial arts, do you? Upon hearing this, Wang Ying just awkwardly responded that he has been improving his cultivation for the past 2 months. The teacher hasn't had a chance to teach martial arts yet. Upon hearing these words, Liao Song spewed out a mouthful of 85-year-old blood. I really treated the Longman formation like a child's play when I threw it away. Even if you haven't learned the weapons in the hallway, forget about it. I don't know martial arts either. The key is only 2 months of cultivation. I really thought there were many warriors in our war hall. They are all vegetarians. Then he looked at Wang Ying with a pale face and said, that's it. How dare you let him go up and break through the Dragon Gate formation? Zhuo Qingfeng, the 3 deans, and others on the side. At this moment, I also have the same idea. After all, they think Jingchuan disciples are powerful. Mainly because Zhang Xian's understanding of martial arts and combat techniques, it has reached an unimaginable level. Anyone who has listened to his lectures, the combat effectiveness can be greatly increased. And this personally passed down girl, I haven't even learned it. Dare to run up and fight. Do we still need to fight this? Upon hearing this, Wang Ying shook his head and responded, saying it was okay. Since he wants to go up and give it a try, let's give it a try. This may not necessarily lead to a loss. After all, his ideas are different from those of others. Others don't know how terrifying smoke can be. He is very clear about it. Even if I have to fight against it myself, they will be easily suppressed. So in his opinion, the soldiers on stage, although very strong, but it may not necessarily lead to victory. After all, the teacher teaches students according to their aptitude. He was not taught any martial arts skills. Naturally, he has his own ideas. Otherwise, others would be incredibly powerful even after listening for half an hour. How could he not have learned anything at all? Unexpectedly, Song saw Wang Ying so confident. I also shook my head and said that your idea is too naive. To be honest with you, our soldiers are very strong. Just halfway through, seeing his scene on stage, I couldn't help but exclaim, I lost it. At this moment, it's not just him. The 3 deans next to him saw the situation on the stage. They're all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why do all your soldiers feel like they're drunk, playing so slowly? And at this moment, the 3 people on stage, his body not only kept shaking, but also their attack speed. It's also like slowing down a few hundred times. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded when they saw this tomb. After all, when I was facing up straight to pass the level just now, the guards guarding the pass have a magnificent aura. Invincible combat power. Make people feel palpitations. Why has she become like this when she meets a beautiful woman now? The soft power cannot be exerted. Even if you want to release water, you can't do it like this. This is too blatant, isn't it? However, Liao Song only realized something unusual after looking at it for a while. With the pupils involuntarily contracting, he let out a cry of surprise. They didn't intentionally slow down, but were poisoned. But he completely cannot understand this. During the battle between the 2 sides, he saw it in his eyes. Power wreaks havoc. True chi turbulence. There's no chance to poison at all. And the current battle is fully monitored by the headquarters. As long as you use poison quietly, unfair means of competition, it will definitely be terminated. But it hasn't stopped now. I didn't say anything either. This indicates that he did not use any drugs or things outside of his body. But it's a fair and just battle. But they are clearly poisoned again. What the hell is going on here? However, Lu Yang on the side saw the situation. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I specifically instructed junior sister Ruyan to restrain herself earlier. I didn't expect him to still use it. After all, Wei Ruyan is a congenital toxin. They all know. That's precisely why I dare to let him go up and pass the level with peace of mind. They thought Ruyan could restrain her strength. It's not using poison gas. It seems like I was thinking too simply now. You should know that Wei Ruyan is not just a congenital toxin. It's still an innate poisonous soul body. So he's covered in poisonous true chi all over his body. All that is released is poison. Even if the warriors in front of us are able to fight beyond our level, encountering such a highly toxic substance, I also have no ability to resist. So Ruyan relied on his innate constitution. Less than 10 minutes. I easily passed the Longmen formation. However, Liao Song, who witnessed this scene, cried, "I wonder if we warriors are really vegetarians." At this moment, Wang Ying, who was standing beside, watched Ruyan's passing through the levels. I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. Then he turned his head and said, "Liao Zhanshi, your people. It seems like we can't even proceed to the next competition. What should we do?" Liao Song's classical Chinese. I looked at the stands. 9 soldiers poisoned to the point of unconsciousness. I feel very helpless in my heart. Previous assessments. It's their soldiers who beat others unconscious. Now the other party only has 2 students left. I should be seriously injured on my side. The coma that should be unconscious. What's this supposed to be? After hesitating for a moment, just responded by saying that our people should take a break first. Let's continue in 3 days. By the way, I'm summoning some warriors from the warrior hall. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words, nodding and running hard. After all, he also knows. Zhang Yang passed the assessment through strategy, and Ruyan relies on innate constitution. He has nothing to do with Lu Yang. If relying solely on strength, the difficulty of passing is extremely high. There is a 3-day buffer. Learn from the teacher after he returns. In terms of assessment, it will be much simpler. So today's Longmen formation, it ended under the praise of everyone. Although it's like smoke, many people can't understand it. But this one in Zhangyang. But it made many people lose their voice. And the cultivators who came specifically to watch, they all witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes. However, Zhang Xian on this side of the screen, still sealed in the depths of the underground cave. Punchy is sitting, like a circular cone wrapped in it. I don't know how long it has been. Zhang Xian finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he took a deep breath before slowly getting up. He has been repairing the seal these days, while practicing the holy festival again according to the sealed structure. The strength has indeed made great progress, although my cultivation is still at the peak of the holy peak. But the combat power and strength have once again skyrocketed. After cultivation. At this moment, the fetus in his body has become more stable, like a golden pill constantly spinning. At this moment, I have reached the final step of cultivation. Just a short distance. According to his calculations, once this step is completed, must consume a large amount of spiritual energy. If you continue to cultivate within the seal, it will have a significant impact on it. That's why it stopped. After adjusting the breath, I saw him shake his body and walk out. This seal does not pose a significant obstacle to the human race, but for the alien race. But it is difficult to cross like a spatial barrier. However, Zhang Shui returned to the underground cave. I quickly found a safe place as well. Take out a pile of positive energy. With just a flick of the finger, it won't come out. A level 6 spirit gathering array. Then he sat down. Throw out hundreds of high-quality spirit stones. I have also started practicing. At this moment, I saw him take a deep breath. The acupoints all over the body suddenly opened. The surrounding spiritual energy. Immediately, a fierce gust of wind entered his body. At this moment, Zhang Xian's body was filled with genuine qi. Condense according to special methods. Feng Feng Sheng Jing, layer by layer. Repairing the last flaw of the golden pill. I don't know how long it has been. Accompanied by a loud roar. The spiritual energy in the gathering circle is instantly extracted and cleaned up. Hundreds of top-grade spirit stones have also been shattered into powder. Immediately after, Zhang Xian felt the violent shaking inside the dantian. The golden knight suddenly underwent a transformation, turned into the color of purple gold. This purple golden circular cone is as heavy as a mountain. It's like a planet slowly moving around. It gives people a sense of continuous power. And Zhang Xian can also feel it clearly at this moment. This tire is in operation. His sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy has become much easier. The speed of refining true qi has also increased significantly. In other words, if you cultivate with this elemental embryo, it will be faster. True qi is more precise. Think of this. My body trembled. I wonder if it's possible. This is a first-class embryo. Unfortunately, his current cultivation is abundant, breaking through the holy land of scenery. We still need the protection of Qiangya, the 7-colored emperor. But so far he hasn't seen this thing. It seems that we can only look for it when we go out. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian saw that the seal had been almost repaired. It's time to go back too. So we put away the formation flag together. Quickly flew to the place where they first came in. Spiritual communication, the soul body within the forest steel. Immediately afterwards, a huge sharpness came through. The whole person entered the forest monument again. Zhang Xian's thoughts on seeing the pastor. After detailing what happened in the underground cave, the other party was also deeply moved by this. We talked for a while. Zhang Xian has put the minds of these deans at ease. Just turned around and left. Lin Bei has also been released. Dean Lin just came out. I saw Lao Zhao, Lao and I, and others. guarding outside with a worried expression. So he asked what was going on with you guys. Everyone heard this. Look up. I just found out that the dean has come out. I see he's okay. I am also very excited in my heart. At this moment, Lao Zhao couldn't help but ask the dean, how did you get in for so many days? It's just coming out now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I just gave a simple response and it's nothing serious. I just had a sudden realization after entering. Just stay inside. Breakthrough heard this. After exchanging a glance with Elder Me, Lao Zhao, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. I quickly said, Dean, are you okay? How much did it collapse inside? Do you need repair or not? Oh, forget it. If it collapses, it collapses. We can't get in and fix it either. Dean, you don't need to blame yourself either. I heard them say that. Zhang Xian just realized now. They looked worried all over their faces. I've been worried about these all along. I lost you subordinates. The pervert in front of us just. The great task of saving the human race has been completed. But unexpectedly, I just returned to the academy. He was called a waste by an old man. The good show is about to begin again. Just now, Zhang Xian is inside the seal of the underground cave. Cultivate the round tire to first class. Round tire returns to the spirit tablet. Just describe what happened in the underground cave. Explain in detail the thoughts of pastors and other pastines. After seeing that they were all at ease, they returned to the academy. Just returning to the academy. I saw the worried expressions on the faces of Lao Zhao and his companions, afraid of demolishing Dean Lin himself. Can explain for half a day. I have also said several times that Dean Lin is intact and undamaged. These two old buddies will always have doubts and trust. So he asked them with a helpless expression on his face. Is there anything else happening at the college these days? At this point, Lao Zhao only realized these 5 days. The second batch of people from Zhanshi Hall have arrived. Zhang Yang and Ruyan passed the assessment together. I explained it in detail a bit. After understanding these, Zhang Xian nodded to indicate, just go back to the elder's house with a few people. But I just came back. I saw Sun Shangzhao running over in a hurry and panic. Ruyan has fallen into a coma again. After understanding the situation, bid farewell to Lao Zhao and others. Quickly arrived at Wei Ruyan's room. After some investigation, I finally found out. The other party is due to an outbreak of congenital toxins. Too strong in power. He couldn't bear it and fell into a coma. Fortunately, he has strong self-discipline. Otherwise, the entire Hongyuan city may be implicated. So he took out a pile of high-quality snacks. Asked Sun Chang to inquire about the news of the drugstore. After all, Wei Ruyan's current situation. It's not just about using the true qi of the heavenly Tao to treat it. It can be solved. The poison inside it blends perfectly with its body and soul. Forcefully resolving it will cause severe damage to the drug body. Mild to serious injury. Serious cases may result in immediate death. It's just that Sun Chang heard Zhang Xian say that. I just responded that the young master doesn't need snacks. I can directly ask the Shen family about this matter. I also do business in medicinal herbs. I should be able to quickly find out. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian entrusted this matter to Sun Chang to handle. I only looked at the prince beside me when I saw him leave. I was just about to ask Ruyan what changes have occurred in the past 2 days. I just saw the ground suddenly shake. Immediately after, a sudden bell rang out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I immediately got up and looked outside. Just glanced at it. I just realized that this aggregation bell was ringing by the college. You know what? The aggregation bell is the urgent bell that gathers famous teachers. Once it rings, all the famous teachers who hear voices should be timid as soon as possible. But Zhang Xian is very puzzled about this. I have only been out of the academy for less than half an hour. The sound rang out. Is it difficult? What happened? Immediately after, I heard my own communication card ringing. Take it out and have a look. Only then did I realize that it was the top grade 7 stars of the Imperial City, which was granted the title of Qingyuan. Famous teacher Wu Rufeng and pastor have arrived at the college. So Yu Pai responded with a sentence during the communication. Come here right away. Just take out a few level 6 pills. Tell Wang Ying to dress these up for Wei Ruyan. Let him temporarily suppress the toxic gas inside his body. Not to wreak havoc and harm others. Then he walked outside. Soon Zhang Xian returned to the academy. I saw all the teachers and students piled up in the training ground. It's also strange what happened. However, Elder Me and others saw him coming. Just welcomed it up. After briefly explaining the situation, Zhang Xian only looked up at the high platform at this moment. Found the pastor and another old man standing on top. Then he asked the old people through voice transmission. The one above is a 7-star top-grade Mingzhi Wuru Feng, right? Elder Me nodded at the words. Respond with a voice message saying, he is the deputy head of the Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall, which was granted the title of Qingyuan. Being somewhat conservative. Hate evil as one does one's enemy. but he still wants to continue. When giving a detailed introduction to Zhang Xian, I just heard the person on stage ignoring and coldly looking over and asking, with a shout, "Elder me." I said, "Your dean has arrived. We haven't been waiting like this all this time." His appearance doesn't seem small. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian took a step forward and saluted. Just him at this moment. But with a wry smile on his face, he replied, "Below. It should be the one you mentioned. The dean is quite impressive, isn't he?" Ignoring the words, he glanced at the young people in the audience. "Raise your eyebrows and let out a cold snort. You are the dean. Winning the peak again. It seems that Hongyuan Famous Teachers College is not as good as before." After all, the wizard who came from headquarters. He knew that the college had finally established only a young person in their 20s serves as the dean. I wanted to see what kind of person he would be. I didn't expect to come to the academy without even seeing a human figure. Even after ringing the aggregation bell. It's only been about 20 to 30 minutes since we arrived. The most crucial thing is that the clothes on the body are covered in dust. It seems like it came out without even changing. This is extremely negligent. Besides, our strength can only be achieved from the peak of the holy peak. The winning streak has not been achieved. With such strength, one can become the dean of a renowned academy. This is just a mess. However, the pastor beside him heard him say so. It's also a bit awkward. So he quickly lowered his voice. "Tell him that my teacher Zhang is exceptionally talented. There is also a powerful teacher." But the pastor hasn't finished speaking yet. I was interrupted by Wu Rufeng. "It's up to the teacher to be skilled. To be strong oneself is also necessary. Alright, we won't discuss this issue anymore. Ask him to write a self-criticism later. Explain your own management negligence and mistakes. The headquarters will no longer hold him accountable for dereliction of duty." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian in the audience, immediately stunned. "Are you asking me to write a review?" I thought to myself that this guy would vent his anger as soon as he arrived. It seems like he wants to establish himself with me. Just his meow. I don't know who he is either. I haven't offended him either. As soon as it arrives, it will cause trouble. What do you want to do? Could it be that my body is itching? You want me to play the puppet? The puppet shouted out. "Give him a beating." However, just as Zhang Xian was struggling with this, the priest on stage quickly spoke up and said, "My teacher. This zombie. I have only succeeded to the throne for 3 months. The most crucial thing is that he caught it." At this moment, Wu Feng didn't want to hear the other party's explanation. "Just wave your hand and say it's done. Don't say it either." Such traitors have appeared in Tang Tang Academy. As the dean, he also has a great responsibility. Now everyone has arrived. Hurry up and announce the verdict. There are still important things to do later. The pastor could only nod in response to the situation. Then he looked around before speaking. "Everyone, this time, let's have you come over. If my roommate announces." After speaking, ignore the discussions of everyone in the audience. Just keep talking about the Master Teacher Hall. It has always been our responsibility to eliminate the alien race. Most of our famous teachers also take this as their life goal. But there are strict enforcement measures. There will be opportunism and loopholes exploited. A person who lives in a dog's nest. Speaking of which, the priest's face darkened. He sternly said, "If it's an ordinary cultivator, facing the great hurdle of life and death, betrayal of the human race, selling out friendship is understandable. After all, the great fear between life and death. Not everyone can hold on, but as a renowned teacher, enjoying the admiration of countless people in daily life, the reverence of billions of people. At this critical moment, we cannot adhere to our true nature. Some crimes are unforgivable. Simply put, it means losing the persistence of principles. What is said in a serious way is a betrayal of the human race. Listen to these. Many teachers and students in the audience all agree with this viewpoint. After all, they all know. Famous teachers enjoy the privilege of being superior to others. We also have to bear corresponding obligations. Can become a senior teacher. Each one is a human race that has paid a huge price, developed through cultivation, choosing betrayal at critical moments. It can be said that everyone deserves to be executed. Everyone understands this. They all started to coax and say that as a famous teacher, he betrayed the human race. It's unforgivable. At this moment, the pastor saw that everyone's emotions were stirred up. With a big gesture, he continued to say, "Everyone, be quiet. What I'm going to talk about today. This is such a renowned teacher who betrayed the human race. This person is doing it for his own safety, disregarding the morality of famous teachers. More than 20 top-notch 6-star teachers were harmed. Until now, life and death are unknown. Even the elite members of the human race who have always treated him as their teacher and friend. He also left, but he shamelessly continued to teach and educate students. Enjoy various offerings. Respected by countless renowned teachers. What do you think should be done with this kind of person?" As soon as these words are spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. There was a chorus of curses, various doubts,
Various discussions have been heard one after another.
At this point, the pastor did not directly answer the questions from the crowd. With a wave of his hand, he shouted and let me down.
Immediately after, a cry came from the air. Then I saw a holy beast flying towards the high platform.
I casually threw someone down with a flick.
However, after everyone in the audience saw who the figure was,
they're all stupid. Isn't this the game director? Did he betray the human race? In the past 2 years, he has been planting those medicinal herbs in the college all along. When did you communicate with the alien race? However, at this moment, the pastor on stage, Yusu looked at the ground like mud. Just when you started scolding, you confessed yourself. Should we let the teachers' union directly issue a union letter? After all, Famous Teacher Hall is also a branch of the teachers' union. If he were to issue the union letter, it's equivalent to the imperial edict of the underground city. Once read out, it will be automatically recorded in the teachers' union,
in the books of the renowned Teachers Hall.
Any branch can be queried.
To put it simply, once this is issued, it's a foregone conclusion, equivalent to reading out the charges.
There is no more possibility of refutation. Listen here. The oil beard on the ground couldn't help but tremble. He also knows. I admit that at most only people from the academy know. If a union letter is issued, the entire teachers' union,
both the Master Teacher Hall and the Master Teacher Hall are aware of this matter.
It's equivalent to being infamous for thousands of years.
So he gritted his teeth.
Just tell me everything about framing the dean and others. Everyone heard this. Everyone is extremely angry. Immediately following in the crowd, I heard someone shouting loudly about this scumbag.
Kill him, accompanied by waves of shouting.
The pastor looked around for a week. Just take out a book roll. Gently pull open. Looking at Yusu again and saying that since you have already confessed, I won't say much other nonsense. Now I will announce the decision of Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall. Yusu betrayed the human race.
Framed a renowned teacher. I have violated the regulations of the Famous Teacher Hall.
Touched the bottom line of a renowned teacher. Dismissed as a renowned teacher. Beheading for public display. This announcement is made. Yusu's face turned pale, falling directly to the ground. It's like losing one's soul. My eyes no longer have any light. So that's it.
The game was executed on the stage of the academy on the spot.
However, after dealing with the game, the pastor looked at a few people and said, 4 deans, Liao Warrior, Zhuo Warrior, and the elders. We too have important matters to discuss this time. Please come with me, everyone. Everyone responded with a nod. Follow him towards the direction of the elder's house. Not long. Arriving at the living room of the elder's house, the warrior looked at the crowd at this moment. Just continued, I will call you all over. There is an important matter to discuss. This is also the information we received during the review of the tourism market. After speaking, he rolled his wrist. I took out a token. I'm sure you all know this thing, right? Someone responded saying it was the dean's order. That's right, he said immediately. This is a dean's order. It's also the former dean of Hongyuan College, Zhang Yingqiu. Lao Zhao and others heard what the other party said. They all nervously glanced at each other. Then Lao and I spoke with excitement on his face. This is the dean's order from the old dean. Didn't he die? At this moment, the pastor responded by saying that Dean Zhang Yingqiu, is he dead? I'm not sure about this either. It's just that this thing comes from a relic. Someone paid a huge price to deliver it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian hurriedly asked if someone had sent her out. What's going on here? Can the pastor elaborate on this? However, the pastor only spoke slowly at this moment. The response is that this matter is not complicated. Last time, I was brought back to headquarters by Su. After interrogation, after learning the specific location where the old dean is going, sends someone to investigate. However, this relic is very complex and intricate. There seems to be a certain pattern. You must enter at a specific time. If you miss it, you need to wait. At that time, our people were calculating. When is the best time to enter? This token seems to sense the aura of a renowned teacher. Just flew over through the air. Just the situation within one season. We don't know anyone. This dean's order. It's also possible that it was released 2 years ago. Perhaps it was only this time that I sensed the aura of a renowned teacher. It just appeared completely. Listen here. Everyone immediately fell silent. After all, the dean's decree is composed of countless combinations of ideas. It already possesses a special spirituality. If the old dean encountered danger 2 years ago, release. If you only appear when encountering a famous teacher, please explain. Until someone from a famous teacher's hall passed by, I just realized that it's not impossible. So now, relying solely on this token, still unable to determine whether the old dean is dead or not. Listen here. Elderme is also very uneasy in his heart. Anyway, the old dean is a friend they have been with for hundreds of years. Now I have learned this news. Why do we have to investigate? So he looked at the other person and asked the pastor, where is this relic located? Can we go over and take a look? At this moment, the pastor just looked at the crowd and said, "This time I'm here to find everyone. Just for this matter. After our investigation, this relic will reopen in about a month. So I would like to invite everyone to come together. As a result, you can go find the old dean. If they hadn't died, you can go and save people. If you come here, then."
Recently, there has been frequent activity among the members of the Yilan tribe. I suspect it has a lot to do with this ruins.
After everyone understood the situation, everyone responded without hesitation, saying that we should all go over. The pastor saw that everyone did not hesitate at all. Just spoke up. "Since it is so, that's settled then." But we haven't waited for the pastor to finish speaking yet.
Wu Rufeng's eyebrows raised beside him.
Just said coldly, "This time we're going to the ruins. To ensure safety. Even the lowest level of strength must reach Xunyu in order to qualify. I see this Dean Zhang. Only from the holy level. It's better not to go. Otherwise, it's just dragging everyone down." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately furrowed his brow.
Looking at the other person, he angrily shouted at Liang Guangpu.
"I've been putting up with you for a long time. It seems like you're really itching. This pervert in front of me. To prove that I am a pervert," he said Liang Guangpu in front of everyone. Just now, the pastor wants to go to the ruins exploration ceremony. After speaking to everyone, the 4 deans and 10 elders on site, including 2 warrior captains, everyone agrees to go and investigate together. Let's not talk about whether the old dean is still alive. Can you rescue him?
But involving 10 ethnic groups,
they are also duty-bound. Just Wu Ruffing on the side.
At this moment, he suddenly spoke up and said that he was going to the ruins this time.
To ensure safety, even the lowest level of strength must reach Xunyu in order to qualify. I see this Dean Zhang. Only from the holy level. It's better not to go. Otherwise, it would be a hindrance for everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned instantly. You should know that although he only comes from Saint,
but if the true strength is displayed,
even a peak in the Holy Land can be easily killed. And most importantly, he has many ways to save his life. It can be said that everything in the room, people besiege him together. The deceased must also be the other party.
So Zhang Xian is very depressed.
This guy doesn't know anything and just says he's holding back.
This prestigious 7-star top-grade master.
Isn't it a bit too arbitrary?
However, the pastor next to him was unhappy when he saw his senior uncle immediately use a voice to say Master Uncle. This wizard is somewhat stubborn and self-willed. I hope you can forgive me. After speaking, I saw that my senior uncle had some doubts.
Just explained again using phonetics.
Although the game's betrayal of humans has nothing to do with the Master Uncle,
but when it was reviewed, you are the dean. That means some management is not strict enough, plus age and strength.
There is a gap between them and the position of dean. That's why he has some opinions about Shi Shumin.
Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Xian couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Thinking about this guy, staying in a very high position for a long time, already detached from normal human life. If subordinates make mistakes, they will be implicated.
It's only been about 4 months since I came to the college myself, so I can count it all.
I just saw you sue. Just arrest him. It's better not to add a reward, blaming oneself for the crime as well.
This is a typical leadership style.
Once something goes wrong,
capture anyone as a scapegoat to secure a good package, lie.
Show his authority and keen insight. But why does he meow and treat me like that sheep? Think of this. Zhang Xian looked up at the other person and said, your name is Wu Ruffing, right? No.
I didn't expect the other person to call me by my full name as soon as they spoke.
As soon as his face darkened, he angrily rebuked his lifelong recklessness. A low-level teacher meets a high-level teacher. Call it by its name, Zhengke Titong.
At this moment, Zhang Xian had her hands behind her back.
I just smiled. What kind of response is it? May I ask my teacher, how do you address the pastor? My teacher suppressed his anger upon hearing these words.
He coldly snorted and said, the pastor and I are both 7-star masters.
Natural peers.
However, Zhang Xian was told by the other party that she was of the same generation.
Just turn around and look at Mu Hong. Ask Xia Hongzi, how would you address me?
After hearing him call himself a senior uncle to everyone.
Just look at Wu Ruffing again and say, did you hear it too? You are an equal in harmony. And he called me uncle. That means you are 1 generation lower than me. What's wrong with me calling you Wu Ruffing directly? Do you think calling your full name is not intimate enough? How about this? I'll call you a little lunatic. Upon hearing this, my teacher on the side was almost so angry that he vomited blood. Turning around, he looked at the pastor beside him, and the pastor saw his expression. Also explained that Dean Zhang's teacher. I want to call myself Shizu. According to seniority, I am not wrong to call him uncle. Upon hearing this, my teacher, my face immediately turned iron. As a renowned 7-star teacher, he, understanding the importance of etiquette among renowned teachers, Pay attention to seniority. And although Zhang Xian doesn't think much of it, but if the teacher's seniority is high, even if one's own level is low, also holds a high status. Just like Confucius students, even if I don't know anything.
When encountering a 9-star famous teacher, one should also address them as senior.
This is the rule, isn't it? I was planning to give the other party a warning. I didn't expect it to turn into someone else's dereliction of duty in the blink of an eye.
So at this moment, he felt extremely depressed.
However, at this point, after Zhang Xianjian confirmed with the other party, how about looking at him again? Do I have the right to call you Wu Roughing now?
At this moment, Wu Shi was so angry that his face turned red.
Wanted to refute but had nothing to say. I've been thinking for a while. With just a big gesture and a cold snort, I want people to respect you. Rank is nothing. What's important is personal admiration for the Master Teacher Hall, and the contributions made to humanity. If there is no contribution, even if you have a teacher, no matter how powerful they are, it's useless. Is it possible that the teacher can still take you for a lifetime?
Zhang Xian was also very puzzled when he heard this. So I asked, do you mean to make a contribution? At this moment, the wizard's face was filled with pride.
The response is correct.
Only those who work diligently and make great contributions to the human race, only worthy of respect.
Zhang Xian saw his arrogant expression.
There is still such a proud tone in his tone.
I can't help but ask the other person, I listen to your tone.
You should have put in a lot of effort as a member of the human race.
Have you made a significant contribution?
At this moment, Wu heard Zhang Xian's question.
Immediately released a master's unique aura from his body. Just snort coldly. That's right.
Starting from the age of 16, I killed the first alien race.
Until now, we have already killed a total of 47 heads.
The alien race above the remnant wind stem.
Calculate carefully.
I have already made a full 22 points of contribution to the human race. As soon as these words are spoken,
the 3 deans and 10 elders in the hall, and 2 warrior captains, everyone showed admiration.
Everyone praised him for being amazing. Surprisingly, there has been such a significant contribution.
Zhang Xian is very puzzled about this. So he looked at old Zhao not far away.
What do these 22 contributions mean?
Lao Zhao saw that the dean didn't understand. That's why I explained. Kill a member of the alien race and save humanity. All are considered contributions.
Famous Teacher Hall aims to better distinguish the size of contributions, specially quantified with numerical values.
After Zhang Xian understood, then I continue to ask how this point is defined.
At this moment, Lao Zhao thought for a moment. I just responded by saying that there is a method for determining the number of points. The Master Teacher Hall has a special rule.
I'm not quite sure how to calculate it specifically. However, Dean,
last time you tamed all the holy and spiritual beasts in Yunwu Ridge,
exempted from the human crisis, registering for the lost Tang, calculated to be around 5 contribution points. I heard the other person say that.
Zhang Xian was suddenly dumbfounded.
Last time it got so damp. There are only 5 contribution points left. It seems that the other party's 2200 hours is indeed a bit scary. And Lao Zhao saw the dean's terrified expression on his face.
I just explained that although the spirit beasts in Yunwu Ridge are cruel, but these years they have been entrenched on the mountain.
There haven't been several instances of dampness.
In addition, there are renowned teacher colleges in charge.
The harm to humans is not significant. So the contribution is also less. After understanding these, Zhang Xian just nodded. After all, the spirit beasts of Yunwu Ridge, the incident of hunting down many famous teachers, made very secretive. Even Lao Zhao and others don't know. That's why they think they're just guarding the mountain, not attacking. Later on, the green-horned dragon beast and the fierce man appeared again. This involves too much. Zhang Xian didn't let Elder Me tell anyone about this. The headquarters is naturally unaware of it. So it's normal to have fewer merit calculations. However, the pastor beside him, everyone is discussing the matter of contribution.
He also spoke in a roundabout manner, saying, "Wizard,
my senior uncle is still young.
Just with his talent and strength,
making more contributions is only a matter of time. Besides, I caught Yusu, exposed his true face, reduced the number of human borers." Wu Shiqian sneered and grabbed Yusu. Can this contribution be a bit significant?
After speaking, I heard the pastor respond to this matter, and there happened to be one.
I couldn't help but laugh.
Then he looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Dean Zhang,
you heard it too. Although your teacher is impressive, but I want to earn respect.
Still need to make contributions to the human race,
or possess genuine strength. I think you should keep staying. This one is very dangerous. It's not something we used to play in the past.
You go over. I'm afraid of encountering danger and no one can take care of you."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. So he responded by saying, "I wonder if the combat division is qualified to go there." Upon hearing this, Wu Rufeng just responded that the combat division is the deputy commander of the war division hall.
My own strength has reached the opportunity to win the reputation of the double god.
Nature is qualified to go over. After receiving a positive response from the other party.
At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Zhuo Qingfeng beside her. With a sincere expression, he asked about the battle.
Teacher, do you have time? I happen to have made some breakthroughs in my cultivation recently. I want to find someone to spar with. Upon hearing this,
Zhuo Qingfeng was also stunned.
But I thought about it for a moment. Warrior Hall these days, always being abused by the student in front of me. He has long wanted to experience the strength of Dean Zhang.
Unfortunately, his divine dragon can see the head but not the tail.
It's hard to see. Now there is a chance to test his strength. Nature couldn't be better.
After all, he doesn't believe in himself as a dual powerhouse in the Holy Realm.
Even a minor saint cannot be defeated.
So he responded that since Dean Zhang is pleased with this,
I am willing to accompany you. After obtaining the other party's consent, Zhang Xian's body shook. Go from your seat to the middle of the hall.
With a smile on his face, he said, let's start now.
Zhuo Qingfeng saw that the other party wanted to fight here.
I was also stunned for a moment. Then he asked the dean.
This is the council chamber.
If we fight later,
I'm afraid this building might collapse.
Zhang Xian saw that the other party was worried.
At this moment, I smiled. The response says it's okay. You don't have to worry about it. The battle will end soon. This situation will not occur. Just as a centurion, he surpasses the dual strength again. I heard the other person say that. My face suddenly didn't look too good, so my brow furrowed. Just snort coldly. Since Dean Zhang insists on doing so, then it's better to obey orders than to show respect.
Immediately after, the wrist rolled over.
Take out a long sword. Speaking of Dean Zhang again, please show me your weapon.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook his head. A response that doesn't need to be so troublesome.
Just start right away.
Zhuo Qingfeng looked at this dean.
More arrogant than his students. I want to fight myself without even taking out my weapons. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned pale, accompanied by a roar of anger.
Playing with a long sword in hand, he walked towards the other party head-on.
This sword is fired.
The remaining strength of the second tier is like a storm and thunder,
rampaging the old man beside the entire room.
Zhao and others were also scared to death by this power, their faces turning pale.
Even the three deans couldn't help but contract their pupils. According to the level,
as the dean of the college, the strength is naturally higher than this Zhuo Qingfeng.
But if we really have to fight, they will definitely lose. So in their eyes, the Dean Zhang in front of us is only from the Holy Peak.
But the other party's pure training is just seeking death. But just when they were worried about it, I just realized facing such violent swordsmanship, this Dean Zhang is not only not afraid. Instead, he stood still with a smile on his face. And at this moment, Zhuo Qingfeng saw the other party's contemptuous eyes.
His face looks even uglier.
The long sword in hand has once again increased its power.
Suddenly stabbed Zhang Xian in the chest. However,
at this moment, Zhang Xian watched as the opponent's long sword approached her. I just extended 2 fingers and gently wiped them, accompanied by a stirring sound of true energy. I saw the sword blade caught by Zhang Xian. Zhuo Qingfeng also stopped because of this. Zhuo Qingfeng, who witnessed this scene,
I was suddenly startled. At this moment, he is struggling no matter what, unable to break free from the opponent's grasp with the sword blade. After all, he knows, I want to use my bare hands to carry a long sword. It's not just about having good eyesight, and the demand for timing is extremely high.
The most important thing is that there is also a great demand for strength.
He is a strategist. Their combat power is already strong.
Just now, he wielded the most violent sword, but he was gently pinched by the other party with 2 fingers. What kind of strength does this have?
Only then can we achieve this. However, just as he was shocked by this,
Zhang Xian suddenly released the fingers holding the long sword, then lightly flicked the back of the sword,
accompanied by a roar. I saw Zhuo Qingfeng's entire being engulfed by a powerful force,
forced to take 7 or 8 steps back repeatedly.
Just stopped, and every step he takes back, deep footprints were left on the ground. At this moment, after feeling this powerful force, Zhuo Qingfeng, I hurriedly put away my long sword. Take a few steps forward. Come up to me.
Just clasped his fists and said, thank you, Dean Zhang, for showing mercy.
Heart wants not to be fluent with the other party.
Just now, I'm afraid it might just bounce into a meat patty.
No wonder they can teach perverts like Zheng Yang and Wei Ruoyan.
So this teacher is the real pervert.
Now I know for myself. Remaining dual strength. In front of perverts, I can't even say a fart.
However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was unharmed. We exchanged a few pleasantries.
I just turned my head and looked at the wizard not far away. Do you know with my strength? May I be eligible to go over?
The old man in front of us wants to rely on his old age to sell his old age, continuously pretending 13 times in front of perverts.
The result is good now. Directly increase the size. Just now,
Zhang Xian was mocked by the old man in front of her.
I don't have the strength myself. Don't even think about striking. Therefore, let the turbid warrior with the remaining dual strength on the side practice with yourself. However, the Zhuesher sword, the other party can teach such a powerful student. I also know that his strength is extraordinary. Without hesitation, he delivered a full force blow to him. This move comes out, shocking everyone present. Its violent power even amazed the three deans repeatedly.
But it's just this terrifying swordsmanship. Zhang Xian, however, calmly accepted it with her bare hands, and shake the other party out. At the same time, he vomited a mouthful of old blood. Then he turned around and looked at the old man beside him. I asked with just my strength, "Are you eligible to participate?" However, the wizard who witnessed this scene, I couldn't help but tremble. After all, people from the holy level defeat the warriors of Holy Domain 2 with bare hands. This kind of strength is extremely terrifying in his eyes. The most crucial thing is, he just finished speaking on his own. Their strength is not good enough. Now the other side is overtaking the warrior on the spot. Show yourself. This is simply a blatant slap in the face. Can be used as a name for 7 stars. How could the teacher lose face because of this? So he still looked disdainfully at Zhang Xian. According to the information we know, there are many powerful members of the alien race in this ruins. Once caught, even Yusu, this 6-star peak famous teacher, cannot compete. What confidence do you have that you can resist? Besides, have you ever seen an alien race? Have you dealt with them before? Do you know how terrifying they are? Zhang Xian heard this series of questions, just as I was about to respond to the other party. My teacher waved his hand again and told you the truth. I have fought against them before. I have personally killed 52 of them. They are not only strong in strength, capable of fighting beyond one's level. More importantly, the killing aura emanating from the body. Irresistible. Encountering this kind of guy, you can't resist just because you have strong combat power. More importantly, the state of mind and willpower. If one does not possess this ability, I think it's better for you not to go. Listen here. Zhang Xian knew that the other party's intention was not bad, just being a leader for a long time. Somewhat subjective. So he shook his head and explained that for the 10 people. But I just spoke up. I saw a teacher running in anxiously. As soon as they clasped their fists, they shouted loudly, "Dean!" Zhang Xian noticed that the other party's expression was not correct, also furrowed his brow and asked him what had happened. At this moment, the teacher hesitated for a moment. Just spoke up at Lufeng Hospital. Feng had a conflict with Dean Zhang. Almost got fired. Although the qualification of a renowned teacher is only disseminated within a small scope, but he also knows about it. So this teacher thinks their relationship is definitely not quite right. This time the other party came over again to find the dean. This made him feel embarrassed. I don't know how to report my goodwill. However, Zhang Xian heard that Lu Feng was coming to find her. Immediately smiled. Just let him come over here. So soon Lu Feng arrived at the hall. As soon as I came in, I saw that Zhang Xian was safe and sound. I just relaxed a bit. With a sigh of joy, he shouted out, "Dean, it's great that you're okay." Zhang Xian smiled as soon as she heard this. The response said that of course I'm fine now. On the contrary, have you all recovered from your injuries? At this moment, Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement on his face. Our injuries have already healed. If it weren't for the dean, you would have risked your life to save him. We definitely won't survive. I hereby invite the dean to pay his respects to Lu Feng. Immediately kneel down on the ground after speaking. Zhang Xian came up to him and helped him up when she saw the situation. Just responded with a polite remark from Mrs. Lu. However, many elders were also surprised to see this scene. Aren't they incompatible? Why are you so polite now? Zhang Cheng on the side couldn't understand it. I couldn't help but ask, what's going on between you two? Lu Feng heard someone asking. I nodded and responded that it was like this. 5 days ago, Dean Zhang personally went down to the basement, saved 40 of our 6-star renowned teachers, and he killed it alone. More than 200 alien races at the Holy Domain level, and 2 fourfold kings of the Holy Land. I have also recounted the sequence of events, reported in detail to the headquarters. I originally wanted to see the dean. If it hasn't come out yet, let the headquarters send someone down to the underground cave. I didn't expect the dean to come out of the underground cave now. As soon as these words are spoken, surrounded by elegance, and just now, he ignored it with great momentum. I widened my eyes even more. I almost fainted on the spot. Just finished speaking, the other party has never met the alien race. This Lu Feng came over and said he killed over 200 people. Is he acting in front of me? After all, he himself. I haven't killed so many members of the Holy Land's alien race before. The most crucial ones are the 2 kings of the Holy Land's quadruple. The terrifying level of this alien race king. You don't have to think about it, everyone knows. Even if he encounters it himself, there is only one dead end. Just listening to Lu Feng's tone,
This Dean Zhang is not only fine, but also, I even killed 2 of them in one breath. This made Wu Ruffing suddenly feel a little difficult to breathe. Limb weakness. Blackout. So I couldn't help but ask what you said. It's all true. Lu Feng saw someone who didn't believe him, just nodded and responded, saying that of course it's true. I can guarantee it with my life. And we have already forwarded the detailed information to the headquarters. The headquarters has already acknowledged, and it was exchanged for merit as a reward. These achievements were also handed over to the dean by the headquarters. After speaking, he handed a jade card to Zhang Xian. At the same time, the dean said, "You have put in so much effort. Killed over 1 billion spirit clan members. Save us. We cannot let your contributions drown out either." And the headquarters also provided poverty alleviation based on the situation at that time. The total score here is 1,211 points. Ignoring the words on the side, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of aged blood. I thought to myself that it took me hundreds of years. From the age of 16 to now, 7-star teacher. All the contributions add up to only 22 points. She's only 20 years old and already has over 1,000 points. But after thinking about it, his face darkened. I feel like something's wrong again. Even if we kill over 200 holy domains and 2 kings, there aren't as many points left. At this point, not only does he think so, others have the same idea. However, Lu Feng also saw everyone's doubts. Later, it was explained that these alien tribes came through the ceiling of underground caves, carrying a special task. This is clearly an ill-intentioned plan. Once they are allowed to escape the entire Hongyuan imperial city, they may all suffer devastating blows. Dean Zhang killed them, equivalent to preventing the conspiracy. His contribution is immeasurable. A score of over 1,000 is already low. After saying these, everyone understands the aftermath now. Come here. Continuing, there is one more thing. The headquarters has not confirmed yet. Just sent someone down to verify. Once confirmed, it may be more than just 1,000 points of effort. Labor could be tens of thousands, even tens of thousands. Listen here. The nearby pastor quickly asked, "What kind of great achievement is this? Can there be so many points? After all, slaying an alien race at the level of a holy domain. I can't even get 1 point. This shows the difficulty of the credit. I have already scored over 1,000 points at once. It's already quite shocking. Surprisingly, there are still over 10,000 unverified items. What the hell is going on here?" Now not only does he have such doubts, even wizards and old fans are full of confusion. I can't figure it out no matter what I think. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at everyone and explained that it was like this. I just went to the underground cave again, discovering the seal blocking the battlefield outside the domain. It has been thoroughly repaired. Then he looked at Zhang Xian and asked, "I'm sure you did this too, Dean?" Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian nodded and responded that the seal would not be repaired. The alien race will still invade. So I spent a few days on it. According to the method previously taught by the teacher, I repaired the seal. After hearing the affirmative response from the other party, Lu Feng, I am also ecstatic. After all, he stayed in the underground cave for over 3 months. Know the degree of wear and tear on the seal. I thought the arrival of the alien race this time was not an exception. In the future, it will definitely continue to flow continuously. Who knew that when I went down to watch earlier? Only then did I realize that the seal was intact and undamaged. They are all together. The Yi-Ling people will definitely not dig their own graves. The only possibility. It's Dean Zhang who has created many miracles. If someone else can fix it, he naturally wouldn't believe it. But this Dean Zhang has created too many miracles, so Lu Feng has to believe this. As a result of this, only by using words can 10 be combined. Indeed, I received recognition from the other party. Repair seal. Exempt the attacks of the alien race. Equivalent to once and for all. His achievements are enormous. Inestimable. Don't say tens of thousands. Even if it's a few tens of thousands, it's still a small amount. As for how to evaluate, only personnel from headquarters can observe carefully. Only then can a clear answer be given. However, after hearing their conversation, everyone around is stupid. This kind of seal can also be repaired by the dean. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? What else does the dean not know? Can anyone tell me? And the wizard who was just arrogant. At this moment, it was as if struck by lightning. The whole person cursed at this. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly remembered something. Just asked right. Dean, I found some damage when I went to seal it before. This time it's already intact. If you read it correctly, you must have just come out of the underground cave, right? Zhang Xian shook her head and gave a bitter smile upon hearing these words. Yeah, it's only been less than half an hour since it came out. I haven't even had a chance to change my clothes yet. Can hear the content of the other party's conversation. At this moment, Wu's face turned red. I wish I could find a place and immediately dive in. He meows. This dean who just saved the entire Hanyuan city, killed hundreds of members of the alien tribe, experience a life of 9 deaths.
I just came out of such a dangerous place as the underground cave.
I heard the sound in the drama box. I didn't even rest. I didn't even have time to change my clothes before coming here. And I actually blamed him for being late. I think he has a lot of airs. Think of this. Suddenly, my heart was filled with anxiety. So he just gave a bitter smile. No wonder he became the dean. Can still make the pastor praise endlessly like this. I am also willing to call him uncle. It's really not easy.
At this moment, he finally let go of the airs of a 7-star famous teacher. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Take a step forward before speaking, Dean Zhang.
I'm not sure about the situation. I have offended many before. Please forgive me.
Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words.
My teacher's words are heavy. Everyone is a renowned teacher. All for the sake of people's obstruction. Being cautious is also necessary. Upon hearing this, Wu Ruffing also sighed and said, yes. All for the sake of the human race. So I didn't dwell on this matter anymore. I'll just say it to everyone. Since everyone is going. So in a month, let's gather at Huayuan City on time.
Zhang Xian heard about this place.
The map of the entire Honyuan Imperial City also came to mind.
Later, he asked about the Fire Source City.
Is it on the edge of Honyuan City? If I remember correctly, it should be very close to Fengxing Terrace, right?
At this moment, the wizard responded that he was very close.
Fengxing Terrace is the place of abundance for the Kong family. This relic may be related to it, right?
Of course. Based on the information we have received, the specific situation appears to be.
It's still too little.
At present, it is not possible to make a correct judgment.
Just talking about the altar.
Wu Shikai smiled. Looking at the crowd, he said about this altar.
I have to mention something that happened a while ago.
Perhaps most of you are still unaware of this matter. This holy platform has a message from a feared teacher.
3 months ago, someone actually cracked the true meaning of the message. This is quite sensational in our area. To be honest, I really want to see it. This strong person recognized by Master Kong. What kind of strength is it? If given the opportunity, I really want to be his teacher. Learn from him.
But in his eyes, the admiration grew stronger and stronger. I just realized that Wu Ran's face was flushed not far away.
Everyone feels like he's about to explode. I couldn't help but ask Dean Wu, what's wrong with you? Is there anything uncomfortable? Then I looked at him and remembered something. That's right. If I remember correctly, you must be the president of the Fengshen Club, right? Specializing in the study of Kong's family. I haven't received any results after leaving messages for so many years. It was discovered by an outsider. Don't you think you admire him? This is Wu Ran from the arena to now. Take this Wu family.
Take into account all of Zhang Xian's actions. At this moment, he was also very embarrassed. So he shook his head and responded with a sentence, my teacher. The strong man you just said you wanted to become his teacher. He's right here.
Wu Ruffing was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words, then let out a cry of surprise here. Where is it? Who is it? At this moment,
Wu Rankai responded awkwardly and said, it's you. The dean who just said he has a lot of heirs.
Upon hearing these words,
Wu Ruffing spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Immediately afterwards, with a face full of panic, he exclaimed, are you saying,
this person is Dean Zhang?
However, Zhang Xian beside her also scratched her head awkwardly.
Tell me about the person you just mentioned wanting to become his teacher. It seems to be me.
A gentle smile from a beautiful woman. Life and death are unpredictable. Who wouldn't provoke this warrior? I have to provoke a woman with the most explosive temper.
Okay now. We're all eating now. Just now.
Zhang Xian is very speechless. The old man in front of me.
I just scolded myself like a grandson. Now they are clamoring to become their teacher. Sometimes people are too excellent. It can also make people worry. So he awkwardly responded. You said someone wants to become his teacher. It seems to be me. However, upon hearing these words, the Wu family. I feel like I'm going crazy. He originally came to Hongyuan Academy to try Yusu. I want to teach the current dean a lesson as well. Let it be a warning.
Unexpectedly, the person not only failed to teach themselves a lesson, but also, on the contrary, I was so scared that I almost threatened on the spot. After calming down, he gritted his teeth and looked at the other person. Ask about the Kong family's rumors that have been circulating for tens of thousands of years.
Everyone thinks it's right. Also strictly follow the cultivation. How did you find the mistake?
And he also directly raised doubts. Zhang Xian saw the other party stared to the point where her face turned pale. He also shook his head helplessly and responded that it was actually nothing.
Is Kong also a human? When people make mistakes, isn't this quite normal?
As soon as these words are spoken,
everyone was stunned.
Wu immediately extended her palm.
Seal all the surroundings. Afraid that someone might hear this.
At this moment, Lamy quickly transmitted the message to the dean.
Kong is the teacher of all ages. Don't talk nonsense easily. Zhang Xian only remembered the rules of this world when she heard these words, so he scratched his head in response. Then he clasped his fists and said to everyone that it was my fault. I made a mistake in my words just now. Please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Lao Mi quickly laughed and said, Dean, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Others also shook their heads in response, saying yes. We didn't hear anything. This is Liao Song on the side trying to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Just spoke up and said, Dean Zhang. Your two students, Wang Ying and Lu Yang. We also need to conduct assessments of our military operations. When would be convenient for you? Finish the exam as soon as possible. We can also set off. Upon hearing the other party's question, just respond by saying tomorrow. What came to mind after speaking? I just got it right. Liao Zhansher, I would like to have a discussion with your Zhansher store. When would be convenient for you? I happen to establish a student organization in the college, named Xian Xianhui. At that time, you can take them to your place for a tour. After speaking, the other person suddenly showed a constipated expression. Just asked what's wrong. Is it not convenient for you? At this moment, Liao Songkai responded with an embarrassed expression that it was inconvenient. Not really. However, the Tang branch of the warrior is located in Qingyuan. It's about a month's journey from here. I'm coming quickly. It's because when I received the message from Zhuo Qingfeng, I'm nearby. And 1 month later, the ruins also need to be opened. If we are fortunate enough to survive then, it's never too late to communicate again. Zhang Xian only realized when she heard this, so I said that what you said was also true. How about this? I'll take you guys to take a look later. Let's have a discussion first. You also give those guys guidance and direction. They have weak cultivation. I need to open my eyes and get to know each other. Only true experts like you can enter. After finishing the steps, Liao Song has been refusing to agree. I don't know the reason behind it either. So he continued to invite with a sincere expression on his face. In the end, Liao Song reluctantly nodded and agreed to the other party. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that everything had been dealt with. Just turn around and look at Lao Zhao. I gave a command. Let him prepare it. Also build a large African ship for the college. After explaining this matter, Master Wu beside us arranged the specific arrangements for going to Huiyuan City. I bid farewell to everyone, and the 3 deans. Because of the distance education in their respective colleges, I chose to stay here. When the time comes, let's all set off together. At this moment, Zhang Xian, along with Liao Song and many other soldiers, go to the Xian Xianhui, but he hasn't arrived yet. Many warriors have seen many people practicing. Fist wind howling, each one is full of strength. Just Zhang Xian glanced at it. His face darkened. A surge of anger arose spontaneously. I can't help but roar and stop for me. What the hell have you all been practicing? However, upon hearing his reprimand, Liao Song and Zhuo Qingfeng on the side were suddenly stunned. The power level of these people's practice is terrifying. Okay? How did you get into this household? It turned into something. What kind of training is needed to meet his requirements? At this moment, by Jiang Hai, Spiral and others, I hurriedly came up to pay my respects. And when Zhang Xian saw the two of them, it's also frustrating. He scolded me for giving you guidance before I left. Where have you all learned? As Su, spending so much effort teaching you guys. As a result, I learned this bird-like appearance, causing me to bring someone to communicate with you. It's simply embarrassing. This is inevitable. Hai Kai's face turned red in response, saying that these times, we have all studied diligently. However, Zhang Xian heard them say so. With a face full of resentment, he pointed out. Tell a few students not far away to take a look. This is also called seriousness. The trick he just used to turn autumn wind into rain. Looks gorgeous. Actually, bullshit. Why don't you use so many false tricks? At the first move, as long as you have 3 points under your palm, the opponent will immediately be hit and fall to the ground without getting up. After speaking, pointing to another one, he said, look at this guy. The green leaf sword technique he used. It's clearly an offensive tactic, but it has become a defense. If the defense is well practiced, it's fine. At this moment, as long as someone squats down, attack his lower body, what do you think will be the outcome? Then he pointed out the shortcomings of about 10 people in succession. However, the students who were pointed at also had a look of shame on their faces. After all, the ones mentioned by Zhang Xian just now, they were all explained in class before. They just don't use it so freely. After listening, Liao Song and Zhuo Qingfeng on the side. I'm dumbfounded again. The tricks they just saw one by one. They are all incredibly powerful, even flawless. But this guy, at a glance, all of these people's problems were pointed out. How strong is this vision to achieve this? However, in the warrior team, Zhou Yi, I heard the other person say that, also rumored to be a pharmacist. Since they have defects everywhere, can we make use of it? to avenge one's previous shame. And the two of them are communicating. How is it among 30,000 people? Find some relatively weaker people to seek revenge. When cheering for the soldiers' hall pillar, Zhang Xian also reprimanded several members of the Xianxian society. Just introduce Liao Zhanshi and Zhuo Zhanshi to everyone. I'm sure there's no need for me to give more introduction, right? Today I specifically invited them over to give you guidance. You need to study hard later. Don't be lazy, do you know? After speaking, hearing everyone respond in unison, just smiled and looked at Liao Song, saying Liao Zhanshi. This is what I told you about the students only giving him. We have been teaching classes all afternoon. Average combat effectiveness, just look at the guidance. It's best to let them know the true strength of the warrior. Upon hearing this, when Liao Song was about to explain something, Bai Jianghai walked over. Speaking of Liao Shi, we meet again. However, Zhang Xianjian and the others also know each other, so he instructed Bai Jianghai to study hard throughout his life. I also said thank you to Master Liao, so he turned around and left. At this moment, Liao Song saw him fly away, just looked at Xian Xianhui and everyone else. Speaking to everyone, Dean Zhang said to give us guidance. Actually, they came here to learn from each other. We can learn from each other through sparring, to enhance my understanding of martial arts. After speaking, I saw everyone nodding and signing their names. Zhou Yi walked out first. I said, Captain, I want to be the first to spar with the experts of Xian Hui. At this moment, Bai Jianghai recognized this soldier. He greeted the other person with a smile on his face. Then he said, find him a suitable opponent to practice with. But unexpectedly, the other party said he would choose for himself. Upon hearing this, I probably understood the other party's intention, so he also nodded in response. That's up to Brother Zhou. Choose a suitable opponent to practice with yourself. However, after obtaining the other party's consent, Zhou Yi, I walked onto the stage and looked at everyone. After scanning around, he pointed towards the artist with a happy expression on his face. Let me choose this one. At this moment, Bai Jianghai followed the other person's hand and looked over, discovered that the selected person is him. I couldn't help but twitch my lips, and then confirm with the other party again whether they really want to choose him. At this point, Zhou Yi responded with great certainty to Bai Jianghai, that's right. Just choose him. He just looked around. I found that Xian knows many men. I seem to be almost no match for them. So when he sees a woman, naturally, we have to choose him. Otherwise, no one can beat it. It's also difficult to step down. After confirming with the other party, Bi Jianghai, also come to the princess. I explained the detailed situation once. Princess Fair heard this. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. So he readily agreed to this matter. Immediately after, he leaped onto the stage. The soldier saw the enemy approaching. Taking a step forward, he clasped his fists and said, next day and night. I don't know how to address the girl. At this moment, the princess responded with disdain on her face, saying in the summer rain, Fair, everyone may be very strange. Why is the princess here? Actually, these 2 months, Zhang Xian went to Shenyuan Royal City. The time required to complete the assessment of a 6-star renowned teacher. He has been practicing by his side all along. Now the princess's cultivation has reached the peak of the disabled peak realm. The combat effectiveness is even more astonishing. Today, the princess arrived early at the Xianxian meeting. He originally intended to have a chat with Zhang Xian, who knew he would turn around and leave as soon as he came back. I was already very depressed in my heart. I didn't expect this guy to self-harm and challenge himself. I immediately agreed. Although the princess did not officially join the Xianxian society, but with his relationship with Zhang Xian, no one dares to say anything even if they are members of the society. However, at this moment, the princess looked coldly at the other party. Just said once, let's start now. At this moment, day and night, I saw the girl in such a hurry. And with a confident face, he responded with a good word. Everyone is just sparring. I don't need any weapons. Don't worry too. I will point until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. He rushed straight towards the princess. He almost exerted all his strength in this palm. The person hasn't arrived at the princess yet. I saw him making a thunderous sound all over his body. The power is also quite astonishing. Just the palm of day and night. It's about to fall on the other party. Still found him standing still and motionless, like I was scared out of my wits. There was no response. So I couldn't help but shout, be careful. I didn't wait for him to finish shouting. The princess's sleeve standing still. A sudden shake. It's very confusing to see the situation day and night. I'm about to hit him myself. Why don't you flash? Instead, shake your sleeves. What is this supposed to do? But he hasn't reacted yet. I felt a storm-like force rushing towards me. Immediately after, the body flew out completely uncontrollably. Then he fell to the ground with his head down. However, the few people in the audience were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Isn't this guy a girl? Why is power so violent? A flick of the sleeve shook the person away. At this moment, the princess's anger still lingered in her heart. Just look at Liao Song and others in the audience. Say you can crush Shouwei like me. It's okay for everyone to come up together. Upon hearing this, all members of the warrior team exploded, and one of the Wind Mirror warriors couldn't resist anymore. Just let out a furious shout from the arrogant woman. Let me teach him a lesson.
After speaking, he shook his body and jumped onto the high platform.
However, the person is still in the air.
I saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him.
Immediately after, I saw Yufei's palm resting on his chest. Next second,
I saw the soldier who had just shouted fly out directly,
fall hard to the ground.
A mouthful of juice sprayed out with it.
At this moment,
the soldiers were sent flying when they saw their companions not even on stage.
Suddenly, everyone became angry.
So everyone pressed their cultivation to the peak of the residual wind realm.
Just let out a fierce roar, despicable woman.
The princess heard this.
I just refuted one sentence. It's not up to you the final say. In terms of strength,
I'm too lazy to talk to the other person even after finishing speaking. In a blink of an eye, the suburbs charged straight into the group of soldiers.
Immediately after, a crackling sound sounded. 5 minutes later, except for Liao Song and Zhuo Qingfeng, more than 20 warriors, all lying on the ground. Everyone has a desire to die.
However, at this moment, Liao Song saw his subordinate lying on the ground.
My face darkened before I asked a question.
You're probably not an ordinary member of the Xianxian society, are you?
If I'm not mistaken,
you should also be a student of Dean Zhang.
Otherwise, it would never be so powerful. Upon hearing this, the princess exploded immediately.
So he shouted angrily, "You are the perverted student. Your whole family is." At the same time, he shook his body and rushed towards the other person. Zhuo Qingfeng on the side saw the scene.
I couldn't help but turn my face away. I really can't bear to watch it. Indeed, it took less than 3 minutes. Liao Song's whole body is red and swollen, face turning white. Fortunately, he was hit until the end and protected his face. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to see anyone for many days.
However, after venting, the princess snorted coldly. I turned around and left the headquarters of Xianxian Hui.
He just left. Hu Yaoyao walked back from outside. I asked the dean with a hopeful expression on my face, is he here or not? At this moment, BG Anghai just responded that the dean had just left.
Just the people from the station hall are here.
Do you want to compete with them during the literary festival?
Hu Yaoyao heard this. A captivating smile appeared on his face.
Okay, let me know.
This pervert in front of me. To make oneself look more abnormal, just transform into a greasy uncle directly. As soon as he came up, he said to the other person that you are Feng Er.
I am Sha, just now. After Princess Yufei knocked down more than 20 soldiers. Snored coldly. I left Xianxian Hui as soon as I turned my head, but he just left. The fox demon is coming. Just arrived.
I heard that I can practice martial arts with warriors. She also showed a captivating and charming smile that touched people's hearts.
I responded with a roar. I walked towards the crowd.
However, Zhang Shen left the Xianxian society.
After returning to the mansion, I came to Wei Ruyan's room and glanced at him.
I temporarily stabilized the toxic gas inside my body.
I just breathed a sigh of relief.
So he took out several books and gave them to Wang Ying and a few others.
And he instructed me to bring Ruyan tomorrow.
Go to Jingyuan City to search for the whereabouts of Poison Hall.
Here are the cultivation techniques I have written. An understanding of martial arts skills. Please quickly write it down. I don't know. Hurry up and ask. Wang Ying and others nodded. After taking over the secretary, I glanced at him. I found that the knowledge inside is very profound. But a few people have already learned about the Feast of Abundance. I understand it quickly now. I recorded everything in less than 3 hours.
And he understands it very thoroughly.
I just don't quite understand some of them.
At this point, Zhang Xian pointed out that there was something they didn't understand.
I explained it in detail again. After everyone fully understands. It's almost dawn now. So I waved my hand and said, okay, Wang Ying and Lu Yang, you two must remember what I just said.
Today, you still have to break through the Dragon Gate formation.
After finishing these tasks, just say hello. A few people returned to the academy. Just came back.
I saw the old fan hurriedly welcoming me up.
Speaking of Dean, this morning, I will go to the place where the soldiers live in the warrior hall to find them. But they found that their people didn't know when.
They all left without saying goodbye.
Leave only one letter behind.
Zhang Xian felt very strange when she heard this.
So I took the letter and opened it to take a look. It just says goodbye, warrior hall. Take leave in advance if there is an urgent matter. After reading it, I was very puzzled. So I asked the old man, what happened to the War Master Hall? How did you leave so urgently?
At this moment, the old man thought for a moment.
I just responded that there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? I also specifically inquired about it. The other party said it's a private matter. As for the reason, I won't say anything about it. By the way, when I came back last night, I saw that they all seem to be seriously injured. I don't know if it's related to this. Zhang Xian couldn't help but scratch her head when she heard this. How could I get hurt? Didn't I just ask them to guide the members? Why are you still injured? I just thought everyone had left. Entanglement is useless. Let's meet in a month and ask again. Therefore, I just told Lao and I about my departure. I have also arranged the affairs of the college. I returned to the mansion. After instructing Zhang Yang and his team, they need to cultivate well. That's why Wei Ruyan was put into the beehive. Sit on the back of the purple sun beast. He flew straight towards Jingyuan City. I flew for about 10 days. I just saw a city covered in snow below. I just thought about it for a moment. I am not an ordinary famous teacher now. The ceremony for opening a drugstore now. I can't let others know my identity either. Think of this. So he wriggled his bones and muscles. Her appearance instantly changed to the one before. Lu Chao, in his 40s. Then he landed in an uninhabited forest outside the city. Then I said a few words to Xiangshu. Let him return to the beehive for cultivation first. I will soon arrive in the city. After walking around the street, a movement in my heart. I just realized that blindly walking like this is definitely not feasible. We must find a place with a lot of information to inquire about. Just walking, I saw a restaurant. It looks very grand, so I walked inside. Quickly, I found a quieter spot and sat down. Then he said to the waiter who greeted him at the restaurant, "This is my first time visiting Jingyuan City. I don't know where to inquire about information more accurately." Later, through communication with him, I learned. Mo Yunxian can inquire about any information. Understand these. After asking for the specific location, I ordered a table of American-style dishes. Get up and leave after a full meal. Walk towards Mo Yunxian. I'll be here soon. Inside is a huge trading market. What treasures, calligraphy, paintings, minerals, etc. are all available. Zhang Shan looked around and came to the front desk. With a cold expression on his face, he snorted. "Call out your managers. I have something to ask." After speaking, the whole body's breath opened up. It gives people a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, the front desk staff saw the situation. Knowing that the visitor is not good, I dare not say too much nonsense. I responded with a voice. Quickly brought a middle-aged man to the front. Zhang Xian glanced at the other person. Let him arrange for a jinsher. I have something to ask myself. Xu Xiaowen's words are not nonsense. Turn around and walk ahead to lead the way. Not long after, we arrived at a side room. The room is also surrounded by various prohibitions. Don't say the sound of conversation. Even if there is a commotion in the battle, I can't hear it outside. Very safe. Xu Xiaokai smiled. I asked once. I don't know if my friend is satisfied with this room or not. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded. I responded with a voice. Just look at the other person and say, I want to inquire about information about the Poison Hall. Can you give me a price? But when the other party heard the name of Poison Hall, I immediately panicked. Hurry up and say that you can't find it here. Zhang Xian didn't waste his words even when he saw the situation. Take out 100 top-grade spiritual weapons directly and ask if it's enough. Seeing the other party, they still say they don't know. Just took an extra 400 Shangping snacks and put them out directly. Ask the other party if it's okay to say so. At this moment, Zhu Zhao's face turned pale with fear. This matter is beyond my understanding. I need to report to the Lord. Zhang Xian waved his hand when he saw the situation. Tell him to go and come back quickly. After all, he knows the news about the drugstore. It's not that easy to find out. Otherwise, it's not that no one has known for so many years. So he had already prepared in his heart. As soon as it arrived, use money to smash it. Even if the other party doesn't know the exact information. But I stayed in Jingyuan City for so long. I should have also heard some clues. Let's switch to someone else. Even if one knows these messages, I can't distinguish between real and fake either. It's of no use. But for him, as long as there is news, even if the poison palace is hidden underground, I can dig it out for him. After Zhu Xiao left, I quickly found Xianzhu. I also told him about the ceremony just now. However, Xianzhu Hu Yunsheng has risen. After understanding the situation, I also want to see who it is. You can take out 500 top-grade spirit stones with just one strike. So impressive. Think about it. If the other party had such financial resources, if someone from a big family, it's okay to give him some information collected. If the other party is just a nouveau riche or something like that, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Since you've come in, don't think about leaving. Then arrange for Zhu Xiao to prepare the wine. Take advantage of the situation and act accordingly. After explaining, quickly arrived at the room where Zhang Xian was located. Hu Yunqing doesn't waste any time sitting down, while carefully observing the other party. As he asked, I heard about this friend.
Want to purchase news about drugstores? Immediately after hearing the other party's affirmative response, Hu Yunqing spoke again and said that the drugstore is not only secretive,
and revenge is inevitable. If we leak their information, very likely to face retaliation. Do you know how to address this, friend? What is the purpose of going to the poison hall? Can you please disclose it? We can also consider it comprehensively.
Zhang Xian responded casually upon hearing this and said that he was under the supervision of Sun Chang.
Upon hearing this letter,
Hu Yunqiang was initially stunned. Then he asked the other party if they were from the Sun family with a distant affection.
Seeing the other person shaking their head and saying no, I asked more than a dozen famous Sun family members consecutively, but they didn't.
He looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on his face. And it's also very helpless for Zhang Xian to be asked so many questions.
Just wave your hand and say it's done. You don't need to ask anymore. It's just a scattered practice below. No way, no faction. There are some personal matters to be handled when inquiring about the poison hall. It won't involve anyone else. You can rest assured. I won't say I got the news from you. I heard the other person say that. Hu Yunqing just smiled. The response says I see. Since brother Sun is like this, I promise I won't talk nonsense anymore.
I have some information about the poison palace here.
It's just not very detailed.
After finishing speaking, he turned his head and instructed Zhu Xiao beside him.
Go bring the things over and see the other person.
When I was about to walk to the door after answering, once again, please send someone to bring some chives over first. At this moment, Zhu Xiao nodded and gestured before retreating.
Not long. He brought some small dishes and a pot of wine and walked in.
However, Zhang Xian saw that all the food and drinks on the table were arranged. With a sincere expression, he picked up his glass and drank it down, and Hu Yunqing nodded at the sight. He pursed the glass with his mouth and put it down. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party only took a sip. As soon as he raised his eyebrows, he looked at the other person and coldly snorted, "Brother Hu,
I only drank this. Do you look down on me, Mr. Sun?"
Upon hearing this, Wu Yunqing quickly explained that he was not strong enough to drink,
so just a little bit is enough.
But Zhang Xian disagreed. As soon as he turned around, he came up to the other person.
Place one hand on the other person's shoulder. He picked up the wine glass with one hand. I just smiled and said, "Brother, what's better than drinking alcohol?
I saw you so sincere during our conversation just now.
Now it's natural to be more sincere when drinking, right? Come on, I help you."
After speaking, he handed the wine to his mouth. But Hu Yunqing saw that the other party was about to feed him alcohol.
My face immediately darkened.
So he responded with a displeased expression, saying,
"I won't bother brother Sun about this. I can do it myself."
At this moment, Zhang Xian didn't care about the other party either.
Just hold it down and pour the wine in.
At this moment, Hu Yunqing wanted to resist.
I just realized that I couldn't move at all. The other party's power, like an irresistible shackle.
However, Zhang Xian only let go and sat back in her original position after pouring the wine.
Looking at him with a smile on his face, he said, "What's up? Is it better to drink your own wine?"
At this moment, Hu Yunqing was so messed up by the other party.
I was so angry that my face turned ashen, so I couldn't care about that much.
Quickly took out a medication list and put it in his mouth.
Just now, with a murderous expression on his face, he shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian responded with a helpless expression on her face, saying, "I didn't tell you. My name is Sun Chang. Why don't you remember?"
Then he smiled and continued speaking.
"That's right. Just now, I added a little seasoning to your wine. It tastes a bit strong. I don't know if you're used to it or not."
After Zhang Xian finished speaking,
seeing the other person with a look of disbelief, just respond with "not urgent, you'll believe it soon." But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Hu Yunqing's face darkened. My body trembled.
Just spew out a mouthful of old blood directly.
He only realized then, so he shouted angrily that you actually poisoned me. I thought about it for a moment. I couldn't help but contract my pupils. Immediately asked if it's difficult.
"Are you a poison master?" Zhang Xian smiled at the words. The response is that he is not a drug master.
Why inquire about the location of the poison hall?
After finishing speaking, he rubbed his fingers together.
Just let the other person spit out again to play.
As soon as these words are spoken, I saw the other party spewing out another mouthful of blood.
At this moment, Hu Yunqing was completely angry, accompanied by a roar.
Suddenly jumped up together.
Just pounce on the other party.
However, Zhang Xian didn't care about it either. "Raise your eyelids." I rubbed my fingers again and snapped them.
Just a cold snort is not good at all. Get down here.
As soon as these words are spoken,
Hu Yunqing jumping in mid-air.
I just felt like my whole body fell vertically. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a ghost, looking at Zhang Xian with a face full of fear.
May I ask if this poison has spirituality?
But Zhang Xian just smiled faintly at this.
No explanation given. However, this propagandist wanted to survive.
Just listen to Zhang Xian's advice and follow the plan.
Do not dare to resist anymore. Zhang Xian also promised the other party, as long as he finds reliable information for himself, I will detoxify him. Shortly after a conversation between the two, Zhang Xian also learned from the other party's mouth.
There is a rare herb called Xidigarba flower. It is a medicinal herb that must be used by poison masters to break through in advance.
If it could be put up for auction, it will definitely attract the other party to come forward proactively. However, this type of underground flower is extremely rare. Youth takes hundreds of years. I'm afraid only that monster in the entire imperial city has it. Understand these.
Zhang Xian's face was full of joy as he let Hu Yunsheng let him.
Go find him yourself. He just needs to buy it. Can you hear the other person say that?
Hu Yunsheng's face was full of constipation. It would be great if it were that simple. This strange Sauron not only has a particularly bad temper, but also, still too soft and hard to eat.
This old man can't be solved with money.
His treasures and medicines are never made public.
Last time, the Lord urgently needed a medicinal herb. I have prepared a lot of snacks. The value is enough to buy 3 plants. I was blasted out without even entering the door. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow.
After all, I can become the Lord of Dingyuan City. It is estimated that our strength will also reach a competitive edge.
This kind of strong person was directly blasted out. I'm afraid this strange Sauron has great strength. It's not as simple as imagined.
So he asked the other party about the strength of this strange Sauron.
At this moment,
Hu Yunsheng responded with a frightened expression, saying that this old man,
his personal strength is the same as mine. They are all in the middle stage of Holy Land level 1. Just this pervert in front of him, in order to get what he wants. Since it's okay not to talk about martial arts. Just after Zhang Xianhua became an uncle,
I learned from the subordinate who just accepted it that, the person who wants to lure out the poison hall, you can use them to cultivate the essential Xidigarba flowers. Just this herb has been planted for over 100 years.
Only that strange old man has it. And his things never make a move.
Even the city lord wants to buy a herb for 3 times the price.
They were all blasted out. Although his strength is only in the mid-stage of Holy Domain.
But he has a worm beast with dual sacred domains.
After understanding these,
Zhang Xian instructed his subordinates to lead the way directly.
Go find this strange old man.
So that's it. The two of them quickly arrived at a courtyard. At this point, Zhang Xian directly asked her subordinate to knock on the door.
Upon hearing the instructions, Hu Yunsheng,
I didn't prepare anything for the farewell letter or anything.
Just knock on the door like this. I feel very surprised.
After all, this old man is already extremely strange.
It's still so unpolite now. How is it possible to buy someone else's herbs?
But Zhang Xian ignored it.
Just insist on letting him knock on the door. Hu Yunsheng couldn't persuade the other party.
I had no choice but to take a few steps forward and knock on the door helplessly. I've been knocking for a while, but I haven't seen anyone come out from inside. On the contrary, the opposite courtyard,
an old man and a servant came out.
However, after taking a glance at Zhang Xian and the other person, they,
just now I said, you don't need to knock anymore. The people inside won't come to see you.
Zhang Xian was very puzzled when she heard this.
So I asked the other person, how did you know he wouldn't come out? Are you a servant of Monster Sauron?
The old man heard the other person asking like this.
I just waved my hand and responded, of course not. I'm just an admirer of my seniors.
Zhang Xian heard that the other party had nothing to do with the strange person.
Just let the subordinate continue knocking on the door.
The old man saw that the two of them were indifferent to his advice.
I was also so angry that I furrowed my brow tightly. However, the attendant's face darkened.
Just take 2 steps forward. I shouted angrily and dared to ignore our master.
Do you know who he is?
But ever since I finished speaking, seeing the other party still knocking on the door, I don't take myself seriously at all. His face became even uglier, so I took another step forward.
Shout loudly to our master. He is the president of the First Labor Union, Master Zhou Xianzhou. How dare you be so rude?
Zhang Xianwen glanced at the other person in classical Chinese.
Just exclaim what? He is Master Zhou Xianzhou. Sorry, I don't know. Just keep knocking.
When Hu Yunsheng heard it,
Zhou Xian couldn't help but smell this master's mouth. Even if the city lord meets him, we must replace it with etiquette. This guy is really good. Not only does it ignore,
he directly mocked and ignored others, but Zhou Xian, seeing the other party like this with the attendant, he was also so angry that he turned pale with anger. At this moment, the attendant gritted his teeth.
Just shout angrily, are you deaf? Our family head is a 6-star physician.
Zhang Xian saw that he was still persistently talking about things.
It's also extremely annoying. So I didn't respond angrily and said I heard it. But what I'm looking for is the strange Sauron, not looking for him. However, the attendant Zhou Xianjian beside him was so angry that he almost fainted. just spoke up, my friend. I don't know who you are. Not caring about my identity is nothing. It's just that senior old man doesn't want to see anyone. Even if we knock it down again, it's useless. Listen here.
Zhang Xian is very strange.
So he asked the other party why this strange person didn't see anyone.
At this point, Zhou Xian explained that the senior had a strange temper.
Even though the city lord visited back then.
I have also submitted several secret messages.
I advise you to prepare a memorial first. Find someone else to help deliver it over. Otherwise, knock on the door here.
It will only provoke his aversion.
The loss outweighs the gain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. I just responded that it turned out to be like this. Since it is so, that's all for now.
Zhang Xian paused for a moment, and Zhou Xian heard him say so. I also thought he would give up when faced with difficulties.
I'm about to turn around and leave. But I haven't waited for him to turn around yet. Just heard the other party say Wu Yuncheng. I smashed the door.
After speaking, Zhang Xian saw that her subordinate was scared unconscious.
I'm too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Take 2 steps forward to the door. Gently place your palm, accompanied by a loud bang.
I saw the gate in front of me blown apart by the explosion. Several people were all dumbfounded when they saw this. What the hell is this guy doing here?
This strange Sauron is a 6-star peak,
even a 7-star level physician. He blew up the door at the slightest disagreement.
Is this here to ask for help?
However, Zhang Xian ignored a few people who were scared and foolish. I walked in with big strides.
As soon as you come in, I just saw the courtyard planted with dense medicinal herbs. Glancing around, I also noticed that there were over a dozen of them.
Herbs have reached a prestigious level. But at this moment,
an old man just walked out of the room.
Roar with such courage.
How dare you break in without my consent? 5 animals send off guests. As soon as the words fell,
I saw a huge tiger beast darting out.
Everyone saw the situation. They were all trembling with fear from the aura of this holy beast.
He also took a few steps back repeatedly. Only Zhang Xian is left standing at the forefront. At this moment, the tiger beast approached in 2 steps.
Staring intently at Zhang Xian, just let out a roar and get out on your own.
You still need me to make you useless and throw you out.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian,
with a gentle smile, he replied that if I were to,
I'm not even choosing.
Strange Suo Wang saw this. Just give a scolding. How could there be so much nonsense?
Just throw him out directly. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the room.
After all, being favored in personally taking action, he is very reassured.
There's no need to think too much.
But he just turned around. I heard a roar from the tiger-clear beast behind me. Immediately afterwards, a powerful gust of air swept over,
accompanied by a loud bang.
I saw a black figure fiercely smash from the air onto the ground, instantly covered the yard with dust.
At this moment, the strange Sauron nodded in satisfaction. Just teach me a lesson. Throw it out.
After finishing speaking, I was about to turn around and close the door.
Seeing the scene in front of me, immediately scared, stuck in place for half a day. I feel like I'm stupid too. He couldn't understand.
Why does one's favorite lie at the other's feet?
Aren't you going to hit him? Why is this look full of admiration now? What the hell is going on here?
Not long after, I suppressed the shock in my heart. As soon as his face darkened, he shouted Tiger Clear Beast loudly.
What the hell are you doing?
However, at this moment, Hucking Beast didn't know how to respond. I turned my head with a pitiful expression to look at my master. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw him like this, just gave him a slight smile and touched his head.
Just a consolation, it's okay. Wait for me to speak. So he walked over to the old man. Come up to me. I just said you must be blaming Senior Suo Wang, right? I came here to ask for something.
I would like to purchase a Xita Garba flower from you. The longer the year, the better. Strange Suo Wang heard this.
I couldn't help but twitch my lips. I looked at my own favor. I looked at the shattered door that was blown apart, glancing at the other person with a convulsive expression on his face, saying that you have something to ask for. Immediately afterwards, his face darkened.
I shouted angrily and wanted to buy medicinal herbs.
Unless you step over my body. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian,
I was also stunned for a moment.
He's such a big cat. I haven't seen anyone make such a request before. So he responded with a look of embarrassment on his face, saying, since you say that, not satisfied with your words. It seems impolite again, doesn't it?
After speaking, his eyebrows raised.
A powerful aura surged out of him in an instant. Immediately after, the body swayed.
I opened my fingers and rushed towards the other person.
Monsters see this. Feel the other person's true energy. It's not something I can compare to myself. If it's captured on camera, probably going to turn into minced meat. After understanding these, shaking body, I quickly took a few steps back, just jumped out of the battle circle. Only then did I realize that the other party was still standing in place. There's no intention of continuing to chase after him. What's going on here? Didn't you just wish you could slap me to death? Standing there now. Take on the posture of a world-renowned expert. What is this supposed to do? Suddenly feeling teased by the other party. So as soon as his face softened, he shouted angrily and said, "If you want to kill, kill. I want to use this method to tease me. There's not even a door." At this moment, Jiang Xian shook her head and responded by saying that she was teasing you. Are you drinking too much or overthinking? I just want to ask now. Having been invaded by Sultan poison for so many years, it's not easy for you to hold on, is it? As soon as these words are spoken, it's strange that Suo Wenden was already fierce. So Jiang Xian started his specialty again. The previous deception in the opposite direction. 20 minutes later, the other person went from being frightened to admiring. Finally smiled. I asked a question and now I can enter your room. Can I discuss with you the ceremony for purchasing Xidigarba flowers? At this moment, the strange Suo Wang quickly bowed and responded, saying that inside, please. However, from being scared at the entrance to now, Master Zhou Xian. At this moment, I couldn't help but step forward and ask what was going on. It's strange that Suo Wang saw him procrastinating here. Just give a scolding and quickly serve tea and water. What are you doing here? I have no vision at all. You still want to worship me as your teacher? Dream on. Later, he followed Jiang Xian into the room. So after the two of them entered the room, Jiang Xian explained how the other party was poisoned by the 7-star poison. The matter. I said it from beginning to end. Immediately afterwards, a special method was used. Over the years, the other person's body has been medicinal herbs taken. I forced it out. Finally, I brought a pot of wine for the other party to drink. 2 hours later, he originally had only one level of cultivation in the Holy Land. The venom in the body is completely dissolved. Also broke through to Holy Land level 4. At this moment, the strange Sauron felt the power inside his body. The strange Suo Wang's eyes turned red. Looking at the man in front of me. He has been here for so many years. I have been hoping to completely solve the hidden dangers in my body. Restore strength again. I thought I had no hope for life. I never dreamed of it now. Today, the middle-aged man who can blow himself up. Since it was easily resolved. The problem that has troubled me for many years. So when his knee softened, he immediately knelt down on the ground. With a grateful expression on his face, he said, "Thank you for the grace of regeneration, senior." At this moment, Jiang Xian nodded and responded, saying that there was no need to be polite. I can just poison you with this kind of poison. He should be a poison master, right? Immediately after, I heard the other party respond briefly with a few words, realizing that he didn't want to say much. I won't ask any more questions. However, the strange Suo Wang is not currently involved in the issue of the poison master. Continue to entangle. So he spoke up. I don't know how to call senior yet. At this moment, Jiang Xian responded by saying that he was under Sun Chang. So the two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries. Monster Suo Wang, give yourself the token of the First World Guild in Qingyuan Imperial City. I gave it to Jiang Xian. Also gave him a 200-year-old underground flower as a gift. Just say goodbye to each other. Soon Jiang Xian returned to Mo Yunxian. I saw Hu Yunqing coming back first. This matter was hurriedly welcomed over. So I asked him what exactly happened. How could it be so urgent? At this moment, Hu Yunqing explained that you had instructed earlier. We need to first spread the news of the underground flower auction. I arranged for someone to spread the news in the underground city. But a group of people arrived half an hour ago. I have to buy the hidden flowers before the auction. And look at their appearance. Has a strong buying and selling attitude. Jiang Xian was also very puzzled when she heard this. So he asked who the other person was. At this moment, Hu Yunqing responded by saying, the other party is the Red Gold City Lord of Gingyuan City. Hearing this, Jiang Xian is even more strange. Isn't Xidigarba flower only useful for poison masters? What is the main purpose of his visit to the city? And listening to this tone doesn't even consider one's identity. I still plan to snatch it, so I asked a question. Do you know why the other party wants to buy it? Later, I heard Hu Yunqing say he didn't know. But the Lord is now waiting inside. I insist on meeting the seller. After understanding these, Jiang Xian let him lead the way. Soon the two of them arrived at a room. At this moment, as soon as Hu Yunqing came in, he clasped his fists and introduced himself. Lord of the city. This is Senior Sun Chang, the owner of the Xidigarba flower. However, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. Glancing at Jiang Xian, I just smiled. Speaking of this friend, I would like to purchase your Xidigarba flowers. Can you give me a price? Jiang Xian was a bit surprised to see the other party so direct. So I looked at the other person and asked what price you could offer. At this point, the city lord responded by saying 100 years, the Xidigarba flower. Normally, 80 pieces of the product name are required. You're a bit older this year. How about this? I'll give you 100, plus a high-quality spiritual artifact. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian just looked disdainfully at the other person. Just this one, you can easily say it out loud. However, the escort ship behind the city lord. The man in front of me is so rude. Just let out a loud shout of recklessness. Our lord can buy your things for your face. You'd better not be shameless. Immediately after, the guards on the other side also received. Actually, 100 high-grade spirit stones plus 1 high-grade spirit artifact. It's already the highest price. The auction may not necessarily have this price. And it will also be coveted by more people. I think you should have sold it. I heard what they said. Zhang Xian immediately laughed. So he looked at the other person with a calm expression. Speaking of 10,000 high-grade spirit hours, I'll sell it to you. Upon hearing this, the lord of the city, tighten your eyebrows. What are you talking about? He shouted loudly. The guard beside heard these words. Take a step forward immediately. Let out a furious shout. How brave you are. But I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian shouted out 20,000 directly. At this moment, the guard saw the other party doing so. Immediately let out a furious roar. Just shouted it out. Zhang Xian shouted another price of 30,000 yuan. At this moment, the anger in the lord's heart was suppressed by the strong pressure of anger. Still snorting coldly, my friend, this is Jingyuan City. I don't care who you are. I advise you to keep a low profile, to avoid any inevitable troubles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian is also too lazy to deal with the other party's threats. Just waved your hand and said pervert, to drink to each other. Surprisingly, he did such an unlimited thing. Just now, Zhang Xian was threatened by the lord of Jingyuan City. I want to use 100 high-quality items. Temporarily purchase the hidden flowers in his hands. But Zhang Xian doesn't even take the city lord seriously. So every time the other person said a sentence, Zhang Xian will add 10,000 pieces. Shout out 50,000 high-quality snacks directly. The face of the city lord in classical Chinese turned pale. Sheng immediately turned around and left. At this moment, the guard behind him, with a cold gaze, he said to the lord of the city, should we send some people to snatch the things over? The city lord responded with a squint of his classical Chinese eyes, saying no need. I am determined to win this thing. Since he wants to auction it off, just follow the normal auction procedure. I don't believe it. If I make a move, who else in Jingyuan City dares to steal something from me? However, when Hu Yunqing saw them leave, he looked at Zhang Xian with a conflicted expression and said, Senior, this openly offends the lord of the city. Isn't that a bit reckless? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded calmly, saying it's okay. It's better to obediently listen. Not obedient. I don't mind letting him, the lord of the city, be replaced by someone else. After all, he has reached his level of strength. It is already possible to completely disregard the thoughts of the weak. As long as you behave obediently and don't cause trouble, anything is easy to say. But if the other party really wants to cause trouble, Zhang Xian doesn't mind teaching him how to be a good person either. Give the emperor clear wisdom for a lifetime. No one dares to oppose changing 2 city lords. It's really not possible. Send some famous teachers over to review behaviors like him who dare to buy and sell forcefully. Check one accurately. However, Hu Yunqing heard the other party say so, although his face was full of confusion. But when it comes to the strength of this senior, I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he looked up at Zhang Xian. I'm afraid I might offend the lord. If he maliciously bids, then it will be a bit troublesome. After all, he dared to come here today, communicate with you in a threatening tone. So I guess he will rely on his identity and strength. Request others not to participate in the competition. In that case, it may be difficult for Xidagarba flowers to attract poison oath. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, after thinking for a moment, I responded by saying this. When the auction starts, you find someone, as long as he dares to raise the price. Just double the amount directly. Anyway, it's all my own stuff. Add to 1 million. Premium snacks. It doesn't matter. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and asked the other party to prepare quickly. Then I saw the other party retreat. With a flick of his body, he returned to the beehive. At this point, the honeycomb has expanded to its limit. The diameter is over 500 meters. Spacious and vast. Various buildings are stacked layer by layer, like a small village. Many holy beasts have seen him return. At the same time, they flew up to them and shouted in unison that they had seen their master. Zhang Xian glanced at them. I am also satisfied and say that everyone should cultivate well. When I have free time, I will come back to explain the cultivation issues to you. After all, these holy beasts are his left and right arms. After being placed in the honeycomb, Zhang Xian teaches them whenever she has free time. In the past 2 to 3 months, there has been significant progress in terms of strength. If there is a technique for cultivating holy beasts, for such a long time, I'm afraid these big guys, I don't even know where I've reached in my cultivation. At this moment, many holy beasts continued to cultivate upon hearing the command, and Zhang Xian came to one of the rooms. I saw Wei Ruyan still with her eyes closed, lying quietly on top. Just reach out and place your hand on his pulse. I observed for a while. Seeing him doesn't make much sense. I just breathed a sigh of relief, so he also left the room. Step out of the hive. I rested for about 3 hours. I saw Hu Yan knocking on the door. The auction is about to begin. Zhang Xianwen responded with a nod. Just come out and walk towards the auction house with the other party. Just haven't arrived at the reserved private room yet. Suddenly feeling something is wrong. It just stopped. So I told Hu Yunsheng that you should go to the private room first. Follow my previous instructions. Observe who exactly wants to purchase. Write them down one by one. I have something to do now. Go, come. After speaking, his body swayed and he came to the hall. Stubborn for a week. Just focus your eyes on a middle-aged man. But it looks like this guy is only thriving in the early stages of the first level. There's nothing particularly special about it. The body is just ordinary steam with water properties. There is not much harm, but for some unknown reason, Zhang Xian always felt a special palpitation. So he activated the Eye of Reason. Look at the other person again. I only realized at first glance that, from him, I saw a huge otherworldly tribe. The strong killing aura emanating from him. They are all trapped under the waves of water. No wonder the Dean keeps beating. The other party is indeed a member of the alien tribe. But the other party doesn't know what method they used. Can disguise itself like this. Not only did he fail to be noticed by those around him, even Zhang Xian opened her eyes to fame and fortune. I can't tell from his cultivation either. Just no matter how strong you are. Why did a member of the alien race disguise themselves as humans to come here? Should I also participate in the auction? The more I think about it, the more uneasy Zhang Xian becomes. There's only one thing that can be done about this. Just to prevent the other party's trickery from succeeding. What can we do to avoid alarming others? Think of this. Zhang Xian began to worry again. Just now. There's no time for Zhang Xian to think deeply about this. The other party is already behind the crowd. I walked towards the auction house. If we don't stop it, it's probably too late. So my eyebrows furrowed. Shaking body. Only took 2 steps forward to stop the other person from behind. However, the disguised alien race suddenly saw someone blocking them. His face darkened. Just shout angrily, "What are you doing?" Immediately after, I saw 2 guards rushing out behind him. Simultaneously pull out the long sword. The alien tribe sees the people around them. They all cast their eyes over. Just have the 2 of them put away their swords. Then he looked at Zhang Xian. I don't know if this friend stopped me. What are you thinking about doing? At this moment, Zhang Xian's face suddenly became resolutely excited. Suddenly embraced the other person. Just then he said, "The heavens have eyes. I finally found you." Then I saw the other person push me away. Zhang Xian quickly looked at the other party. What's going on? I'm Sun Chang. Have you forgotten about me? The Earth Spirit Clan heard this. I looked at the other person in confusion and said, Sun Chang, I'm sorry. This friend. You may have mistaken the person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, ignore his attitude. Grab the other person's arm in one go. How could I possibly admit my mistake? We grew up together since childhood. When you were young, you were very arrogant. After a surge in strength, they all beat up their teachers severely. In order to seek revenge, you specialize in preparing poison. Poisoned and killed a powerful figure in the Holy Realm. The most crucial thing is, I don't know where I learned the cultivation techniques for witch souls. The soul power also greatly increased as a result. I remember this very clearly. How could I possibly forget? The people around heard this. All of them showed a look of displeasure. Looking at the discussions of the alien race, they said they had beaten the teacher. Isn't this deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor? Also equipped with poison to kill the powerful in the holy domain. Isn't this a poison master? He also learned about witchcraft soul. Is it difficult? He is also a witch soul master. The Biling tribe saw this guy in front of them. I don't even know him. At first, he said some random things. When my eyebrows tighten, I scold you. I don't even know you. Don't talk nonsense here. So my arm suddenly shook. A force grabbed his palm in front of him and shook it apart. However, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's movements. As soon as I raised my eyebrows, I responded by saying that you don't know me. Okay, when you were being chased 3 years ago, left shoulder was frozen through. Who saved you? Do you dare to expose your shoulders now? If I'm not wrong, this injury should still have scars by now, right? The alien tribe heard this. I was momentarily stunned. He was indeed injured 3 years ago, stabbed in the left shoulder by a special weapon. Until now, it has not fully recovered. There are still scars left. Even if disguised as a human, it cannot disappear. Just wearing it under the clothes. As fellow citizens of the world, even my best friend doesn't know about this house. Where did the guy know about it? At the same time, Zhang Xian continued to ask why she dared not. Your wound was pierced by a fire attribute spear. And who is the attribute technique you are practicing? Not only can scars not be eliminated, there is still a hidden injury inside the body. Leave behind a flame of true chi. Every full moon night, it will wreak havoc on your soul's hidden cave, causing you unbearable pain. Did I say that correctly? After speaking, Zhang Xian saw the other party go from shock to almost being scared crazy by herself. Just keep talking about what's wrong. Haven't you remembered me yet? Are you hiding something? Not convenient to meet people. I dare not recognize you now. The gaze of the Yilan people upon seeing those around them, more and more bizarre. Afraid that the other party will say more and more, so I had to respond awkwardly with a face full of embarrassment. I recognized it. It turns out to be Brother Sun Chang. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw him loosen his grip. Turn your wrist and take out a pot of wine. And then he looked at him with a smile on his face. Is that right? Just recognize me, come on. This is your favorite wine before. If you're a brother, just have a drink with me. The Yilan people were initially stunned upon hearing these words. Then he looked at the other person with a strange expression on his face. Are you saying you want to drink here? Why don't we drink it another day? The auction is about to begin. I'm afraid drinking alcohol might cause trouble. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. He immediately raised the wine gourd, opened the bottle stopper. I looked up and took a sip. Then I handed it over to him. Why do you still have so many doubts about your personality? Like the alien race. Especially like that sweet and refreshing Water Night King. Upon hearing this, the alien race couldn't help but contract their pupils. Immediately after, a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Now he knows. The other party was not talking nonsense just now. He has almost completely mastered his own identity. He just thought about it for a while. I don't know a guy named Sunshine either, so I suppressed the killing intent in my heart. Show a smile. Just look at the other person and say you. That's right. Good friends do need to drink alcohol. It's just that this isn't a place. How about we go out together and find a restaurant? Stay or get drunk. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian still had a pitiful expression on her face. Shaking his head in response, he said, of course we can go to a restaurant. But you need to take a sip first. I'll come with you again. You already despise me now. I don't even drink the wine I respect. Who knew that